politics, a conservative and anarchist. Torn between killing with a mail bomb or just my bare fist. Who fucks around? Absolutely not me. I fuck up and down. I learned it from a porn flick, pushing trees. 50 years later, everybody wanna hold hands with Hitler. My war tribunal cut off his dick with a fucking slogan. Mass distraction. Attention span expander. Corrupt rupture, verbalize words, word. And 50 years later, everybody wanna hold hands with Hitler. Protocol flux, quicker than air ducts projectiles. And torn between theology and atheist and Gentile. Yeah, torn between politics and conservative and anarchist. Who fucks around? Absolutely not me. I fuck up and down. I learned it from a porn flick, pushing trees. Keep hawking me. Keep hawking me like Steven. Even a pagan can reason enough not to battle if the protocol flux. Protocol flux quicker than air ducts projectile. You could catch a flash of an image of a master with a linear phallus. Through a path through 60-second deception that promised me the palace. A benefactor Down syndrome. But I clown and drown the sound out with a blood-soaked phantom. Another sick man clone. The script oblivious, cryptic and listed. And break the ADAP tape when it resisted. My clique got your whole bitch twisted. 50 years later, everybody wanna hold hands with Hitler.
Generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead backs. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is, of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of three features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All three characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turin adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, Technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
Mid-City, Los Angeles. They're coming centigrade on the keyboard. Working away. Vocals, you got subtitle. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains self-retention. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and looks like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. And then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this work. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, jiggler.
This be chapter 2.
Test is ghost. The coming of doomsday. What we say, UK, something kinda tragic. Let 'em have it. Let 'em have it. Yo. Dragging dusty daggers across your chest, you mark for death. The machine of conquest, every tongue shall confess. Divided with violent tendencies, the tortured author. Flying saucer, transformer, bearer of disorder. In my paranormal form that day, I cracked your vertebrae. Careful with the words you say, the coming of doomsday. A passionate and poignant epic voyage, bombs deployed. The schizoid mind you avoid, now destroyed. A gambling man in a place once kept safe. The wailing woman awakes with a gun to embrace. Planes crashing, sword swinging, drunken assassin. Albatross in the tiger's heart's lock, still thrashing. Smack you whack rappers backwards, desperately depressing me. Flow so heavenly, oh now, how you mention thee. Cobra venom, weapon therapy, very enemy. Bullets enter me, strike back out with no discrepancy. The purest energy, hologram was never there. Hidden prophecy soon revealed, stay trapped in my glare. No air in the underground lair where we slumber. Beware of nightmares that float by and drag you under. So bring all your wishes to me and I'll dismiss them one by one. Throw body bags off the cliff after I kiss them. Loud bumps, torn and twisted body lumps in solid mud. Squeezing rats in my apartments, how I settle love.
Watching wolves pecking my flesh, the face of the amulet. Haunted woodland, disfigured just like the woodsman. Drag a pickaxe, skin sacks, bones collapse. Facts opposites attract, bridge snap, ribs crack. In the shadows we fade to black. Perpetrate, imitate, initiate, lock on, detonate, eliminate. Zombie pharaoh, tarot bathing in flaming arrows. On the brink of the everlasting, time is passing, pain it remains the same. Barely tamed the hand that came out the dream. For a friend I wouldn't warn you again. Sword on bend, the beast that came out my pen. Purple sunset doom like a blood red moon. Secret room, you will find me inside the tomb. Gas chamber maker, barren landscape, mind state navigator. Storm activator, I was spawned from a dark nature. Overrun with the thoughts of madmen. Who would have them? Past the priest I dragged them. You're abandoned, tongue kiss a loaded magnum. Seek and destroy, the target is never random. Close the fly trap, perched on the point of a nice cap. Time lapse, bunker buster cluster. In the suitcase, body of a dead butler. Feather duster, you've heard of the mad long ghost. Bracken dance, straight out the ground we rose. Tested stricken, art of the beast mimic. This the earth style, 4-pillar wood prison.
It's doomsday. It's doomsday. It's doomsday. It's doomsday. It's doomsday. 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 Doomsday.
Skin on top of your ribs. Red stuff come out of squibs like a Hollywood script. Bitch niggas on the floor screaming for mommy and shit. Cardiologists hook up the heart monitor's quick. Thermometer temperature dips below 76. What you get for telling niggas that you better than this? Not possible. If I can't pronounce it, it ain't rhymable. The audible probability probably ain't probable. Supreme rap, G-rap, underground without a roof. Chopper proof, holding hip-hop for hostage box shoot. Helicopter stabilized at low altitudes. Talking to the negotiator, laying out the rules in a tight compromise, a new roadblock of tubes. Underwater's not the shoot, but they break your first rival boots. 10 o'clock news flash, this is G-Rap. All points bullet, and looking for them niggas in black. Meet back in the avocado, El Dorado, passing the bottles. Think the Japanese like Nori Macho. She got a banging body, cold sushi with warm socks. From rap to sloppy, she got.
Welcome to my world, danger and hazards. King of bastards, banging they rappers, tuning the jacket, slinging the traffic, claiming they cabbage. I'm habits, they aiming for static. Get brain from an addict, get blinging with carrots. Cops aiming their mattocks, still let your dame have it. Flames to the attic, with stains on your fabric, paint the graphic. Can't abyss a G-rap, big in the classic. And if that beef on the street, hate you enough, blow out your brain and your caskets. Don't you love this drug element? The slugs crush the melanin, don't chrome that's known to break bones in an elephant. Shotgun, pellicent, gun smoke, smell of scent. Big bullets wiggle your guts like gelatin. Cut through your skeleton, knock out your intelligence. Box in, bite the dust. Jake wanna be like a bus and cuffed on that rack of bus. We raced in the slum, hazing the lungs, raising the guns, knowing my day will come. Razors under the tongue, clips in the steel, bricks in the wheels, chips in the field of fortune. Dead men walking with hits on their grills. Late night at the spot, posted with goons, open balloons, coke in the dome. You scream, I'll leave you open with bones, nigga. Witness G-Rap, put it back in perspective. Heat up shit with a dash of the peppers. Get blast for your necklace. Put your brains in the dash of your lecture. You up in the club, dash for the exit, baby, spread them out. Show you what this lead about. Take it from an old dog, whoever clean cold blood, believe it, bled it out. Crazy for the war, pop out, raging before. Hit a jackpot, blazing the roar. Getting baked in the pores, bitches and drawers. The dick in the jaws, the frame draped, sick of velour. Straight bandage spot, open up shop, turn the block. Planet rock, shit with no job, slapping the clock with the hammer cock. Serving the fiends, popping a suburban and lean. Look at that dawn, nigga swerving the Queens. Player, bowling a lot, brawling for props, calling the shots. Hit the curb, birds all on the flock. Jocking, like who that they're covering all of them rocks. Royalty, bitch, fall in the dock. Recognize one, G-back to your comment, that live one. Pay homage, get it fucked up, I spray comments. Nigga what? Nigga what? Stuck a record.
Yo, Mike, anything is anything, my nigga. I ain't bitter, but if I give you the finger, it'll be behind the trigger. Faggot ass nigga living in the gated community of a radio, telling them what you gon' do to me. I live in the burbs, clean my Winchester every other weekend with the same dirty Hank shirt. It takes 2 to tango, 3 to jump rope, 4 to bury the body, plus the got for pole. Yo, I guard everything within the limits of my post. My orders is to smoke you if you get too close. The whole globe scared of my flow, spirit world scared of my soul. Nowadays it's like I'm scared to be known. The methods of my motivation is completely subjective. My perception is completely parallel to perspective. Rhyming is the reason I spit in bass. It's a situation of my flamboyance without rational reservation. Whiskey, X-ray, Yankee, Zulu, unusual word of logically. My syllable position is critical. Only respect niggas if the feeling is mutual. G-Rap snatch the cruise from you. I throw them in the crucible. Probably throw you in it too. Mix it up and make niggas know. You can't admit I'm iller than you. Baby, you spar with your shadows. Cannabis and G-Rap though. Motherfucking professional and with the pros.
Go for hoes, big both rovers and clothes. A shot blow on them counts of phones. She a kind of proud with the bros. Foul mode, quick reaches. Spit with the fevers to your drip leaders. Flip divas, the big seagull, the strip to their tits and beaver. Ship Prince and sniff, coke off the Peter. Yeah, we ball big, baby, loco off the meters. You see us in movie star status. Squad labs, long cabbage. Pick the Pablo Escobar fabric. Froze the Roby Joes, not a pretty route. Nitty out, grimy and gritty out. Stack dope, jiggy out. Down bitches behaving like the sex slaves, kizzy out. Some nigga busy spout, titties out, busy mouth. Swerve to the curb, let the birds spit the kitties out. We kidnap for trap, blackmail for king of mail. Spot banger with tails, fish scale rocks under the fingernails. The blood trail leads to a corpse. Feed my appetite for greed with a torch. For keys to a Porsche, the breeze in the law. Real on my hand, she's in the floor. Squeeze off, no need for remorse. Player, 40 wild wounds, we 40 cow wounds. You down 45 domes for 40 cow wounds. Let's walk a report to my shorty style room. Being kinda dead, spread up be a 40 miles on, nigga. What, nigga? You know the more we at. Coming at you, nigga. 20-pound style, nigga.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, we have a blessed opportunity today. You know, we're gonna go ahead and get into some ideas about historical development of technique throughout the ages. Now, if you guys missed way over 20 hours of explanations, right? Where we talked about where we're going to place technique within the development of human history, right? So, you know, we talked about the origins of technique. We talked about the definition of technique. And this is all according to Jacques Ellul, right? The work Technological Society, right? Or kind of reflecting on this work here, you know, and moving through his ideas and concepts that relate to the development of the historical aspects of technique. And of course, he distinguishes technique from several different things, right? He distinguishes it from mechanics, right? He distinguishes it from economics, right? He also distinguishes it from various sociocultural manifestations, which he then talks about these ideas largely taken from people like Lewis Mumford, that talked about, the consolidation of technique, right? And how technique develops. Obviously, technique has a different sort of development, right? It doesn't develop like cultures, right? Cultures disseminate, um, you know, um, particularly through, different ethnic ideas, and they don't spread, very much, outside of their geographical setting, right? But technique has the ability to compound on different forms of technique, right? And it could go cross culturally, right? It could do very many things that culture cannot do, right? So, in terms of economic systems and the organization of economic systems, right? Alul talked about there's many, ideas that measure economic values or economic success, right? So these techniques are classed among, non-mechanical forms of technique, right? So economics itself is rife with examples of, technique that is based on methods, right? So technique is more properly understood as the ensemble of means according to Ellul, right? So we came to that definition, right? And so we're shopping for ideas in terms of defining, the technological landscape, right, that we're a part of, right? Yeah, and I'd like to welcome all of our guests here. Blessings, guys. Thank you guys for joining us.
Yo, what up, man? I apologize. I've been busy taking care of family shit the past couple of months.
It's all good. Blessings. I appreciate your time, for sure.
Thank you, TML.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but if you guys are joining me from last few times, right? We got into, and now we're a little bit advanced in the saga here. So I'm gonna move past, these preliminary concepts of symbols and technique and human consciousness and the extrapolation of tools and mechanics and looking at nature as technology and all these metaphysical ideas, right? And I'm kind of narrowing in more, and then we looked at social techniques and the extrapolation of social techniques, and we looked at all of these ideas in relation to things like philosophy, right, or agriculture, right, or other means of simple tools, right, for example, right, that these were sort of cross-cultural means, right? They united various cultural forms together, right? They constituted and developed those large empires, right? So large empires coincided with the development of these new technologies, right? So essentially these techniques, right, comprised of social techniques, right, that led to ideas such as the autocratic government. Right now, the autocratic state is the precursor of the technological state, right? One of the ideas that it creates, right, is universalism, right? And this idea of, universal means, right? For example, this equality-based ethos, right, that's created through the scientific worldview, right? Okay, all these ideas are necessary to bring about a world system, right? Right, because technique doesn't discriminate between forms of culture and forms of nationality and all that type of stuff. And it's already way beyond that, right? Okay, if right, that's been going on in the news recently. Right, so this idea, that we're gonna change the fabric, and it goes to how civilizations developed, right? Because it's obvious that Islam and Christianity, right, one of their reactions against Judaism was this idea of, the chosen people. So I wanted to develop this idea of universal
rights, right? Okay, and we're still in that stage of it, that it's rights, rights, right? Because they're still concerned with having correct rituals, right? Okay, and they're still concerned with the theopolitical state, okay, which is not seen in the modern secular society, right? As we'll see that, there are certain ideas within Christianity, right, that ellul says, and he's correct in stating this, right, that basically, they basically slowed down the development of technique, okay, throughout the ages. Okay, so this is a conventional view, right? This is a conventional view, right? We've heard lots of other type of views, right, that Christianity led to, the scientific worldview, right? There's definitely people who claim that, right? And I think this actual story is much more complex than that, right? Right, because what they're really missing is this idea of Hellenistic thought, right, and its development throughout the Christian world, especially in Europe, right? So it's European society, right, that created this idea of autocratic government, right, that needed to supplant this idea of universalism, which then becomes the perfect precursor to the technological state, right? Because technique doesn't care about, as I said, cultural divisions, right? So once the social techniques are one form of cultural assimilation, right? Right. The technocratic means are a form of cultural, not only cultural assimilation, but also cultural derangement, I think. I mean, right? Because there's lots of means in which new technologies, right, through these ideas, right, they create sort of limited hangouts, right? And also there's the concept of corporate espionage, that's sort of, corralling people into these limited hangouts, right? So, because global corporations are basically pseudo-governmental entities, right? In the technocratic state, right? That's how it goes, right?
Well, aren't corporations like literally like a creation of the government? They're basically like a legal fiction.
Yeah, I mean, I think that legal fiction is a concept that, maybe corporations and banks created, right?
I mean, yeah, like none of them would exist without a government.
Yeah, I mean, would what would Boeing and Lockheed Martin do without governments?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, without a government, I mean, to like, back up their claims and back up and have arbitration for, I mean, all of their like legal, I mean, debts and, I mean, problems with vendors, all these type of things, they wouldn't exist. I mean, they flat wouldn't exist. But I wanted to show you. I've been thinking about that technique thing, right, recently, and the reasons why it is that where we are, right. On my thing, it says Italian speakers in Italy at the time of Italian unification, 1861, right. There's one guy, according to this one dude, that said 2.5% of the population spoke Italian in 1861. Today, 85%, due to like immigration, speaks, Italian, right? And how they did this, how they went from having people who had regional dialects and cultures and all these type of things and turning them into being like Italians, right, was through compulsory schooling. And that's the ultimate technique with society, especially like modern technocratic
I'm
society.
sorry, I want to clarify your point there. everybody in Italy did speak Italian, but it was a regional dialect form. But what you're saying is that the Venetian Italian was made the official Italian of all Italy, and then they were all forced to speak that. I think, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was Venetian. I think it was
Florence.
Tuscan. So it was either Tuscan or Genoan. It was one of the two dialects that they chose. Right, that was more clear than all the rest of them. But basically, like, they unified the language, just like France. France was the same thing, right? France like had 50% of the people spoke like actual French, and even that. And by the way, Italy had a lot of places, like especially in Sicily, that flat out didn't speak Italian at all, right? And they unified the nation through compulsory schooling. They eliminated all those cultures, right? And this is what they do in modern societies in order to get you to be able to work towards the machine and towards like all the things that they want you to work towards, especially when you start talking about things like social studies and pledging allegiance to the flag, you know what I mean? Stuff like this, right? Actually, I just did a video on this today. That's why I have all this like readily available, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I have all these things like just readily available at the moment because I was literally like going through this in one of my videos today. Like, this is how they get you to, like, you know, I mean, work towards it. This is a social technique right here.
Yeah, 100%. Right. And, you know, actually, one of the ideas about, you know, public school in this country, you know, instituted by Thomas Jefferson, right, who wanted to make these ideas of republicanism, right, and he wanted to institute stronger ideas of local government, right, and his idea was that people should get education on civic values and civic responsibilities, right, so they should create public schools to get people to basically understand how to use the local government, I mean, right, and the various institutions, you know, in the city, you know what I mean, and so they could become a part of the political framework. You know what I mean, so but in the time today, you know what I mean, right? It's true that you know, corporations, you know, wouldn't exist without governments, but today, you know what I mean, right? There's international market, right? So whether or not governments exist, right, corporations would still be able to you know, would presumably still be able to sell goods, but also there's monopolistic um you know, arms, like for example like Lockheed Martin and like Boeing and stuff, right, where, you know, the technological advancement or capacity is actually driving, you know what I mean, you know, the power or how they shape various you know, structures within their government and even some of their regulatory agencies. So, you know, we have a situation now where it's palpable that technology is objective power, and right, that both economic means and political means are governed by technological means, right, and that's happening in many different areas, I mean, right, and here if we go to ellul, right, you know, where we're basically at is, you know, to very much summarize, right, because I got to move past, right, because we're going and ruminating on these ideas for very long, right, and now we're going into another area in which I have lots of things to say, and my knowledge about the Roman Empire and all that stuff is not that great, right, but those ideas about the spread of social techniques, right, within Greece, right, and subsequently through the Hellenistic region, you know, through the Alexandrian you know, conquest, right, basically, you know, comprised in lots of ideas that I don't think that ellul particularly captured. I know that his method here is not to present you know, a great historical analysis or make points about the development of technique in history, but just observe the definition of technique by looking at various civilizations and their development. What is known about those civilizations and their development, right? So you could see how, in a sense, Ellul doesn't want to really stray too much from, right, the general protocol, right? Because it's not his project, right? So he might as well just go along with whatever the scholars have. So generally, yes, they talk about Greece and Rome and then Christianity and then the 16th century, so, since my idea was not to particularly, talk about, particular, make points about history itself, right? But I wanted to look at the development of certain architectonic systems, throughout history. Right, I kind of focused on the same major areas, right? But also including the 11th century, right, and the modern age in my analysis, right? And of course, Ellul is going to include the modern era. Most of the book is about the modern era, but he's concerned with the development of technique. Now, in the development of technique, he said that it was Oriental in nature because he's looking at magic as primitive technique, right? So you can't really understand this statement unless you understand what he means by magic as primitive technique, right? Okay. He's talking about systems that manipulate nature, okay, that look at nature as a standing reserve, right? Okay, put human capacity above nature, right? And he's not connecting it to much to this universal concept of technique, other than because most magical techniques were basically confined to cultural modes, right? And that's why I focused on the architectonic, right? There's certain social techniques, right? And obviously, you could talk about various, social techniques, like, for example, Plato and Confucius, right? To name a couple, right? Okay. Plato and Confucius, right? For 1500 years, right? They developed social techniques that led to a something that, as I said earlier, assimilated various cultural means, right? So, again, obviously, Ellul's focusing on Western culture and Western society. And, perhaps we could talk about the greater reason why that's true, right? Okay. Now we know that since the spread of, since the spread of, Greek, philosophy, right? Okay, so the Greeks did not accept their philosophical champions or giants, right? We talked about that, right? Okay, but it was various modes of cultural assimilation that had to bring about the rise of the thought of Plato and Aristotle, so to speak, right? Okay, and their dissemination into various cultural modes. Okay, so it was these large empires that had to come about, right? Same thing in China, right? It was this large empire that had to come about, right, during the Warring States period in order for Confucianism to take effect, right? Okay, once the large empire takes root, right, then they need a form of social technique that can assimilate various cultural modes, right? Okay, there they have several philosophies lying around, right, that compete within the cities of the empire, right, among the elites of the empire, right? Okay, so anyways, you know what I mean? What was special about this idea that spread from Greece, spread from Rome, spread to Europe, right? And then carried on in the 16th century, right? Okay. Now, I've explored this idea tons of times, right? We gave hours of lectures on the development of the scientific worldview, right? Hours of lectures on architectonic, right? Concepts, okay? Okay, such as history and religion and philosophy, right? Okay, that we feel are architectonic, right? Values that persist through time, okay? And we explain the architectonic as the act of creating symbols, right? And we explain symbols as primary essence of technique itself, right? Okay. So when we understand the spread of, you know, Aquinas knew all about Greek philosophy. See, that's the thing, right? You know, and they kept developing the ideas of Plato and Aristotle well into the 11th century, right? Both in the Islamic and the Christian world, right? So, so what was a similar? See, that's why I think that Ellul is, he's right and he's wrong, right? But then again, he's not taking a historical analysis, right? He's just using these examples to bring up or elucidate the role of technique in all this. And I think he's mostly right about the role of technique in all this, right? But again, in his preface, Ellul says, Plato and Aristotle don't matter, and Greek philosophy doesn't matter, right? Right, but obviously these modes that persisted for like 1,500 years.
Yeah, obviously it matters.
Obviously it matters, right? So when it goes to people like Scribina and their critique of him, I totally understand the critique, right? That Ellul and Kaczynski, they sort of drop the ball because they don't take a really deep analysis over the cultural sort of theological and philosophical issues. Now, when we look at the end of technological slavery, especially the correspondences with Dr. Scribina, we'll see that Kaczynski does sort of, pay close attention to these problems, and he's seeing, in the same sense that Ellul sees, right, that the religious values have caused technique to slow down, right? They've actually halted ideas about the myth of progress, right? And about scientific progress, right? Okay. And they've also halted ideas about materialism, right? Through the ascetic practice and other ideas that he talks about, right? We'll get into it, right? But yet,
wait,
still,
so does Dr. K, like, is he against asceticism from like a Christian perspective and thinks it's like kind of like a soft pillow or something,
Well, with Kaczynski, I think it's more of he thinks that well, as we'll see, you know what I mean, right? He begins making the point that primitive societies had more religion, and right. So as I quote there, he says that that the primitive societies that there is no human society that never had a religion. Right. And actually, when you go back in time, there's more religions, not less religions. Right.
Right.
Yeah, so he believes that there's a case that could be made that that art and religion, that they've been harmed by the spread of technique and the spread of technology, right? That all the and obviously he makes that case in several areas. So when he attacks the conservatives, in industrial society and its future, and also in technological slavery. So I mean, obviously Ellul's a Christian, so his point of view is going to be, obviously biased.
I mean, Christianity, I mean, in like all religions and all cultures throughout time, they halt the spread of progress and technique,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's what he
And
says.
technology.
Yeah, that's what he says. Yeah.
I mean, that's basic. Everybody should like understand that, just as a whole. Like that's why they don't
they don't understand it. Yeah.
What are you talking about? No, like wait, nobody, like everybody doesn't understand this.
Nope. I debated a dude, and he was saying that obviously I gave a whole presentation on this idea of Christian futurism, Islamic modernism, and Jewish nationalism. Right? There's three, so all three of these religions have been updated, and to the modern age. And not only that, as I was just saying, there's good proof that they caused the modern age, right? Because the ideas of the 16th century wouldn't have been possible to disseminate in the way they did if these
unless they had that format to sort of build off of, and then
they built off of the brute fact that Islam and Christianity had assimilated like so many different cultural modes, right? So that they didn't have to combine, let's say, Europe or like the Middle East, right, into like one cohesive group, right? So then these were already one uniform group, excuse me. And the fact is that technique, as Nietzsche said, especially industrial and mechanistic technique, it makes things active and uniform, right? It increases mobility, and it increases interconnectedness, and this concept of technological monism, right? When the system develops, it becomes more interconnected, right? And complexity breeds assimilation, right? As I keep stating, right? And it's one of my little memes or whatever. But yeah,
majority of Christianity today is not against technology.
Well, no, because technology protects them.
Exactly. They actually oppositely argue, right, that it's because of the cohesiveness that Christianity grants, right, that Islam creates tribal societies, right? So these ideas could never develop within an Islamic society because they don't have the cultural cohesiveness that Judeo-Christian values affords them, right? So you have all these people that have said, like Sam Harris and Michael Shermer, right, and all these atheist intellectuals, they say Christianity is way better than Islam, all right? They say, no, we're cultural Christians, we're Christian atheists, whatever they want to say, right? There's so many
whatever
of them
that means.
So many of them have come out and said that, right?
Right.
Because all they're trying to say is, like, what we are is we're pro-Jewish and anti-Muslim. That's what they mean.
Right.
What they really mean is accelerationism.
So they just see Christianity as sort of like an idealistic thing for like, your morals, where God's kind of a constitutional monarch. He's in his heaven and we're on our earth, and we'll delegate him there. He's not really real, So it's just, I don't know. It's kind of absurd.
Yeah, Chrislam.
Right. I mean,
Chrislam's crazy.
Me and Unseen are.
I mean, like they're like the issue is like they're completely wrong though. It's not about the fact that like Islam's more tribal. It's about the fact that like Islam is like they're actually more cohesive, and they end up like putting their beliefs in God's cultures, communities, like their families above, the economy. Like, that's the thing. It's like Christians give like no fucks whatsoever about their family or their community or like fucking anything else, but they just give a shit about like the fucking economy. They care
Hold
about
up,
earning.
boy. What you talking about, man?
Have you ever talked to a Christian in America?
Yeah, he's
Are they
talking about
willing-
like the American Christians.
Yeah,
like-
man. You need to like.
What?
There's some distinctions here, brother.
There's not. There's not.
Yes, there is, dude.
Yo, listen, y'all ain't out here bombing shit and blowing yourselves up for your fucking religion. You actually don't believe in shit.
Bro, you really don't know, man.
Yeah, but a majority of Muslims don't do that either. That's
Yeah,
But a
that
good
might
portion
be
of them
really
would.
extremist
And
kind of.
support it.
You're going extreme.
Yeah,
with it.
actually, Ellul takes that argument into consideration. You know, right? Here, let me see how he puts it. Give me 1 second. He says something about how Christians. Yeah, he says Christianity secularized nature. So this idea of anthropomorphism inside Christianity that we were seeing heavily in the ideas of Dr. Ananias, I believe his name was, right? So you know what I mean, right? That idea that reason, that God put in humanity is there to elevate nature.
Oh, the
right?
theistic evolution.
Yeah, the
that whole
idea of theistic
craziness.
evolution, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ellul kind of strikes that concept down. He says that's not he says that's not an accurate interpretation of Christianity or its impact on the world. Right?
It's
so
not, but they think it is. That's the
Yeah.
scary part. So,
So,
it's like
so he
the
kind of
Antichrist version.
Yeah, he kind of disagrees with that, and obviously we looked at Nietzsche, so we've heard some powerful arguments in the opposite direction. All right, so it is what it is. All right, but obviously Ellul's not looking at Nietzsche. He doesn't care about Nietzsche. All right, most people don't. Obviously Kaczynski doesn't care about Nietzsche either. Obviously in the technological slavery, right? They asked him. So, I gave a whole explanation of this in Machine Lines episode 7. We brought in Rousseau, we brought in Nietzsche, we brought in Thomas Carlyle, and right, we brought in Henrik Skolmowski into the discussion, right? So we brought many people into the discussion there. All right, so go and check that out if you guys want. Right, and of course we brought in Kaczynski and tons of Nietzsche there. Right, but there's no need to think that Nietzsche has a definitive view on this subject. Right, obviously there's lots of critiques that can be made. Right, but and I've sent actually Unseen Warfare one of the most brilliant critiques in the form of G.K. Chesterton's Orthodoxy, right? He gives a brilliant critique of Nietzschean ideas, right? In that, right? So yeah.
Oh, is that the thing you sent me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, audiobook. Yeah.
Father Seraphim Rose wrote a book called Nihilism, The Root of the Revolution in the Modern Age, and that deals with most of Nietzsche's thoughts, because he was.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He
You
was
said
really
another
big
one out
into
there, yeah.
Nietzsche, and I highly recommend that book.
Yeah, I
mean,
like
it's
that. Yeah, I
unreal.
think it's about time. You know what I mean, right? There's a lot of guys, like a lot of like soft type of guys that are like, we figured everything out because we read Nietzsche. So these people need to be slapped down.
Yeah, I hate them so much. Like,
Yeah,
they're
I
like,
hate those
listen,
people, yeah.
look, I'm from PA, right? And like the Philadelphia Eagles play in Pennsylvania, right? But Philadelphia Eagles fans are literally the worst human beings who have ever lived in the history of mankind. And so therefore you can't be a fan of the Eagles. It's the same way with Nietzsche. I got turned off from Nietzsche from having to talk to the people who read his shit because they're
Yeah, the
horrible.
people who read Nietzsche are terrible people. So if you see people who read Nietzsche, probably stay away from. Probably stay away from.
You
Guess
take
I should hide all my
Rose's
Nietzsche
approach
books.
to it. He's like calling them mutations. You know what I mean? He's like, you're like subhuman. You're not even human anymore. You're something else. I mean, he doesn't hold any punches back with him because he sees that same thing we're sort of talking about here. This like unbearable nihilism. So
Nietzsche himself comes off as a crank to me. So
Yeah, but he kind of is against nihilism. I guess the whole point is that Nietzsche thinks that Christianity is nihilism, And so Christians think that because obviously Nietzsche denies the truth, he's a nihilist, right? So you know what I mean. So there's you know, this back and forth, and besides, they believe that Nietzsche's belief system is pretty much vacuous, which it pretty much is, because Nietzsche gives no positive recommendations. He just gives negative critiques. So there's very little to build on with Nietzsche, right? And right,
be the Ubermensch, man. You know what I mean? You got to be the Ubermensch.
yeah, and that's obviously edited by his sisters and the Nazis. So
yeah, but it
we
didn't
don't
work
even
for him. Being an Ubermensch didn't work for Nietzsche, so he couldn't figure it out. How can I figure it out?
Yeah, the will to power is
Guess
posthumous.
you had to be a Chad then.
Yeah,
And
yeah, the
always,
stuff we read is not his posthumous stuff. It's the stuff he wrote and oversaw the release of during his lifetime. Right, so there's a good distinction to be made that if you read Will to Power, you read this Ubermensch stuff. You know, right? That stuff's way after Nietzsche was already dead. They're trying to, you know, basically formulating these ideas by looking at his journals and stuff. Nobody knows how much of that stuff is stuff he would have wanted to, you know, put out there. You know?
yeah, I
So
always
I've
felt
heard
like
that.
any
Oh,
philosopher, right, as a whole, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if like you reach their age, you probably know as much as they do because they didn't live in your world and you didn't live in theirs, right? Like none of them had to deal with the internet or, you know what I mean, like modernity and cell phones and all these, like, so a lot of it's probably not going to apply to you anyway, you know what I mean? So just, you know, build yourself, build your wisdom, and be that individual. And like, yo, don't worry about like their philosophical nonsense because it doesn't make any fucking sense to me anyway when it comes down to it.
I strongly
Well, it's
disagree.
influenced the modern age, though. Like, you know, there is no truth. That all truth is subjective. That this whole idea permeates the modern age, and it's a lawless mentality. And what it ends up happening is it turns men into beasts, whether they know it or not.
I'm the Appalachian gorilla, son. I'm a pan-gender Bolivian flute playing gorilla king whose proper pronoun is a pimp named Slickback.
Men always have been beasts.
Always. It's what we are. We're animals. It's what we're supposed to be. Shit, man. Much rather be a coyote than a house pet, to be honest with you.
Same
I
here.
thought you were a Christian, Pinoid.
All right, man. I am Christian, but like, what does that say today?
Not much, in my opinion.
Like, come on now. You know what I mean? Like, you know, how many Christians are out here like literally like sentencing their own fellow like people to death? You know what I mean? And like just walking over homeless people. Like, how many motherfuckers go on? Like, how many Christians? Wait.
I think
How many?
it takes a whole lot more strength to believe in God than it doesn't.
No. How many Christians go on mission trips to Africa but won't help a homeless person on their block?
I need to do a poll. I don't know. It's probably a lot.
No, it's a lot. Right, I'll be real. Like, I got two little brothers. They've been on mission trips to Africa, done all this stuff. Legit, man. They won't even come around their own family. You know,
Yeah,
just how that works.
It's like Maimonides said, and this is a good quote, you know, right? And then I'm gonna move on with this, you know, right? But he said that you know, he said that he doesn't like Christianity, but he likes Christians. And then he said he likes Islam, but he doesn't like Muslims. So that's really fun. So it's really funny. It's a really hilarious quote.
Gandhi said, "Yo, listen, I love you, Jesus, and your Christ. He's a great man. Like, I just wish your Christians would act more like him."
Yeah, I think that's a definitive quote for the modern situation. Right, but yeah, I mean, but here it goes. Yeah, and that's how, you know, I think there's even some Muslims that would agree with them. We'd rather hang out with some Christians, right? All right, but all right, because let's face it, Muslims are assholes sometimes, all right? But yeah, let's.
I mean, like, yo, Muslims have rules. I like people with rules, right? Like if you got a rule, like you have a moral code, I can deal with you. But like, if you just do whatever and then go like, man, listen, Jesus will forgive me because I can just ask for forgiveness anytime. Like,
yeah, the top two reasons why Muslims would rather hang out with Christians is bacon and bitches. But anyways, right, let's move on.
What does that say about Christians?
But let's move on. All right,
the guilty pleasure of bacon.
Yeah. Yeah, and
I
on
love
that
it.
note, we move
That's
to
haram.
Christianity and Technique by ellul. Blessings.
Yes, please do.
I mean, he says, the East, passive, fatalist, contemptuous of life and action. Oops. Shit. That's pretty harsh. The West, active, conquering, turning nature to profit.
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching. Indeed. Right. These contrasts, so dear to popular sociology, are said to result from a difference in religion. Buddhism and Islam on the one hand, on the other hand, Christianity, which is credited with having forged the practical soul of the West. Okay, I'm going to blow past that statement. I've already talked about. I don't agree with a lot of his historical critiques. He's giving a view of a biased, Frenchman, living in the 19th century, whatever. But anyways, let's move on there. I'm right, but because obviously there's a lot of warrior ethos inside of Islam, right? So to say it's not conquering, I'm sure that a lot of Christians would protest at that statement, right? And then so that's just one example. We're not going to delve into the whole thing, but he's saying that in popular sociology, so he's made that distinction, right? So let's go. It says Christianity, which is credited with having forged the practical soul of the West. That's a key point, right? And by West, I think it's important to not just say West. I think it's important to say Europe, right? Because let's face it, we're talking about European society, right? Okay, and by Europe, I'm talking about main three: French, British, and German, right? Even though there's a lot more to it, right? And obviously, it could be argued, but I think that and
No English? Or
yeah, the British, the British, yeah, the British, French, and the Germans, right? And I think that's because of three reasons, right, that I gave personally, right? Empiricism, rationalism, and idealism. Okay, there's your three reasons, right? But here it says these ideas are hardly beyond the level of rote repetitions found even in the works of serious historians. It is not for me to examine religious doctrines in themselves or as absolute if unrealized dogma, but rather to interpret them sociologically. After all, I'm not writing theology. Okay, so some of my disagreements are based on the fact that I've written a work, right, in political theology, right, and I think that that should be a primary issue, right, because that's what really developed for 1,500 years, right, and that was eventually abandoned with the rise of the autocratic state. But he says here, this being the case, it is obvious that certain statements call for modification. For example, the assertion that the consequences of the teachings of Muhammad, the Islamic conquest of the 7th century, are evidence of pacifism. This might also be said of the determined Islamic resistance to Western encroachments during the last 2 centuries. We attribute to Buddhist indifferentism the remarkable artistic, political, and military development in India from the 2nd to 5th century. Okay, in fact, however, these civilizations were little advanced technically, though they had developed in many other areas. What's the point? Here, ellul makes a point, very important for our analysis, right? He says Christianity in Russia, on the other hand, gave rise to a mystical civilization that was indifferent to material life and had no technical drive. Okay, no interest in economic exploitation. Ah, yes, is the reply. But Christianity in Russia had Eastern overtones. Here, then, indifference to technique would appear to be a question of temperament and not religion. And this is true that, you know, obviously, you know, if one examines, you know, Christianity and Islam, right, although they were much more higher forms of assimilation, right, than the tribal modes of religion that existed before then, right, they still developed along cultural lines, especially in the modern world. One could perceive it that way, right? We looked at the, you know, Samuel P. Huntington, Clash of Civilizations, you know what I mean, that whole idea, you know, right? So, you know, there's something to say for that, right? And I think obviously, you know, everyone from obviously Samuel P. Huntington to Solzhenitsyn saw it this way, right? But I mean, let's go further here. You know what I mean? It says another embarrassing fact. When in her decline, Greece applied herself to technical inquiry and development of industry, she looked to East for methods. Okay, I don't know what he means by this, right? Does he mean Egypt or Persia, right? I don't even know, right? And in the first century, when Rome, the perfect example, or does he mean Mycenae, right? Anyways, and in the first century, when Rome, the perfect example of the technical spirit in antiquity, took up industry, she also turned to the East for industrial techniques. The refining of silver, gold, glass making, the tempering of weapons, pottery, ship construction, and so on. All these techniques came to Rome from the East, either early through the Etruscans or much later after the conquest. We are far indeed from being able to support this traditional cleavage between East and West, and in fact, during the classical antiquity, it was the East which had possessed the concrete, inventive mind that grasps the truth and exploits it. The West is making a prodigious advance in technique at the present, and the West is traditionally Christian. Okay? So, the rise of the world technological system, right, from European society, okay, that's a fact that I think historians will examine, right, in the coming 10 years, right? I've done my best to already offer a statement because I think that's where things are headed, right? I've seen many different attempts at offering a answer to that question, right? So I can see that that's where things are headed, right? But yeah, I mean, definitely the outlines of that whole mystery, right, of the innovative spirit, right? Okay. Nor can it be maintained that Christianity is negligible factor in that advance. Okay, he says. Okay, so I wonder if he says anything about that, right? The West was officially Christian until the 14th century. Thereafter, Christianity became controversial, was breached by other influences. We talked at length about what those influences were. Okay, during the 14th century, right? Okay, we don't think it was just Martin Luther, right? That's very simplistic, right? Okay. But what do we find from technical standpoint in the so-called Christian era, the period from the 4th to the 14th centuries, the sociological movement? First, we observe the breakdown of Roman technique in every area on the level of organization, as well as construction of cities and industry and transport from the 4th century to the 10th century. In fact, there was a complete obliteration of technique and conditions so developed, so deplored, that it became the focus of anti-Christian polemic, and rightly so. It was because the Christians held the judicial and other technical activity in such contempt that they were considered the enemies of the human race. It's the same with Islam and Christianity, right? Tons of polemics by the philosophers against Christians, against Muslims. Okay? Those types of people who, thought that Aristotle was just as important as the Bible or the Quran, right? Okay, they wrote polemics against their co-religionists, right? for instituting these means, right? And then hampering scientific progress as a result, right? Okay, we see that in the writings of Avicenna, right? We see it in the writings of the Aristotelian philosophers, right, of the Christian world, right? Um, people like Dante. Okay.
One say he wrote against Christianity, you see?
He put people in his heaven that the church didn't really approve of. So
Oh,
that's the
see.
proof I give of that. Right. Right. So, and you know, like for example, Aristotelian philosophers, right? He put Aquinas in like the highest part of heaven, by the way. Right?
Wow.
So
That's a vote of confidence if I ever saw one.
yeah, yeah. So Aquinas is like next to like Paul and Jesus at this point, right? For him.
Sheesh.
All right. But I think he calls him something. He calls him something fantastical, like King of those who know, or something like that. I mean, but yeah, yeah. It says here, it was because the Christian held judicial and other technical activity in such contempt that they were considered the enemies of the human race, and not only because they opposed Caesar. Okay. Okay, so definitely the early church being oppositional to Rome, right? Okay. But one could also argue that it's Christianity that allowed the Roman system to spread to Europe, right? In some small sense, right? Although that's a whole different type of idea, right?
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Like in terms of they had lots of like for example, like Aquinas, right? Being developing Aristotle's philosophy, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, the Romans like conquered, a lot of the empire in Europe long before Christianity became a thing. Like in Rome.
Yes, but it's Christianity that unified the Europeans, right?
Right.
I mean,
And
it was
Christianity
wine.
did conquer Rome. Huh.
Yeah, but it was wine that conquered the Europeans.
Yeah, yeah. There's two ways of looking at the situation, and historians have argued. And I've gone over this many times, right? It's either that as Unseen said, Christianity conquered Rome, right, or right, Christianity significantly weakened Rome.
Mhm.
Rome dissolved, and then whatever Christianity was spread to Europe, and then unified Europe. All right.
Yeah, I mean,
But either
because
way,
like, yeah, Christianity came from the South, right? From the South and from the Levant, right? And it was something like, God, when oh God, I forget his name at this point because I'm blanking. But when Rome became Christian, right, and actually like transferred to Christianity, like 60% of the empire, but it was not north; it was south, was all Roman. Right, it was all the guys in like northern Africa and Egypt and well not Egypt Egypt too, but Libya, no, Syria, Mesopotamia, those areas that they had conquered, right? Greece, those are the people who were Christian, right? And then that spread into like Italy itself, right? But that didn't go up to the north. Like in the north, that was where like literally Charlemagne had to go in and like convert them into being Christians. right?
Yeah, I mean, there's various ways of looking at it.
Christianity didn't like help Rome in Europe. You know what I mean? Wine did. Wine helped them a lot. Like it was guys getting drunk.
They wouldn't have adopted it if it wasn't a strategic decision to unify and consolidate power.
No, it was just the so Christianity was this so as Rome was bringing in a lot of slaves because their birth rate was kind of suffering because urbanization's a thing. And their women and the slaves became Christian. And then basically they henpecked their husbands to like convert over and go to church, all that type of stuff. And, eventually it got to the point where like the nobles were trying to be like, we're good people, and they ended up becoming, like Christian that way. Like a lot of the rural parts of, the Roman Empire, like Rome, the central part of Rome, like still didn't want to convert. They were forced converted. It wasn't like it wasn't really like a strategic thing. It was literally just the women and the slaves basically spread it inside of Rome itself. Yeah. Christianity is a slave religion. It always has been.
All right, Nietzsche. All right.
It is a slave religion. Nietzsche ain't wrong about that.
Yeah, Nietzsche ain't wrong.
So what about Constantine? That never happened? That wasn't a strategy?
So what happened with Constantine was that he had a dream, and God told him to put the sign of the cross on his shields, and his men would win the war. He wins the war. The sign of the cross appears in the sky. And, we have the evidence that he converted and the whole nation was pagan. Why would he do that? I think that, why would we look at the text and say, well, this person's just a fool? I don't think that's foolish. I think that's what happened.
Once the Roman Empire became Christian, that's when they started to imperialize.
Constantine's mother, Helena, right? Like literally like fucking kept pushing Christianity on him.
Yeah, but he had a dream, and that's how he ended up converting. I mean, whether she prayed for him or wanted him to or not, it really... at the end of the day, it was his decision. And then when he did, he went that direction. So called the first council, his whole people, including himself, was a pagan. It's a pretty, major move to make. Why would you do that?
Seems legit to me.
Lol, Hank.
Because the only people that did, were Christians were underground, really. They were in the catacombs. Because if they were above ground, they'd get killed. They'd be, put meat on their bones and throw them to the lions. And it wasn't just women. It was men. And they were confessing, So.
Yeah, again...
tortured. So it's not
this was extremely rare.
These are men that are
this
saying,
was very rare.
I'm willing to die for what I believe. I'm not going to light an incense to a pagan god. I'm not going to do it. Well, if it wasn't true, why wouldn't they just light the incense? They wouldn't die if they did. Something was strong enough for them to say, I'm not going to light this incense.
Oh, that's interesting. Does that apply to the witches that were burned in America? Is witchcraft true now too, since they died for what they believed in?
Yeah, altogether, there was only 3,500 Christians that were ever killed for anything.
That's not true. There was over 100 million in Russia in the 1930s.
In Rome.
Oh.
And Russia didn't have 100 million people at that time. So there was not 100 million.
Specify.
I said in Rome. I said in Rome.
Does Russia have 100 million people yet?
Yeah, they do. I think they have like 140 million right now.
Oh, okay. Well, that won't last long.
Yeah, listen, everybody's on the decline. I got some cool evidence about China too. China might actually have like 600, 700 million people right now. That shit's crazy. But listen, man, like all this is nonsense. This is all just like anti-paganistic, you know what I mean, fucking rhetoric.
I agree.
I think it's the truth, and your side's probably rhetoric, but that's just
no. I mean, why would it be? No, right? It's just like literally, like remember back when they were pushing like the witch trial thing, right? And everybody come to find out
that's
there was
not us.
There was
That
only
the
there was only
Protestants. There's a
13
difference
people.
between Orthodox Christians and Protestant Christianity that developed in a whole nother time period in the 1500s.
No. I'm saying there's been a lot of this, just like the whole Spanish Inquisition. Come to find out, it was only 4,000 people. Right, like all this is nonsense. Like all these things, just nonsense. In the end of the day.
Well, my point is just like, okay, yes, one is the true Christianity that came from the apostles, and whatever else is going on, there's other sects that call themselves Christians, but they're not necessarily Christians. They have different teachings. And then if you go back and say, well, Christianity did this, and there's no specification, and it's just all of Christianity is lumped into being the same thing, it's just not.
It was a slave and woman religion. It still is today.
What you need to understand is, Pino, is that
if that was
Jesus
true, why are
wasn't
there
really
so
a
many
Jew, he was
men
an Orthodox
involved
Christian
with it?
somehow.
That
Even though
in Orthodox
that
Christianity, it's a manly religion. Truthfully, it's not like a feminine religion. Maybe Protestantism is, where you're drinking crackers, eating, grape juice or something. But that's not really the case with the original religion. It's kind of like a conspiracy almost. It's just like the same conspiracy. It's like Constantine was, this evil guy or something. Like I don't. It's nonsense.
Once Rome turned into
Most rulers
Christian nation or empire, then they started to imperialize, and then the crown was Christian, and they started to imperialize, and that's how it spread out through the world and like South America and North America.
Yeah, I mean, they went through and like force converted like all the people in South America and Central America and North America, right? But that was a cultural thing that had almost nothing to do with like actual religion. And that's mostly because the religions were the ones who had the schools at that point. Right, but it is 100% a religion of females, right? And it's a religion of the downtrodden. It's just Christianity. It's harder for a rich man to get into heaven than a camel to go through the eye of a needle. All these type
one
of things.
True God, and it's not just the religion of women.
It is a religion of women.
Men or something of slaves. There's been kings and royalty throughout all of Christianity.
Do you not think that those kings didn't have harems?
Very strong people are Christians, and in fact, the heavyweight boxing champ right now is an Orthodox Christian. So what are you talking about?
How many bastards, right, did all those kings have?
A fuck ton. A literal fuck ton.
What are you talking about?
A man's personal sins don't have an effect on what a religion is. I mean, that's kind of sideways. I mean,
they're Christian outwardly.
I thought that was the whole point, was to have inward change.
Yeah, they don't inward change shit. They inward do whatever they want.
I mean, what we're talking about is kind of a blanket statement.
I mean, that's what aristocrats do.
I think we should get back to a little.
I mean, we can, but like, yeah, listen, religion of slaves, right? You know what I mean? And like Christianity.
Well, I'd
didn't
say you're a
spread
slave now to your own passions, man. I think you're more enslaved than a Christian's ever.
No. See, there's a difference between like doing as you're told and doing what you want. Men are always beasts, son. Better off to embrace the beast.
Let's get back to Jacques.
Yeah, Jacques obviously Christian, right? He thinks that in various ways Christianity, as I said, stopped the progress of technique, right? So he sees it as a positive and vital force. And also he's a he's sort of like an anarchist in a lot of ways, right? So this is what he says, right? It's fascinating, right? He says after the Christian triumph in Rome, there was not one great jurist left who could guarantee the life and value of of the Roman organization. Decadence? Question. No complete disinterest in such activity. St. Augustine devoted much of his De Civitate Dei to justifying the Christians in this respect and to denying that their influence was detrimental. Quote, they are good citizens, unquote, he proclaimed. They may have been so, but their focus of interest was nevertheless on something other than the state and practical activity. I shall now, I'm sorry, he says, I shall show later on that the technical state of mind is one of the principal causes of technical progress. Okay, the technical state of mind, right? So he says that Christianity sort of frees you from the sort of technical state of mind, right? And he says it makes you a good citizen, right? And also he says that actually it stops you from focusing on the state and practical activity, though, right? So it may weaken the state, right? Possibly, right? So he goes into that. He says it is not a coincidence that Rome declined as Christianity triumphed. The Emperor Julian was certainly justified in accusing the Christians of ruining the industry of empire, right? Julian the Apostate, right?
Because they didn't care about money. It didn't
Right.
move them. All they had their people, and everybody worked together too in those early Christian communities. So you'd be in a village, and your neighbors would help. You know, you'd all eat together. It was one community.
All right. Yeah, definitely. And damn, where was I? Son of a bitch. Oh yeah, Julian the Apostate. Yeah. And then he says after this period of decadence, for which of course Christianity was not solely responsible. Now this is a fascinating paragraph. It says, what does the historian find? The restoration under Christian influence of an active civilization, methodical, exploiting the riches of the world as a gift given by God to be put to good use? He says, not at all. Not at all. The society which developed from the 10th to the 14th century was vital, coherent, and unanimous, but it is characterized by a total absence of technical will. It was a-capitalistic as well as a-technical. He's talking about feudal society, right? Then he says, from the point of view of organization, it was anarchy in the etymological sense of the word, anarchy. And it was completely non-technical. Its law was principally based on custom. It had no social or political organization based on reasoned, elaborated rules. In all other areas, for example, in agriculture and industry, there was the same nearly total absence of technique. This was also true with regard to the military and principal activity of the time. Combat was reduced to its most elementary, to charging in a straight line and to hand-to-hand engagement. Only technical, architectural techniques, right? Not prompted by a technical state of mind, right? He says, little effort was made to improve agricultural and industrial practice in this time, right? There was no effort at useful creation, evidence of remarkable practical genius of the Christian religion. And when at the beginning of the 12th century, at the first very feebly a technical movement began to take form, it developed under the influence of the East, right? So Christianity got off very easy there, obviously, because, I think it's due to the fact that Ellul's a Christian, right? But I think that similar statements can be made about Islamic civilization, right? But the problem with both Christian and Islamic civilization, I think, how they don't get off so easy is because they consolidated and assimilated many cultural forms, right? So they're blamed today, right? But those same people who blame them never blame, liberal and democratic values for doing the same thing. And they don't
Aren't
take
liberal
any
and
critical.
democratic values carried by Christianity and Islam? It's kind of inseparable.
No. But they did piggyback on them, but they weren't carried through them, right? Because, as we sort of tried to explain, they sort of rejected the development of these things, right?
So how would liberalism come apart without Christianity or Islam? What's their path to it even existing?
I think it's has a lot to do with those ideas from Rome and Greece. You know what I mean? But that's just my theory, right? Obviously it's a mystery, right? And as I said, in the next 10 years, many people are going to be asking this question. How did technological civilization arise from European society? What's the uniqueness? Is it white people? Is it Christianity? Or just what is it? Right? What's so special about it? You know what I'm saying, right? All right. Is it the air? Is it people that come from the cold? what's the deal? What's the deal here? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, Hank?
I wouldn't blame just Rome because Christianity went the path through Rome too. So it's just I don't think it's like a giant hopper of ideas. So it's hard to distinguish.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, perhaps. And and then here we go. It says and I'm only gonna read for a tiny bit more, and then I'm gonna take a little musical break here. You know what I mean? And then I'll continue finishing off this section on Christianity and technique. There's only a couple more pages after I'm done reading this page here. Right? Yeah, it says the technical impetus of our civilization came from the East at first through the intermediary of the Jews and the Venetians, he says, and later through the Crusades. Okay, so everywhere he's blaming everyone else other than the Christians, right? So he's saying it's the Crusades, it's right, but obviously, you know, like like Hank is saying, how did the Christians get it from all these different groups, right? Right, but even so, it has limited itself to imitating what it had seen, except in art. Certain autonomous discoveries did take place, especially as a result of commercial necessity, and the development was much more intense than it had been under the Roman Empire. In fact, the Middle Ages created only one new complete technique, an intellectual technique, a mode of reasoning, scholasticism. The very name evokes its mediocrity. Okay. I mean, I think it was pretty dangerous, right? I think it's much more dangerous than he surmises, right? But because it set up schools, for example, right? But right. But yeah. With its gigantic apparatus, it was in and nothing but an extremely cumbersome formalism. It wandered for centuries in intellectual blind alleys, notwithstanding the prodigious intellects of men who used it and were deformed by it. The balance sheet shows no triumph. Even on the historical plane, I have to disagree with them there. Right, there's many achievements of scholasticism. I think empiricism and science came from scholasticism, right? So, all right, All right. You know, if those guys didn't take a hard look at Aristotle and those categories and put nature and man and all these categories and all this type of stuff, they wouldn't have understood how to develop science and you know, epistemology and all these types of things, right? So you know, I don't think that the autocratic state could have developed that way, right? You know, personally speaking, right? But you know, that's my opinion, right? Obviously, I'm disagreeing with Jacques Ellul, so right, take that for what it is. I mean, right, the technical movement of the West developed in a world which had already withdrawn the dominant influence of Christianity. A point can doubtless be made of the effects of the Reformation. Okay, did the Reformation take away the dominant influence of Christianity on that society? You know, that's wild statement, right? A point can doubtless be made of the effects of the Reformation, but the economic consequences of this movement have been singularly exaggerated. In any case, this is not the place to take up this question. Yes, you know, run away a little. This is just seeming crazy. I mean, although practically speaking, it seems clear that Christianity was scarcely an important cause of technical progress, not to mention regression. It is it is nevertheless customary to hold that Christianity, with the theological point of view, paved the way for technical development. Okay, let us consider the two arguments advanced for this point of view. He says, first, and most important, it is held that Christianity suppressed slavery, the great obstacle to technical development. The moment men are free, they supposedly turn towards technique to be delivered from the misery of labor. Slavery was thus a hindrance to technique, became because no attempt was made, he says, either to relieve the miserable condition of the slave or to replace him other than the motive force. The second argument is more intelligent. That antiquity was possessed by a holy fear of nature and dared not to lay hand on the secret to which ancients were gods. They dared not to make use of natural forces, which to them were supernatural. Okay? Here's where he makes that point. He
That's
says,
also a Christian perspective, right? Or no? He's not saying that it's exclusively Christian.
He's comparing two ideas. He's saying that Christianity held natural forces, right, as as being controlled by supernatural forces,
Right.
right?
Okay.
And then he's saying the other view, that Christianity secularized nature, right? To oppose this view that Christianity totally secularized nature, it puts man above nature, as we're seeing some of those guys say,
Right.
you know, and obviously, you know, me and Unseen were taking issue with that, you know, because
So he is saying that contrary to that, it is that the ancestors were in awe and fear of nature rather than trying to subjugate.
Yeah. He's saying that this idea of anthropomorphism, right, or you know, transubstantiation in the Platonic sense.
I like Jordan Peterson's take on this. He basically said religion is a way for mankind to negotiate the future, right? So you can make a bargain with, you know, I mean, the future or nature by like making a sacrifice. You can, like, you know, say, hey, listen, you know, we would like, you know, I mean, our crops to, you know, I mean, be able to come in.
Yeah, that's how I use it.
Yeah. That's a lot of paganistic. That's a lot of religion as a whole. Because if I sacrifice today, then like tomorrow will be better.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess you know, in terms of and that's what we have to think about is that, you know, Peterson may be using his, you know, own tools because he's looking at it in a psychological way, and of course he's a Jungian, and right, so he's looking at it in a way of archetype. So obviously the whole idea of you know, Jungian archetypes presupposes sort of a sort of mythicist outlook, right? But in this whole concept here, and right, see, Ellul's kind of taking a sociological view of the issue. You know, how did the society develop? And you know, for the majority of society, you know, it was just based on like rural shit, like customs and stuff, right? So he's thinking, you know, and if you look at it, you know, if you read other you know, works, you know, like Leopold Kohr, you know, Breakdown of Nations, you know, and you see that people had more freedom in the times of kings and queens than they even have in democratic society. Why? Because there's like no police and stuff. Right? You know,
that's a lack of technology.
Too.
Yeah,
that's a lack of technology though.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. In the end of the day. Right. So like, you know, that's that whole, like, you know, the reason why like our police are able and our governments are able to do what they do today, you know, I mean, is because of, you know, I mean, the telegraph and then the radio and then the telephone and then the camera and then, you know, I mean, just all these mass communication things and these databases, you know, it stops us from being able to, it allows them to be able to reach out and touch us much quicker. You know, back in the day, like how long would it take you to be able to travel across Europe? You know, I mean, or even across like Germany or Italy or whatever the case is, it would take you days. Right now, you can get from the north to the south of Italy, and you know, I mean, it really take a jet, take you, you know, 2 hours. You know what I mean? All in. This is kind of the difference of where we are. It's a technological thing, which of course comes back to technique again.
But TML, what was the point of you mentioning that? That more freedom, less policing.
Just that, you know, under kings and queens, you know, you know, there's less, you know, that people think that, you know, you're more free in democratic society. It's not the case.
Right, which is a falsehood. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like Pinoid is saying, you know, add on technology, you know, obviously more technology, less freedom. This is the point.
That doesn't follow.
Right, of course, it's counterintuitive, right? But it's true.
No, it's not true because less technology, less power. So otherwise, you just get freedom.
How do you make the link? You have to.
Are you conflating power with freedom?
Power and technology.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like Reddington said too. You gotta link power with freedom too, you know, because some might say power. If you have more power, that means that you have ability to control others.
Yeah, because the maximum freedom's a wild animal with no assets, no ability to change the environment.
Yeah, that's the least amount of technology.
Yes.
But
more freedom, less technology, more freedom.
You're claiming a wild animal is the most free.
Yeah,
it is.
But you have to prove it. You can't just say it.
It is the most free.
Well, let's. I guess we need to define freedom then. So if you define freedom as lack of technology, then the wild animal is the most free. Assuming it's doesn't have technology like a beaver or
anything that like the definition of freedom is having not having restriction from an outside power.
Yeah, if we go with that, the wild animal is most free, but it doesn't have much power. It can't really control their.
Yeah. I mean, who says? I mean, less technology, more power. Nobody said that. I said there's more. The less technology you have, the more freedom you have.
Yeah, which I would agree with. I think.
Speaking of which, I just got I got my reach taken away on Twitter, bro. What? I didn't even do nothing.
Yo, man, listen, you can't be talking about H-1B visas against Elon, man. Stop that.
Dude, I didn't say nothing, bro. All
Elon wants your job.
I post patristic stuff like text. I think it's World Orthodoxy, man. I think I pissed off Jay Dyer or something.
No, Jay Dyer would protect, but Jay Dyer has no power on there.
He blocked me the other day, man.
Oh, he blocked you?
I thought he was Orthodox.
You have no power here.
Orthodox. I'm true Orthodox. We beefing.
Ortho, unortho,
on
world
site.
violence.
I don't know. I think that any religion that relies on like men's ideas are fucking dumb.
I think you're dumb, dude.
Not seriously. Like if you don't have like cultural aspects tied into it with your community, it's fucking stupid.
What do you think holy traditions are?
Yeah, I mean, like I wish they had something to do with your community. That'd be all. I grew up Roman Catholic. You know, what I mean, the Catholic neighborhood, like the church was like the center of everything, but that doesn't exist anymore.
Sure, it does.
Definitely not.
Doesn't exist.
Yes, it does. Like, what are you talking about?
In Europe?
In America, go to an Orthodox.
Where?
What are you talking about?
Where?
Yeah, plus modern churches are more like parasitic organisms. It's not really organizing to the
They're not parasitic.
Church is like family, dude.
Nah, they just don't. They don't run the town anymore, right?
Yeah.
Like back in the day, they ran the town, which was cool because like they ran charity and football and Boy Scouts and bingo, and like they had counseling services. They set up babysitters for people. You know, I mean, they did all the stuff for everybody, right? You know what I mean? And so like they were the center of the town, and they were great. And then like it just got destroyed during the 90s and 2000s. You know what I mean? When like these people, everybody wanted their kid to go to college and become some like technocratic like piece of garbage. You know what I mean? And it just all fell to shit.
And you know who runs the town now? Corporations and universities.
Yeah. And how's that going?
It's not that bad, but it could be better.
It's terrible.
It's
fucking terrible. Everybody's atomized.
H.W. Bush took over is when the church really started to, decline.
Yeah. Well, divorces, you know, I mean, technology.
I don't say it's horrible, but it's mid. We could do better, but it's not horrible.
It's horrible.
Yeah,
but I'm not going to replace my mic in less than a day, so I think it's okay.
I mean, listen, no. We're talking about human connection, not your ability to get cheap shit.
If my mic didn't work, I couldn't talk to you.
Yeah,
So
again,
that's
listen,
human
yeah. Look, you're not supposed to
Hey, you don't
talk
need
to
a
me.
mic to talk. You have a tongue. Like,
Yeah,
come
go
on.
outside and talk to
I'll
people
go
in the
outside
neighborhood.
and scream across a continent, and you can hear me. That's silly.
That's kind of the point, right? That's what we're
silly.
saying.
I can't
No.
go outside and scream across the continent, you can hear me. That's ridiculous.
Like when you had a church running a town, right, and you just felt lonely, you could go to church and like hang out with people in your town who like you knew and they knew you growing up, and so like and you ran like a real connection with them, and like you had other people around you, so you didn't have to be alone.
Yeah, I tried that last year. They just wanted me to cut their lawn, and then they talked past me the rest of the time. So
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. This one, Christians today are trash. I said this
You
earlier.
always complain, bro. Like,
Trash.
you always complain. Like, it's like everybody hates me. Nobody likes me. Nobody talks to me. I don't have a girlfriend. Like, come on. Like, change your story.
I don't always say that. You don't listen to me at all. I don't always say
How do
that.
you not have one? I have 4.
For what?
They
girls.
Problem.
Well, I don't have mind control powers. I can't force them to like my appearance. Because that would be bad. That would make officers right about
Last night, man, New Year's Eve, I took my kids. They're like they live up in the mountains, right? And there's this little kids museum, right? There's a kids museum, and we took them up there for a New Year's Eve party, right? And they were hanging out with our parents, and the one guy was flipping out because like he had a daughter. She was so tiny. She was such a tiny. Oh my God, she was little, right? Just like she wasn't a midget. She was tiny. Adorable, right? But like me and him sitting there talking and stuff, and he's flipping out. I was like, bro, calm down, man. I got 8 kids, all right? Like, listen, you're gonna be fine, I promise, all right? And you know, I have my son and my 3 daughters up there, and we're like, they were playing, and there was like a stage, and there were little puppet shows and stuff, and it was like the most awesome time ever. You know what I'm saying? Right? This is what you're supposed to have. It's not about.
Question for you.
What's up, buddy?
I was going to ask you, what do you think the reason for the Catholic Church decline is? And I'll tell you the reason why I think the Protestant Church decline is.
The Catholic Church? Oh, because Well, it's been a long process, but it started off with the evangelical court or church, or the Church of Britain, England, being formed. Right, basically they held too much power. You know what I mean? Where like they'd make kings, you know what I mean, have to like actually, have a real reason to go to war, you know what I mean, or like, disrespect like the parents' ability inside of a household or the father's place in a household. And kings didn't want that, because the kings wanted to be able to have sway in what happened in their nation or whatever it is. And so as the Catholic Church, still held that sway over a lot of immigrants in the Western world, especially in America and South America and Central America, right? It had to be broke. You know what I'm saying? Like it had to be broken down. That way you didn't have somebody upholding the place of the father and the place of like the people in your community.
I think that it's failing because it sees itself as a mere organization, an institution, and not something that's directed, that's saving the souls of men. It lost its way. Now it's just a corporation almost to, and then they have a religion inside of a religion involved with it. Like there's a whole, Masonry's infiltrated the church. Everyone knows it.
Yeah,
the banking's involved with it. Like, it's like the mob in Italy's involved with it.
Yeah.
Mess,
like, again, they work with communities, right? They're not an actual power. They don't have a military. They don't have a police force. They don't have any action.
They don't have
Swiss
a
guard.
military.
They don't have a military.
What were the Crusades?
When did they stop being the center of the community, as you said?
Yeah, those were French nobles that had nothing. Almost, that was literally like. By the way, the guy who started the Crusades, right? The French noble who led them. Guess what? He became the king of New Jerusalem. He just wanted more land, buddy. Nobles doing what nobles
Pope
do.
Innocent III was also sending your people over to raid Greek churches, and rape our nuns.
Yeah, why not take advantage of shit?
Steal our damn relics.
Yeah, I don't care.
Don't get me into it, man.
I literally don't care about you or your people. Like, listen, Slavs are black.
I see. Neither did your
Slavs are black. I don't know why you're allowed to talk in actual society.
Forefathers, you papist scum.
Listen,
I got the joke.
You Pope kissing. Never mind.
Yeah, listen, bro. It just is what it is, dude. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, it's being destroyed because it has to be destroyed.
It's being destroyed because you're heretics. How about that?
Yeah, listen. I mean, we literally are the reason why the rest of y'all are Christians. Shut the fuck up. So what's up, freak?
Okay, you broke from the Orthodox Church.
I was going to ask another question, but I'll just tell you why I think the Protestant Church failed.
Go ahead,
and,
sir.
Like I said, when H.W. Bush became president, for some reason it just started falling off. That was the time when Jimmy Swaggart, got caught as a fraud, and the other Jimmy, the other one that was a fraud, went to prison, whatever. And then the Protestant churches, they started adopting this like 1800 style of tent revival services, where it's basically a dog and pony show and an emotional social experience as opposed to an actual spiritual experience. And that's kind of where we're still at right now.
Yeah, I mean, so Protestantism in America is what it came from the Puritans in the Northeast, right? And that was that whole religion was so community based that if you were a single male in that community, you had to live with the family until you found a wife. They would put you in a stockade for not having a job, right? That's where this comes from, right? And so all this stuff, again, all these religions were supposed to be about y'all, right? And each form of the religion, for instance, in Catholicism, you'll notice that Catholicism in Mexico is different than Catholicism in Italy is different than Catholicism in New York. All these are different because they form to your culture and your community. But that doesn't exist anymore. And when you try to take a religion and you just put it in somewhere, but the community's not that, it's not going to hold. It doesn't actually make anything better. It just gives people a place to go on Sunday, and they're still going to do the same dumb shit that they were doing because they're not tied to anything real about anything that's going on.
One man sees himself as infallible leads to all men believing themselves infallible.
That's Protestantism. That's Protestantism, buddy.
That's what you're the first Protestants. You're the first Protestants. You thought that your Pope thought he was infallible when it was an honorary title because he was over the Imperial of Rome, and then you forged your way into being the supreme bishop as if all the other seeds weren't just as important. You're a first of equal that got too big-headed, and then your mistake when you schismed away from the Orthodox Church, you created Protestantism with your idea of infallibility. So now the Pope thinks he's infallible, leads to all of them thinking they're infallible. They're all little popes. That's
Holy revisionist history,
They're
Batman.
little popes.
Yo, man, listen. This is why the USSR like literally like massacred all y'all motherfuckers. This is why, because you're annoying. All right.
If we were
No,
massacred,
it was because of Marxism introduced by Jews who went to Russia and changed their name. That's who killed off the Orthodox monarchy.
Yeah, listen, I was memeing, but I understand where you are. I get you. Right.
That was probably part of your secret Freemasons that
Yeah, let's not get too wild with the small hats.
I was memeing, all right. You know,
I'm happy with
Let's not be
jokes, but I'm
too.
really not.
Let's not be Zionists. Yeah.
Like I don't care about the Jews. Like I don't know why like people care about the Jews. Like
You're
you know,
best
like
friends. What are you
yeah,
talking
no.
about?
Like we're Italians, all right. So we deal with Jews all the time, and what you do is you just hit them in the mouth when they act away. It's not that hard. Your white people are just scared to hit people. Just get back to what you're supposed to be. You'll be all right. Embrace your animal.
You can throw a boot at them too. That works.
That too. Yo, build some ovens. They tend to get scared and start leaving. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're Italian. You know about propaganda do?
What?
Propaganda do, the Catholic Church and the Vatican Bank. They
Yeah, I
hung
know
a guy
about-
over the Blackfriar Bridge.
Yeah, listen, the Vatican Bank is set up so that like it can continue to run all those fucking hospitals. Did you know like 80% of all hospitals in the United States is ran by Catholics?
Oh, of course.
Because like we provide services to everybody.
And like 50% of universities still.
Yeah, like listen, we literally like
Efficiency doesn't mean you're doing it for Christ. It just means you're a corporation.
no. Like when Rome fell and there was no government anymore, you had to have somebody to pick up the mantle and like make sure that people like the regular white folks continue to save seeds, you know what I mean, and like maintain their planting techniques, all that type of stuff.
So is the
Kingdom of the
Orthodox
world.
Church a non-corporation? Is it a non-corporation? I won't find anything in the
Absolutely.
separate states.
We're the actual body of Christ. We're not an institution, that became the very first bank of the world or corporation of the world.
So are you saying that if I go to a secular state's website, I won't see any references to Orthodox Church? Is that what you're claiming?
You're going to see some World Orthodox representatives if you go to those websites.
Then it's a corporation.
There's a difference thing, and I can't get into it now. And
if
it's
it
not
has
my
a
show.
reference on the secular
Blessings.
state's website, then it's a corporation.
Yo,
by
hey.
definition.
After that music break.
That leads
We're about to take a little music break here, and we'll be back in like 10 minutes. Here's two versions of the same song called 8-Point Agenda. You know what I mean? By Latif, the Truth Speaker. You know what I mean? And the lyrics. You know what I mean? As somebody said earlier. You know what I mean? New Year's resolution is for posers. All right. So we don't have New Year's resolutions. We have 8-Point Agenda. You know what I mean? And we're gonna listen to 4 different versions of 8-Point Agenda. You know what I mean? So I don't know why I did that, but we're gonna do 4 different versions of the same song. Yeah.
What are you gonna do for the people?
We believe in maximum effect in absolutely every single facet of the gem, including, but not limited to, the pursuit of truth, which has been unduly smoothed over, made soothing to those who have been doing the polluting. In fact, we wrote some raps. Now I have here in my chest an outline, a list, a platform, manifesto, a mandate from intro to outro. It's absolutely rock solid from the bottom to the top, and the top to the bottom. Here's our outlook and how it reads. Number 1, we don't believe in other people thieving the ideas that our cerebrums cultivate and create. But if it's stealing them, now that's a calculated mistake. A combination, infinite, evolving, digitized code you can't break. We believe in unconditional control, not under supervision of another upper layer. So what that means is our beliefs, our boundaries shall all be balanced properly without restriction, limitation, or revoke. Point 3.
We don't believe in you controlling we.
That's point 3.
I'm not obligated to listen to shit that you telling me. That's the type of thing that could lead to a felony. I don't give a fuck, you yelling at me at the top of your lungs. You do it, otherwise it isn't gonna get done. I hold the reins to my tongue and decide when to close and open the door. The point 4.
Point 4, you've been warned. So before we move on, just from point 4 on, just so you don't distort the order, make us go back and forth. Once more, let's repeat what we've recorded thus far. Now point 1.
We don't believe in other people thieving the ideas that our cerebrums cultivate and create. Make no mistake.
We believe in unconditional control of our beliefs and our opinions, our souls, our growth, and our dominion. Point 3.
We don't believe in you controlling we. I'm not obligated to do or say or listen to a goddamn thing. And point 4.
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 Now point 4.
We believe in all of the above, just for the reasons given. Upliftment, upliving, not giving up, setting government and loving it. So we self-sufficient, not tripping off of that subliminal stuff. We not submitting, coming with it rough and tough. We gonna supplement your knowledge with a substance. We not gonna let an opportunity get left out. We not gonna let some indecision stop what we about. We not gonna show no mercy, overflowing the drought. It's no doubt, no doubt,
it's no doubt,
no doubt,
it's no doubt,
no doubt,
it's no doubt,
no doubt,
it's no doubt,
no doubt. Cause this is what it's about. Come on, we believe in achieving the summit
as expected.
Detonate the avalanche effect.
We bust a rat
and watch a series of events connect. A chain reaction set off like a fusion experiment in which we can calculate and document
the elements
and their effects with patience. Put it all down in scientific notation. This is like a laboratory report
of sorts.
Research
results,
a layout of our findings and methods at work. Here is our agenda, an easily defensible
census
of live
ammunition,
5.5.
We believe in looking
alive
and recognized by the makeup of our character,
eyes,
by our
merits and vibes,
not as indistinguishable
in appearance,
but as equal keepers
of an inextinguishable fire. We don't believe in a
quick fix
to live in. It's a
constant
routine of maintenance and a
just meant once in. You gotta
keep it
jumping,
pumping,
saying something
before your severance.
Ascend to point 7. It's 7's a reflection of our beliefs
and histories,
events,
unpleasantries,
and pestilence,
disease,
insensitivity,
as reference
to be seen
as
lessons,
a read,
a test,
and a complete
testament
to our team in
strength
as a means
success.
So as a team, take that. Point 8. Just to set it straight. Before we get too far up out of the gates and go astray, let's recap the way we came to that great point 8 like fate and tell the fake why they can't create. Point 1.
No bite.
Point 2.
I'm right.
Point 3.
You ain't.
Point 4.
Point 4.
Point 5.
Recognize.
Point 6.
Make adjustments.
Point 7.
It's a testament.
Point 8.
Go on, set it now.
We believe in all of the above, just for the reasons given. Upliftment, upliving, not giving up, setting government and loving it. So we self-sufficient, not tripping off of that subliminal stuff. We not submitting, coming with it rough and tough. We gonna supplement your knowledge with a substance. We not gonna let an opportunity get left out. We not gonna let some indecision stop what we about. We not gonna show no mercy, overflowing the drought. There's no doubt, no doubt,
there's no doubt,
no doubt,
there's no doubt,
no doubt,
there's no doubt,
no doubt.
Now
we believe in all of the above, just for the reasons given. Upliftment, upliving, not giving up, setting government and loving it. So we self-sufficient, not tripping off of that subliminal stuff. We not submitting, coming with it rough and tough. We gonna supplement your knowledge with a substance. We not gonna let an opportunity get left out. We not gonna let some indecision stop what we about. We not gonna show no mercy, overflowing the drought. There's no doubt, no doubt,
there's no doubt,
no doubt,
there's no doubt,
no doubt,
there's no doubt,
no doubt,
there's no doubt,
no doubt,
there's no doubt,
no doubt,
there's no doubt,
no doubt,
there's no doubt,
and we out.
We believe in maximum effect in absolutely every single facet of the gem, including, but not limited to, the pursuit of truth, which has been unduly smoothed over,
made soothing
to those who have been doing the polluting. In fact,
we wrote some raps.
Now I have here in my chest an outline,
a list,
a platform, Manifesto, a mandate from intro to outro. It's absolutely rock solid from the bottom to the top and the top to the bottom. Here's our outlook and how it reads. Number one, let's see. Don't believe in other people thieving the ideas that our cerebrums cultivate and create. But if you're stealing them, now that's a calculated mistake. A combination, infinite, evolving, digitized code you can't break. We believe in unconditional control, not under supervision of another upper layer. So, what that means is our beliefs, our boundaries shall all be balanced properly without restriction, limitation, or revolt. Point 3. We don't believe in you controlling we. That's point 3. I'm not obligated to listen to shit that you telling me. That's the type of thing that could lead to a felony. I don't give a fuck, you yelling at me at the top of your lungs. You do it, otherwise it isn't gonna get done. I hold the reins to my tongue and decide when to close and open the door. The point 4. Point 4, you've been warned. So before we move on, just from point 4 on, just so you don't distort the order, make us go back and forth. Once more, let's repeat what we've recorded thus far. Now point 1, we don't believe in other people thieving the ideas that our cerebrums cultivate and create. Make no mistake. We believe in unconditional control of our beliefs and our opinions, our souls, our growth, and our dominion. We don't believe in you controlling we. I'm not obligated to do or say or listen to a goddamn thing. A point 4, point 4, point 4, point 4, point 4, point 4, point 4. Now point 4, we believe in all of the above just for the reasons given. Upliftment, upliving, not giving up, setting government and loving it. So we self-sufficient, not tripping off of that subliminal stuff. We not submitting, coming with it rough and tough. We gonna supplement your knowledge with a substance. We not gonna let an opportunity get left out. We not gonna let some indecision stop what we about. We not gonna show no mercy, overflowing the drought. There's no doubt, no doubt, there's no doubt, 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 no doubt. Cause this is what it's about. Come on, we believe in achieving the summit as expected. Detonate the avalanche effect. We bust around and watch a series of events. Connect the chain reaction set off like a fusion experiment in which we can calculate and document the elements and their effects with patience. Put it all down in scientific notation. This is like a laboratory report of sorts. Research results, a layout of our findings and methods to work. Here is our agenda, an easily defensible census of live ammunition. 5 bullet point 5. We believe in looking alive and recognized by the makeup of our character, by our merits and vibes. Not as indistinguishable in appearance, but as equal keepers of the inextinguishable fire. We don't believe in a quick fix to living. It's a constant routine of maintenance and adjustment. What's it? You gotta keep it jumping, bumping, saying something before your severance of sin. The point 7. 7's a reflection of our beliefs and history, events, of pleasantries and pestilence, disease and sensitivity. As reference to be seen as lessons to read, a test and a complete testament to our team in strength as a means success. So as the team takes set. Point 8, just to set it straight. Before we get too far up out of the gates and going straight, let's recap the way we came to that great point 8 like fate and tell the fake why they can't create. Point 1, no bite. Point 2, right. Point 3, you ain't. Point 4, point 4, point 5, recognize. Point 6, make adjustment. Point 7, it's a testament. Point 8, go on, set it now. We believe in all of the above just for the reasons given. Upliftment, upliving, not giving up, setting government and loving it. So we self-sufficient, not tripping off of that subliminal stuff. We not submitting, coming with it rough and tough. We gonna supplement your knowledge with a substance. We not gonna let an opportunity get left out. We not gonna let some indecision stop what we about. We not gonna show no mercy, overflowing the drought. There's no doubt, 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 no doubt. Now we believe in all of the above just for the reasons given. Upliving, not giving up, setting government and loving it. So we self-sufficient, not tripping off of that subliminal stuff. We not submitting, coming with it rough and tough. We gonna supplement your knowledge with a substance. We not gonna let an opportunity get left out. We not gonna let some indecision stop what we about. We not gonna show no mercy, overflowing the drought. There's no doubt, 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 and we out.
Yeah. So he goes on to say, you know what I mean? Oh shit, you know what I mean? I was actually past this part. some common objections, right? He says there was in fact a greater technical progress in civilizations where slavery was present than in others where the institution was practically unknown. For example, Israel, there was greater technical progress in the slaveholding period of Roman history than in the period when slaves were freed wholesale, and the liberation of slaves during the era of barbarian invasions produced no technical improvement, even at long term. Almost 7 centuries elapsed between the suppression of slavery and the beginning of even a feeble technical advance. The relation between technique and the absence of slavery is in no sense absolute. As Bertrand Gill has rightly pointed out, human transport by means of slaves was not known in Roman antiquity, yet the harnessing of animals had not been developed, right? So he's looking at this as not a potential factor, right? And of course, we got our friends here, blessings to it. And feel free to chime in at any point, you guys. I mean, he then says, the second argument is no more applicable. It is true that Christianity secularized nature, but did this benefit technique? Question. We have noted in passing the religious origin of many forms of technique. Indeed, nature as the theater of spiritual forces give rise to one particular technique already mentioned, magic. Okay. One of the goals of magic is to render the gods propitious to practical action and to put the quote-unquote powers at the service of material nature. So the point that, Pinoid made earlier about Jordan Peterson, his view about religion, that applies to Ellul's view of the primitive technique of magic, but not specifically to Christian civilization, right? He may or may not say that Christianity banished types of ritualistic means, right? Which would be, necessary for that, right? But
one question. Unseen doesn't I mean, I don't really know his view, but it seems like his critique of Protestantism, among other things, is that it's very sterile and like popified, like pop cultureified a little bit. So I'm just curious to hear his take on rites, rites, or rituals in Christianity. Is that like completely outlawed or what?
Yeah, if he's available. I know we just took a musical break, so he may have not heard that. But yeah.
What?
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Who?
Unseen Warfare. Right. But when he's back in the mix, definitely ask that question. But yeah, definitely. But
I mean, isn't like the rise of
Christianity anti-ritual, basically?
Wait, what are you guys asking?
Is Christianity anti-ritual? Is
No.
what I'm asking. Right. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Communion is a ritual.
Yeah,
right. But the Protestants, they don't do that, right? So they say that, like, sort of, they a lot of Protestants will conflate ritual with witchcraft directly. So that's what I was trying to say.
There's at least some
it's not
denominations that still do the communion.
We have, the Eastern Rite, we have the Western Rite, and we have, different liturgies that go along with that. Like different saints had different liturgies set out within the church, and those would be considered, quote unquote rituals, or rites.
Thank you.
The rituals and symbolism is important in any religion. It doesn't matter what it is. Right. But isn't like ultimately like when like isn't technology ultimately based on the ability to like produce energy, right? Or to have like better energy sources. Like for instance, like Genghis Khan and like, you know, his horseback archers, right? The Romans and the warfare techniques, and then the techniques of law and government that they had. And then modernity is basically all either steam or oil, right? Like we just, you know what I mean? Like that's the reason why we don't really have like a religious thing, because we don't need it, because, you know, oil is fucking magic by itself. You can just brute force whatever it is that you want to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, except for, yeah, I mean, energy is largely a subjective term, just like power, right? But I hear what you're saying, though, right? Means of, I guess you what you're trying to say is transmuting human effort, right, into you know, value, right? So, you know, as William Cooper says, he says the greatest energy in the world is human attention, right? You know, so,
I mean, but it's more like actual energy, right? Like your ability to like, I don't know, take to produce more than than anybody, like than the single human being, right? Or like more than like what you have, you know, like the leverage, all these type of things. You know, when it came down to like warfare with the Romans and the Greeks, they had these like trebuchets and things of this nature where you could throw, you know, I mean, objects a larger distance than like a regular human could. You know what I mean? These things, like these are all like, you know, forms of energy that allowed for, you know what I mean, like greater like potential, right? At the end of the day of like all their societies, right? And that's kind of where we are today, rather than having this this thing, like rather than actually having like proper techniques for like decent humanity, like we just brute force things, you know what I mean, with, you know what I mean, our cheap ability to move like goods and transport and, you know what I mean, provide for the comfort of all the humans in our society.
yeah, definitely. And yeah, I mean, in terms of you know, I guess values would be one another arena. I mean, and to quote Ellul from earlier, he said that you need a technical mindset to develop a technical civilization. So is he saying that the ideas come before the civilization? You're right. It seemed like he's sort of making that kind of connection, right? And I think previously when he's talking about, you know, as I put it, the development of social techniques, of course, that's not his own terminology, but I showed you guys a little bit of why he's trying to broaden his definition of technique beyond mechanization, you know, economic systems and other forms of organization, right? So, yeah. So, anyways,
Yeah, and like our techniques that we have today in our society is because like we had this massive continent, and so you needed this colonial government to allow it to expand. You know what I mean? And so like the techniques were set up to allow you to profit off of those things, and unlike the techniques in Europe beforehand that we had. I think. But anyway, go ahead.
yeah, there's something. Yeah, there's something to that for sure. I mean, and you know, but yeah, he's now, you know, expanding on this idea that Christianity secularized nature. He's talking about magic and technique, and he's going back to this definition. And it's interesting that Ellul brings magic back in here now that he's talking about Christianity. You know, going back to my previous point, I think he's trying to distinguish, you know, Christianity from Eastern forms of civilization, right? Namely, what he thinks is pagan forms, right? Pagan forms, right? So, you know, or heretical forms like Islam, right? So he's trying to distinguish
Wow.
Christianity from Islam and Buddhism and stuff like that, right? So he's doing so, I think, because he's part of European society in the 19th century, right? He's you know, and I think that this development is crucial, right? Because him talking about this one particular civilization is crucial, right? To us understanding the development of technique in general, as I previously, you know, talked about, right? But you know, and talking about, you know, Christianity's role in that, right? But here he says, okay, and I'll go back to a previous statement he made. If I could only find it here, give me a second. Yeah, here's the statement. He said that the Jews and the Venetians, right, and the Crusades, you know, so, you know, technique got absorbed into Western society, right, through various means, right? But you know, so we agreed and disagreed with that, right? But anyways, you know, he now is talking about, you know, this idea of primitive technique, aka magic, right? Okay, and so he says that God's propitious to practical action, put in powers at the service of material techniques. He's comparing this with Christianity, right, where nature is controlled by supernatural forces. He's saying which one is, you know, less technical in a sense, right? And he's and you can tell what he's going to say, right? He's pro-Christian, he's anti-technique, right? So, right, he says the representation of nature as inhabited by gods was itself a potent act and favorable, if not to all applications, certainly to technique itself. Taboos applied only to certain concrete applications, which were detrimental by ideas of right and wrong. Man thus felt that his actions were justified by the help given him by the gods of nature. Christianity, however, deprived him of this justification, he says. Okay, he then says, what was the doctrinal position of early Christianity regarding practical activity from the very beginning? On the moral plane, Christianity condemned luxury and money. In short, everything that represented the earthly city. Okay, that's a very important point, right? The ascetic practice, right? Still today, right? Christianity against materialism and science, right? Okay. Still today, it has polemics, right? And obviously, the transhumanists and the scientists are willing to offer lots of polemics against Christianity, right? Saying that it halted progress for several centuries, right? Yeah, blessings. Yeah, blessings, old man. Thank you. Yeah, happy New Year to you too.
Was going to say, you know, Christianity now is almost embracing materialism when you think about it, and science. It's, you know, it works with science. You know, the periodic table was created by a Catholic, a Russian, and as far as materialism, you know, you've got the prosperity gospel, as it's been called, and you know, it's kind of materialistic.
Yeah, I think that's a part of the great apostasy in a way, you know, that the scriptures talk about. It's like the more the church becomes conformed with the world, the more the church is being infiltrated by Antichrist, you know, preparing the way for that.
Yeah, blessings. But yeah. And I wonder why he didn't make this point in terms of Buddhism. Right? But yeah, he says on the moral plane, Christianity condemned luxury and money. In short, everything that represented the earthly city, which was consecrated to Satan and opposed to the city of God. This was the era of the anchorite, of the renunciation of city life, of Cenobitism, presented as an ideal. The tendency was toward the restriction of economic life. On the theological plane, there was the conviction that the world was approaching its end, and it was useless to strive to develop or cultivate it, for the Lord was soon to return. It was wiser to be consecrated with eschatology than with worldly affairs. At the beginning of the medieval period, these doctrines lost some of their hold, although they persisted under the other guises. The feeling about death, for instance, but another element of Christianity remained, which was opposed to technical development. The moral judgment which Christians passed on all human activities. Technical activity did not escape Christian moral judgment. The question, is it righteous? Question was asked of every attempt to change modes of production or of organization. That something might be useful or profitable to men did not make it right or just. It had to fit a precise conception of justice before God with an element of technique. When an element of technique, appeared to be righteous from every point of view, it was adopted, but even then with excessive caution. Only inventions representing a choice among techniques made by individuals versed in Greek or Latin, judge-worthy, were applied or even allowed to become known. And I'm almost done reading ellul here. It says, we've reached page 37 here, right? Of about 400 pages here, right? So, interestingly enough, we're almost 1/10 of the way through here, right? It was within the narrow compass that certain monks propagated the wait. Where the fuck did I? Oh yeah. Yeah, it was within this narrow compass that certain monks propagated and improved technical instruments. The spread of hydraulic mill by the Cistercians is well known. Likewise, the many specialized mills to be found at the Abbey of Royaumont. Royaumont. But these exceptions were few, he says. The search for justice before God, the measuring of technique and other criteria than those of technique itself, these were the great obstacles that Christianity opposed to technical progress. They operated in the Middle Ages in all areas of life and made history coincide with theology, the age of Reformation, and its effort to return to the most primitive conception of Christianity broke down many barriers. But even then, it was not so much the influence of new theology as from the shock of Renaissance, from humanism and the authoritarian state, that technique received a decisive impetus. I'll read that again. It was the Renaissance from humanism, the authoritarian state, as I call the autocratic state, right? Just the state in general. Statism, right? This was a huge development in the 16th century, right? They thought that, if you perfect the means of government, you wouldn't need that, like, look after people's morality and all this type of stuff. They could just do whatever they wanted. They could be free. But yeah. So obviously this idea was scientific, right? But yeah. So yeah, the authoritarian state. Okay. Anyways, yeah. I think that's true. So next time we move on to the 16th century, obviously critical achievements were laid down in the 16th century, and there was critical achievements. Like I said, of things like the autocratic state and etc. We'll definitely expand on that. So yeah. Any comments on ellul, guys? Blessings. That section on Christianity.
I did not expect him to be so a little bit myopic, I think, in his vision coming as a Christian, and then he could I feel he could have had more rallying points if he befriended other religions rather than antagonizing them, which I'm not saying he has antagonized it completely either, but It's very like Christian, pagan, like black and white sort of view, in my humble opinion.
I think I agree with Anna. I think that he gets started very well, but then he finishes kind of weak, and most of the analysis that he does seems like to me. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, and then is Christianity for ritual or anti-ritual? He doesn't clarify. But then ritual is kind of associated with not being Christian in by his allusions.
I mean, like if you ever have a chance to talk to one of these like really hardcore Christians, they say like any like church as a whole is anti-Christian because like like all their symbols and you're not supposed to have any symbol above the Lord and all this nonsense garbage stuff, right? So there's a lot of that. And by the way, Vaughn in the chat, super based. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Yeah, and then there's some really hardcore Christians out there that are like icons or holy.
That's bad, right? They say that's bad.
What, icons?
Yeah.
Well, they would, but I would say they're holy.
Right.
Yeah. They say like putting up like a even putting Jesus in on your church, I'm saying, like the cross or whatever it is. They say even that is negative.
Well, just to quickly go over this is the reason that we can paint icons is because Christ came into the flesh, and even prior to Christianity, as being formally a religion, right? And Judaism, they also painted the patriarchs on walls. So they would paint Moses and, the scenes from the Old Testament. So there's a difference between painting an idol to worship and then venerating a holy person that was close to God. And once Christ incarnated, God is in a fleshly form that we can depict because he was seen. So it's just kind of a misunderstanding. There's a great apologetics work on it called St. John of Damascus on icons. If I'm not mistaken, that's from around the 700s or something like that.
Yeah. Anna, do you know like what the actual definition of pagan is?
Well, I think TML actually educated me on that a couple weeks ago, so I'll let him take this.
No, I was asking you, right? Because pagan just means rural.
It doesn't.
In terms of Romans, in terms of Roman, to Roman people, but
yeah, like the Christians, it's just
generally speaking, right? It could have. It's one of those like
pejorative
word concept things or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't think it just means rural. I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah, that's relative to Romans, but
because
paganism
is tied to cities, and TML. I mean that's what he educated me about.
Yeah, relative to Christians, pagan means non-Abrahamic.
Or
so
no,
it's
pagan.
Not Jew, Muslim, or
right. It's anything basically that's not any god that's not the Christian God would be considered one of the pagan gods.
Yeah,
anything that's like all right. So like the technical definition is
to Rome,
anything.
paganism was an actual religion, right? Practiced in the cities. There are these people like Hypatia and all of them.
No,
they're
they call it Hellenism.
Right. So they had like the temple of Artemis and all that, and they would go in and light incense to their gods.
Right.
They had like a pantheon of gods.
They consider paganism. They consider Hellenism, and the Christians were pagan till they began default.
Yeah, but then the Christians were Hellenists, which is what they're calling pagan. So that's what pagan means in this context because it's a Christian context.
All right.
Well, the confusion with that is like, yes, Christians were a part of the Greek culture, so they were Hellenized Jews. Those earlier Jewish people, but Gentiles were, of course, they were the Greeks. But as far as using like those, the pagan philosophers, it was more like they were almost judo flipping what they were saying. It's like okay, yes, this we can recognize a piece of this truth, but it's fulfilled in Christianity. If that makes any sense.
No, it doesn't, because you have that history rewrite point of view, so it doesn't
I
make
mean,
any
but
sense.
that's if you're wanting to know the perspective
Listen,
of the
I'm,
early
I'm gonna, I put
Christians,
this
that
here. I'll
was
put
their
this up
perspective.
like, all right, pagan, especially historic, a person holding religious beliefs other than those of the main or religious organized or recognized religions. Adjective, especially holding or constituting religious beliefs other than those main and recognized religions of pagan god. Right? It's just it's basically just anything outside of the norm is considered pagan.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean rural.
Yeah,
usually
usually
because that just might be like, because see, the norm in there is very subjective, right? So it would be norm to, it would be like for unseen, anything outside of the norm is just anything outside of Christianity, so it could just be that simple.
and Christianity spread throughout like the cities first. Right, that's where like Christianity took hold began because it came in through the slaves.
Well,
Right,
for
and so like
them
they
back
held
then,
on to
it would
like
have
their
been
paganistic beliefs.
Christianity's out of the norm,
And
because everybody was mainly pagans. So
no,
No, that's not how it works.
no.
absolutely is.
Okay, all
That's
right.
how it
So
works. It was an
in
outcast
Italy today,
religion.
all right, in Eastern,
You
in
couldn't even
East,
worship above ground. You had to worship in the catacombs amongst the bones. It was a
that's not true.
rebellious
That's
thing.
not true.
And they
All
said
right,
that they
that's
were
not true.
they called them atheists. Early Christians were called atheists by the Greeks.
Exactly.
Now, why was that? Because they didn't believe in the Greek gods.
Exactly.
So that would be called an
You have-
atheist according to them.
Yeah, they call them atheist and pagan were pure synonyms at the
Okay,
time.
you Discordian.
No, how could they be pagan if they were Christian? Like this
Because
is a
they weren't the
Christian
default religion. They weren't the default religion. Just as Pino just showed you, pagan meant not default.
Yeah, right. So and like Christianity
So now
spread
you're
through
saying
the
the
cities.
Christians were pagans?
Christianity
At the time,
spread.
yes.
Okay,
It's like a
Christianity
circular
was
logic.
It had nothing to do with
Christianity
paganism. It's
spread in the
anti-paganism.
cities. It came to the
It's-
cities first, just like in
Is that
southeastern
true?
Italy right now. Anna, in southeastern Italy right now, they have this thing called tarantulism. Right, there is a Catholic fucking group of people who still have this paganistic fucking celebration or like ritual where basically like this woman reenacts getting bitten by a tarantula and having sex with massive amounts of people all through the town. Right?
Yeah, because they're Roman Catholics, and your secret religion that had Pope Innocent III, going to the Jewish Gnostic sages and learning Kabbalah behind the back door, while he gives
It's not.
everybody else
Stop.
what
Stop
is
talking. Bro.
supposedly going to
Stop
be
talking.
Catholicism.
This is why no one likes ortho bros.
Oh, you could call me an ortho bro, but I mean, I'm
saying things that are true. I mean, like
He's
what's
not. Listen,
wrong
I don't
with
care. That's not what we're talking about. What I'm saying is, in these little rural towns, they had all these like little ritualistic things that they were doing already. They had their own gods, their own religion, their own way of worshiping, right? And like it was the norm, like when like fucking Rome was polytheistic, and when like the cities were polytheistic. But like when the Romans brought in massive amounts of slaves, and through the slave population, Christianity spread massively. All of a sudden, the cities the cities turned into being Christian, and they called all the people still worshiping
What's your bone to
gods
pick,
in the
man?
rural areas as pagans.
I mean, they were slaves. Yeah, okay, man.
But how is a rural
it's
person
just so
gonna
untrue
build a
because
temple? Like, how is a rural person gonna build a Parthenon? How's a rural person gonna build a temple to worship their idol in? Like, that's
Have you ever seen like like rural places in Asia where like they'll have an idol in the center of town in like a small house
that's
somewhere?
not the same as pagan. That's
No,
not
that
like,
is
that's
is
not an
pagan.
idol. You're misrepresenting something from an
What?
entirely different culture as an idol when it's not.
You're also seeming to forget that Constantine built the Holy Sepulchre Church in Jerusalem. It's like it wasn't just slaves, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a whole emperor was an Orthodox Christian, dude. Like
the Romans never had a problem with having other people's religion in their empire.
Here we go. Now you're going to denounce, belittle it in some way. All right.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do, man. But whether you like it or not. We were in the catacombs and we were getting eaten by lions, man. We would meat on our
I know.
bones.
Listen,
and
yo,
we
the
took
ortho
over
bros were
Rome.
always victims.
12
I get it, man.
illiterate
I get it, yo.
fishermen took over Rome, and
I
you
get it,
can't
bro.
do anything
Like
about
that.
it.
More
And
to
the only
more,
reason you're even using the language you're using now is because monks took those books to Constantinople, man.
More to slave mentality.
Yeah, okay, yeah. What are you enslaved to? The devil?
I ain't a slave to shit.
Yeah, you are. You wouldn't be talking like this otherwise.
I'm Tom Pease.
Demon boy.
Okay, anyone I don't like the demon. Alright. You're a demon too, I don't like you.
Yeah, listen, bro. Like, you're no different than like the 90s people like Rock's the demon. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, okay. You can laugh all about demons all you want till you get down there with them.
Send me down there. See if I care.
Yeah, listen, I'll be in good company.
You're already down there, Hank.
I'd much rather hang out with a whole
Bone.
around a bunch of stuck-up virgins. All right, I'm cool.
But yeah, this is from the
That's your
Quran
mentality
Project.
is crazy, bro.
Yes,
like
that's how
Christians are like
misinformed he is.
another
He
race of
thinks
people or something,
that
dude.
monks
Like,
and nuns are actually virgins in the Catholic Church. That's hilarious.
Everybody knows monks
and that's
and
a
nuns
virtue,
have
man.
sex.
Why are you taking good for evil and evil for good?
The priests
Demon.
were always banging the nuns. Like, that's been well known forever.
That's dumb. That's some demonic shit, man.
They're all bad. But yeah, this is from the Quran Project. It says atheist or polytheist. An atheist is said to be someone who denies existence of the Creator. This is a good definition proved by that we mean by the Creator is whose existence they deny is the only God of religion, the one true Creator. Otherwise, atheists do believe in creators, but do not recognize them under that appellation. I don't know how to pronounce that word.
Appellation.
This is so because atheists, in their endeavor to find alternatives to God for explaining the existence of the temporal things we see around us, invent some imaginary entities and give them some of the essential attributes of God. So, pretty much, the Muslims make my point. It's an atheist, in some sense, or polytheist. So there's really no contradiction in this context.
Between what?
Atheist and polytheist.
We weren't even disputing that.
Just go back in that tape. Go back in the tape.
I'm aware of it.
I think what she means.
Hold the thread of
Well, I
the
think I think what she means, Hank, is that that pagans aren't necessarily to be conflated with polytheists, right? So maybe, there may be, so essentially, because in such a definition, right, you could be a deist and be a polytheist, even though that wouldn't really make sense, right? Because you just don't believe in God, right?
Yeah.
And then you would ascribe some essential attributes to nature or something like that, that you would normally subscribe to God. Well, there you have it. You're a polytheist, but right. So maybe I guess what it's saying is, in that case, you would say that nature and the deist God are both gods, right? So you're giving godly properties to something else means that you're making it a god. In that way, it would work, right?
Yes.
But
yes, and pretty much we go back to Pino's definition of pagan, which means just a non-default religion. So it really kind of doesn't matter if you're one god, many gods, no gods. If you're not the default, you're pagan, because that's pretty much like a slang term.
Yeah, you guys are both pretty much right, and you were just kind of talking past each other because pagan
exactly
because pagan comes from a Latin word which is describing people in a rural area, and when the Christians were spreading their stuff in Roman cities, they were calling the non-default religions out there in the rural areas pagan. So you guys are both correct. You're just talking past each other.
But
that's why in the beginning I said
if the early Christians themselves were fishermen and such, like
they weren't fishermen.
Yes, Pino and I were correct. Annapurna and Unseen Warfare was confused.
The adoption of paganus by the Latin Christians as an all-embracing pejorative term for polytheists represents an unforeseen and singularly long-lasting victory with the religious group, right? Of a word Latin slang originally devoid of religious meaning, the evolution occurred only in the Latin West in connection with the Latin Church. Elsewhere, Hellene or
Now,
Gentile
why is he saying that? Why
remained
is he
the
saying
word
they
for
weren't
pagan.
fishermen?
And
when they
paganos
were
continued
fishermen?
as a purely secular term with the overtones of inferior and incompetence. The term pagan derives from the Latin, from Latte Latin paganus, revived during the Renaissance, a term from Latin classical paganus, which originally meant region delimited by markers. Paganus also had come to mean relating to the countryside, country dweller, villager by extension, rustic, unlearned, yokel, bumpkin, in Roman military jargon, non-combatant, civilian, unskilled soldier. It was related to pongere, to fasten, fix, or affix, and ultimately comes from Proto-Indo-European pag, to fix in the same sense.
Yeah, so you guys were both correct. It just evolved around when the Christians started using it to describe the
Question though,
non-Christian country
why
bumpkin.
weren't they fishermen? Why do they have to be slaves?
Well,
the Christians?
Yeah,
Christians.
I mean, why, I mean, you'll accept that they were
all right.
slaves, right? But
They were
you
slaves.
won't accept that they were fishermen. Why is that?
Yeah. No, okay. So when the Romans brought slaves into Rome, right, and into the cities in Rome, they weren't bringing in slaves to go fishing.
Okay, so why are you like you're framing these things this way, and I think there's something deeper behind it. I don't know your relationship with God, but to even frame history that way, you obviously have a bone to pick, man.
No.
Why not be honest about it?
No.
They were
I'm
fishermen.
just
They weren't
being
just
honest.
Did it
slaves.
mean fish for sustenance? That's your argument?
The Jesuits wrote my article, though.
It's a
You're right,
conflation that
Brown.
Anna did in the first place, conflating country bumpkins with fishermen. You can be a fisherman and not be in the country.
No. The pagans, the polytheists
They
who
were
were being called
illiterate.
pagans, right? Like the
12
people who
illiterate
were still
fishermen, pretty much.
worshiping.
Like they really didn't, they weren't like high skilled, in rhetoric or like under the Greek philosophers. That wasn't.
No, I got you, Brown.
The most educated of the apostles was probably Paul. Because he was one of the Pharisees.
Don't make me break.
But
Christian
theology doesn't come from a textbook scholastic type of learning. A lot of these people were getting their knowledge directly from the divine through the nous, through the energies, the uncreated energies of God, as Saint Gregory Palamas would say, Hank. And what else?
Yeah, I love this.
They were fishermen. They were emperors. They were slaves. They were hung on cross and filleted and many things. So what?
I love this line of argument because they say, "Oh, my church daddies talk to God, and you can't." Did
I say that? I just said they talk to God. I mean, I'm sure you could, but not with that attitude. I wouldn't want to talk to you if I was him.
How can you say that?
I mean, listen to your tone.
How do you know that?
Were God, would
what do you mean? How can you say
tone?
that with your mouth? Like that's the answer to that question.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if that's the case, God erase me right now if they're right.
Unseen can speak for God. So there's your answer.
I wasn't speaking for God. I was just saying that if I was God, I definitely wouldn't want to talk to you with that tone.
Well, I didn't get erased yet, so I guess you're wrong.
I mean, I'm sure you could talk to God.
Yeah,
Why don't you go to
God
Mount
thinks
Athos
in
and
ones,
try
Hank.
to?
Like this is like a
You
child's
ever
play
tried?
game that you like give an ultimatum to God and then God's supposed to respond. Like that's how this shit works.
Well, you say you could talk to God, so you ask God to erase me if that's the case, to show you're right.
That's
but right
not,
now, you're not giving any references.
We all
just go
can
on your
talk to
feelings.
God. I mean, sometimes the answer is no, so it's not really the,
Yeah, Pino
response
and I
you
are
want.
getting references to arguments, and you're going based on your feelings alone.
You think it's just my feelings alone? I mean, it's not. It's something that I've thought about for a long time, and I've studied a considerable amount, and I've experienced in my life. But what does that all matter?
Looks like it matters not, apparently.
mean, we could say that about anything, can't we? I could just say that about. So, I mean, what's something what's something you're into?
1 second, like, so is there a dichotomy between Christian and pagan, or no longer then? If everybody's the same
It's
soup
bound
now.
by context. It's context dependent. That's what Pino and I have been trying to explain to you.
You throwing up pyramid signs there or something, Hank?
He's throwing up the rock.
If it was such a, you know, an untruth, why do you lie on it? You know, that's what I don't understand. Like, if it's that stupid and it's not that worth, you know, examining and really taking into consideration, why don't you actually, you know, get down to it instead of saying other things that aren't just, like, you know, necessarily true about it? That seems like
Are
a
you talking to
cover-up.
me or talking to yourself?
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you specifically.
Right.
I mean,
Then you're not listening to
you'd
anything
have to
I
have
say.
an honest opinion on it, and I just haven't seen that.
I have a dishonest opinion? What the
I
does that
would
even
say
mean?
so. Yeah, I think it just a limited perception of it.
Okay.
Because it really is not
All right,
coming from
all right.
a realistic place.
All right. So do you see, like, this is a map of Christianity from like 75 AD to 400 AD, right?
What about it? Okay.
All right. So, like, do you see where it was in 75 AD? Right? It's the dark red. Okay. So it was in Carthage, right? It was in Greece. It was in fucking Turkey, right? It was in Israel, and it was in what would be modern day Syria-ish, right?
So that was right when Bishop Ignatius was consecrated in Antioch. St. Peter had been the first bishop there. The other bishops at that time, in the time period you're talking about, was James, Polycarp, and Clement. And we do have their epistles from that time period.
Okay, so now as it spread, right? And I mean, like, so you see where it spread to next, right? The place where it spread to next was Sicily, where there was, you know, I mean, 3 major cities, right there in Rome, right? Where there was an urban area, the bottom of Genoa, in the Straits of Gibraltar, right? And then the areas around like the Levant, right? On the very eastern side of the Mediterranean, right? And then after that, once it was the Edict of Toleration, right, it still didn't spread to most of the rural areas. You notice, like, the rural areas don't get filled in until, like, you had the Edict of Thessalonica in 380, right? To where the rest of them spread in. Right. See, like, this was not a rural religion. This was not a religion of, like, you know, I mean, people in the countryside farming. This was a religion of slaves, right?
Well,
where, like,
that's just not true,
slaves and
because at
urbanites. It was
397
slaves
we had
and
the
urbanites.
we had the you know, the Synod of Carthage, and if you'll recall, there was a lot
Right there's Carthage. Carthage
so Carthage is
dark
right
red.
there in 397. Okay.
No, Carthage is right there in 75 AD.
How many? Please don't interrupt me. How many were these people were trained rhetoricians from the philosophy schools, and then were in the theological academy of, you know, Jerusalem? This was going on, and by this time it already, I mean, it had not only gone to, you know, this kind of like slave narrative that you're going at. It's just not true. It was all walks of life, from the richest man to the poorest man. You know, there was somebody that was a Christian, and we have a lot of that documented. You know, you take somebody like St. John Chrysostom. I mean, he was one of the smartest people of his time, and he was a very rich man. Yeah, he spent most of his money on soup kitchens, and I mean, the first hospitals were started by Christian women at that time. You know, the first orphanages as well. So all that was happening. There was an art too. So
my whole problem with this discussion is, if it means rural, then it can mean non de facto. It can mean it can mean either rural or non-de facto religion. So you can't have both at the same time, because then Christians would be pagans and pagans would be Christians. Like, so what do you
Christians
guys
weren't rural.
argue?
No,
Christians
it was one.
weren't rural.
Yeah, and it was both at one point in time, but it morphed into that. So it was both. It's because they were spreading it in cities. Christianity was spreading in cities. So if you have it in the cities, you can refer to those pagan areas, aka those rural areas, as non-Christian as well. So it is both.
Listen. So like the more Rome oppressed the lower classes, the more Christianity appealed to elements like the downtrodden and the slaves. More than 10% of the Roman Empire was slaves, with another 10% comprising former slaves. They were a ready audience for the Christian message. Likewise, proselytizing efforts of the church concentrated mainly upon women. The basic reasoning was that if women became Christians, then the men would as well. In a world where women counted for less than nothing, with the exception of Jewish people, in a world where even free women in marriage were little more than slaves, the Christian message was very appealing to women. It spoke to their loftiest ambitions and goals.
Okay, sure.
Where are you reading this from?
But it sounds like an atheistic scholar, but I'll be right back. So
it's always an atheistic scholar. Like that legit. Like it's always, oh man, listen to who's saying the message, rather than just saying, listen, this message, like this is just the message.
Who is saying it?
Oh, hang on. Hold on.
Mic check.
Edward Gibbon.
There we go, man. Listen, I don't know why the hell this like fucking shorts out. Like it just drops the volume for like no reason.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Hear you,
What up, man?
Money.
What up?
Hey, much love, everybody. Living the dream. Living the dream.
I feel you.
Well, continue, man. I was listening to you.
He's looking something up real quick.
Yeah, I'm looking up where this came from.
It's like how they say country pumpkins are Trump supporters.
Oh.
It's not literally
Hank,
the same
Hank?
thing, but people make the conflation.
Has Hank been behaving?
No, of course not.
Well, we wouldn't have it any other way, would we, Hank?
No way, Super Scene.
Long as you're not screaming and yelling, I'm good.
I concur.
He gets a little bent real quick.
If I got bent at all at any time, you say it's real quick. So.
Well, I'd rather be bent than broken any day. So, Hank, that's a compliment.
I'll take the compliment.
I'm bent right now, brother. And I'm not broken.
Hank, are you sure that's not you in the backstage clip that I dropped there, dude? I've been watching this guy for a moment. I think that's you putting on a beard, dude.
I don't have a TikTok. I thought Trump why didn't Trump ban it in 2020 like he said he would? Well, hopefully he'll ban it soon. I didn't vote for Trump this time, but I do hope he just bans TikTok this time.
So still no source on that claim?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're not gonna like the source, so I'm finding another one. Like, yo, listen.
It's funny how you decide what I'm gonna like or not.
Yeah, I mean, it was from jewishhistory.org, right? You know, so like, you're not gonna like
right,
it.
so that,
Yeah, I know you're not gonna like that. So I
that
was finding
says
something
enough
else,
for me.
right? You know what I mean? So I was finding something else, right? So, I mean, yeah, the Jesus movement spread rapidly throughout the Roman Empire because of the initiative of female prophets and evangelists, missionaries, heads of house churches, and widows. Financial support from Christian businesswomen such as Mary of Magdalene, Joanna, as well as Lydia, Phoebe, Olympias, a 4th century deacon whose feast was feast day is July 25th, and others. Pope Benedict VIII himself acknowledged much on February 14, 2007, when he said the history of Christianity would have turned out very differently without the contribution of women, and the female presence was anything but secondary. Yeah, fucking church historians tell us that the domestic networking and evangelizing efforts of women led to the remarkable expansion of early Christianity. Early house churches were led by women of status such as Grapte, a 2nd century leader of communities of widows and orphans in Rome. Through the house church, early Christians gained access to social networks that brought them into contact with people from diverse social classes. When a female head of households, perhaps a wealthy widow or freed woman, converted to Christianity, Christian evangelists such as Prisca or Paul gained access not only to her domestic household, but to her patronage network. This meant that her slaves, freed persons, children's relatives, and paternal clients would all convert as well. Thus, when Paul converted Lydia, he automatically gained entry to a broad swath of social relationships and potentially wide audiences. This is a better source. This is ncronline.org. I can throw it in the backstage for you here. You can check it out yourself.
Yeah, Pino, we shouldn't have to duck because sanitizer sources because people complain about who don't.
Now you got. Listen, we know where we are. All right,
Yeah,
you know where we are.
Yeah, you got.
You know where you are. All right, you know damn well if I go, it's jewishhistory.org, you're not going to accept the fucking source. I'll find you a better one.
You got a good point there, but I agree with you.
Yeah, but
would
they're
say
not
it doesn't
citing
really
any
matter
primary
ultimately.
sources. You know, like even your college paper wouldn't accept that source. I'm sorry, but that's not a primary source. That's an
You don't have any
Jewishhistory.org?
sources that are in your feelings, so.
I mean, listen, I'll be real. Let me keep this 100 with you too.
I'm not
all
making
right?
the claim you are. So
Now let me keep this 100. This is a better source. This is this is a proper source. All right, let me keep this 100 too, right? There are heavy scholars right now on YouTube, right? Like Gnostic Informant and Uber Boyo, who have been doing some digging, and they found some archaeologists in Israel who say that like Judaism don't go back past to like the second century BC, right? And there's some crazy stuff going on right now
So
that like
they
people
say.
don't know. I mean,
Modern
no,
Judaism
like
is younger than that.
I'd say what use?
What?
Mr. Anderson,
What does
what
it matter?
were you? Sorry, I was
I
just trying to
mean-
ask Mr. Anderson, what were you trying to say? Like it being both. That's what I'm heavily confused about.
It's both. So they call it heathens, those in the heath, or pagans. It just means a country dweller, people who aren't in the city. And then eventually, towards the end of Rome, when you have Christianity and stuff, it became non-Christians out there in the heath, the heathens. It became conflated with one another. It morphed. Language morphs. It's just the way language goes when you have different periods of history. So it's both. It was once just a Latin word that meant country dweller, that it morphed into more than that. So when you have the people in the cities who become prevalently Christian, they're going to conflate those country non-Christians together.
Christianity was the woke of its day.
Yes, it was. In fact, they invented a Great Awakening. In fact, they woke up many days, not just when it first arrived. It was woke up quite a few times.
Yep, and just practically speaking, if you're going to spread something like wildfire, you can't do it way out in the middle of nowhere. You would go to cities. Where did Paul go? Paul didn't just only go out to some random
But
person in the middle
Thomas
of
came to
nowhere.
South India.
It wouldn't have
You
spread
know,
that quick,
Thomas
right?
came to the rural South India. So I don't know. Like
What is
there's a
rural
little
in
bit
India?
of different
Everywhere
evidence.
over there is overpopulated.
Fuck
That's
you,
why they would
Truther
go
Cop.
there.
This is 1 AD. Like
Yeah,
what?
India's
like,
always been heavily
well, I
populated.
wasn't there.
This is
You weren't
1
there. We don't
fucking
know.
AD. Like
India's
South
India's always been heavily populated.
No, it has not. Like, what is this? Are you guys Indian? Like, from where are you making your claims? You sound so idiotic, gosh.
History.
Because the Indians always had a great
No,
written
it's not.
tradition
It's
about
only
everything they had
since
done.
1947, the population of India was the population of the United States. Today, it's only in 50 years that it's become 1 billion.
Okay,
So,
okay.
if it's
So wait a
pre-
minute. Okay.
And pre-British,
So
it was even less of a population.
what was the population of the world in 1947?
Your point being?
India was 10% of the world's population.
It doesn't. It
Wait,
still
in
doesn't
what
make
year?
any. Like, what is your point? Like,
Wait, what year are you talking about?
1947.
it was highly urbanized in 1 AD. That's what you're trying to prove.
I'm pretty sure it was like
India
3
was the
billion.
urban center in 1 AD as you type away on your keyboard.
Yeah, no, it was even less. All right, so there was 350 million people in India, and there were 2.3 billion people in the entire world.
Yeah, but that doesn't
Matt,
prove
they
your
were more than 10% of the
urbanization in
world's
1
population.
AD.
Damn.
My example, the evidence I gave was to give you elucidate why there's high population density and urbanization today.
Yeah, but
Because the landmass simply cannot hold 1 billion. That's the point I was trying to
So
make.
because
Not
Christianity went to southern
how
India,
is
they're overly populated today.
not in 1
because the
AD.
traditions they brought in.
We're talking about 1 AD and the Apostle Thomas going to South India to spread Christianity. That's what I'm talking about.
But does that change the landscape of how Christianity actually spread in cities and how they use the term pagan for country dwellers because Thomas went to southern India? Does that change that?
No,
that
I'm
dynamic?
saying
Actually,
that
wait.
I have proof and
Hang on,
examples of
hang on.
Christianity
The
spreading in rural
population,
areas.
hang on, wait. The population of India in 1 AD was 75 million people, which was 32.5% of the world's population.
But how does that give you a case for urbanization in South India at 1 AD?
There's still going to be
I don't even think.
urbanization
See, now I'm
and
gonna.
rural. So
Yeah. What? Oh wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
I was just saying that Anna's just making a point that Thomas came to a rural area, and I don't think Pinoy would be able to dispute that there would be urbanization and rural areas in India even back then.
Yeah, but it was just massive population of people.
Where he arrived was a completely like a forest land and like fishermen essentially, where Thomas arrives to establish the church.
Yeah. They were all like living in huts at that point.
No, that's all bullshit.
India? The place that shits in the street right now.
So Anna, are you saying that just to throw a wrinkle in, which is interesting, that in
I'm
that
just
case with
asking
India it was
because
rural.
I guess that's a preconceived notion of mine that Christianity is a religion of fishermen, because even that's
But
my understanding.
Can you elaborate on fishermen? Because you're a fisherman doesn't mean you're rural. You can be a fisherman in a
Not
especially
really.
when you're fishing mass
Fisher
amounts
of
for like
men.
But like
Christianity
you're
is
arguing that they were
fisher of men.
industrialized fishermen, the apostles, and that
industrialized
there
of
was
that day.
industrialized
Maybe.
fishing in 1 AD in South India.
There
Are you
absolutely
saying that the
was.
religion spread
Yes.
like spread through
No.
maritime law, like through maritime, like through the ships?
They were
That's how it spread.
Well, I'm gonna
Yeah,
call.
listen,
I'm just.
they made birth, right? So that's why
I'm
you have
gonna
a birth
call.
certificate.
Yeah, I'm gonna call bullshit on them finding out how many people were in India in fucking 1 AD. You know, but other than that,
probably an
I hear you
estimate.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's got to be a fucking estimate, big time. You're right, but because how the fuck do you have a international census in 1 AD? And right, even I don't believe that when it's
Exactly.
written in the Gospels that the Romans like did this census, right? And I'm like, like it's actually written in the Gospels, and I'm thinking like, is that right? They did
The word
a census.
The word
I
pagan
agree.
has nothing to do with if you live in the country or live in the city. It's just
It did.
means heathen.
You already
Anyone
went. Do you
who
want me to
does
show
What do
you
you think
again?
heathen? Hold on, wait a minute. What is a heathen?
Heathen is anyone who does not follow
Oh my god,
the
dude.
gospel of Christ.
Listen, I just put this up. Do you want me to read this to you again? Do you want me to read it again?
Yeah, read it
People
again.
who
He
live in the
wasn't listening.
heath. People who
You
live in
just-
the heath is what a heathen is.
Making shit up as you go.
That's you,
Wait,
Bucky.
what? Hang on. Wait, what?
Right. I mean, easily put how I said it in the beginning. It's just word concept. Right. There's lots of different, meanings behind the word. Right? It's like when you look on dictionary.com, it has 1, 2, 3 definitions. Right? It's not just one definition. Right?
Wait. Hang on, Brad. Listen, I sat here and I read this definition out. Were you not listening, Rock? Were you not around for this?
Pre-Romans considered the Germanic people heathens.
Right.
Yes, because they lived in the woods.
Had beards and they lived in the woods and they had their own gods. It's what period are you talking about? Pagans now means people like Hank. Hank is a fucking pagan, okay?
Hank is not a pagan.
You're probably a pagan.
I mean, like, I kind of am.
Yeah,
right?
I think
But,
that
like,
deserves a full screening.
Depends on what.
yo, look, Hank got his reflection back in the corner.
Definition you're talking about.
He even
Let's
looks
just
like
say
a pagan.
infidel. Let's just stick with that. Let's say infidel.
Hank professes to be a pagan, and I agree. He's a fucking pagan. So what?
So I'm
So
totally
what,
gonna burn in
exactly?
hell, Rocky.
Mr. A, I want to engage a little more. Like, so you're saying that it was urban and rural, or simply urban only? You're agreeing with the urban only spread.
No, I'm saying mainly it was spread through urban. Even if you talk logically about it, you can't just simply go out in the middle of nowhere to make something spread like wildfire. You would go to center cities, right?
But there's people living. I'm not arguing that people aren't living in
Yeah.
South India. I'm just arguing that it's largely unurbanized. And I've been to these spots. So, you know, just now the fisheries are disappearing and being replaced. It's been thousands of years that these men and their descendants, they live the same lifestyle in the village. So, I mean, I don't know where they're bringing up these arguments from, but
I would say it spread through urbanization, but it doesn't mean that there isn't going to be people on the outskirts that are taking it out. It doesn't mean that it is both. But when you're talking about, is it a majority? So are you saying it's a majority out in the country, how Christianity spread?
I'm
Is that what
saying I'm talking about like the original, right? What the 12 apostles and Christ. That's what I was talking about. Are you and Paul, of course, has been like a Pharisee, but like, are they not simple people of like Christ? Christ was not a fisherman. Is that a myth?
Christ was not a fisherman.
You're conflating simple people with country people, which can be definitely the same.
When did somebody say Christ was a
I
fisherman?
never met an urban fisherman. I'll tell you that.
One of the
Peter
main,
was the
one of the
fisherman,
main
not
stories
Jesus.
from the Bible is Jesus teaching the people on the boat, and they were like, "Oh, cast your nets out one more time," and then they caught a shit ton of fish. I forget who they were, but that's perhaps where it's coming from.
No, it's Peter and I think his brothers.
Yeah, Peter and them, and then he explains to be the fishers of men and whatnot. Because today they call it commercialized, but yeah, when you have a city population, you got to catch more than one or two fish, right? You got to go out and literally be a fisherman as a
That
trade.
supply has always come from the villages. That's why every province has an urban and rural. The rural has always been the supply chain of the urban. You know, 'cause, like, even the fish they catch there today, it goes to Japan and shit goes to Tokyo. Like, people in South India don't eat that fish, is what I'm
Well, yeah,
just
I'm not. So let's say that Peter was rural, okay, and he was part of the rural communities that were supplying the city, right? You're talking about Jesus and some disciples. That's a very small number of people. When we're talking about the spread of Christianity, that's a lot more people that we're talking about.
But that's what I'm seeing was going off of.
Well, the 12, you know, there was 500 that, you know, were
And
there
the
that were
early
baptized and
church, what is going
converted.
on?
So there was a pretty large community of Christians very early on that believed that Christ was the Messiah. You know, some of them still, you know, worshipped in the temple and did those things, and they were called the Judaizers. In Acts 15, they call a council, they deal with that. You know, they come to a decision through the Holy Spirit. You know, Peter advised and James presided. So, or reverse that. So,
One sec, unseen. And Mr. A, the reason I mentioned the 12 is because, again, in my understanding, I may be wrong, but they were the ones charged to spread Christianity, and that was what we were talking about, right? And
All right, yo, I just didn't I just read to you?
Jesuits and all that come in.
Wait, didn't I just read to you that they literally like went from house to house and went from woman to woman so they could gain access?
No, that's you read from about 395. That's
no. That's
AD.
how Christianity spread was through
That's
women
not
and slaves.
just how Christianity.
It is.
Christianity
It
spread.
literally
That's a
is.
ridiculous notion.
No, I mean, like in Roman times, yes, that's how it spread.
Like you're see what you're saying
It's
is
like
the
a
story
textbook
plot of the
scholarly
movie
thing
Agora with Rachel Weisz. So that's why I don't want to.
written consensus.
pre-collapse of Rome, 70 AD, pre 70 AD, Christianity spread through martyrdom, and then Rome was destroyed in the first century. The Christians, through martyrdom, conquered Rome.
The blood of the
Christ,
martyrs is seeds to the
Christ,
church.
Yeah. The kingdom of heaven.
This is the problem. All right, look, I get the fact, right, that like y'all want to like stand here and like pretend, right, and act like your religion spread naturally. That's not actually like how it worked, right? What it did is they went woman to woman and slave to slave, the downtrodden in society, and fed them a line of bullshit, and then they ended up.
It wasn't a line of bullshit, though. That's what you're not understanding. It's about the one true God, Christ, who incarnated in the flesh and died, and then in 3 days rose from the grave. And then his apostles spread out that. And each of his apostles were crucified on X's and killed and put spears up there, and all this other stuff. And then their followers, those ones that did survive, that they did teach, they went through the same martyrdoms. And it spread through word of mouth. And it spread from person to person, because that's how it happened. And it was a very organic way of things happening. And whatever textbook you're reading is some atheistic scholar that doesn't have the integrity to tell the truth, and you're creating this boxed-in narrative, atheistic, nihilistic, retard narrative that doesn't make any sense.
It makes perfect sense, because that's who goes to church now.
But who is saying
Pinoid,
that?
are you saying that Apostle Paul went and ministered only to the women and slaves?
Women and slaves, yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
I'm asking Apostle Paul
It's a
specifically.
ridiculous claim.
Pinoid, Apostle Paul specifically, is that how he spread his message, was through women and slaves?
Yes.
And so is that who he was writing the epistles to?
Yes.
Oh my God. I'm not even going to... I'll let you have that. I'm not
All right, good, man. Listen, because like I'm not going to argue like your nonsense history that doesn't exist.
Oh, you're not going to argue the written text, that just tells us what happened. You're not going to argue based on that.
Again, these are fake histories.
What happened?
Fake
based
histories.
on no evidence. No, you're not pulling from any written text telling you that Paul went and it was just slaves. That was it.
I'm telling you that the Romans wrote down what happened.
And women.
That was Romans wrote down what happened, bro.
Did
like
they write
100%.
History
The Romans wrote this shit down.
None of this shit's written down 100%.
You think that what you read from was written down by Romans?
The Romans wrote this shit down.
They wrote it down on Apple tablets. Didn't you read the literature?
Jerusalem was destroyed
in
70 AD by the Romans.
Yeah, they got a point there.
Soon after the tribulation happened, and 7 years later, Rome had fell. Rome was conquered during the tribulation.
Yes, but where's the zombies, Rocky?
Then we had 1,000 years of
here we go with the mudslide.
1,000 years of Christendom. Who said that? Who said that?
I said it, Rocky. I'm sorry, man.
Mud flood, mud blood.
You can't get behind it, Rocky.
Oh, there's no evidence of a mud flood. That's for
You
sure.
can't do it.
I don't know what you even said.
Don't do it again, man. Come on, dude.
Maybe an exothermic reaction, though.
2 years ago, you didn't even know what mud flood meant.
I've got evidence of a mud flood in my driveway right now.
I think your mud flood stopped the mud
flood. I told you about the mud flood like 2
That's
weeks
kinda
ago.
gross.
And now you know everything about the mud flood.
Hey, man, I don't know nothing about a mud flood, but what you told me, man, and you've told it a number of times, my friend.
Well,
your mud flood theory, it's pretty funny.
A futurist.
Mud flood, is that like an alcoholic beverage?
We have to build a third temple so that the Jews can return to the temple and then be massacred, 2/3 of them, and 1/3 flee. When that's already happened. The temple was destroyed in 70 AD.
Wait, who here wants to build the third temple?
He goes, the 7th century was the first century,
of the church,
and the 9th century was the 2nd century.
The remnant who were warned to flee Jerusalem in 70 AD, they fled, and that's the remnant of the church who went to the mountains. They went to the mountains you know,
They went to that mountain on his profile
They
picture.
went off grid for a while, and then they started building a bunch of shit because they had
I'm thinking on the third
divine
temple.
inspiration for 1,000 years.
That was his thing.
Divinely inspired by the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit through the body of Christ, the church, grew for 1,000 years, and now we're in Satan's little season, and everybody's been deceived. They are waiting for the rapture.
It's too
Everybody's
Tartaria
waiting
adjacent,
to
bro.
rebuild the temple for the Jews. Can go
Thank you
move
for
back into
unifying
the
us,
temple.
Who is building
So it
this
can be
temple?
destroyed
Who is
again.
Wait, who
We
here
got
wants
to
to rebuild the
destroy
temple?
I
third
mean,
I
he's
don't
trying
want
to
to
write,
build
but
this
he's
It's
trying to
already
write.
That's
being
me.
rebuilt. They've already got the heifers. They've already got Elon and Trump in office. Do you know that Trump they had hosted a recreation of the Ark of the Covenant at Mar-a-Lago that's being shipped off to Israel, and it's like fulfilling prophecy left and right?
Y'all,
Please.
Well, he's
come
Chabad,
they
so
got the red heifers and you know they
Ham
talking about
sandwich.
building that junk.
The red heifer only comes from Texas.
This is your
man.
time to freak.
You don't even know what the
Don't
earth
go
looked
here,
like.
Mudflap. Don't you come at
There
me,
was a
man.
great earthquake like never happened before, and you think you know where everything is. The capital was built by a bunch of pilgrims who came over here in the 1700s and built Washington D.C. and put that big obelisk up with horse buggies.
How'd it happen?
And wooden chisels or
not
whatever.
the horse buggy argument. Come on, dude.
Horse and cart.
It was
How'd they build
copper
it?
tools. They used
If
copper
it,
tools to carve
if it was
those
only
marble
horse and
blocks.
buggy, then how did they do it 1,000 years ago or whatever? Come on.
Hey, we still haven't mentioned the 4 lightning strikes from last night.
The Roman Empire was a
Oh,
great
snap, the freak.
worldwide fucking empire, man.
Man, you're trying to look at full fleshed out prophecies from flashes of lightning. That's the problem.
No. See, you're a
In times
No,
futurist.
that was
are
no.
almost.
The freak
You're
is
a
on a point there,
futurist.
dude.
You're
It's
a
like
Capitol Hill
Zionist.
Lincoln Memorial.
You're a Zionist. You want to recreate Israel so that it can be taken over by the Antichrist.
Israel
When
already
it's already
exists.
happened.
No one here.
I have a friend that lives there. He's fighting a war.
You look like you're going to the
Benjamin
crossroads every
Sergeant,
time.
he's been on the
Zionism
show. He
only
talked to you before
depends on-
even.
Zionism depends on futurism. If you think that Revelations is all in the future,
Probably
then
agree
the
with that.
Jews have to restore. They have to restore the temple. But the temple, God, we are the temple of the Holy Spirit. There is no third temple
There
to
is
be
a
restored
church, man.
and then taken down. That's if you're a futurist, believing that Revelation is all in the future and that we know all about history and they're not hiding history. They told us the truth. You know, all this history that they tell us is all true. You believe all that shit, but the book of Revelation specifically says that do not seal up this book, for the time is at hand. That's the last verse in the Bible.
It also
do
tells
not
you not to have a
seal it
private
up,
interpretation
for the
of that.
time is at hand, not 2,000 fucking years later, dude.
All right. So check this out. All right. So this is actually describing Paul, right? Fucking Paul ran around with a female named Priscilla, a woman named Epaenetus, and Phoebe, right? Literally, like, he used these 3 women to spread the gospel.
Here we go.
What is this book you're reading from?
Yeah, where's Barnabas at, man?
What
Where'd he
is
go?
this book?
He's just like, all right, would you go throw Barnabas out? You know.
I mean, I don't really care about Barnabas,
chicks
but
are
I'm
gonna
saying
come
this
out.
is, you know,
The
what I mean?
Where the slaves at? Where the
That's-
slaves at?
I mean, I don't really care about slaves at the moment, right? We're not talking about slaves, right? So again, listen, this is
the gospel
you
of
asked me
slaves.
for evidence of Paul just like talking to women. Here it is.
So much
He's
for
producing.
Taoism
He's at least
tonight.
So
producing
what?
something.
Who?
though.
What is
Has
that?
anyone
What? Okay, you
anything
proved
yet?
your point
Has
because
any
he
of
was
you
talking to
produced
some
a
women,
single
man.
goddamn thing yet?
Yeah, I have, but I was on your side of the argument, though.
Yeah, I mean, listen, bro, we're not
Of
talking
course, you
about
would
you at
take
the
that
moment.
side of the argument. You look like you wait at the crossroads to buy souls, man. So
What?
there's that.
Does not look
Well,
like
I can't change how I work. Look, I'm not
It
God.
looks like he's trying to sell his soul for like fame and like fucking fortune in a jazz band.
He already did.
He plays bass in a
Robert
jazz
Johnson over here, you know.
band, right?
Yeah, I'm not God. I can't just change how I look. I can't change my Jamaican makeup, so you can take your complaints up
You
there.
can definitely change the fact that you're trying to look like Robert Johnson.
I don't even know who that is.
How's it? I don't know. That seems like a wild red herring. The Robert Johnson thing. He's at least trying to produce something that supports what he's claiming with the.
Oh, music break in 7 minutes. You ought to play Being the Devil Blues by Robert Johnson.
Is that still under copyright?
So is Pinoid getting famous for selling this idea, or what is the comparison to Robert Johnson?
Famous?
No, he's invoking Robert Johnson. So what is Unseen Warfare talking about?
If I'm addressing me, I don't know who Robert
Yeah,
Johnson
he's talking to Hank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm specifically talking to him.
Yeah.
You don't see a resemblance.
But yeah, if the complaint's just hard look in general, might take your complaint to heaven. I didn't design me.
That'd be cool if you could play whatever music. TML, do you play music that's is not people? They don't strike people or whatever, or how do you do all that?
Yeah, essentially stuff like that. Yeah.
So you can't play no Wu-Tang or nothing. They're too.
Oh yeah, you could play Wu-Tang.
Like Jizza, Feel Like an Enemy.
You played Liquid Swords one time
I'm
with
not
South
sure.
Dog.
I might
I'm
go
not sure
see.
about.
Might go watch Jizza in January. I just went a couple days ago to see
for real?
Les Claypool in Oakland.
Oh, okay.
It was dope. But yeah, the Riz is coming in January. I might go see that. But
Yeah, I mean
Well,
that
I'ma
Latif,
give
the
it
truth
to you.
speaker, that's
The
underground.
cocaine straight from Bolivia. My hip hop will stop and rock the nation.
Yeah, he says I terrorize the jam like troops in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
he's gonna perform Liquid Swords the whole album, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so
That kind of hurts. It's a little harsh, for people that are actually in that condition and can't sing about it.
Yeah.
Like to be working in a cocaine operation in Bolivia, your life expectancy is 25 max. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here I'm gonna read this to y'all, right?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So the Christian church was different.
Oh, this is another
was different who became
Christian
Christian.
polemic.
Talking to their slaves as dear brother. Slaves were loved and treasured and as valuable members of the church. Slaves worship beside nobles. Slaves received the same baptism as the rich. Slaves ate at the same table at the Lord's Supper as the powerful. Some who were slaves in society became leaders in the church. One former slave, Castilus, even became the bishop of Rome. The church, whenever it is faithful to Jesus, was loving, venerating and uplifting for people, no matter the level of society they came from. What a contrast between the church and the culture around it. No wonder so many slaves were attracted to Christ and his church. And still today, any factory worker or farmhand, burger flipper, or cubicle dweller who feels like a slave or a nobody finds out that in the Church of Jesus Christ, everybody matters.
The meek shall inherit the earth, my brother.
Yeah, it's a slave religion. That's what I'm like.
You can call it a slave religion, but what is worse, to be enslaved to the world or a slave to Christ? Because you got to pick your master.
I mean, listen,
you can't serve
listen,
God.
now you're walking it back. I got you, right? I understand where you are, but I'm saying Christianity spread among slaves and women.
Well, the uppity people who are full of themselves, what is there to say to them?
So King Arthur was a slave, and all the history of.
We're talking about Rome, son. We're talking about Rome.
Go to the kingdom of heaven.
Talking about practice.
We're talking about Rome.
It's the downtrodden, yeah. So if you want to reframe downtrodden as slave religion, then it is what it is. That's semantics at that point.
Sure, but I think that I think it's just a misconception to say it was only them. So
would Paul be considered downtrodden in that context? I don't think so. I don't consider
I so badly want to go into like Jesus being like a pedo, but like I'm not going to do it.
Or you
take
let's not go there.
You're one of those. Yeah, you can just say
That's not even. That's not
Visigoths
and all these people.
You mean like
barbarian tribes came and took it over.
Didn't
and then it
Ammon?
diffused itself amongst the
everybody
population,
talking
pretends to be
Didn't
gone.
that Ammon dude get busted for
Yeah,
being
that
there?
Ammon dude is a total fraud. Yeah.
And isn't he the one that was pushing that about Jesus?
I mean,
That's kind
Jesus
of
was
ironic,
a
right?
pedo, was a pedo like those Italians in Pizzagate.
Ooh.
Is that, well, like those Italians in Pizzagate.
Ammon got busted?
What's he talking about?
Yeah,
No way.
Ammon
He
got
said you're
busted big time.
Italian.
Yeah, that guy's
You're
big time
Italian.
fraud.
No way.
He
You're
wasn't
Italian.
exactly
No way.
forthcoming with why he
And you're
got
accusing my
sacked
Lord
from
and
that
Savior of
college.
being a
Chill out,
pedo.
Rocky. He gets
Piece of shit.
yeah, but that
Dang.
that won't be tolerated for sure because yeah, there's no type of proof for that. But yeah.
Besides, it's like beside the point.
Yeah, or Pizzagate. I mean, and Pizzagate's really probably won't be tolerated because it's,
Coming from a
there's
guy.
no basement under ping pong. So
I'm Italian.
What the fuck's
What do
your
you
issue,
do?
Rocky? Do we need to fucking fight? What the fuck is this bullshit you're spouting?
I don't know. I kind of back him on it. That was sick.
I'm fucking half
Fucking
Italian.
shitting on Italians.
Yeah.
Let's just shit on all
I'm half
sorts of
Italian.
cultures out here.
Fuck
Let's
off.
shit on these
I can
Indians
talk
out here.
that. I can talk about
these
Italian.
Southern
I'm
Indians.
fucking half Italian. You dumb fucker. Why do you think my name's Rocky, you shithead? I'm half Italian. I can talk shit about the Italians if I fucking want to. Fucking turd.
Oh shit!
Yo, we
And
gotta
on
take
that
a
note, I
musical
think it's time
break.
for that music break.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, can we hit that TikTok link before we get there? Though, hit that TikTok link. That's where we
Fuck
started.
TikTok.
It's quick.
Wait,
it's
which
quick.
TikTok link?
I dropped in the
It's in the
backstage.
private
I'm pretty
chat.
sure
oh,
it's
we
that.
hit it.
All right.
Fuck TikTok. Let's go to music break.
All right,
It's
yeah,
a
I'll play
musical
this
break.
Yeah, you
It's
would
an
say
intro
that,
to the
Hank.
music break.
That's supposed to be
Yo, that
Hank.
plot twist was crazy. I didn't know Rocky was Italian.
Yo, what the hell is this, Truth or Cop?
It's
there
Hank in a
underlying-
different dimension coming to us hot, dude. Some
Oh, it's
fire.
Hank. Okay.
It's alternate Hank. What?
Yeah, it's
Alternate
alternate.
Hank.
There isn't any.
Does he have an
Yes,
evil
you can have
goatee?
access to at least.
Sad
Yeah, this is from
Yeah.
Truth or Cop. Blessings, and then we'll move on to the next thing. You mean? And
It's quick, I promise.
I'm digging in my bag while you digging your ass. I got fire for your ass. You need to double up on your bars. You need to level up on your bars like Mario. I got the jump on you. Your
Oh my
mom is-
gosh! What the fuck is
well,
this?
you're about to go down like a warp zone, danger zone, Top Gun. Just know I'm gonna fuck the crown on the top of your head.
Zenith Intellect, bro. Zenith Intellect
Damn.
coming in hot.
Boo!
that sounds like somebody. That sounds like somebody I know, and I
That
can't
didn't
quite.
look like Hank at all. But
Madness.
because he's
I
wearing
can't
purple,
quite put
that's
my
it.
finger on it, but that flow is awful,
Madness.
awful familiar. You know what I mean?
That's a mad.
You need to do better.
Death wish. Death wish. Now bring me that Rebecca bitch. Death wish. Death wish. Now, in my younger days, I used to sport a rag, backpack full of cans plus a fofo mag, G'd up from the feet up, blued up from the shoe up, hardcore up, smoking and drinking till we do up, teaching my class just to fuck your tool up. You don't want to blast, nigga, tuck your tool up.
Oh my
And
goodness.
that's
So
what
now
happens
it's
when you
fucking
don't
time.
master typology. You flop like Truth or Flop.
Oh, whatever.
I'm riding through the city, puffing on nothing but reaper smoke. They say they want to get with me. Honestly, I don't see these hoes. I'm about to run it out. Got a big bag, I ain't chasing no. I get the semi-top. Mike Myers with the Jason flow. Get up off my dick. Stop stroking and looking lame. I've been with all of this shit. Sacrificing and putting in pain. You probably go snitch. Telling yourself, put dirt on your name. I'm going back in to take what I want and fuck with the game.
Basically.
You have to get a clip of Gong.
Brandy
You know,
got it.
you remember the Gong show?
Yeah.
Gong.
Yeah, but blessings. We're gonna take a little musical break. These are the last couple songs that I've made, I made over 80 of these little remix songs for the show. So we make little episodes. So we make like 40 of those episodes. We put like 2 apiece into little episodes. You know what I mean? But here's 2 other versions of 8-point agenda that I made. You know what I mean? Based off of Scorn. You know what I mean? You guys know the band Scorn. Yeah, blessings.
Oh,
we'll be back. Yeah.
Let everyone know that you're being recorded. This is being recorded live.
We believe in maximum effect in absolutely every single facet of the gem, including, but not limited to, the pursuit of truth, which has been unduly smoothed over, made soothing to those who have been doing the polluting. In fact, we wrote some raps. Now I have here in my chest an outline, a list, a platform, manifesto, a mandate from intro to outro. It's absolutely rock solid from the bottom to the top. And the top to the bottom, here's our outlook and how it reads. Number 1, legit. We don't believe in other people thieving the ideas that our cerebrums cultivate and create. But if you're stealing them, now that's a calculated mistake. A combination, infinite, evolving, digitized code you can't break. We believe in unconditional control, not under supervision of another upper layer. So, what that means is our beliefs, our boundaries shall all be balanced properly without restriction, limitation, or revoke. Point 3. We don't believe in you controlling we. That's point 3. I'm not obligated to listen to shit that you telling me. It's the type of thing that could lead to a felony. I don't give a fuck you yelling at me at the top of your lungs. You do it, otherwise it isn't gonna get done. I hold the reins to my tongue and decide when to close and open the door. The point 4. Point 4. You've been warned. So before we move on, just from point 4 on, to so you don't distort the order, make us go back and forth. Once more, let's repeat what we've recorded thus far. Now, point 1. We don't believe in other people thieving the ideas that our cerebrums cultivate and create. Make no mistake. We believe in unconditional control of our beliefs and our opinions, our souls, our growth, and our dominion. Point 3. We don't believe in you controlling we. I'm not obligated to do or say or listen to a goddamn thing. Point 4. 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 Now point 4. We believe in all of the above, just for the reasons given. Upliftment, upliving, not giving up, setting government and loving it. So we self-sufficient, not tripping off of that subliminal stuff. We not submitting, coming with it rough and tough. We gonna supplement your knowledge with a substance. We not gonna let an opportunity get left out. We not gonna let some indecision stop what we about. We not gonna show no mercy, overflowing the drought. There's no doubt, no doubt, 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 cause this is what it's about. Come on, we believe in achieving the summit as expected. Detonate the avalanche effect. We bust around and watch a series of events connect and chain reactions set off like a fusion experiment in which we can calculate and document the elements and their effects with patience. Put it all down in scientific notation. This is like a laboratory report of sorts, research results, a layout of our findings and methods at work. Here is our agenda, an easily defensible census of live ammunition, 5 bullet point. We believe in looking alive and recognized by the makeup of our character, by our merits and by not as indistinguishable in appearance, but as equal keepers of the inextinguishable fire. We don't believe in a quick fix to living. It's a constant routine of maintenance and adjustment. Once it, you gotta keep it jumping, pumping, bumping, saying something before your severance ascend up 12.7. Seven's a reflection of our beliefs and history, events, unpleasantries, and pestilence, disease, and sensitivity, as reference to be seen as lessons, us to read, a test, and a complete testament to our team in strength as a means of success. So as the team takes that point A, just to set it straight. Before we get too far up out of the gates and go astray, let's recap the way we came to that great point 8 like fate and tell the fake why they can't create. Point 1, no bite. Point 2, I'm right. Point 3, you ain't. Point 4, point 4. Point 5, recognize. Point 6, make adjustments. Point 7 is the testing. Point 8, no one said it now. We believe in all of the above, just for the reasons given. Uplifting, not giving up. Setting government and loving it. So we self-sufficient, not tripping off of that subliminal stuff. We not submitting, coming with it rough and tough. We gonna supplement your knowledge with a substance. We not gonna let an opportunity get left out. We not gonna let some indecision stop what we about. We not gonna show no mercy, overflow in the drought. There's no doubt, no doubt, there's no doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Now we believe in all of the above, just for the reasons given. Upliftment, uplifting, not giving up, setting government and loving it. So we self-sufficient, not tripping off of that subliminal stuff. We not submitting, coming with it rough and tough. We gonna supplement your knowledge with a substance. We not gonna let an opportunity get left out. We not gonna let some indecision stop what we about. We not gonna show no mercy, overflow in the drought. There's no doubt, no doubt, 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 there's no doubt, no doubt.
I'd like to let everyone know that you're being recorded. This is being recorded live.
We believe in maximum effect in absolutely every single facet of the gem, including, but not limited to, the pursuit of truth, which has been unduly smoothed over, made soothing to those who have been doing the polluting. In fact, we wrote some raps. Now I have here in my chest an outline, a list, a platform, manifesto, a mandate from intro to outro. It's absolutely rock solid from the bottom to the top, and the top to the bottom. Here's our outlook and how it reads. Number 1, we don't believe in other people thieving the ideas that our cerebrals cultivate and create. But if you're stealing them, now that's a calculated mistake. A combination, infinite, evolving, digitized codes you can't break. We believe in unconditional control, not under supervision of another upper layer. So what that means is our beliefs, our boundaries shall all be balanced properly without restriction, limitation, or revoke. Point 3, we don't believe in you controlling we. That's point 3. I'm not obligated to listen to shit that you telling me. That's the type of thing that could lead to a felony. I don't give a fuck you yelling at me at the top of your lungs. You do it, otherwise it isn't gonna get done. I hold the reins to my tongue and decide when to close and open the door to point 4. Point 4, you've been warned. So before we move on, just from point 4 on, just so you don't distort the order, make us go back and forth. Once more, let's repeat what we've recorded thus far. Now point 1, we don't believe in other people thieving the ideas that our cerebrals cultivate and create. Make no mistake. We believe in unconditional control of our beliefs and our opinions, our souls, our growth, and our dominion. We don't believe in you controlling we. I'm not obligated to do or say or listen to a goddamn thing. And point 4, point 4, point 4, point 4, point 4, point 4, point 4. Now point 4, we believe in all of the above, just for the reasons given. Uplifting, upliving, not giving up, setting government and loving it. So we self-sufficient, not tripping off of that subliminal stuff. We not submitting, coming with it rough and tough. We gonna supplement your knowledge with a substance. We not gonna let an opportunity get left out. We not gonna let some indecision stop what we about. We not gonna show no mercy, overflow in the drought. There's no doubt, no doubt, 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 no doubt, no doubt. Cause this is what it's about. Come on, we believe in achieving the summit as expected. Detonate the avalanche effect. We bust around and watch a series of events connect and chain reactions set off like a fusion experiment in which we can calculate and document the elements and their effects with patience. Put it all down in scientific notation. This is like a laboratory report of sorts. Research result, a layout of our findings and methods at work. Here is our agenda, an easily defensible census of live ammunition, 5 bullet point. We believe in looking alive and recognized by the makeup of our character, by our merit and vibe, not as indistinguishable in appearance, but as equal keepers of the inextinguishable fire. We don't believe in a quick fix to living, it's a constant routine of maintenance and adjustment. Once it, you gotta keep it jumping, pumping, saying something before your severance ascend to point 7. Seven's a reflection of our beliefs and history, events, unpleasantries, and pestilence, disease, and sensitivity, as reference to be seen as lessons to read, a test and a complete testament to our team strength as a means of success. So as the team takes set, point A, just to set it straight. Before we get too far off out of the gates and go astray, let's recap the way we came to that great point 8 like fate and tell the fakes why they can't create. Point 1, no bite. Point 2, I'm right. Point 3, you ain't. Point 4, point 5, recognize. Point 6, make adjustment. Point 7 is a testament. Point 8, go on, set it now. We believe in all of the above, just for the reasons given. Upliftment, not giving up, setting government and loving it. So we self-sufficient, not tripping off of that subliminal stuff. We not submitting, coming with it rough and tough. We gonna supplement your knowledge with a substance. We not gonna let an opportunity get left out. We not gonna let some indecision stop what we about. We not gonna show no mercy, overflowing the drought. There's no doubt, 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 no doubt. Now we believe in all of the above, just for the reasons given. Upliftment, living, not giving up, setting government and loving it. So we self-sufficient, not tripping off of that subliminal stuff. We not submitting, coming with it rough and tough. We gonna supplement your knowledge with a substance. We not gonna let an opportunity get left out. We not gonna let some indecision stop what we about. We not gonna show no mercy, overflowing the drought. No doubt, 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 and we out.
Isn't the ultimate aim of any religion is to give you no doubt that you are connected to your creator? I mean, like, so like anything beyond that, like, what are we talking about?
It's 8-point agenda. You know what I mean? There's 4 versions of that. And yeah, I mean, I recorded all 4 of them, so I heard it 8 times. 8-point agenda, 8 times. Today I've heard that song.
It's a very sharp song.
Fascinating lyrics. You know what I mean? Fascinating lyrics. You know what I mean? Latif the Truth Speaker. You know what I mean? 8-point agenda. You know what I mean? And yeah.
I thought you wrote that.
I'd be like listening to tunes like 20 times over when I make my mix.
But 1 second,
Yeah.
the video wasn't from the song, right? That was some
No, that was just random stuff, yeah.
And like, what was it? Because it said mandate low tech spaces, resist.
Yeah.
seduction,
Yeah, it said 4 things. Yeah, it said resist novelty, mandate
education,
low tech spaces.
discipline.
Yeah.
DK's in the back.
No anthropomorphism. That
Yeah,
was
no
one.
anthropomorphism. Yeah, that's pretty good, dude.
And what was the 4th one? Shit. Decentralized technology.
Yeah.
So where do those 4 that's just like,
It's a pretty good list.
yeah, I was wondering who put that. And in the end, it ended with the machine.
Yeah, it's kind of
sweeping the blood.
Yeah, it's kind of a common list too. You know what I mean? You know, we've seen all 4 of those things proposed here, right? So you know what I mean, right? So it's interesting, right? If you kind of look at common critiques, right, those are among them, right? So yeah.
That was interesting at the end where the machine was spreading the black goo.
No, I think it was supposed to be sweeping up the blood of humanity, like we won't exist or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's like a play on like some type of thing. So like somebody's trying to make a point about machines like performing actions, and it's just like pull is this sweeping up a pool of human blood? It'll do that. So you know,
I thought it was the machine spreading his
the indifference. Right.
The black goo. It started out white and then it got more and more black.
The black goo is just graphene oxide. That's what they want inside everyone to achieve their internet of bodies. They want that shit in you.
So you become an antenna for the 5G apocalypse.
Yep.
Zombie apocalypse.
100%. Yes, that's exactly it. And most people don't realize, and they've been blatantly saying it for years. But they don't say it on the mainstream media, but they've been saying it openly for years. The mainstream media just doesn't report it. You can go and look at their conferences where they're saying all this stuff. But that doesn't get put onto mainstream media because they don't want you to know that they are actually publicly saying this shit.
DK, you know what's worse than all of that is that you and I are on here publicly having a discussion and saying the shit that we're saying. It's disgraceful. We really need to sharpen our language.
Oh, I'm a disgrace to everyone, especially the elite.
So you have like there's like an elite parasite group over your life or something.
If
like
you actually
there's somebody
want to try
controlling
and
you.
run me down and run down what I'm saying, you need to try a little bit harder, bro.
Yeah, blessings.
You're the first person who's tried to run me down.
Yeah, we're gonna move here to the Tao Te Ching. I mean, so we looked at ellul, and then as I wanted to open up a little bit of a discussion.
I have a question. Sorry.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to open up a little bit of a discussion about the effect of the spread of Christianity on technique and all of that idea, about civilization and all of that stuff. So, I think I accomplished all of that, right? So we looked at ellul of Christianity and the spread of technique, and there was enough pushback against his views, right, that we could successfully move forward with that. All of the little caveats and positions. Annapurna has a question. What you got, Annapurna?
That what is why is anthropomorphism bad? Sorry, why? Like what? How do you define it, and why is that bad with regard to?
Anthropomorphism is trying to project human traits onto other creatures.
But I guess
dog understands. It's like, oh look, he's
DK.
smiling.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's one way of doing it is ascribing it to animals, right? But philosophically speaking, right, you could also ascribe anthropocentric views to the universe in general, to the earth in general, right, to the cosmos. So you could say, like, for example, the world is I guess and this is also tied to anthropocentrism, right? I think maybe he's getting a little bit of those two concepts.
Cultural frame of reference, using your cultural frame of reference to view other, or
well, the way I took that was like, don't like look at technology as if it's living. It has meaning and reflecting back at you.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's right. Because on the screen he was showing like a robot that was like a human, right? So it's saying like, putting inanimate, human qualities on inanimate objects and animals. The way DK is saying, that is a correct definition, of course, right? But then expanding from that, it's also applying the same sensibilities to the universe, right? Saying that the universe is created for man, is anthropocentrism, right? Saying that man is the center of the
Yeah.
world. Man is the measure of all things, as I said. That's that's a classic anthropocentric line, right? But one of the ideas it's tied to is this idea anthropomorphism that we were talking about, right? Is that you could basically
You like
ascribe qualities.
prescribing, prescribing a quality to God, like Jesus sat down at the right hand of God, but yet God is invisible. So it's an prescribing a feature unto God, a human character.
Yeah, sure. That could be one way of that could
And
be one
another
way of
one
going
would be
about it too. Yeah, philosophically speaking. Yeah.
like Mother Earth.
Doing
Yeah,
it to
exactly.
AI as well.
Yeah, Mother Earth. Yeah. Yeah, excellent example. Yeah, exactly. There's another example. You mean right? So obviously, they do this in Daoism, but the type of thing that they were talking about is obviously, a type of anthropomorphism and anthropocentrism that would be make technology at the center of the project, right? So the video that I took that from, Indeed, it was critiquing technology. So yeah,
So it's like the blurring the line between human and robot.
yeah, exactly. This thing that we talk about, object-oriented ontology. You mean, in other words, but you mean
Triple O.
Triple O. Yeah.
Like the anthropopathism of AI, like artificial intelligence, like that's prescribing intelligence to a robot. It could be like an anthropomorphism.
To a program, anyway.
Well, it's like technology is man-made instruments. So, like the whatever the word is, or technology, and and then not even respect nature itself, and not even see where that's coming from, what God created, what technology God created, and the animals and all that, and the anthropomorphic, from whatever the fucking word is, technology that we made as if it's like somewhat different than us, when it's really within the grasp of what we've been given, the tools we've been given.
How much proof is there that we made it? If you're talking about AI, robotics, even the computer, cell phone.
Well, that's a different discussion, but I see where you're going, but yeah.
There's anthropomorphism and there's anthropopathism. I forget the difference. So I have to look at it. I forget what anthropopathism means.
Yeah, blessings. But I'm gonna move here to the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu, as we're exploring this work here. I mean, somebody's got some kind of cross chatter there. Blessings. You mean, but it says man models himself on earth
It's
on
DK.
heaven. Okay.
DK got his mic on.
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah. A man models himself on earth on heaven, heaven on the way, and the way on that which is naturally so. So this whole idea of these various forces and energies, right, that are basically primordial, to quote Noble Drew Ali, of all people, he said, there was never a time when man was not, right? So this idea that man is
What's that name?
Man has a primordial form. DK, I'm gonna mute you for a second because there's there's a little cross chatter. Feel free to mute yourself. When you get back. Blessings, but there's a little bit of cross chatter going on there. You seem to be involved in a combo there. But yeah, the thing is that these four modes, right, are not exactly hierarchical. They're almost interchangeable, right? And all of them follow what is natural, right? So that's the key aspect of it, right? So and of course, having heaven's way is turning backwards, right? The bending of a bow. And this whole idea that why is the sea king of a thousand strings? Because it lies below them, right? So this idea that working between various forces, right, organizing the different forces, right, So this idea of moving between things, right? In a way of remaining still, right? So this idea that you create ways for things to move about, right? And obviously it's the space between that actually moves things. So things move through what is still, what is empty, right? Okay, nothingness is what we use, right? So this idea of mediation, right? And technique, right? Okay, is very much related, right? Because all forms of mediation require the space within. Right? So so technique works between things, right? And usefulness is not exactly the purpose of things, is not in their use, right? Okay. So purpose is not what things are made for, but essentially it's what you can accomplish without needing anything else, right? That's your true purpose, right? So your purpose comes from what you begin with and not what you end up for, right? Essentially, right? So this idea, as I explain it, that destiny is against fatalism, right? That destiny is what you're made for, right? But fate is what ends up happening to you, right? That these are two distinct things. These are two distinct concepts, right? Essentially, right? But right. Let me move to the Tao Te Ching here. It says the heavy is the root of the light, right? The still is the Lord of the restless. Okay. Okay. The heavy is the root of the light. The still is the Lord of the restless. Okay. So I explained different ways why that's possible. Why is the heavy the root of the light? Right. It's because it has deep roots. Right. It doesn't get blown away by the first storm. You know what I mean? The thing that has real deep roots, right? Firm foundation. You know what I mean? So this idea that you can observe how high you could make something by how deep it's anchored in, right? Okay. You could observe the sea line of a city by looking at the skyline, right? Because they have to plan the way they build the buildings, right? Based on how deep they can anchor the building, right? If you want to build a tall building, you have to anchor it deep within the ground, right? So, often the skyline reflects the sea line, right? Okay. It's a natural reflection, right? You know what I mean? And yeah, blessings. You know what I mean?
Well, you talked about the drawing of a bow, and I'm thinking like you're talking about it's not so much about purpose, and then my natural inclination was it's about the timeliness of the application of the strike of the bow, but also when you look at like music with the striking of a bow, in the it's you said something else there with the it's a space in between. It's a space in between the musical. When you're hitting a bow, when you're playing a violin, you're playing a guitar, you're playing a piano, whatever instrument it may be. It's a space in between. It's a timeliness of the application that gives it the purpose. And it only lasts for a moment, for that moment that it was meant to be.
What do you think about this, TML? About an award show and all that?
Well, MPC is a funny dude. I mean, definitely he's
What?
you know,
So what? We're recognized now. We're a recognized corner of YouTube, I guess.
yeah. Yeah, and
You won all the you
homie
won
here.
all the categories he put you in. There's no way. I saw them, dude. You won.
Yeah.
Or it's not fair. Or it's rigged.
Lulz.
Yeah, NPC the game. Yeah, definitely. Blessings. I mean,
Shout out Gabriel.
Yeah, Gabriel, blessings. And yeah. I mean, but yeah, gentlemen, you know,
I said his name. I never actually knew his name. So NPC's Gabriel. Okay.
yeah.
That helps. Now I actually know what to call him instead of just calling him NPC.
Yeah. Yeah, therefore, the gentleman, you know, when traveling all day, never lets the heavily laden carts out of his sight. I mean, so this idea that, you know, the more one manages, you know what I mean, several different forms, or the more one manages complexity or multiplicity, right, the more one has to remain in stillness, right? So this idea that you know that the more one manages, the less one acts.
You can't pay attention if someone's stealing if you're scatterbrained, essentially. Like
Yep.
you're
Yep.
The Bible tells us to always be sober-minded and vigilant.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. Vigilance. You know what I mean? That's exactly the word. Right. It says, therefore, the gentleman.
Most times I've been stolen from, it's because somebody comes in and engages me in conversation when I've been naive. So that one hit hard.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, this and that, and suddenly, they're asking all these unrelated questions, and then later on.
Are you saying you only get interaction when you get things wrong?
What?
Are you saying when you say something wrong, suddenly there's everyone that wants to tell you about it? That's like, yeah, that's not healthy.
but yeah, this idea about traveling is very, very important, right? Because when traveling, right, you don't want to essentially take your eyes off the road, so to speak. So the idea is that when you're traveling, you don't want to like pay attention to a lot of things or have really constrained conditions about how you need to be, or so the idea is that when you're on the road, right, you're not going to be managing as many things. When you're at home, you can rest peacefully, right? But the idea is that everything's guarded, right? So the fact is that traveling, as it says, to be in constant state of departure while always arriving, to borrow a term from a movie, right, is this idea, that a wayfarer or a traveler, as I said earlier, he doesn't know the conditions of a place, but he's not going to stay long, right? So he's overly conciliatory, right? But he also packs light, right? So this whole idea of, right, not having a lot of baggage, right? It goes to this concept that when you're traveling, you got to stay light, right? So this whole idea goes to this. It says, therefore, the gentleman, when traveling all day, never lets the heavily laden carts out of sight. Okay. It is only when he is safely behind walls and watchtowers that he rests peacefully and is above worries. How then should a ruler of 10,000 chariots make light of his own person in the eyes of the empire? If light.
Wow, that's actually incredible.
Yeah.
The fact that it's like, because it points out the fact that the elitists, the people at the top, aren't actually able to, go camping and look after themselves. They need to get to the next city without even many soldiers need to take them there.
And
For
the
them to
elite
actually
among
feel
us,
safe, and then everyone else to look after them. 'Cause they
and the
can't
elite
actually
among
do
us to
anything
travel
themselves.
freely need to have a vision, foresight of the road ahead, even if we don't know the terrain. Specifically, we need to have a vision about why we're going, where we're going, and implementing it with discipline. And I want to, dude, this is the point to bring the Paul and Slave, dude. You hit the nail on the head here. This is how you do it.
Yeah, but but this idea that, somebody who goes everywhere, you know what I mean, right, isn't gonna let the carts out of sight, and then when he rests at night, only when he's got everything under protection is he gonna be able to rest peacefully. So this idea that, the more shit you have, the more places you reach, the more you travel, the more proficient you are, right? The more guarded you have to be, right?
100%. But when you apply that to the individual traveling in their car that they own under U.S. legal terms, and you apply that same thing, why are you going where you're going? And when you have a reason for it, they can't, the authorities, whatever they may be, can't touch it. They won't. You have to have a higher vision. You have to have vigilance over your property. It's not about fighting the legal system as much as it is about just having vision over our own life, governing ourselves. And so, like, I get where you're getting into, like, if you're running industries, sure, but the only way you could run an industry like that is to be like that and then build up anyhow.
Yeah. Yeah. Essentially, what he's saying is he's saying about increased mobility, right? That causes you to lose depth, right? Of what you're allowing yourself to take care of, right? So the more you manage, the more you have to do so from a point of stillness, right? Okay. Why why is the shepherd, a leader, yet he has to watch his flock, he has to follow behind them, right? So this idea that you have to take watch over, you have to follow, you end up following that which you lead over, right? So that's why he says, heaven's rule is the bending of a bow. The way of heaven is turning backwards, right? It's like lying down is powerful. You know what I mean, right? Because the thing that lies down has deep roots. It doesn't have to go anywhere, so it's sustained through being still, right? It must be managing all of the affairs it needs to through being still, right? And that is exactly how a plant operates, right? Roots.
And that's
right?
us at our base
A
level. We
plant,
can very
yeah,
easily do that.
Yeah, plant can communicate with far off, um, you know, ways of sustaining. It could communicate with the sunlight, right? But it does so because it has deep roots, and right, we can't get energy from the sun. We have to move around to get sustenance, right? But in that motion, right, we lose, right, through oxidation, right? Okay, oxidation and metabolism is programmed cell death. I don't know if you guys knew this, but you know what I mean? This is why trees live so long, right? Right? Or at least scientists surmise. Same thing with turtles, right? Right? There's turtles that live hundreds of years, right? Because they don't move a lot, right? Is why they don't really age a lot, right? So there's some ideas there, right? So this idea that the still is the Lord of restlessness. If you're being moved, then you have an external locus of energy. Yeah.
Yeah, an external force. Yeah.
Yeah. You have external locus of force or energy, right? So something is moving you, right? So, don't let yourself be moved. If you had deep roots, you wouldn't be moved, right? Look at the people who, they're happy with their family, their town. They don't gotta go around the world. Even if they did travel around the world, right? Right? What would they gain from it? The fact is that they're happy where they're at, right? But look at the cosmopolitan that goes and travels and absorbs all the cultures of the world, right? Okay. Usually they're not tied down. They're not tied down.
Learning and gaining experience is important. It doesn't mean that everything you learn is something that you have to live by. You could learn a million things and pick the things out of those that you actually think are worthwhile.
Yeah, but that's not the point of the cosmopolitan traveler. The point of that traveler
you learn everything, and
is
you're
to
still only take
just
away
wear
the
a
bits that you
costume.
want. How much of what you learn by traveling overseas are you going to implement in your own life? You've learned stuff. There might be a couple of things that you actually implement into your own life. But the fact that you've gone and seen different ways of everything being done doesn't mean you're going to implement everything from all the countries you've been to and make that your life.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. In fact, to make Lao Tzu's point, more clearly, the more countries you go to, the less you can really implement in your own, affairs and all that type of stuff. But anyways,
Excellent.
yeah, let's.
See, that
Yeah,
just exactly what I was saying. That's
yeah,
kind of
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm gonna read this one more time. It's relatively short. It says, "The heavy is the root of the light. The still is the lord of restlessness. Therefore, the gentleman, when traveling all day, never lets the heavy laden carts out of his sight. It is only when he is safely behind walls and watchtowers that he rests peacefully and is above worries. How then should a ruler of 10,000 chariots make light of his own person in the eyes of the empire? If light..."
That's it. Hey,
Here, hold
when
on.
everyone
Here, hold on.
knows-
Here, hold on. Settle down for a second. If light, then the root is lost. If restless, then the Lord is lost. Okay. Okay, and I'm gonna read that last part again. That he rests peacefully and is above worries. How then should a ruler of 10,000 chariots make light of his own person in the eyes of an empire? If light, then the root is lost. Okay.
Yeah, see, that goes along with.
If restless, then the Lord is lost.
Yeah. See, this goes
Okay.
along with.
So lightness and restlessness, and right, if you let them command you and move you, instead of heaviness, depth, foundation, actual affinity for where you are, right? So actually, you have to have affinity for where you are before you can move outside. The people who know where they're at, you know what I mean, right? Can actually
stable
successfully.
foundation.
Yeah, they have the capacity to travel about. Right? It's only when you begin, the more you prepare, right, for your trip, the further you'll be able to go in a way, right? But if your restlessness, if restlessness is moving you, external locus of energy is moving you, then you're lost, right? And you don't have control. You're not in control. Anyways, DK, what were you saying?
I disagree with that completely. I think that what that's referring to is basically, and I don't like the Q crap at all, but there will come a day they can't walk down the street. So they need to be protected by their military while they travel from one place to the next, and they're not comfortable until they're behind fortified walls again. It sounds like some elitist bullshit.
I don't know. I don't know what all this stuff. I don't know what all this stuff about laws is. I'm not getting anything about laws from this. The thing is that it's just talking about like plants, like trees.
No,
like
it was talking about the person who travels from place to place and doesn't feel safe until he's behind a barricaded wall.
Yeah, but but it's talking.
The stillness part. If you
No,
want to
no,
go
no, no. It's not talking about a general person, DK. It's talking about somebody
alternative that I
who has
see
a lot
here.
of carts. You know, right? Who owns like a lot of carts. You know,
But like some people
like
don't
a
have the
shopkeeper.
opportunity to be born in a place where they can just plant the roots and be there. They don't know that.
Yeah, exactly.
So they
Yeah.
move on, and they have to travel, and they're in a situation where they need to learn how to establish those roots because they are important. They're very important.
Yeah.
But like people are moving and are mobile, and especially now we've been intentionally mobilized in such a regard that we don't even have the roots to establish ourselves, nor do we even have the desire to seek it as a populace. So these are two different concerns I see being addressed here.
That
yeah.
Also
Yeah, and then
to go along, with that, like trees are the longest living creatures on
Right.
the planet.
Exactly.
And they
Yeah.
don't move. Yeah, and they don't move.
Yeah, I was just saying that. Yeah, you were talking to somebody else, and I was just saying that whole point. Blessings, but yeah, it says here, one who excels in traveling leaves no wheel tracks. One who excels in speech makes no slips. And right. And actually, to add to your point, DK, I was also talking about turtles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I heard. Yeah, no, I heard the turtle bit. I obviously missed the trees part.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah,
I heard the turtle part.
But yeah, here it goes. One who excels in speech makes no slips. One who excels in traveling leaves no wheel tracks. One who excels in reckoning uses no counting rods. And right, so this is the whole idea that technique is opposition to skill. Skill is personal, technique is impersonal, right? And once you apply it, you don't have your own agency attached to the task that you're performing, right? So this idea that if you excel in skill, right, that somebody who's moving around with efficiency, right, isn't exactly leaving markers or trying to damage this whole idea that somebody who's visibly moving, right? So this fact that something that swiftly moves about, you barely see it.
I kind of get you, but not quite. Can we delve into that a little bit more? Because what I'm sort of getting at is the people who really achieve things are the ones that aren't seen.
Of course.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, that's sort of.
Yeah, of course. It's one of the top superpowers: invisibility or flying. Which one would you want? I'm saying, right? There's lots of questions. But yeah, but yeah, this fact, about using counting rods. That's another example. So this fact of leaving no wheel tracks. Right? That the wheels. Right, that they move so swiftly that they don't leave tracks. Right, that the wheels are smoothed out.
See, I don't think it's about that. I think it's about doing shit without thinking that you need to make a name for yourself, without trying to do it for fame. You just do stuff, and you leave as little mark behind as possible.
No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. No, you're getting the wrong picture. Here, give me let me read these 3 lines to you again, and I'll explain it again to you. And it says, one who excels in traveling leaves no wheel tracks. One who excels in speech makes no slips. One who excels in reckoning uses no counting rods. Okay, so what it's talking about, right, is performing a task, right, in which the technique is doing most of the work for you. Instead, this is a person, right, who's essentially, not using the technique, right, but relying mostly on their own skill. So, for example, right, the best example is this one, right? One who excels in reckoning uses no counting rods, right? So the fact is that, right.
Yeah.
What
what I take from that, Honestly,
Somebody,
what I take from that
yeah,
is someone who's really good at what they do isn't doing it for fame, and they're not leaving shit behind for anyone to track and trace.
no, look,
But
look,
It
DK,
takes the perfection of skill.
yeah, perfection of
You know,
skill.
that's
Yeah,
the
look,
way I look at it. The perfectionist skill.
DK,
no,
you
of
want to
course,
discount everyone else's view,
It's about
and
just
you don't
doing
want
it
yours to be
better than
discounted.
anyone else.
You
right,
want
right,
your view
right.
to be respected, but you're not respecting the views being put forth from ancient wisdom. To just take it in and just
Yeah,
like then build from it.
yeah. Look. Say you use a wheel and something carries you. Say something. Say you use a wheel, right, and it leaves marks on the sand, right, and then say something carries you across the sand even more swiftly without leaving any tracks. Like, let's say a plane. You know what I mean, right? Okay, well, that thing didn't leave any tracks and it moves more swiftly, right? See, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? That's something that just glide over like a bird just glides over the fucking desert, right? It doesn't need to move over, right? It just moved over a lot more swiftly than somebody who uses a wheel. Now somebody who's using counting rods to measure something, he's applying the counting rods. He doesn't even know how big the thing is. See, somebody who's measured it 1,000 times, who doesn't even need to use counting rods, who just says, this thing, I've seen it 1,000 times, is this fucking big. I've measured it 1,000 times. And right? So the person who's measured it so many times, who's used the counting rods tons of times, he doesn't even need to use the counting rods anymore. So this is what Lao Tzu's talking about, is that once you apply, the technique enough times, you can let go of the technique itself, that it's just a means to the end, for example, right? And once you get there, right, you don't need it anymore, right? So he's saying that once you get really good at doing something, right, it's like it becomes second nature, right?
You
One
take
who
the training
excels,
wheels off.
yeah, exactly. One who excels in shutting uses no bolts, yet what he has shut cannot be opened. How about that? Somebody who doesn't even lock something in, but creates something that can't be opened. Can you think of how that's possible?
Locksmith.
But it's not about that though. It's good Reddington.
Just spiritually.
Spiritual locksmith.
But there's another aspect to traveling without tracks, is you cannot be followed.
Yeah, that's right. That's true too. All right.
So you kind of like wrap up everything, and then travel without tracks was followed by speech without stuttering or slipping. So again, like, it's like if you're a newbie in a new town and you have good diction and you can speak well, people they don't try to steal or gyp you. They don't try to take advantage. It's a level of sophistication was depicted there.
Sounds like balance is thrown in there too. So if you're traveling and you leave no trail, you're not disturbing the ecosystem that's there. You're not taking away, you're leaving it in balance.
Yeah, I mean, these two lines are pretty interesting. It says, one who excels in shutting uses no bolts, yet what he has shut cannot be opened. One who excels in tying uses no cords, yet what he has tied cannot be undone.
Do you interpret that materially, or like something about a person's character, like or someone's morals and virtue, or is that like a literal?
Can at least be implied. It can transcend over and be applied to virtue as well, I would think.
Yeah, I think it's like the best form of encryption is information. Right? So it's like, essentially what it's saying is like, you don't need to, shut something by like locking it with bolts. You know what I mean? Right? You could sort of like there's ways that like there's other ways to not get somebody to open something. Right?
I seen some skilled artisans do that, like using without bolts. You can carve a box, or that it's joined without bolts or something.
Yeah.
Where I would have put a dozen screws in, they
There's
don't.
Chinese architecture too. That's like that, where they don't use
No,
any
that's
bolts
what
or
I was
anything.
thinking of.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So this idea that, that something could be a simple trap, right? Because it tricks a person, right? So you don't have to use that many, right? Actual physical means to lock it up, right? So, like for example, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? That one who excels in using no cords, yet what he tied cannot be undone. Right? I think of that line. That today, everywhere man thinks he's free, but he's actually in chains. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know what I mean? Right? Like.
Good point.
You know what I mean?
And
'Cause
there's
a lot
no
of
physical chain. You're right.
yeah, like you could tie something up, but by just leaving it in a place where nobody can find it, right? You could lock something up that way too. You know, right? You
Yeah,
could
good
shut it
slave
out.
masters
Right?
don't need chains.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And I think that is another thing, the skill versus technique. Because one is personal, right? And the other is about formulating a way that someone can't get in, right? But the other one is just about, having complex codes, right? Like, for example, you could just have something sitting in a box, but you could have 4 people guarding it, and each of them has a different, code, right? And all 4 of them know, right? And you gotta like say, the code to each of them, right? And
in the age of psychological warfare, where everything's being watched and observed, and all the information is being absorbed by AI technology, the only way that I could even begin to keep up with this technology is to adapt it to my current situation. And how do I lock up what I need to, so that I'm giving to everyone what I need to, and then concealing what I must for the observation of a higher purpose that is beyond that technology. But some things I must relinquish to the public. I mean, and once you develop these codes, they can't get in, no matter what technology they want to build. It all brings us back in.
So is it that somebody that's good at something is focused on a task as opposed to the technique? Because if you get trained in the technique and not the task,
Well,
you're like, well, what are we going to do? We don't have bolts.
Because
Like, I didn't ask them about bolts. We're trying to lock something up.
Yeah, I think so. Because technique doesn't require intelligence so much as skill building. Because skill building requires you to build intelligence, discipline, practice, routine. There's a lot of things going on. And you might end up like going outside of your discipline to discover something outside of the skill discipline. I mean, like outside of the field to discover something about how to do your job better or your skill better. But in technique, I look at it like a McDonald's franchise. Like everybody has to do is rinse and repeat,
Yeah, I was doing an event once, running a catering event. It was at a tennis event and all that, and we were cooking a bunch of stuff. We had this one burger that we had a fried egg on, and because somebody forgot the egg pan, the cooks were like, "What are we gonna do? We don't have a fucking egg pan." So I just grabbed a fucking
regular pan.
I grabbed like a 6 pan or whatever and just held it over the fire and cooked the fucking egg. It was about the task. The chef, that's the difference between the chefs and the cooks. The chef will get that shit done, and the robotic,
improvise.
Yeah, the robotic cooks are like, well, what do we do? There's not a literal technical eggpan. It's like, get the shit fucking task done.
But then just to engage you a little bit over there on the robotic side, apart from that drawback, it's not very attractive because the cost of automated they're doing like subscription models. I don't know if you ever looked. I went and looked at a couple of pricing pages, and they won't sell you the robot. They'll lease it to you for a monthly fee. So it's like as much as paying employees, you know, at the end of the day. Like, what's the gain, really?
Well, yeah, I'm not a fan of subscription-based models at all. Like when they started making cell phones where you can't just go buy a damn cell phone for a few $100s. Like, no, you got to lease it for $800 and lease it for $20 a month. Fuck that. I want to own my shit outright. I can't stand subscription-based stuff.
But anyway, I mean, it was just like another drawback of the robotic. But TML, would you say that the light would be technique and then the heavy is skill? Or like you know what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to get at? Like using bolts would be technique and no bolts is skill, or that's not at all what's being talked about.
Well, the task. It's the task. So if you have a journeyman and an apprentice and you get to a place where like, hey, we have a job here, we gotta box and lock this thing up, and the apprentice goes, but we didn't bring bolts.
Got it.
And the journeyman's like, we're gonna lock this box up.
Mm-hmm. But he was mentioning even like psychological little bit, you know, things, and or like it was like a stretch. He went on a logic stretch, right? You stretch that logic to all possible because there were all these scenarios he put out. And I'm wondering like which one, you know, like what he was implying, like are some different with respect to
he was talking about locking up a chest without having to like lock it and then being comfortable behind the walls, referring to the Tao Te Ching, I believe.
Yeah, but then he referred to like 4 or 5 ways, like he did a logic exercise where he went on 4 or 5 ways to do that, to create a box that's locked without bolts. And then he was like, in one example, there's like 4 people guarding the box with each with like part of a code. And then the other, I don't know, we talked about like the tongue and groove type, where you don't have to use bolts to create a piece of, you know, of a wooden box or whatever. But then he said, well, if you leave something where it's lost, like no one can find it, then you don't have to enclose it in anything or something like that. So yeah, there were a few things he said there. That's what I was referring to.
It's a good question. It's like, is he talking about technique, or is he talking about there's more than one way to skin a cat?
Yeah,
because there's a subjective aspect there. If you're traveling, if part of being a good traveler is leaving no tracks, why is that? Because you're placing value and not being trackable. So that's a kind of subjective as far as what makes a good traveler. Which I would agree with it, but it just depends on where you're focusing the value at, right?
I think the value is in arriving safe and sound to your destination with all your belongings intact.
But you could leave tracks and do that. I guess part of that would be
program was brought in because of decay and his concerns, and decay suddenly silent.
Well, that's why I saw it as kind of a balance thing too. You just go wrecking through the woods and leaving a huge trail. I mean, a good traveler can go through and respect it and leave no trace, leave the balance intact.
Because there's so much, I mean, even in modern day traveling, there's people trying to fleece you everywhere, yo. Like what, I mean, and in those days, I'm sure there were bandits upon the, you know, upon the roads, and they're not following people all the time. They probably use tracks and stuff to see.
Well, maybe the toll booth people in San Francisco believe or read the Tao Te Ching because they don't even make you pay the toll now. They just track your license plate and send you a bill in the mail. When I went down there for the concert, I was like, this is crazy. The toll booths don't even stop you anymore. They have increased flow of traffic, and then they just bill you. So I guess a good toll booth operator doesn't need to stop you and ask for a quarter.
Yeah, the chain is there. So what is that machine? Is that skill or technique? Like, I guess the person who developed it had great skill. I don't know. Like the toll system tracking you, would that be skill or technique?
Well, I mean, in terms of you know, to bring it all together, you know, he's talking about many different ideas. In chapter 81, he talks about the small state and about you know, having all of your needs met through the simplicity of being in a small village, right? So this whole idea about not traveling and having a deep root is about, you know, being comfortable at home. You know, is about simplicity. It's about you know, natural simplicity, and you know, attunement with one's own you know, place in life. Now, when he's talking about developing, you know, measuring rods and you know, all this use of labor saving devices, and you have to go far and wide, right, to learn, right, these types of ideas and to bring these ideas, right, and about taking care of all these carts and you know, about traveling, right, and he's talking about that, you know, that that this sort of efficiency, you know, the more one wants to engage in a greater amount of efficiency, you know, the more on the other end, you know, one has to engage in a sort of stillness. All right. So I think that, you know, I brought this idea of skill and technique in to talk about how he's describing people excelling in things because they don't have to use the technique, right? That's used, and I think that what he's trying to say is that rely on yourself. You know, like make your affairs few and rely on yourself. You know, right? So and then he's saying also that, you know, like in a sense that, you know, a person that you know, you know, he's sort of being tricky in a way, right? Because he's saying that you know, somebody that's already been everywhere, right? They know the best way to get there, right? So they're not necessarily, you know, trying to like walk around. You know, their point is not to walk around. You know, right? So the fact is that the traveler is not like good at walking. You know, he's good at getting to his location. You know, right? That's what he's good at doing. You know, like a good measurer is good at finding the measurement. He's not good at measuring things. You know, it's not the measuring that defines how good he is. Like, you know what I'm saying?
So accomplishment of the task
I
and
understand. I
self-sufficiency.
understand. Because
Yeah.
I can look at a piece of clothing and make it by eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I understand.
Yeah, and then he says that,
I'm not the best measuring, you know, in whatever seamstress skills and cutting out the fabric and all that, like the machine does it. I can't.
yeah, yeah. Now, now he drives the example home by saying like a teacher, right? Like, what does a teacher teach for, right? It's so the student will learn something, right? So, like, it's not like having students that makes you a good teacher. It's not teaching. You know, it's not. You know, it's not like the best teacher has tons of students. You know, that's not what measure. That's not the point of teaching. You know, the point of teaching is so that somebody will learn something. And then once they're done, you don't need to teach them anymore. The point is to get rid of them, to not teach them anymore. Right?
Right.
So he makes this point by saying, like the point of getting somewhere, right, is not like traveling. You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying, right? Right. It's not like, oh yeah, let me like walk across the fucking desert and like leave a bunch of tracks. That'll show that I really got somewhere. Like, like it's like, dude, like, what do you? It's like, no, you want to get to where you're going, right?
That would be a waste of his energy. And well, he's also talking about like something about wealth building, right? In that regard, like if you're scattered and like you have to build like some property and something, right? Like you have to have a root and
Yeah,
usually
he's kind of
in the village and then you inherit usually.
yeah. I mean, the point is this: is that excessive action, leads to, it shows a lack of, like skill, and so does restlessness. Just as restlessness shows a lack of control. All right.
So is it like I was saying in the chat earlier with the chef thing? Like, if you're really good at being a cook and a chef, you clean as you go. So by the time you're done, there's no pans dirty, there's no nothing. You've built it in to be sufficient in that way, to where a good cook wouldn't leave a huge mess.
I think so.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
I think so. Like there's these things like nuances and not letting the food dry up on the plate because it's gonna be harder to scrub and
Yeah, look at the look at the Shang Tzu, based on your example, Mr. Anderson. A butcher who never sharpens his blade. Case in point.
Yep.
Right? Right,
Indeed. Yeah, it's built into it. The self-sufficiency thing made it make more sense for me too, because a good traveler doesn't need to go buy a snake oil salesman's GPS.
Yeah, and that's why I said skill versus technique, because skill is personal, right? Technique is applied abroad. Technique is based on an external locus of power, right? Just as the measuring rods, right? Like you needing them to measure things. It means you don't have experience in measuring things. You don't know how big things really are, right? So that's kind of what he's saying. And then he says, therefore, the sage always excels in saving people and so abandons no one. Always excels in saving things and so abandons nothing. This is called following one's discernment, being sparing of things, right? Hence, the good man is a teacher the bad learns from, and the bad man is the material the good works on.
Shit, can you repeat that, please?
Yeah. Hence, the good man is the teacher the bad learns from, and the bad man is the material the good works on.
Oh God.
The material, the good, because I was even gonna say it. There's a gray area there when you're talking about technique and skill, because somebody who's really skilled will develop techniques, and if you're gonna try to teach it to another person, you are gonna teach them some technique. So if somebody's inheriting that knowledge and inheriting you teaching them the technique, does that mean they're bad? Because it sounds like in that statement you just said that the bad are going to hear that. It's like, wouldn't also the good? I don't know. It's a blurring of the lines between skill and technique. How do you teach skill sets to somebody else without teaching them technique? Dang.
It all comes back to proper timing and my perspective with that. It's like you can use any technique, but you have to use the proper timing and you have to implement that in your own life and you have to take the accountability for those actions. Whatever you learn.
Well, last statement was cryptic.
Yeah, I think the fact is that, you know, he's talking about teaching, right? Being the technique itself, right?
Yeah.
So if you're the point of teaching is to not teach. You know what I mean?
Right,
Essentially.
because
You know what I
you
mean?
teach them how to learn, so
Not
that
Yeah.
you can eliminate the need for yourself.
Yeah. So like essentially he's saying, yeah, so he's saying like the point of, like making somebody, good is so that there won't be bad people. It's not like to make people good, to get really efficient at making people good. You know what I mean, right? Because then you always need bad people. You know what I mean? Sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Like what else is a measure of goodness?
Yeah, like look, as long as we have to teach bad people, like, you know what I mean, right?
That's what keeps you good,
Like
right?
we're fucked. You know, right? Yeah, exactly. Like that's what keeps us good, but we're also fucked. You know?
Indeed.
Bad man like good things. Bad man like the best things. As a matter of fact. Right? Bad man like to wear the best clothes. They like to drive the best cars. They like to listen to the best music. So wherever there's a DJ that is happening, the rude boys, they are going to be there.
I'm sorry, I heard you say bad man, so that just came right to mind.
We have to teach the rude boys.
Yeah, and let me expand further with the next few lines. He says, and I wish you guys would let me read it. But yeah, it says, hence the good man is the teacher the bad learns from, and the bad man is the material the good works on. Right, that's the line. And these are extremely catching lines. Then he says, not to value the teacher, not to love the material.
Well, for one, it'd be
to value the teacher. No value for teacher. No value for material.
Yep.
Yeah, so no value for the curriculum or the teacher, but valuing the process of somebody actually learning how to think for themselves.
Yeah, like we want good, we like good people, you know, right? But we don't necessarily like teaching bad people, and we don't necessarily like bad people.
Yeah, I like that because it's not like because
prevent from it being a cult of personality at the very least.
Yep. Like there's people with their credentials like, oh, 30 years teaching at Yale and this, that, and the other. It's like, but who has learned from him? So yeah, the focus more
importantly, what have they learned?
Yeah. Because it leads to ego and stuff when it's more focused on the teacher and the curriculum. You can't just build a perfect one-size-fit-all curriculum.
Well, it's self-interest, I think. Like the teacher exists to keep the job of teacher alive, right? They don't. I mean, like, come on, like, they're there for their paycheck and their retirement.
So I don't think it sounds like he's not advocating for tenure in universities.
Yeah. And he said, and he's saying this whole business, valuing the teacher, loving the material, right? He says not to do it, right? Then he says, though it seems clever, it betrays great bewilderment. This is called essential and the secret. Now he goes back to the idea of the essential, right? About the primal virtue, right? Which is also known as the womanly, right? The subtle, right? The one that, as I said earlier, creates without producing, right? And creates without ownership, produces without you know, watching over all this type of stuff, right? So, you know, this whole idea that, you know, a mother, you know, doesn't necessarily, you know, that her job is to relinquish control over that which she produces, right? And this fact, you know, is about, you know, this whole idea of the uncarved block, primal virtue, the valley spirit. You know what I mean? And you know, taking any form. Remember, and also about being shadowy and indistinct. You know what I mean? You know, being behind the scenes, right? Kind of staying outside of the spotlight. You know, right? And you know what I mean? And of course, that goes with this idea of stillness. You know what I mean? Primal virtue goes with this idea of stillness. Having deep roots goes with this idea of stillness, right? So he's obviously moving in a similar direction here. He says, know the male, but keep the role of the female, but be a ravine to the empire. If you're a ravine to the empire, then the constant virtue will not desert you, and you will again return to being a babe. Okay, so this idea of, you know, returning to state of simplicity, right? Being as a newborn babe, you know, this idea of the source of life, you know, being the thing that continues life, right? Okay, through this idea of simplicity, right? Know the white, but keep the role of the black, and be a model to the empire. If you are a model to the empire, then the constant virtue will not be wanting, and you will return to the infinite. No honor, but keep the role of the disgraced, and be a valley of the empire. If you're a valley of the empire, then the constant virtue will be sufficient. You will return to being the uncarved block. When the uncarved block shatters, it becomes vessels. Okay? This idea of vessels is about rituals. Okay? Okay? The sage makes use of these and becomes the lord over the officials. Hence, the greatest cutting does not sever. Okay? That adds to the previous lines, right? Swift action, right, makes the least amount of activity, right? Uses the least amount of activity, right? So one snip, and that's a good cut, right? You keep banging at the thing, you keep cutting away at it, chop, 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 chop. You know, right? That's not a good cut, right? And he goes further to describe war in this regard. Okay? Okay, that actually the best thing is to avoid war, right? Winning a war is actually losing. You know, being good at war is being good at dying in a way, right? You know, the one who performs the best at war loses the most lives. All right, so every time war is there, there's also mourning for the people who are lost in the war. Right? So the point is to avoid going to war. Right? The point of war is to avoid going to war. It's odd, isn't it? You know? So he says it is because arms are instruments of ill omen, and there are things that detest them, that no one who has the way does not abide by their use. The gentleman gives precedence to the left when at home, but to the right when he goes to war. Arms are instruments of ill omen, not the instruments of the gentleman. When one is compelled to use them, it is best to do so without relish. There is no glory in victory, and to glorify it despite this is to exult in the killing of men. One who exults in the killing of men will never have his way in the empire. On occasions of rejoicing, precedence is given to the left. On occasions of mourning, precedence is given to the right. A lieutenant's place is on the left, the general's place is on the right. This means that it is mourning rites that are observed. When great numbers of people are killed, one should weep over them with sorrow. When victorious in war, one should observe the rites of mourning. He then continues to say, the way is for the nameless. Though the uncarved block is small, no one in the world dare claim its allegiance. Should lords and princes be able to hold fast to it, the myriad creatures will submit of their own accord. Heaven and earth will unite, and sweet dew will fall, and the people will be equitable. Though no one so decrees, only when it is cut are there names. As soon as there are names, one ought to know that it is time to stop. Knowing when to stop, one can be free from danger. The way is to the world as a river, and the sea are rivulets and streams. All right, so this idea that, of the namelessness, right? Being without desire, right? Perceiving the mystery, right? This idea of names and titles and honors. Okay, these three things that we saw playing a central theme in the social techniques of Confucianism, right? He's dismissing all three of those, right? He's arguing against them, right? He's saying good societies, good people don't need these things, right? And he's giving some arguments and explanations of why, okay? And of course, he says the nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth, right? Okay? And this idea of being desireless, right? Not giving names and titles, not seeing distinction between things, okay? That's the way of the sage. Okay? It's fascinating stuff. I mean, definitely. But this whole idea of, going beyond words, definitely very anti-Confucian idea. Obviously, as we read in Confucius, he says, words need precise meanings and definitions, right? Or else society cannot have order, right? Okay? And Lao Tzu says, right? Only when it is cut are there names. As soon as there are names, one ought to know when it is time to stop. Okay. Anyways, let me read this chapter 33, and then I'm going to take a little musical intermission here, right? And then we'll go ahead and continue on with this, right? And yeah, this is one of the most interesting passages, right? It says, he who knows others is clever. He who knows himself has discernment. He who overcomes others has force. He who overcomes himself is strong. He who knows contentment is rich. He who preserves is a man of purpose. He who does not lose his station will endure. He who lives out his days has had a long life. Okay. Okay. In another translation, it says to die to the world is to be eternally present. Right? This whole idea of self-mastery, right, comes in. Knowledge of self, right? This passage is about knowledge of self, right? Being the highest type of knowledge. Okay? Okay, and it's also
Self-mastery, right? He talks about self-mastery making you strong or overcoming.
Yeah. Yeah, and this whole thing about preservation, stillness. You know what I mean? Not contending. You know what I mean? And obviously self-mastery is about not contending, right?
Right.
And yeah, he who preserves is a man of purpose, right? This idea that you know, as I said, purpose is what you begin with, right? Okay, now, you know, non-utilitarian. I mean, right? Non-mediated. I mean, yeah, Lao Tzu does not like utility, right? Right. It seems like. I mean,
Like it's not justified enough that you do it for utility alone.
yeah, yeah.
Because
This
that
seems to
would
be.
be like a restless type nature, right? Because
Yeah, I think that's one of the main messages in this whole thing, right? You know, definitely, I see that. I mean, and I see that idea of the uncarved block is a huge part of that. I mean, but yeah.
what do you think it means when he says cut only until like names or like taking names or something like that? That's I was unclear on that.
Yeah. Like cut, like I think it's like distinctions, right? Right, that like you cut. Right, because it's about discernment, right?
I see. But don't be too cutting, is that it? Like you have
Yeah,
to.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? You know, like name things is to harshly divide them, right? Essentially. I mean, but yeah, blessings.
Oh wow. Okay, I see.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're here in chapter 34. We're reading a DC Lao translation of the Lao Tzu, and yeah, I think it's going to take a few more shows for us to get through this translation. But yeah, we've read the first, 33 chapters. I want to at least make it to like maybe 42 or something. You know what I mean? We're almost to book 2 here. You know what I mean? But yeah, we'll figure it out. I mean, some of my favorite chapters are coming up here. And at chapter 38, really, that's where book 2 starts. And he really starts talking about society. And, as he extrapolates further and further, I think he goes to the more social and political, ideas, right? I guess in the beginning he's talking about more metaphysical, and then he moves to the personal application of these things, right? In terms of skill and discernment and all those types of things, restraining your desires, becoming like a woman, all those types of things, right? And then he moves into some other areas, right? About rulership, right? Being a man of the people, being a great ruler, a great sage, right? Putting into practice, right? Sort of Daoist nation, right? And all these ideas. So, you know, despite what many people say about the work, it's just like poetic, it's mystical. It's fairly organized and some very direct takes in there. To be honest, right? About the way to run society, and very shocking, right? Definitely unpopular, right? A lot of what he says, right? You can imagine that today a lot of what he says is being ignored, right? So I think a lot of
Because of
rebellious
the
type.
advantage of this technology, right? Like
Yeah, yeah,
we can afford to ignore it.
yeah, yeah, definitely.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, we're gonna take a little break here. But yeah, blessings, guys. I mean, we still have a lot of stuff to go through. We still have Greg Epstein. Closer to truth video. You know what I mean? We got Kaczynski. So we got a couple things we're gonna get into here. You know what I mean? Before we end the show, but blessings. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Good to be back. And y'all don't believe it tonight. See, everybody think Hollywood is what you read and hear about, and it's bad.
thought, energy, light.
Why are you looking hard with a hood on and Timberland boots, staring at me for 1 hour when you could walk up and shake my hand? Why? Why are you making those mean faces in your videos with the fish lens effects? Why? Why do you walk in the clubs with 30 people around you and stand in the corner with big bodyguards for no reason? Why? Why do you pull up in valet parking with your Benz that is rented, fronting on a cellular phone that doesn't work? Why? Why are you smirking up your face, making obnoxious facial scenes like I'm supposed to be scared? Why? Who are you? I circle like sharks while y'all panic. I cruise the Atlantic. Y'all think I'm spaced out, human from the Earth planet. That's right, tomorrow I plan to boo your shows in the Apollo. You follow in the crowd, the audience is hollow. Never ending while I'm mind-bending, rescinding you the first verse. That you was worse, a drag queen with a purse. Unrehearsed, don't try to reverse. Harsh words send you to a nurse. Emergency with urgency, non-rappable comics, and half of y'all out there got me vomiting. Turning Islamic and Dominican, Indian, Cambodian, watching Nickelodeon TV. You see me looking at me grabbing my pee-pee. Y'all still sleepy with hard faces trying to look creepy. You are the monsters of the original Mr. Softy ice cream trucks. Why? Your exaggeration perpetration levels are at exaggerating full speed.
Open your eyes, tell me why can't you see?
Why must I answer to you evil monsters?
Hey Keith, we are the official haters, and you have sunken into the official hating zone, in which you witness the most salt shaking, behind your back speaking, record criticizing, cop blocking, in the club costume jewelry wearing, ballet parked Lexus renting, undercover, starstruck, no game having, fake Versace shirt wearing, motel hell living, false Muslim being, jungle fever having, pork eating demon people. Our purpose here on your planet is to bring you down. If you can evade this evil, you'll be the man.
Welcome back. Blessings. And with that music break, we've shaved off a great number of panelists, right? Because you know, it's getting a little bit late here, right? And some of the viewers, you know, I guess it's a sleepy time for some of you. We're in night crawlers, all right? Blessings. I mean, thank you for joining us, all right? And I appreciate your efforts and your rewatch abilities, right? Many people click the rewatch, and I'm greatly thankful for that. I mean, and you know what I mean? Let's move forward here. We have quite a few things to you know, go over. I'm gonna move on with the quickness, right? With the quickness, right? And you know, we're blessed again to have lots of different people joining the discussions, and lots of different, you know, people on the panel here. You know what I mean? So I greatly appreciate that. You know, sometimes there's a great drought. We go weeks, no panel. But today I was, you know, pretty much prepared to just talk for 8 hours and not really give a fuck about what anybody says. You know what I mean? So it really didn't matter if anybody showed up. Definitely. You know what I mean? But I really, really appreciate everybody for being here. You know what I mean? Blessings, Truth or Cop. You know, blessings, Annapurna. I mean, thank you so much. I mean, for your continued support. You know what I mean? And of course, it takes a lot to hop on the panel. And of course, the people who hop on the panel, sometimes they're crucially aware of the negative attention that my show gets sometimes, right? So I greatly appreciate their time. You know what I mean? Because you know, they're aware that sometimes, you know, people will be slandered for appearing on this panel. I mean, right? And I don't mean to deter anybody from being up here. You know what I mean? You know, you should wholeheartedly support and you know, give appreciation to those things that you actually like. I mean, and spending time halfway interested in watching a bunch of nonsense. I mean, right? And you know, this idea of just halfway interest is really developed. It's really sad, you know, right? Really, you know, right? There's a lot of mediocrity, but to go with it, there's a lot of people half interested watching a bunch of bullshit. You know, right? So you know what I mean? I mean, watch whatever the fuck you want to watch, but you know, be that thing, right? You know, you know what I mean? Yeah, stop all the half stepping. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous, right? People on here appearing as characters. You know, we've met many people on here appearing as characters. You know, I think it's fucking despicable. You know what I mean, right? I'd rather stand behind my words and you know, all that stuff that fucking hide like a worm. You know, and I know that's not popular. You know, the thing is that, you know, this whole concept of inventing an online persona is more dangerous than you think. You know, right? And that's why I often say, you know, right? You know what I mean? You know, my objective is to have personal conversations with you people. You mean definitely?
TML.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
I
Go
say
ahead.
something, bro?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
This is why I fucking tone myself down for your YouTube shit. You should see what I really say. This is why I want you on one of my shows. Because I don't do shit on YouTube.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I
do
know what you
stuff
mean.
where there's no censorship.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
definitely.
want you on one of my shows where you're actually allowed to fully cut loose instead of trying to
1,000,000%.
abide by
No,
some
no, there's
bullshit
definitely
platforms
yeah.
policies.
Yeah, there's definitely a place and time for that. But I'm telling you guys right now, All right. If you think that, you know what I mean, just because, you know what I mean, there's certain issues we can't talk about, that I'm not gonna fully appear here and talk about, you know, those things that we can talk about, you know, in terms of, you know what I mean, you know, those, and actually I've not held much back, right? So there is that. Or we've covered some very, very controversial issues, but the thing is that we've done so very tastefully, right? So that we brought in lots of different perspectives, and I've
Yeah,
given
you've just got to change a few words, and you're okay.
No, I'm telling you, DK, I could school you on how to get away with a lot. All right, in terms of
Hey, dude, I ain't school everyone how to do it.
yeah, of course, But I'm telling you, yeah, but I'm telling you, you know, I know a lot of rhetorical tricks. I'm a master of saying things 100 different ways, so that you can't really catch up to or pinpoint the exact motherfucking you know, range of you know, like somebody who really wants to like look for some shit, right? Like I could say some shit in a bunch of different ways, the same controversial shit 100 different fucking ways, and right, spin it, right? So you know, it's all about articulation, right? So the thing is that, right, you could get away with a lot, right, if you know
So
how to
you're going
articulate
back
yourself.
to technique now.
What?
Your technique.
Oh yeah, technique. Yeah.
Like for giving that knowledge out.
Yeah.
The methodology, the way you try and do it.
Yeah. You gotta coach it. You know what I mean, right? You could do a lot of shit. See, we've been able to say a lot of shit about different groups of people because we've had them on stage, and then I've said I'm wrong about it. You know, like I don't give a fuck. Right? The thing is that I tell people not to listen to me. Right? So I really don't make a definitive fucking statement. Why the fuck would I do that when I'm still learning shit? Right? So the thing is that
I tell everyone to try and research shit. It's like I say everything from my true point of view, from everything I've found. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's 100% true, and someone else might find something else. I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong, and someone else can actually correct me about things.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
Most people aren't willing to actually be corrected by others. That's the biggest problem that I think people have. Everyone has this ego where they think they're unmatched and they're the best at everything. If you're unwilling to be corrected and accept when you're wrong, you're definitely not someone that should be listened to.
Who just
left? I know you're not one of those people.
Unseen.
Oh, unseen blessings. Am I right? Yeah.
I know you're not one of those people. It's okay to you now.
I agree with you, TML. I agree with you, TML, on your perspective there on speaking in different ways. Because I've had people come at me over things like that and say, oh, well, if you really had balls, you would just say whatever and get banned in 2 seconds. Actually, no, that's not tact.
Yeah, right.
So we're given this platform that's kind of like the modern day version of the old CBS and ABC. Imagine being able to go on CBS and speak in code about whatever the fuck you wanted to in front of a bunch of people. So there's not a lot of virtue. People will try to do the virtue thing and say, just say whatever you want and get banned. It's like, no, there's not virtue in that. I mean, there's nothing wrong.
Yeah, it's like I don't need to talk about like you know like
it's all right.
Like not everything has to do with the same. Here, hold on, DK. Here, hold on, DK. Yeah, but but not everything has to do with the same few issues. I mean, so I don't understand why, you know, we get stuck on, you know, trying to spread, you know, controversy, all that stuff. So I mean, the fact is that, I mean, you can invent your own language for stuff, you know, and if you're articulate enough, right, you don't have to explain things in the ways that you know, necessarily get you in trouble, you know. So there's lots of ways to question stuff, and also throw out a disclaimer that it's a thought experiment and all that type of stuff, and you know, make something a fictional story, right? So, you know, we could be very, very fucking creative if we want to, you know. There's more than you know, there's a lot of ways to do this, right? So the fact is that, right, I've been able to explain or get to the heart of a lot of ideas because I've simply just made up my own terminology for things. All right. So, you know, right. You know, making my own memes. I mean, right. So, you know, so I've seen this type of stuff.
I
Yeah, and I support other
definitely
people who do
want
it.
to get you on my D Live and Rumble channels, bro.
Yeah, definitely. We'll do it soon.
Like 100%. It's like I want you on my other channels so that you can actually speak freely and you
Yeah.
don't have to worry about like beating around the bush and shit.
It's definitely about picking your battles, yeah.
Yeah, and learning the skill set for tact in a way is learning how to say whatever you want.
Yeah, I
because
know
it's not just YouTube.
much.
If you went to your job or if you went to a certain place, you got to know your audience and know where you're at. So having the skill set to speak a certain way in front of an audience is a good thing. It is saying what you want in its own way.
Yeah, I get you. It's called reading the room. Yes. Read the room.
Someone in the
and
back, TML.
Adjust yourself to what is acceptable in that space you're in.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
just
I
like
I ain't doing that whole N-word thing and the CPS thing. You know, we're not doing that today. MC Nemesis, you know, sorry about that.
N-word?
Yeah, everybody's child abusers, or you know, the you're gonna, you know, everybody's N-words, or
to be honest,
they
you're
want to
allowed to
abuse
say
children
that
and their
on other
N-words.
channels, but it doesn't mean it's like.
Yeah, here, hold on. Give me a second. No, I'm not doing that thing with the N-word thing and the everybody's a child abuser thing. I'm not doing that thing. That whole lying about everybody, we're not doing that here. We're talking about the Tao Te Ching, sir. So, you know, you could listen about Lao Tzu, and that's pretty much, you know, the best way to engage with my broadcast. Blessings. You know, all right? So just stay in the audience for now. You know, blessings. You know? Thank you. You know, right? But
We
yeah.
don't need someone pulling a snafu on us, right?
Yeah, send me an email. And we could have a talk about how you engage in the show. You know what I mean? But yeah, definitely, you know what I mean? We've seen that go on other, you know, programs and stuff. You know, right? Yeah, the show is open, but you know what I mean? People around, you know, you know, definitely the N-bomb thing and saying that, you know, people are child abusers. We ain't doing that right now. Blessings. You know?
That's
But yeah.
all right. You haven't even made me a mod, but I'll make sure anyone who says that again in your chat regrets saying it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just on a panel just a day ago, and he was doing that thing. You mean, so you know what I mean, your reputation precedes you. You know what I mean, my dude. You know what I mean? But yeah, blessings. You know what I mean, you're definitely free to listen about the Tao Te Ching. You know what I mean, and you know, figure out about the Tao Te
You
Ching. You know?
actually go and look up stuff about me. Holy crap! None of it
That's what they
would
call
have been
Fed
good.
posting.
Yeah,
yeah. None of it would have been good.
Because you got to think about the censorship thing, right? So why would they find it necessary to censor on this thing? Because they know this platform can reach people. So the fact that it is censored means that there's something worth censoring. So if you're able to get around that and say the same thing,
Yo, I've had somebody come up every single stream, almost every single fucking stream, and pull out some bullshit. If not, just straight up just show pornography. Right? So we've had, you know what I mean? And and you know, Browns Boy's been around here. You know, Browns Boy knows like this motherfucking show, like they'll send people up in the show like since the beginning of the show. I've had people come up and try to derail this motherfucker like heavily, right? And I haven't even cared about it. I mean, right? Like it's literally until like this particular moment that I just straight up just started, you know, like being like, you know what? I'm just gonna read the Tao Te Ching, and you motherfuckers that do your internet LARPer thing, you guys would just have your fucking space. I mean, I really don't care. I'm right. This is just one page on one motherfucking website. I mean, you know.
Well, yeah, you're opening up the panel. So I was tripping off that. Like people ask me, why don't you go live? Why don't you open a panel? This and that. It's like I wouldn't trust very many people to even click the link. So the fact that you're even willing to do that, you know, kudos
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah, I mean, everybody here, basically knows the deal. You know what I mean? And everybody here is like essentially just, you know, like I send a link to all you guys. I mean, in the Discord almost. I mean, and sometimes I forget one or two people, but you know, it is what it is. I mean, and or y'all just been here before, so you know what I mean. There's nothing new going on the panel. You know what I mean, so the thing is like, you know,
Mate, what
it's
did
like,
you say? There's nothing new going on in the panel when I've been
yeah, like,
challenging fucking almost everything that people are saying.
no, I'm talking about like that's been happening. Like I'm talking about like you've been here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, who's just appeared here on the panel? You know, like almost nobody. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, that's because most people are scared to put themselves out there.
yeah, but I also think like you got to go on Facebook or some shit. Like you got to go on these social media websites and be like, I'm the fucking machine lies and all this stupid shit, right? And I just don't have time. You know, I'm writing a book. I got to do other
I
things.
just live stream myself 24/7 on D Live. Like, you know, you're being restreamed on my D Live channel. Every time I'm here, I'm restreaming you on my channel. I've told you this every time, man. You know that I'm restreaming you on other platforms.
I'm the same way though. I don't market myself or anything like that. I don't go on places saying, "Hey, I'll be over here," or "Hey, I'm going live."
I do.
The only subscribers I got are
Why
just
would you? Why would
totally
you not?
organic.
No.
Zero.
Why would you not tell
marketing.
people that you're doing something?
Well, there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Well,
I'm just saying
you just think people are
hang on. I'm saying I'm bad at it.
going to know that you're doing something
There's no
when you
stopping
don't
them.
tell them.
No, I'm saying I have a bad skill set
They're
for
just
doing it.
dumb as fuck, bro.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just bad at it.
If you do not promote what you're doing, no one knows what the fuck you're doing. That is the stupidest thing ever. I don't do what I do for money.
You're not wrong.
I do what I do to get the information out to as many people as possible. It's not about like I want something. It's like I want people to listen to everything that I have to say and all the videos that I'm playing. See, there's a difference. If people are just like, here's something that people should know. Anyone who is in the alt media that appears to be rich has sold the fuck out. People who are telling the truth are poor as fuck, and no one is sponsoring them.
That's a fair point. I should assert myself more in 2025, probably.
Shit,
There's gotta be something in the Tao Te Ching about this.
24/7
Yeah,
for
blessings.
5 years.
That's why I even started my channel. It was when they made the birth certificate in New York where you can be gender X. I was like, man, the people that are the loudest usually don't know the most, and they're the ones who I always hear. So the people who have spent some time on these topics need to start speaking more, and I made my channel. So
Yeah,
fair enough.
it's actually really bad out there. I mean, if people knew how bad it was, you know, then yeah, I'd say there'd definitely be a lot more people like me and Mr. Anderson and Aperna. I mean, Unseen Warfare. You know, you get more Reddingtons out there. You know what I mean? The thing is that, you know, we need more people that are not only independent researchers and independent, you know, fucking, you know, trolls and you know, reacting to YouTube content and all this stuff, but we need people that are doing independent scholarship on a whole nother level. You know what I mean? Because the entire, you know what I mean, you know, independent and non-independent, you know, fucking shit is totally rigged. You know, if you go look at the types of situations and groups that they're appealing to, it's really, really bad. You know, I mean, I'm talking about like, you know, most people do not know how they're being fooled whatsoever. right? Like it's really bad. Like people need basic programming in terms of like just looking around, like just basic values. People need to be reprogrammed in basic values, right? So it's really bad. Like people don't know what's good, what's bad, what's a human, what's a machine. You know, nobody even fucking knows anymore. All right. So all right, it's getting really, really bad out there. All right, in terms of the way they're programming people, the way they're using the language, and they're programming little kids to think that, you know, essentially that, you know, there's no difference between a robot and a human. This is going to be the new world. I mean, definitely. I mean, I think
dumbed down so much that even AI looks like really smart.
Well, they
Yeah.
wear you down too when they control all these different facets, like the media and all these things. They just wear you down. So you raise people since they're 2, 3, 4 years old. They don't stand a chance, you know.
Yeah, definitely. So, this type of stuff. I mean, Taoism and how these ideas are controversial and how they totally go against everything that we know or can experience. Right? It definitely goes against a society such as the scale that we're trying to run today. You know what I mean? Yeah, go ahead, DK.
Go ahead, DK.
Yeah, DK, the Mr.
The
Anderson.
simple fact is everything is basically a way to decimate what was our way of society. Everyone says that this like technological advancement is actually going to make things better, when all it actually does is take away jobs from people every single time. It isn't just once. Oh, now there's another technological advancement. Oh, there's more jobs taken away from people every single time. It is like I don't know if it was you, sorry, it might have been on a different channel. Someone was saying that they were aiming for an autocracy. I'm like, no, they're actually aiming for a technocracy. Technology is actually going to be in charge and dictating every aspect of your life. Every single bit. I have publicly spoken about the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And if you want to go see that, that's actually on YouTube. DB123 is my YouTube channel. Go look that up and scroll down quite a while and look for the 17. Oh, wait, shit, is it on there? I'm not sure. No, sorry, someone else did it. I have to find it. But
there's no disputing that, though. There's no disputing the technocracy aspect. When it goes deeper, it's talking about who's informing those in control of the technology and what are they motivated by as well. And also, I think for me, because I've talked to TML before about how do you define technology, right? And so we agreed that like a bird using a stick to make a nest, that's technology. But when it becomes quote unquote unnatural, it sounds like TML was saying that once it gets to a point to where it's like mass production, industrial revolution, right?
When a bird's using a laser pointer to get its fucking nest level.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is I agree with that, but it's too vague and it doesn't deliver a punch enough to convince people. So when you're drawing the line at when it becomes mass produced, I don't think that's enough to resonate to flip people. How do we draw the line more clear and not so much use rhetoric, but an explanation for, because it can appear as arbitrary. You're like, I'm arbitrarily drawing the line right here. Technology is okay until it gets to this point. So I think we need to be more clear about that line.
No, it's not
just mass produced, but also
it's the fact that the
Here, hold on,
opposite
DK.
is
Here, hold on,
pushed
DK.
100 times more than the reality. So media and the lies are actually pushed on everyone.
Yeah,
100
No, we're talking about
times
the line
more
though.
than
We're talking about
the
the
actual
line.
reality. So everyone hears the lies 100 times before they hear the truth.
Yeah, Reddington,
That
what were you
is
gonna
what
say?
is hard to break through.
Well, it's not just mass production. That's a lot of part of it, but it's also like in terms of just producing something that's popish. You know, like it's part of the popular pop culture,
Propaganda.
and it just has like no real soul to it. It's not, you know, unique in that sense.
Yeah, that's what I said. It comes down to propaganda. They push all the stuff that is so crap that you would never actually like, but because they put so much effort and time into shoving it into your face all day, every day, it's shit you know.
I don't know if pop describes it correctly though. The pop thing, I don't think that.
Yeah,
Hey,
really
you can
describes it right.
recite bullshit pop songs right now.
But that's not what we're
They
talking
did
about.
this
That's not
to
what
you.
Reddington's talking
No,
about.
they did this to you. You can recite rap songs, hip hop songs, pop songs right now because they did this to you. Do not fucking tell me that this didn't happen to you.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thanks for responding. But yeah, we got to move on here to this Taoism. I mean, definitely, and you know, yeah, in terms of this, and that's the reason why I mentioned skill versus technique, because I think it's a a fundamental point in terms of explaining you know, where is the cutoff point between human-centered techniques and you know, and the use of you know, methods, or you know, I guess you know, in the Shangzu, it's about you know, labor saving devices in the role of agriculture, right? So I think that this idea that it's harder to do it, right, when you have to do it on your own, but at least you could take account for things, you know what I mean, right? So the fact is that, right, this idea of simplicity, right, being able to dedicate things for yourself, you know, right, not having to rely on others, right, and relying on nature, right? All of these things are fundamentally important within Taoism, and that's why it sort of draws a line much more against, I mean, right, a complex level of technology than other forms, other philosophical systems, right? And that's why I closely compared it to to the Cynics, right? Because you know, Diogenes living in a barrel, you know what I mean, right? Walking around the middle of the day with a lamp and asking people, you know, I'm looking for an honest man, you know, and you know, obviously he saw the kid drinking out of the well with his hands and he threw away his cup, which is his only possession. You know, that the cup is extraneous to drinking the water. You know, right? That this idea that, you know, possessions are just extraneous. You know, right? That once one gets to the activity, that one doesn't need the thing that facilitates it, right? So there's a greater idea about simplicity, that virtue is simplicity, you know, or you know, virtue I mean, simplicity is a cornerstone of virtue, in other words. I mean, there's something to that level of understanding, right? The Taoist message, right?
I think that is due to the medium that was available at the time. The fact that now you have the internet and everything, and you can reach everyone at once. Do you think, like, even Jesus or Muhammad, whatever, do you think they'd just be walking the desert, or would they be typing on a fucking keyboard right now?
I mean, who knows? I mean, right? But the thing is, you know, I mean, you know, in terms of you know,
as I said, it's reaching more people on a keyboard.
Yeah, the technology question is a good question
screen.
because he's saying that there's more of an impetus as far as reaching more people. So I understand that question, but for me, like if someone gave me the microphone at a Super Bowl halftime show where 38 million people were watching me, and I had to explain to them why we've crossed the line and where that line is, I'm not sure we've arrived at a clear enough answer for that to really change the hearts and minds of people, to make it very clear of how we went past that line and the incentive for going back behind that line.
Oh, I could make that speech.
Let's not do that right now. We got to read this.
Yeah, honestly, I could make that speech.
Yeah,
let's go to the next chapter 34 or 35, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
34.
Yeah, exactly. 34. Yeah. Yeah, it says the way is broad, reaching left as well as right. That's based on the previous chapter. It says the myriad creatures depend on it for life, yet it claims no authority. It accomplishes its task, yet lays no claim to merit. You know, so this goes back to that idea of, you know, not naming things, right? Not accepting honor for things, right? And that goes back to this idea of personal virtue, right? Not virtue that's centered, or goodness that's centered within society. And we're going to see a great example of that within chapter 38. I mean, but, you know,
and like, holy fuck, I'll be the first to admit, I'm not virtuous.
Yeah.
I like being acknowledged.
Yeah.
But I'm not after fame. I just like acknowledgement.
Oh yeah, definitely,
And I'm
definitely.
trying to
And
get
let's
as
not,
much
and let's,
information as I
and
can
DK,
to everyone.
Yeah, and DK, just for the rest of this, let's try to focus on the ideas and not ourselves so much. I mean, right? Because you know what I mean? Everything does relate back to ourselves, you know what I mean, right? But it's more about, you know what I mean, trying to figure out how the ideas relate for Lao Tzu. So pretend as if you're reading this, what does Lao Tzu think of what he's writing? You know, right? So try to understand things on his own terms and not so much what your opinion of them is, you know, if that makes sense. You know, right? So, you know, because a lot of this, I mean, the purpose of this exercise is to figure out, you know, really what he's thinking, because I'm going to be doing this for a very long time. That's why I'm saying this, right? It's going to be episode after episode after episode, right? So, you know, obviously we could go on and, you know, forever about what we think of each particular line. I mean, but yeah, you know what I mean? You know, he says here, you know, that it accomplishes its task, yet it claims no merit. It accomplishes its task. It's not talking about me, you know, me doing something, you know, personal. You know, it's saying, you know, the thing that controls the universe, it does so without saying, oh, I did it. That's why nobody knows what controls the fucking universe, right? Some people think it's God. Some people say it's the universe itself. You know, right? Some people say there's little atoms moving around and they randomly, you know, create potential for things. You know, right? So there's all sorts of ideas about what runs the world. You know, right? Yeah. You know, but you know, the fact is that it doesn't. You know, the thing that's doing it, whether it's the atoms, you know, whether it's the universe itself, whether it's God, you know, they're not climbing up, you know, on the top of the fucking you know, heap of the whole thing and saying, I did this, right? So the thing that's controlling everything, it's not taking credit for what it's doing, right? And it says it clothes and feeds the myriad creatures, yet lays no claim to being their master.
And that's how the evil works as well. So you have good and evil that works behind the scenes and doesn't want to be known. And then you have what is publicly shown.
Yeah, of course. That's how all power works, right? Power works that way, right? That's how, right? If you want to, if you want to get things done, right? If you want to get things done with efficiency, that's how you're going to do them, right? Okay, right?
Gangsters move in silence.
Yeah, exactly. Right? And obviously, you know, and good men accept no credit. You can follow it with that, right?
Yeah.
Gangsters move in silence, and good men accept no credit, right?
Exactly.
So it's like everyone's silent, right? Nobody's talking about what they do, right? So
That's right.
you know, so
Yeah,
the fact
the good people and the bad people never mention what they do.
exactly,
It's only
DK.
the puppets who
Yeah.
are put in front of a camera
Exactly.
that you know anything about.
Yeah, real talk. Yeah, definitely. And then and then he says, forever free of desire, it can be called small. Yet as it lays no claim to being master, when the myriad creatures turn to it, it can be called great. Okay, when the myriad creatures turn to it, it can be called great. It is because it never attempts itself to be great that it succeeds in becoming great. Okay. So obviously, I mean, and this is why unseen is all over this because
So is that because it never tried, it didn't experience failure, so it assumes that it is great.
No,
it doesn't need to assume anything.
Yeah, exactly. But the fact is that the example I was gonna draw back to is the example of Jesus, right, in the gospel, right? So obviously Unseen would throw this out there big time, right? That you can imagine how something could be the most desecrated thing, and obviously Shiva's quite as much in the same position. That something could be desecrated, it could be forlorn, it could be forsaken.
No, Shiva fucking slaughtered shitloads of civilians. You might want
Right. And he also had a few rough days, right? You know what I mean?
Shiva
That me and
was a
Annapurna were.
girl. It wasn't a he.
What?
Shiva is female.
No, sir.
She slaughtered shitloads of people.
No, sir. That's false.
She stabbed her
DK.
husband in the chest.
Hey, DK.
And then realized.
Hey,
what
DK.
she'd done.
Hey, DK. Can you hear me? Hey, DK. Hey, DK. Hey, DK. Can you hear me?
Yep. But you obviously haven't looked into shit as much as you think.
Look, the thing is that you cannot be talking over me out here, right? Because I got a show to do here, right? So we can't be talking because, the fact is that you just quoted a lie, right? You just lied about a tradition.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you got it totally wrong. You got it totally fucking wrong. You got it totally fucking wrong. You got it totally. DK, you got to shut the fuck up and listen. DK, you got to shut the fuck up and listen. You got to be able to shut the fuck up and listen to the truth.
It was 100% accurate scripture.
It was a 100% fucking false. DK, I'm not going to say it. DK, you got to shut the fuck up and listen to the truth, DK. DK, can you hear me backstage? Bro, you got to shut the fuck up and listen to the truth, all right? Okay, I told you straight up. You can't just keep saying, somebody's trying to teach you about something. Right, and you're no, I already know, and you're yelling about this fucking shit, dude. The person you're talking about is Kali, not Shiva. You're talking about Kali, not Shiva. Shiva is a male. Okay, I'm gonna bring you back up. You gotta calm the fuck down. Okay, we're all here to learn together. You mean blessings? You mean?
And they are female.
Oh my, DK, you gotta chill the fuck out.
You might want to go look that up.
DK, we did an entire. DK, you got to be quiet. DK, you talking over me again. We can't be doing this. DK, I gotta send you a message. You can't be talking over me the whole time I'm on stage. You can't be talking over me, dude. I'm not gonna do show after show, and you're gonna be talking over me like this. All right? We can't be doing this.
Then learn some shit, motherfucker.
You can't be talking over me, DK.
Shit.
DK, you can't be talking over me.
Then
this ain't
I
your
can
show.
always be talking over you.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You got to shut the fuck up and listen. You got to shut the fuck up and listen.
Everything I said is fucking true. Go look it up.
It's 100%
I'm sorry,
false.
it's not YouTube level.
No, it's 100. No, the shit you said, the shit that you're fucking yelling about and you're talking right over me is 100% false, motherfucker. The shit you're saying is 100% false. The shit that came out of your mouth, 100% fucking false.
Really?
100% fucking false.
Into the whole Hindu religion.
DK, that shit was 1,000,000% false. And you're wasting my motherfucking time. That shit was 100% false, and you're wasting my motherfucking time.
Wasn't at all.
Yes, it is.
100% true. Please, everyone who's listening, go do your own research.
DK, we did a whole episode on that fucking shit. We did a whole episode on that shit.
I don't care, bro. Everything I said is true.
No,
Why?
no, it's not true, DK. DK, if we go do our own research, we're going to see there's more nuance, and you blatantly saying that it's a female deity is not true. So you could just admit that, and that it's a male deity. And yeah, there's some who say that they bring in the female aspect and bring in half of him being the female aspect and things like that and nuance. But the statement you made was false, dude. Just admit that and let Machine Lies explain the nuance.
No. Shiva turns into Kali when she gets angry after she thought her husband had been killed. And so she went on a complete rampage bloodlust. And it was actually her husband who went up to her and said, "Stop it." And she stabbed him and went, "Holy shit. This is my husband. What am I doing?"
The fact is that you keep saying this over and over. Shiva and Kali are two different people. It's a consort. One is the consort. The other is the male. One is the female. You know, Shiva. You're confusing Shiva with Kali, and you're confusing Shiva with Kali, and we got to move on. You confuse Shiva with Kali.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You confuse Shiva with Kali. Look, dude, you got to stop yelling. You got to stop yelling. Okay, so what DK did is he confused Shiva with Kali. We gave a whole presentation on Hinduism. I'll let him stop yelling and calm down so that we can move on with the presentation. For fuck's sake, dude, you got to stop drinking and coming on here, right? Because this is looking really bad, right? It's looking bad for the entire show at this point because you just came up here 3 or 4 times. You can't be fucking reasoned with about a single goddamn point, right? So, you know, right? You know, so that's a fucking shame, dude. I mean, you know, that you're a grown ass fucking man, dude. I mean, and you got to really learn how to observe, you know what I mean, the type of shit that's going on around you. I did whole episodes for you guys, entire episode on Hinduism. Right? That type of ignorance and futility of mind will not be permitted, right? Not on stage. You can engage in what type of ignorance you want in the chat, but on the stage, if you don't even allow me to correct you, right, that's not going to happen. You know, like, please be respectful to the other panelists, you know what I'm saying, right? And to the conversation that we're all trying to have, you know what I'm saying, right? Okay, you know what I mean, right? And I'm going to say another thing, you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean, is that it's not popular, dude. Right, this whole level of engagement is not popular, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean, right? You were proven wrong when we talked about the Hindu text. We actually read the Hindu text, proving you wrong, dude. Right? So, yeah, dude, you've been totally falsified, proven wrong. Like, you've been embarrassed, dude. You totally fucking embarrassed yourself. You're 100% wrong right now. You know, right? I mean, 100% wrong. You know, embarrassing, right?
We were talking about anthropomorphization too. So there's a classic discussion on putting male and female attributes to a god. And I think that in some senses, some folks, including the Hindus, are saying that you can't even ascribe that to a god and that they're beyond gender. But if we're going to represent it in a certain way, we're going to represent it as a male, or we're going to represent it as a female. And if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but they're personifying Shiva as a male.
Yeah, of course, but nothing can save the fact that this fool just told the story of Kali and said it was Shiva. That's totally different.
Yeah, I
You know,
can't
that's what
change
he
that.
just
I
did.
can't. I can't.
That cannot be salvaged in that way, right? We can do all the type of logical gymnastics we want, but you know that's
Yep.
not fair to anybody who studies Hinduism or anything like that, right? So
Yep.
let's just be honest that we totally covered that, right? And that type of ignorance at this level of conversation, you know, when we've looked at Zoroastrianism, we've looked at Hinduism, we've looked at all this stuff. It's like, look, we're up here, part of the conversation, right? So we got to proceed with the level of the conversation, right? In terms of, so, you know what I mean? I'm deeply concerned about the level of knowledge of the people that are on stage with me. Definitely, hugely concerned. You know what I mean, right? So let's be honest, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, but
And I meant that in a general sense before he said all that. I'm not taking away
oh
from
yeah,
him
definitely.
saying the wrong story.
Oh yeah,
I'm talking about
definitely.
in general the nuance behind Shiva
Oh yeah,
before he misspoke.
Yeah, for sure. You know what I mean? But you know, definitely we covered all that before. But yeah, it says here or yeah, let me move on to this one. It says have in your hold the great image, and the empire will come to you, okay? So this idea of not trying to manage the particular details, right? That'll bring things to ruin, right? But taking a sort of bird's eye view of the situation, right? Take hold of the great image, right? Okay, coming to you and meeting with no harm, it will be safe and sound. Music and food will induce the wayfarer to stop. The way in its passage through the mouth is without flavor. It cannot be seen, it cannot be heard. Okay. Okay, so now it's talking about, you know, that desire, right? That traveling with desire, you know, and of course, that whole idea is about being pulled by an external locus, right? You know, being pulled by something outside of you, right? You know, and it goes back to the previous passage about having self-knowledge and returning to natural simplicity. You know, free from desire can be called small. Right? I don't know if I read this passage before. As it lays no claim to being master. Oh yeah, I did read that. I mean, yeah, I mean, it if you would have a thing shrink, you must first stretch it. If you would have a thing weakened, you must first strengthen it. Okay, this idea that, I mean, right, death is a letting is you know, is a finality, right? So the fact is that, you know, that longevity serves to extend life, right? And it also serves to extend like strength, right? So like, you know, living longer is not dying slowly, and having died is giving up all your strength, right? So you would have had the most strength when you're at the brink of death. I mean, essentially, right? So having all your life, I mean, right, is maintaining, I mean, right? You know, living longer is just having more life, You know what I mean? You know, it's not getting closer to death, right? But this idea that, you know, the high rests on the low. You know, in order to lose, you know, you have to be in the competition. You know what I mean, right? And you know, the best place is second place, right? Because one competes, you know, but does not win. You know, essentially, you know, right? Is the whole thing of Shangzu, right? That one maintains, you know, the fact that, you know, you play a good game, right? And there's always more to compete with, right? It's the challenge that matters, right? So he talks about maintaining second place, right? Not getting the honors, right? Okay. And blessings to DK for joining. Thank you so much for joining, brother. Right? You know, but yeah, I just can't do that, right? The again and again, you know, the same shit with fucking Kali and Shiva. We can't go on that fucking loop for 20 fucking minutes, right? You know, and you know, especially when I said it like 4 or 5 times. I mean, and the thing is that I wouldn't even be stressing so much if it wasn't 6 hours into this. We literally have to move on to the video, all right? So I got to move on to the video, all right? You know, yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, yeah, bye. I mean, and you know, yeah, I mean, bullshit, dude. Everybody likes you. You know, it's just like, you know, I don't know what that's about. I mean, yeah, exactly. Yes, we do. I mean, but you know, I don't like misinformation about world religions, right? When I'm doing a presentation about world religions and I already covered that. You know what I'm saying? You mean, that's what I don't like. You mean, and yeah, definitely we're gonna do a lot of reactions. You know what I mean? Shit talking and stuff. So yeah, we'll get into some type of reaction content too. We're gonna troll some people and do some things like that too. I mean, this year, but we'll try to figure it out. I mean, you know, but yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, I got some plans. I mean, but yeah, and of course we got a lot more of this, you know, Taoism and other things. You know, obviously we got Kaczynski coming up. I mean. But yeah, I'm excited to watch that Greg Epstein video, you know, so I'm going to quickly read some of this, I mean, and then move on. It says, if you would have a thing laid aside, you must first set it up. If you would take from a thing, you must first give to it. This is called subtle discernment. The submissive and weak will overcome the hard and the strong. The fish must not be allowed to leave the deep. The instruments of power in a state must not be revealed to anyone. Okay. So, okay. This idea that, I mean, the greatest power in the world, you know, it doesn't put its weapons on display. You know what I mean? Okay. You know, the deadliest technique is kept a secret, obviously. All right. You know, the way never acts, yet nothing is left undone. You know? You know, that's why I say it engages all things while doing nothing. Right? Okay, it acts through stillness, obviously. Right? So this was called doing, not doing, right? Never acts, yet nothing is left undone, right? Should lords and princes be able to hold fast to it, the myriad creatures will be transformed of their own accord. After they are transformed, should desire raise its head, I shall press it down with the weight of the nameless uncarved block. The nameless uncarved block is but freedom from desire. And if I cease to desire and remain still, the empire will be at peace of its own accord. All right. Now, I'm just going to read this and then I'm going to move on to the Greg Epstein thing because it's been so long. I mean, right here. It's been a long road. Blessings. And we still have DeFreak here with this, Melchizedek thing. I don't even know if he's awake. I totally forgot about that.
He's making pizza or something.
Okay. Blessings. But yeah, we'll listen to that. Maybe play some music at some point. We see him out here. But yeah, 38. A man of the highest virtue does not keep to virtue. That's why he has virtue. Okay. Is that passage. Truly good man is not aware of his goodness. Okay. Therefore, he's truly good. All right.
It's like a form of innocence.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And definitely returning to a state of a newborn babe can be like that, right? State of innocence. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot to that here. One of the passages just says the way of the Tao is the way of turning back, right? And yeah, a man of the lowest virtue never strays from virtue. Okay? And that is why he is without virtue. Okay? And you could see like the virtue signaling, right?
Right.
Is the bane of virtue itself, obviously. But yeah, the former never acts, yet leaves nothing undone. To go with the previous line. Never acts, yet leaves nothing undone. Right? Okay. A man of the highest benevolent acts, but from no ulterior motive. Okay. Okay. So the good person does things not because they're good, just because that's what he does. He's good. He's not trying to be good, right? Then there's the good person, right? He's trying to be good, right? He does things, right, to try to be good, not for anything else. You get it? A man of the highest rectitude acts, but from an ulterior motive, right? So there's people who do things for the motive of accomplishing something, right? Okay. Now, finally, right? Finally, it says a man most conversant in the rites acts. Very anti-Confucian, okay? In the rites, okay? Rituals, right? Acts. But when no one responds, rolls up his sleeves and resorts to persuasion by force. Hence, when the way was lost, there was virtue. Okay? When virtue was lost, there was benevolence, right? Okay? So when people don't have their internal virtue, right? Right, then they have to create ways of benevolence, right? Okay? That means there has to be a standard of goodness, right? A standard of goodness has to prevail, right? People are not good on their own accord, right? Okay? When benevolence is lost, then there's rectitude, right? Okay? When there's no benevolence, right? When people aren't good, then you got to punish people, right? You got to correct things, right? There has to be corrections. There has to be punishments, right? Okay, if there's no social techniques that can make people good, right? Okay, then you're gonna have to try to control them. You know, you can't just let evil out of the bag, right? Okay, but the fact is that it's more work than having them be good, right? Or in this highest way of them being good and not even knowing what goodness is. That's the highest way. You can't get better than that. You know, because then nothing needs to change. Right? If there's a standard of goodness, people are trying to be good, right? That's good. That's good. Now, if that's not even the case, you got to do something about the bad people. You got to correct them, right? If that doesn't work, what do you got? All right. What do you got? You know, when rectitude was lost, there was the rights. Okay, then you got to confuse people. You just got to make up a bunch of stuff. All right. You know, make up a bunch of games, keep them busy, keep them trapped, right? You know, so you can confuse them because they're not going to do stuff for goodness. They're not going to respond to correction. You have to confuse them, right? With rights, right? The rights are the wearing of thin, are the wearing thin of loyalty and good faith. Total attack against Confucianism, right? And the beginning of disorder. Foreknowledge is a flowery embellishment of the way, right? Okay, trying to have knowledge and impose knowledge beforehand, right? That's flowery embellishment, right? Thinking that you impose order one way and things are going to end up another way, right? Doing things based on utility. You don't know the future. That's a trap. It's a trap of the Tao, right? It's a flowery embellishment of the Tao, right? It's like the appearance of knowing the Tao, but it's not having Tao, right? He said, hence the man of large mind abides in the thick and not in the thin, in the fruit and not in the flower. Therefore, he discards the one and rejects the other, right? Okay. Pretty straightforward there, right? Fruit looks ugly, but it's nutritious. The flower looks beautiful, but it's poisonous, right? The fruit contains the seed, right? Okay. Okay. So, you know, this whole idea about, you know, trying to get to things too soon. I mean, you know, that could kill you, right? Paying attention to what's on the surface, that could kill you, right? I mean, you know, so there's many different concepts there. We got to move on to Epstein, who actually last time mentioned Sabbatai Zevi. Okay, this was a very strange appearance of the false messiah Sabbatai Zevi on Closer to Truth. You know, the show that's normally about philosophy and you know, philosophy of mind and consciousness and God. You know, they started rapping about the false messiah Sabbatai Zevi. It really caught my attention big time. You know? And about the subject material in general, I'd never seen such a subject material. Right? But as me and you know, Reddington observed last time, you know, there simply was no transition from them talking about the Jewish Messiah. Now, the fact is that, you know, Sabbatean is synonymous with the hidden hand. I mean, Sabbatean means, you know, being practicing religion under false pretense. I mean, because the false Messiah, Shabbatai Zevi, went underground, right?
Crypto.
And yeah, he became a crypto, right? And not only that, but you know, the Frankists, right, which are followers of Shabbatai Zevi, right? They're an extrapolation of his sort of teaching, right? They had all sorts of orgiastic rites, human right, and they even burned the Torah, right, in favor of the Zohar. They said the Zohar is much more important than the Torah. So you could see that, you know, imagine Jews that don't follow the Torah, the source of supposedly Judaism. Okay, so I'm talking about a type of people that follow esoteric and arcane path, you know, that looks a lot like Judaism, but, you know, to pious follower of Judaism, right? It's pretty much satanic, right? So, I mean, right, you could pretty much, you know, extrapolate that, you know, some very strange things are going on in this interview, because this section where they start talking about it is titled Theology of Tech. So let's get into this. This is very fascinating stuff, and we'll take a little musical break in a second. But yeah, I mean, I hope I have the correct part here. I mean,
yeah, okay, that's great. Let's now get into the book. And as you know, Closer to Truth likes to focus on ontological questions, fundamental issues of what reality is all about, not to be too pretentious about it. And so I was most intrigued by the first part of the book about beliefs. So chapter 1, just very quickly, because chapter 2 is where I want to focus. You call it tech, and use the term the theology. So what's that? What's the theology of tech?
Yeah, I mean, the theology of tech.
Okay, I basically skipped it. Give me a second.
Powerful messianic figure.
Okay, here we go. Yeah.
Itself.
You use the story also of the 17th century Jewish Messiah claimant, Shabbatai Tzvi.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I love the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. He was the probably the most powerful messianic figure in the history of not even contemporary religion. You know, in 2,000 years of religion, this was a figure who was able to convince the majority of the world's Jews at the time that he.
See what I mean? What I was saying about DK, about coding the messages so that you won't get caught talking about certain topics.
That's an interesting statement. He's a concession on how prevalent Zevi
basically was. He's saying he's bigger than Jesus.
Yeah, fascinating type of idea. But yeah, see, listen and learn, kids.
Yeah.
This is how you broach topics, right? You just have them say it, right? And that'll do.
And I've been to play devil's advocate. I've been banned just for quoting rabbis, but the what is the context? So is technology the world's dominant religion? So he's coming at this from saying the role that Zevi played in this context.
It's really a mystery, and this part of the interview is so shocking that I almost want to investigate into his book and see exactly in what context he mentioned Shabbatai Zevi, because this part of the interview stands out. There's no connection between this and the next part, other than, as I mentioned, the next part is called Theology of Tech. So so they just quickly type of switch to another topic, but the topic what they just talked about was the false Jewish Messiah and Jewish mysticism in its most antinomian form, right? So fascinating. Yeah, fascinating how that ties into,
Like
obviously,
AI is going to be the false messiah.
yeah.
Or the what do they call them? The golems.
Yeah, the golem. Yeah,
and
that's
isn't
mentioned
that
in.
just before Zevi was that whole thing in Prague and all that? Maybe just a little while before that, but
Yeah, and of course I have the work, you know what I mean, by by Weiner, God and Golem, we mentioned that. We mentioned that Nick Bostrom said that the AI is an extrapolation of the Golem of Kabbalistic lore. I mean, right? So there's many different ideas where they explored this concept of ideas from Jewish mysticism, and of course, there's lots of ideas there in physics. I mean, because of Newton, right? So Newton took a lot of stuff from the Kabbalah, right?
Oh yeah.
And he definitely studied Maimonides. I mean, and you could see this if you read his his personal correspondences, and actually some of the Jews are quite proud of this. We read articles of the Jews basically writing about how proud essentially they are that Newton studied Maimonides, considered himself a monotheist, rejected the Trinity, all these things, all right? And right, and he practiced alchemy and all of this type of stuff, and right, as well know, right?
Yep.
But
1666, the apple from the tree at the same time as Zevi and all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that, right? But yeah,
That's when supposedly the tree, the apple fell on his head and all that.
Oh man, 1666. It was a mighty good year, right?
Must be like symbolism with Garden of Eden and the forbidden fruit.
Oh yeah, wild
for
stuff.
sure.
And as we talked about on this show, Queen Christina of Sweden, right, supported Shabbatai. I'm pretty sure Spinoza was around.
This is just after Luria and whatnot, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's fascinating stuff. But yeah, here he goes, right, about Shabbatai Zevi. And of course, he's pleased as peaches to mention the influence, right, that Shabbatai Zevi has had on his work. Right?
He was the Messiah. Really in 2,000 years of religion, this was a figure who was able to convince the majority of the world's Jews at the time that he was the Messiah. Okay,
I'm glad I didn't get that out of context, because I was saying, wait, did he just declare that Shabbatai Zevi is the Messiah? Because I was like, about to say, this is some crazy stuff, yo.
Convinced them.
Really began to reorganize in the 17th century what it meant to be Jewish and what it meant to believe Jewishly for a very, very brief period of time, until he was sort of called into the Ottoman leaders, who did not appreciate the idea that this this individual was saying that he was the Messiah, and asked him to convert or die. And he was at that point, under those circumstances, more than happy to convert. And so
convert, quote unquote.
Diabolically effective. Going crypto has proven effective, regardless of, it's been effective.
Well, it just seems like there's a lot that he missed from that story, right? Right, the fact
Yeah.
that the fact that this dude was openly committing fraud, by the thousands, right? And then he didn't just convert, he feigned conversion, right?
Exactly.
So it's funny how he skipped all of that, and he said, "Oh, the Ottomans, they just weren't pleased," right?
Yep.
Or whatever. That is just some wild stuff, right? It's like, right. It's like you got one of the biggest criminals, brought before you, all right, and you're basically offering them a sweet deal and saying like, right, like, we're willing to forgive all your crimes, right? And the guy says, no, I'll just continue doing my crimes in secret, right?
Exactly.
Right. So, this is essentially what happened, but that's not the way we heard old Greg talk about it there, for sure. Right?
So, that's Shabtites V. And I found myself really reflecting on him as I'm reading about and studying different aspects of our technological culture, tech religion, because I became preoccupied with this question: how do you know if a Messiah is real or not? How do you know if these kinds of grandiose...
So he is going there, right? It's kind of like build your own Messiah, bear workshop here, right? And
It's a diversion.
yeah, so that could be a dangerous project, right? I think, it's either we, to me, it's either you have a Messiah, right? Or you don't want one, right? Those are two good positions to be in, right? Just build your own Messiah. Oof. That could be a dicey situation, right? That could go really bad, right? If you have a Messiah, that could be good because that guy could be the Messiah, right? If you don't want a Messiah, then that's fine. You're on your own, right? You do your own thing. You know what I mean?
A
You
practical
do.
Messiah.
Yeah. But this is some other stuff. I mean, for sure. I mean, he's going down that road. The build your own Messiah kit. I mean, yeah.
That went over my head. So thank you for elaborating on that.
Yeah, with Zevi as the blueprint, apparently.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just a moment ago, we were rapping about how Zevi's such a great influence, and now we're on this build your own Messiah kick. Whoa. I mean, right.
What is the criteria?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
To build one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a Messiah can feign conversion, die. Yeah, I mean, I mean, what's left?
Well, the implications are even beyond that. It's implications that Judaism itself lends to trying to build messiahs. It's built that way. And so there's all these different sects that branch off saying, no, the Messiah already came. No, it hasn't come yet. No, well, this branch says that the Jews as a whole is the Messiah. And it lends to fractionality, or whatever you call it, fractal sects. That's what I think when I hear that. It's like, of course, there's constantly someone saying this. Here comes the true Messiah of Judaism. It's like, this is a technology that has people constantly looking for a Messiah. But go ahead. I wasn't trying to take it too off track.
No, it's some wild stuff. In terms of how many claimants there have been, you know what I mean? And especially at the time of Jesus, how many claimants there were. I mean, right? Just that is just incredible, that the messianic expectation at the time of Jesus, right? And the fact that, there's many messiahs that have came and went that the Jews are waiting for to return. So that's happened too. So there's people that the Jews have already picked as Messiah, and right, certain Jewish groups, right, and they're waiting for the Messiah to return, right. So that's even happened, right. So, right. So there's lots of combinations of this. I mean, whole messianic expectation.
Claims about saving the world, saving society are going to be true or not?
Yeah, okay, that's great. Let's now get into the book, and as you know, Closer to Truth likes to focus.
So you're evaluating the Messiah by the success of his, claims to prophecy, but that seems almost absurd, right? Obviously,
It's begging the question.
yeah, I mean, yeah, like obviously the Messiah would have to fulfill the prophetic expectation first, right? Or else, how does it even make sense, right? So he's clearly just changing the definition of what a Messiah is, right? And then, as I said, build your own Messiah, right?
Focus on ontological questions, fundamental issues of what reality is all about, not to be too pretentious about it. And so I was most intrigued by the first part of the book about beliefs. So chapter 1, just very quickly, because chapter 2 is where I want to focus. You call it tech and use the term the theology. So what's that? What's the theology of tech?
Yeah, I mean, the theology of tech is this idea that there are beliefs, there are stories that we tell ourselves and one another about, what it is to believe, what it is to, what our religions or our cultures are really all about. And so, the theology of tech, it seemed to me, is very closely related to some fundamental tenets of the theology of capitalism, right? The idea of the invisible hand, pushing our markets and really pushing us into what we do and what we believe, right? If an invisible hand doesn't sound religious, I don't know what does. But you could say, well, all right, Greg, then the real religion is capitalism, and yes, there's a lot of truth to that, and a lot of others.
He's not saying shit. He's not even addressing the point.
Yeah, and I think this is a type of Chicago School of Economics. I mean, Ludwig von Mises type of solution to the problem. Right, is that essentially, I think he's promoting libertarian ethics or libertarian values. Right, or something like that.
Bro.
Yeah, and then I think he's promoting chaos magic because he mentioned Shabbatai Zevi, and now he's mentioning the invisible hand. Right. So what's the
Getting
idea?
shifty.
Yeah, what's tech based on? It's this idea of innovation, right? What brings innovation? It can't come from order and discipline and collusion. No, it has to come from differentiation and competition and innovation, right? So there's the invisible hand, right? It's this idea of innovation, I think, right? And I think there's an idea or element of chaos in there, and I think that what is this? I think it's a type of CTUHLU situation that this transcendental object at the end of time is actually CTUHLU, inviting the universe to like destroy itself in orgiastic rage, right? Or at least that's what seems like the god of technology is. It's like this cacophony of noise, self-assimilating, right? Borg. I mean,
theology is just a weird word to use for theology of tech. It's almost a misnomer. I'm like, okay, he didn't really clarify it very well.
No, at least he didn't use metaphysics.
Like if you said, here's some rhetoric or dogma, I don't know. Who would be writing the theology of tech? I guess philosophers that are promoting tech. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, and that's what's so interesting about the move in his book. His move, and this is the interesting, and I think they're going to get into this now, right? Is that and I think he is going to explain what he means by theology of tech, but I don't think he does a very convincing job myself. I mean, but the fact is that he wants to promote technology as a religion, and then say he's agnostic to that religion. So the book is called Tech Agnosticism.
Yeah, I was seeing that. I was interested in that. Tech agnostic.
Yeah, Tech Agnostic. Yeah, I'm sorry. Tech Agnostic is the name of his book. And so he's promoting tech agnosticism via this book. But this idea is that that we should reform the technological system. So I wanted to take a look at this because it's exactly the opposite of what Dr. Kaczynski wants, right? But I mean, obviously, Dr. Kaczynski says that the system cannot be reformed, right?
Yeah, he's not a tech agnostic. Tech Kaczynski was not a tech agnostic.
Yeah, exactly. And right. Maybe tech atheist would be a better
or tech heretic, tech atheist. Yeah,
definitely.
Have pointed that out. The issue is there's no form of capitalism left that isn't a tech capitalism. This sort of Silicon Valley culture, these Silicon Valley companies have eaten all of capitalism to the point where when we're interacting with capitalism now, we're interacting with tech.
Okay, in chapter 2, which was in one sense my favorite.
Yeah, that's because it's tech socialism. It's corporate socialism, right? Via large-scale technologies, right? So, I think he's getting confused. He's saying that, capitalism is a religion of tech. I mean, I guess if, if once you have the tech, you're trying to create profit, right? But in this case, there's a one-to-one relationship between the technology and the profit. All right. So, I mean, technology, large-scale technologies have a socializing effect. I mean, so how exactly is technology, right, that grows into larger and larger scale systems, right, is going to become a world system, a world religion even, right? I don't think he mentioned this idea of world religion. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't really mention that. I mean, right? He didn't mention the scientific worldview. He didn't mention much about secular humanism, right? So, I'm just curious to see where he's going with this. I watched this recently, but I don't really remember it anymore. But yeah.
You went through a whole list of theological terms used in religion and brought the tech analogy. So what I want to do is have some fun, at least it's fun for me, and go through each of the points. I think you have 7 or 8, and I'm going to give you the term, and then we all know what it means in the religious world. explain how that analogy holds in text. So the first one is the order you have in the book, and everybody I commend to buy the book and read it, is a savior. We know what that means, certainly in Christianity, where it's favored, and also other religions.
Yeah, I mean, the savior, the Messiah, right? The idea that, in religions you have, and especially in what you call Judeo-Christian religion, you have this idea that there's going to be.
There's that term, Judeo-Christian, right?
Yep.
So,
strawberry flavored poop.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just fascinating. Right? He's building his own Messiah in opposition to the dominant form of religion, and he's saying that the dominant form of religion is actually something else, right? Which is the tech sphere, right? As he stated, he said most of the things that, as a supporting reason, right? That most of the things that people used to think that religion is going to do for them, technology does for them, right? Like keeping them alive and that sort of thing. That you should pray to God for that sort of thing, right? So yeah.
A figure that's going to come along and going to be so special, so divine, that that figure, he usually is going to transform all of our lives, make everything better, and we're simply waiting for him. And I find a lot of that in the tech culture, that it's not that we need to do the hard work of building better social relationships, making the world more fair, more just, more equitable. We simply have to wait for the right tech to come along, and it'll solve our problems.
Okay, next was morality.
Yeah, I mean, morality, right? So the idea that, these are tech doctrines. Doctrines are the aspects of religion that sort of lay out a religion's beliefs in greater specificity than just having a theology. A theology is sort of a general story that a religion will tend to tell. Doctrines are these more specific beliefs, specific narratives that get into what the religion is really all about. One of them is that, there is that we must pursue morality, right? And so, for example, there's this idea of the golden rule. And, the golden rule really does show up in pretty much any religion worth its salt. And my analysis of this phenomenon in my book, Good Without God, was for a long time, I think it may still be on the Wikipedia page of the term, the golden rule, because, I was looking at how, yes, there are all these religions that have a golden rule. We have to basically be good to one another. But
that's a humble brag. And there's no way that he's the first one to notice that. And right, I have books that go back to like the book that I was reading, for Zoroastrianism and some of the Hindu doctrines, and right, by Strong, Strong and Champion, the world religions, that edition. They say that in almost every one of the opening, sections, and right, that, oh yeah, all the religions have the golden rule. So for Greg Epstein to say like, oh yeah, I figured this out, and they put it on Wikipedia, and they quoted me saying it on fucking Wikipedia. What the fuck?
That's dime a dozen rhetoric.
Yeah, that's dime a dozen rhetoric, dude. Like,
kind of goofy.
And his explanation of Messiah was just absolutely fucking ridiculous. It was so absurd and vague.
Yeah, I had nothing.
Oh yeah, we're just waiting around for the next technology. That's your connection? Like, that was weak. That was super weak.
Super weak, waiting for the next thing. The next thing's gonna bugs and glitches and whatever else that has to get fixed.
It's built on a straw man too.
That's what they call it, beta testing.
Yep. It was a straw man. He built the premise on a straw man, and it was just very weak.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, dude, like, you know, the people that work at Wikipedia, like, so what, dude? Like, you did not discover that. Like, that's absurd. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that was some wild stuff. I mean, I gotta hear that again. That was such a, and they put his book up just for him to say that. That is wild. I mean, that is a crazy move. I mean, but yeah.
Analysis of this phenomenon in my book Good Without God was, for a long time, I think it may still be on the Wikipedia page of the term the golden rule, because, you know, I was looking at how, yes, there are all these religions that have a golden rule. We have
Good Lord, what the fuck? Like, what?
This guy's drunk on his
God.
own stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, good Lord. I mean, I've said that on this show. Would they put me on the Wikipedia? I mean, this is ridiculous. Right? You know what I mean? Good Lord. I mean, you know, who do you got to know to have that kind of promotion? I mean,
I think even Zeitgeist was saying shit like that. Like,
yeah, and the last name Epstein. You know,
Sad
fascinating.
trombone.
I mean, fascinating optics. I mean, I heard with people, you know, people with those types of names have a lot of connections. Good Lord, even.
Yeah, it's not quite the level of Mean Mustache Man, but it's kind of close. The name.
to basically be good to one another. But it doesn't show up on page 1. It doesn't show up on paragraph 1, on line 1.
By the way, I wish I could zoom in on this dude's pupils. Man, his pupils are fucking black holes. You mean, right? It's some wild shit. You mean, his pupils are dilated as fuck while he's giving this. You mean, but yeah, dude, he must be on some type of pill for sure. You mean, but yeah, you mean, he is fucking flying. I could tell. You mean, but yeah.
You have to go looking for the golden rule in some usually obscure corner of the religion that spends the majority of the time introducing itself with much more grand and grandiose pronouncements about the God, the divinity, etc. So in the tech religion, there's plenty of attention to being good, right? To doing good through technology, but it's hardly page 1 of the tech religion's sacred text. You got to get through a lot of, you know, a lot of self-aggrandizement, a lot of capitalism before you get to a little bit of attention, relatively speaking, on, you know, how tech can actually do good in society. So similar to religion.
Prophecy.
The idea that we can tell the future. And that I specifically can tell the future. I am a prophet. I can tell the future. Listen to me, follow me, right? You know, religions don't talk about, they don't prophesize the present because, you know, that's too short of a timeline. You know, they wouldn't be able to do much. You know, the idea is, you know, prophecy of the future because, you know, otherwise we don't really have a
so I think we know what prophecy means in the Old Testament, New Testament, other religions have similar.
You like that one, Reddington? And
He's like, he can't even like say words anymore. You know, it's the thing. You know, it's the thing. Come on,
we
man.
all know it, don't we? Oh my God.
Talk about, they don't prophesize the present because, you know, that's too short of a timeline. You know, that they wouldn't be able to do much. You know, the idea is, you know, prophecy of the future because, you know, otherwise we don't really have a
so I think we know what
How did this guy get on Wikipedia, dude, for the fucking Golden Rule article? Yo, this is some wild shit, folks.
Sheesh.
Oh my god, man. I've never even seen you know, I mean I mean let's face it, we've never seen anybody crash out this hard, even right on even right not even the low level people we have to deal with on the regular, even right in these circles. I mean so this is some fascinating stuff.
I hope he's more articulate. Now he's got me more articulate in his book, you know, with typing words instead of saying them, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Messiah, prophecy, you know, eschatology, morality. I mean, we've got nothing on any of these terms, and right? That
He's
he's
betting
now,
a big fat zero.
yeah. So, you know, I mean, we're gonna need something quick. You know, I mean, right? Even the Golem. I mean, even Norbert Weiner, God and Golem is better than this, right? I mean, you know, anything is better than this, right? I mean, to be quite honest, I mean, Skolmowski, eco theology. I mean, you know, there's so many attempts that you could make. You know, techno Gaianism, transhumanism. He could have gone into the trove, you know, of insights. You know, maybe Kurzweil could have helped him. You know, anybody could have helped him. I mean, yeah, there's
We
just not.
sorry, you're gonna try to read that book yesterday, or at least the intro, and we never got to it. If
Yeah, we
memory
never even got
serves.
to it. Yeah, we never even got to it.
It's
So
like it was right there in your hand, and people just kept talking.
yeah,
And it's like,
yeah.
never mind.
Yeah, you know, it happens sometimes, but you know, I promise nothing. These are free shows. I mean, so I mean,
Get to it eventually.
yeah, we'll get to it. I mean, I hope you guys appreciate my time, and honestly, I'm thankful, but you know, obviously there should be more engagement in these topics, so I'm not happy about the level of engagement in these topics, but you know, I'm very thankful that I get a portion of the audiences from around these various I mean spaces, that we do get a good portion of you know, the audience, right? So I mean, you know, I'm greatly appreciative that people would stop and listen, because I know I've not been doing this for a long time, right? But you know, man, I could have ran circles around this guy's explanations of things, I mean, right? And you know, you know, this is just, you know, anybody could have, at this point. I mean, you know, let's get Made by Jim Bob on Closer to Truth. I mean, this is crazy stuff. I mean, you know, I mean, I'm pretty sure Made by Jim Bob would run circles around this guy. I mean, this is fascinating stuff. I mean,
Oh my gosh, that'd be a bloodbath.
yeah, the type of thing, like the type of people that we have to deal with. I mean, and this guy gets these softball questions and can't even answer them. I mean, and he's high as a kite. I mean, you know,
He's
I mean,
definitely on something.
it's not a good look. I mean, for sure. I mean, and yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe I'll try to reach out to Robert Lawrence Kuhn. I mean, see where that goes. I mean, I'm not a scholar or anything. I don't have a PhD, so maybe that won't go out so well. But yeah.
Prophecy means in the Old Testament, New Testament, other religions have similar attributes. How does prophecy work in technology?
So prophecy in technology is the idea that we're going to be able to tell exactly what's going to happen, that we're going to be able to literally go to the stars in the way that Jack Dorsey and Elon Musk talk about this sort of thing, that Dorsey, when he was turning over leadership, accepting the billions from Elon Musk, talked about Musk's being the singular solution to take humanity into the stars. And that once we get there into the stars.
So sounds like you got your Messiah there. Why didn't you mention Musk before? All right, you had this Messiah figure the whole time that was going to take you to the stars. Right? You just now brought him in. And right,
He's like totally off topic now.
Each
What does
time.
prophecy have to do with the stars? But he should have said that, you know, it's all about predicting. If he's saying tell exactly how things go, that's not prediction per se. So
Tell
he's
us
not
going to
even
the
getting the
stars.
definition right.
It's incoherent and off topic again.
We're going to be able to do these miraculous sounding things, prophetic sounding things. Like,
by the way, I want to point out that he has a book behind him. One of them he wrote called Good Without God. Another one he wrote called Tech Agnosticism. Then he has on display a book called Data Feminism. Okay, that is horrifying, right? Then he has a cup that says Billionaire Tears. So, right. So it's very interesting. So we got socialism and feminism side by side, right? And then you got the religion of technology, and then you have no religion right next to it, right? So yeah, it's just fascinating stuff there.
Like orbit stars and take up their energy.
That book on the right called Cultish, because
yeah, cultish.
he's sounding pretty cultish.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one called Cultish and one called
Mistrust right underneath it.
Right underneath it. Yeah, so
you know, he had plenty of time to put these books in the order that you want people to see them.
Yeah.
So obviously he wanted, you know, put his own books on display. Obviously, that's a given. But you know, what the hell is data feminism and cultish and mistrust and
and I'll
whatever
look at
the hell else.
Yeah, and here's some other titles that are catch my eye here. It says Artificial Whiteness.
Oh, where the hell is that?
Artificial Whiteness. I think that goes along with data feminism.
Oh, this guy is total.
And then
his brains are cooked.
And then here's another one. It says the priesthood of humanism. You know,
well, that's why he's a humanist rabbi, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. So, so see, I'm not bullshitting when I say that, you know, scientific totalitarianism, right? Feminism, you know what I mean? You know, humanism, you know what I mean? The age of technology, right? That all of these things go hand in hand with each other, right? So, you know what I mean? You know, and you can't have your cake and eat it too. I mean, it's just not possible. You know? But you know what I mean? It's on full display here, right? You know, talk about optics. I mean, you know, and we got Shabbatai Zevi in the background there, right? So, I mean, it's all there. You mean, you just gotta look. You just gotta take a good look.
And create digital beings, etc. Right? There's really no reasonable evidence for any such thing other than this will to power, this will to make a future visible.
Whoa.
He has sneak Nietzsche in there too, huh?
Yeah, he snuck Nietzsche in there. Yeah, we caught that.
Take up their energy and create digital beings, etc. Right? There's really no reasonable evidence for any such thing other than this will to power, this will to make a future visible that you have in text prophets. And so, you know, it's prophecy.
So prophecy leads.
So the idea of will to power is connected with scientific hubris. All right.
Good
you know,
Lord.
yeah. You know, what kind of degraded form of Nietzsche is this?
This is
It's
so far
incoherent.
from Nietzsche. It's ridiculous.
If you look the book at the top left, when the guy with the star shirt, Epstein's talking, it's a book called How to Do Nothing. So I think that's the book that he focused on.
It better not be a Daoist book.
Leads to the next one, heaven.
Yeah, heaven. So the idea here is there are actually heavens in most of the world's religions. That you know, this one is not necessarily just a Christian myth or even a Judeo-Christian myth. You do have in other religious traditions, non-Western traditions, the idea that there's going to be a perfect future, simply because you need that as a ruler in order to justify what's happening now. That's it. That's the major thrust here. That religions need to be able to point to perfect heavens in order to say, listen, if you follow my way as a prophet, by the way, then you will get to perfection. And so therefore, you know, the flaws that you see when you look around you in the world today, which I, as the ruler, ostensibly would be responsible for correcting, are something that you should pay no mind to, because we're going to something higher, something more heavenly, something where every concern that you might have will be wiped away. And, you know,
so he just now mentioned Elon Musk for that. Right. So I don't know if you guys caught that. I'm going to go back a few times. Right?
I was looking at his bookcase again. Race After Technology.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah, Race After Technology, yeah.
Anyways.
But yeah, you know, he goes into this idea of prophecy, and I'm going to go back quite a bit here. But yeah, he goes into this idea of prophecy, and then he's talking about Elon Musk taking us to space, saying that's prophecy, right? And then right after that, he talks about going to heaven, right? And he talks about this idea of will to power, and he says that, you know, that people who don't really understand how we're going to get there. Like, notice how he's talking. It's very interesting.
That we're going to be able to tell exactly what's going to happen, that we're going to be able to literally go to the stars in the way that Jack Dorsey and Elon Musk talk about this sort of thing, that Dorsey, when he was turning over leadership, accepting the billions from Elon Musk, talked about Musk's being the singular solution to take humanity into the stars.
So he just said Musk is the single solution to take humanity into the stars. He's giving this as an example of technological prophecy.
And that once we get there into the stars, we're going to be able to do these miraculous sounding things, prophetic sounding things, like orbit stars and take up their energy and create digital beings, etc. Right? There's really no reasonable evidence for any such thing other than this will to power, this will to make.
So he says it's not going to be a Christian heaven. And then they said there's no considerable notion about this other thing other than this will to power to create this new world. Right?
It's not prophecy. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's not true prophecy.
Yeah, just going to the start. He's just throwing out religious terminology.
Say, hey, like
he
let's
says, we'll do
do
miraculous things
yeah.
out there. Like, okay, like he's just throwing terminology out there.
It's really goofy.
Yeah, but it's very interesting. He's providing tangible examples, and they're really bad, right? Because you're saying that Elon Musk is going to save humanity, right? That this is a tangible example, right? Of a religious prophecy, right? I don't know who he thinks is going to take him seriously on that. No, right? I mean, if some schizo YouTuber said something like that, and I've heard plenty of them say stuff like that, right? They would be laughed at.
Yep.
I mean, you know, like fuck watching like Amon Hillman and stuff, and all of the schizo YouTubers. This is just a guy that everybody takes seriously. He's on the front page of Wikipedia, and he's saying that Elon Musk taking people to space on a fucking rocket is a bunch of prophecy. And a prophecy that came out of the mouth of fucking Jack Dorsey. Okay, and if that's not fucking laughably insane, I just don't know what is at this point. I mean, but right, that could have the same credence as 1,500 years of tradition that stays rock solid under wars and fucking right, all types of catastrophe. Right, slavery. Right, and nobody became a crypto anything. Can you imagine? Good Lord.
He could have actually invoked Project Mars, right? So the subtitle of Project Mars was a technical tale. And that's where Werner von Braun was, in a sense, prophesying that a leader by the title of Elon would take us to Mars. That would be more
real?
so. Yeah, that was a book written by Werner von Braun. In the book, on the cover, the rocket ship he uses, it's like this pointy silver rocket, and Elon actually built that rocket, and it was not as pointy. And when he tweeted it, he said, "Oh, it should be more pointy, though." So in that
because
sense,
he's
he
looking
was
at
actually,
the book.
well, yeah, he was in a sense fulfilling that prophecy. But that's not what this Epstein guy is saying. He's just randomly throwing stuff at the wall.
Yeah. And either way, Musk is a horrible example of if he was trying to really prove something. Musk is a horrible example to use. It's like that's no way to go to the stars. Better to just teleport there or use a wormhole, not a freaking rocket.
I would still call it self-fulfilling prophecy too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's because it's all fake anyway, in my opinion. But either way. But yeah, I would call that more so of a prophecy where they're prophesying a leader by the title of Elon will take us to Mars. But
yeah, but it's weird that he never mentioned Werner von Braun. Instead, he mentioned Jack Dorsey.
Yeah.
Like fucking, the incredible, amazing.
Make a future visible that you have in text prophets, and so it's prophecy.
So prophecy leads to the next one, heaven.
Yeah, heaven. So
right after he got done talking about Elon Musk and the rockets, this is the trajectory we're on. I'm just trying to show you guys. The
idea here is,
and then he slipped into will to power at the end there, right? And now he's going to this. Right?
There are actually heavens in most of the world's religions. That this one is not necessarily just a Christian myth or even a Judeo-Christian myth. You do have in other religious traditions, non-Western traditions, the idea that there's going to be a perfect future. simply because you need that as a ruler in order to justify what's happening now. That's it. That's the major thrust here. That religions need to be able to point to perfect heavens in order to say, listen, if you follow my way as a prophet, by the way, then you will get to perfection. And so therefore, you know, the flaws that you see when you look around you in the world today, which I, as the ruler, ostensibly would be responsible for correcting, are something that you should pay no mind to, because we're going to something higher, something more heavenly, something where every concern that you might have will be wiped away. And, you know,
basically it's copium, or I mean hopium, giving hopium to people.
Curious
And
what his
also,
example is going to be.
yeah, and also getting them to listen to you, right? By sort of tricking them. He's very like sort of you know, he's coming sort of clean about this, right? That you know, that you're inventing a myth in order to trick people, in order to get them to the next stage. You
So
know,
like a
and
noble lie.
yeah, you know, like they need to believe this thing, even right, and yeah, and don't worry about what's going on now. You know, we need to believe in this to get to this next thing, all right, and believe in the prophet, you know, which is
Right.
Curious if he's going to describe a transhumanist heaven.
You kind of cut out there, TML. You crashing or? Hopefully not.
Whoops.
You good?
Yeah, we got kind of kicked out there, but yeah, you know, that's what's funny. I mean,
Had blueberry pancakes yesterday, I think. 2 blueberries, now 1. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's just fascinating the trajectory he's on. You know, he's talking about a prophet, you know, and this idea that now he's sort of getting into like the path to salvation, all right, is like just to trust the science. I mean,
Yep.
Prophecy.
So prophecy leads
to accepting two fits. Yeah, heaven. So the idea here is there are actually heavens in most of the world's religions. That you know, this one is not necessarily just a Christian myth or even a Judeo-Christian myth. You do have in other religious traditions, non-Western traditions, the idea that there's going to be a perfect future. Simply because you need that as a ruler in order to justify what's happening now. That's it. That's the major thrust here. That religions need to be able.
okay, so the point in the technological religion, right? The idea about technological progress, right? Innovation in the next stage of technology, right? Is to pacify people about what's going on in the tech sphere today. That's what he's saying. Right? And so, yeah, essentially he's saying this is like a noble lie, right? And since you think religion is fake, right? Obviously, I think he might offer he he might offer some type of solution to this, right? Or some way to reform it. I mean, but
You
yeah.
could, yeah, the transhumanist route and to have it like digital immortality. I'm surprised he didn't mention something like that.
Yeah, but it's just fascinating. He's talking about salvation, and he just talked about Elon Musk and this idea of that a prophecy about him taking us to space. You know, and he's saying that people shouldn't necessarily question this sort of thing. You know, because you know, we need a way to pacify people, and that's about this idea of a better future. That's what justifies it.
You know who else wanted to go to space? Heaven's Gate. Just saying.
Yeah, fascinating.
It's like, okay, go to space and do what? You know, kick rocks, kick Mars rocks.
Yeah, really.
Point to perfect heavens in order to say, listen, if you follow my way as a prophet, by the way, then you will get to perfection. And so therefore, you know, the flaws that you see when you look around you in the world today, which I, as the ruler, ostensibly would be responsible for correcting, are something that you should pay no mind to, because we're going to something higher, something more heavenly, something where every concern that you might have will be wiped away. And, you know, unfortunately, there's all too much of that in Silicon Valley culture and myth. There is this, you know, the fact is that right now, in the here and now, the way that we interact with technology is causing tremendous problems to our climate. It's causing tremendous problems in terms of the way that we extract natural resources. It's causing tremendous inequities and inequalities. But pay no mind to that, because we're all headed to a technological heaven, at which point I prophetically say that this will all be wiped away.
Yeah, that analogy is very good, especially the inequalities now will lead to later equalities around the world. And I can see justifications for that, but the analogy is very strong. All right, let's go to the opposite direction, hell.
Yeah, well, I mean, heaven and hell are twins. They're twin concepts theologically, doctrinally. And again, I was really pleasantly surprised to see that hell also is not just a Judeo-Christian concept. You know, we're very familiar in America, for example, with these visions of Christian hells, fire and brimstone. But Jewish tradition, the Old Testament tradition and the Talmudic tradition that follows it, is not unfamiliar with the idea of a place where you go because you're punished because you've been bad and you've failed the test here on earth theologically. But also there are Buddhist hells. There are Hindu hells. And I remember interacting with some of my Buddhist and Hindu background friends as I was writing the book, just sort of saying, sending this over to them as I was doing this research, like, are you familiar with the concept?
This is nonsense. He went totally woke with his heaven description. Heaven is where we don't have to worry about climate change and shit no more. Come on, man. He's all inequality. So he described a woke heaven. That was bizarre.
All right, who says background friends?
What do you mean?
He said background friends. Like what is that? Did I hear him right?
He's like, oh, it was just weird, man. The heaven thing was totally whack and incoherent again. And now he's on to his incoherent hell thing, saying Buddhists have a hell.
Oh, he slipped the Talmud in there at the front.
Yeah.
Which is not surprising. I mean, if you're going to talk about Zevi and shit like that.
Yeah, because I thought, don't they not believe in heaven or whatever?
Yeah, if I remember right.
Isn't the Talmudic hell living in a black neighborhood or something?
Shit, I don't know about that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Like it's like dishonorable or whatever to have to live certain.
Hope TML didn't get booted again.
No, I'm here. I'm just trying to figure out what to make of any of what he really said. Right? I guess I want to say that I get where he's going. I think it might have been more apt if he used the term science than technology. Right? There's a religion of science. Right? That's been said a lot. Right? And he could have just said, well, secular humanism fulfills all the qualities of a religious worldview. Right? Many people have said that. Right? But many of the extrapolations he raised and made, right, and the assertions he made seem to be promoting some dangerous concepts and themes and ideas, right? And other times he just totally falls short of a valid explanation of how he reached his frame of reasoning, and being somebody who, you know, is an avid explorer of the topic of the link between technology and spirituality and religion and theology and creativity, and the idea that, you know, the world is in a more immoral place because there's more technology and all this stuff. I mean, granted that this is a central theme here. I mean, I'd say they came up very much short, and I mean, this is a very well-produced program. Closer to Truth is one of the top programs on philosophy and science and a range of other topics. I mean, but yeah, I mean, this scholar came up very short in this. I mean, I have to say.
Can't win them all.
It's incoherent though when they're saying, how are you describing this technology heaven, and he's saying, well, the things that you are addressing that you don't like on Earth, like climate change and inequality, and I guess the technological heaven would have equality and no climate change. It's just incoherent. What the fuck is he talking about? What's the connection between technology and climate change and equality? Why is a technological heaven have equality? It's just not connecting.
Yes, and then I mean, he's a chaplain of secular humanism. So, I mean, he could have quickly drawn a bridge there, being like, well, I'm a chaplain of secular humanism. I promote secular humanism, and we live in a technological age. We live in a post-religious age. I mean, but yeah, I mean, it's just fascinating. I mean,
and do the people with
hell as it exists
hands on the controls of technology, are they secular humanists, and that's the connection? It's just
right.
Weird.
Right. And as a chaplain of that, wouldn't you tacitly support that? It's just so many odd even configurations of this.
Then he wouldn't be agnostic. He would be pro
right
technology because
that's what I'm saying.
Pro-humanist.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Stefan Molyneux, like
he's pro tech, right? I mean, he doesn't hide that he's pro tech, right? He openly says he wants to reform the technological system. Yeah, but what's up, Cecil?
Stefan Molyneux clone left. You know what I'm saying, Left?
Well, you know what I mean? I know he was mad. He was pissed off a little while ago, but you know what? I'm thinking he's like super drunk right now. You know what I mean? Because he's like, cause he keeps laying. He's like, here. This is the last few things he said. He said, "Who is this fucking liar talking shit?" I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. You mean, and then he said, "This content is what I do," right? I mean, right? And then he said, well, he keeps saying the same thing over and over, but yeah, yeah, I don't know what he's saying, but yeah, I think he's just typing in the chat. I mean, but yeah, blessings. I think he was like angry a minute ago, but then he forgot about it. You know? So yeah, I have no idea what's going on with DK, man. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It is what it is. Right?
I think Cecil froze, maybe.
Yeah, Cecil's definitely frozen. You know what I mean? Yeah, blessings, but yeah, we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Exists in your own.
But yeah, I'm gonna play just a couple more minutes of this, and then we'll watch the rest of it later. But yeah, good lord, I mean, you know, this video's, you know, it's a rocky road. Right?
Tradition. A lot of my friends were like, "No, I'm not," but it's there. It's always been there as a concept in almost all religious societies of you can and will be punished if you don't obey. You know, you'll be rewarded if you obey my prophecy, and you will be punished severely if you disobey my prophecy, or if you complain too much about the problems that my prophetic worldview is causing. The concept of hell, as it really comes into the tech religion, it comes in a number of ways, but one of my favorite or least favorite, depending on how you look at it, is in this idea of something called X risk or existential risk, as outlined by the effective altruist movement and sort of fellow travelers along with that. And the existential catastrophe chart is a description from 80,000 Hours, an EA website, among other places, where you've got the idea of a stellar explosion, like an exploding star wiping out all of humanity, listed at about 1 in a billion chance. And then you've got or pandemics, etc., climate change, and how likely would these things be to wipe out humanity? And then the most likely thing that would be, according to the effective altruist movement, the most likely scenario in which humanity would be wiped out, they say, 1 in 10 chance, is unaligned artificial intelligence, right? The idea that an evil, runaway, run amok AI could 1 in 10 chance wipe us all out. And therefore, we need to do everything that we can to avoid that chance, either through doing, exactly what the AI leadership would tell us to do, or running in the opposite direction. When in fact, what if this is just sort of relatively mediocre early stage technology that's causing sort of run-of-the-mill social problems? It's not going to endanger us so much that we need to orient all of our lives around either adopting it or putting it off. How about we just fix the social problems that underlie it completely?
Okay, and the next one is God, and AI seems to be a nice analog there.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that in our popular understanding of what a religion is, we think about some kind of interactive God, some kind of divinity, which is why I, as a humanist chaplain, for example.
Okay, we'll leave it there. You know what I mean? But yeah, this idea that interestingly enough, existential risks and the top existential risk posed to humanity is technology, right? And I think that that alone, without any discussions of AI being, entered into this configuration, is, the irony of that is immense. That man would be destroyed by his own creations. Just that irony, right, is immense. Right? There's an immense sort of irony to that, and if you can't understand the gravity of it, right, then you're just not on the playing field here. But this whole idea, has really come to fruition recently, and so and obviously it's those who are proponents of the scientific worldview, this uneasy fact, right, that a humanist chaplain can make this declaration and still stand to reason that we should advance, our technological means, right? Fantastical, fantastical, right? Just the hubris involved, right, is fantastical, right? But yeah, let's move on to some other greater issues, and we'll look at AI and all of those ideas when we start up next time and take a deeper look at this. But yeah, I'm gonna take a break here for just a minute, and then we'll open up Ray Kurzweil, Promise and Peril, and look at some insights from there in terms of where we're headed in the future, right, and the existential risk posed by technology, right? So fascinating. We're gonna dive right into it in a minute here, and we don't have that much time to go on here. It's been a very, very tiring night. Not that much engagement from the audience, not as much as I'd hoped. There's usually a 2-hour sort of peak, before midnight, and then it sort of tapers off from there. But the fact is that those music breaks do add a good breakup to the diversions and the different ideas there. Or else we just have some of those conversations going for 2 or 3 hours with no resolution, right, as we used to. Right. So obviously I'm doing that on purpose to kind of organize the show. But yeah, because I do like to have or add some value here. In terms of talking about the main issues we set out to discuss today, it's been very successful. In terms of laying out the various topics and issues, right, that have become the main theme of the show. But yeah, here's some music for you guys. We'll be back in a few minutes. Several minutes, in fact.
Start from, I got my West Coast stardom. Follow me, my creative postpartum. You should know where I send postcards from. When the Coast Guard comes to detain these hard young guns, we won't leave a task undone to take them out one by one. But niggas is hard to come by, ain't gunshot. Contaminated with little sun dry, good life for them. They can they code the antidote? Most likely hip hop in the IP. Always go to the West there that deserves you. Never hide the hell that deserves you. You're enticed by beatbox. Run from an nearby treetop, it's people just fled from detox. We don't like niggas taking cheap shots at our cheap crop. With a bebop chops to make your Reebok pop. Needed to get them above the holy hatch. After several rumble testing with a rematch. Z-Tatch is wrong with D-Patch. And I still can't believe with you there's chimpanzees. With the antifreeze led by fantasies. With a shriek of the banshees give. Oh no, see leaving pale men. Say you're robo-jig and a bail shit. Take a deeper from the cavern, you gotta have some inhalant. Or get black lung ailment. Hail to the hinter. Hail to the underground coal miners. War council for the Murray Park Old Thomas. Who always go to the West that serves you now.
Nigga, healthcare ain't so free. The landlubbers ain't got no morals. Between heaven and earth we have quarrels. And my unclean drum machine is air spraying to get flooded with some things. Every time I modulate the crescendo mighty weight, showing off the godly traits at the monastery gate. Quench all your lips from the tulips. Regardless if you acknowledge me or not, I'll still be flicking your body out of my teeth with 2 big scissors. Shoe fit. Yeah, just a groom. Making it run up in a broomsticks, you say. Haven't we met before? And then make it whom which gave you life on lunar eclipse. You pansies slants. So I gotta make sure there's not a vigilante left who can creep through the anti-stats. Cause no agreements can be met. The treasure in a panty breath with the panties wet.
Always go to the stand that deserves you. Never find the hell that deserves you. Always abide by the span of your crew. Never find the hell that deserves you.
Yeah, we lost a good 7 audience members, or 8, I'd say. And just for that. And but yeah, the fact is that I try to drive this show off the road, off the cliff. If I can. Every time I do it, right, so that I can show people that the pretense for people that want to try to pretend like they want to learn things or engage in deep discussions is huge. Everybody says that. Right, but 2 hours and 45 minutes in, they're ready to go have some light chitter chatter, right, at one of the local watering holes, right? And yeah, they're not much of a philosopher anymore. After we drive those concepts and ideas into the fucking ground, right? So the fact is that, as I explained to somebody earlier, that the point of me explaining some of this is to, right, as somebody said, when I was reading it down, they said it's like a troll, to get you to not believe in anything. And I said, yeah, that's essentially what it is. It's a way of expanding concepts, right, to exhaust them, right, to free your mind of concepts, right? And it's one of the most brilliant exercises, right? Okay. And obviously, dissimulation of will is a difficult skill to master, right? And it's been used both in war and deception, right? So fascinating, right? Right? And some may say that both are the same thing at this stage, right? War and deception are the same motherfucking game, right? Okay. And that's why we're called the machine lies here. Blessings, if you're joining us here, right? We talk about the problem of technology, right? And the architectonic, right? Which is the capacity for symbol making, right? And we talk about the anatomy of deception and lies, right? So, we look at lots of philosophical systems, right? Technological systems, right? Okay, we look at science and philosophy, okay, and modern society. Okay, we look at the modern news. Okay, we look at modern concepts and ideas, all right? We look at the world around us. We talk to the people around us, right? Okay, and we've given many statements on this show, okay? And by we, I mean the royal we, right? This is not an organization, right? There's no community here, right? There's no group of people here that have the same ideas. It's just me, right? So, yeah, right. I've been doing this for a year, right? And I could tell you guys that there's nobody that thinks the way I do. There's nobody that believes the things I believe, right? I'm in conflict. I have to prove myself, right? And yeah, I'm just as good as anybody else, right? In that regard, right? So if you accept or believe any of the things I say, right, it's because you figured it out for yourself. It has nothing to do with me, right? Don't shoot the messenger, right? You know what I'm saying? And question everything, right? Believe in nothing, question everything until you can prove it for yourself, obviously, right? So, yeah. And that goes with this, Ray Kurzweil, right? All of this is educational material, right? We are not trying to recommend any of these things. These are dangerous ideas and materials, controversial concepts and ideas, right? We do not recommend that anybody deal in these types of ideas or concepts, right? This is just for educational purposes, exploration of themes, right? This is by Ray Kurzweil, Promise and Peril. These are not my words. They don't even attempt to go striking this, channel or broadcast based on these words, right? The fact is that this is Ray Kurzweil, Promise and Peril. We are reading for educational purposes only. Okay? This show does not provide medical information. It does not give legal advice. It does not give revolutionary maxims. And the views of the panelists are the views of the panelists. The views of the Machine Lies is the views of the Machine Lies. And the Machine Lies represents me and me only, as I said. Not an organization. I'm not an organization. The Machine Lies is not my name. My name's Muhammad. One of the most popular names in the world. Right? Okay? It's not a unique name. All right? It's like Sam. Okay, where I'm from. Right? Okay? Or Mo. Another way to think about it. Right? How about this? Right? The Machine Lies. That's just me giving you guys a message about what's going on. That's not a name or a title. You fucking crazy? All right? That's not my name or a title. My name is Muhammad. All right? Okay? Okay? But the fact
My
is...
real name is Maria.
What?
We were talking about common names. My real name is Maria.
Uh-oh. Cecil's name's Maria. And it looks like he's wearing chapstick, so I don't know what's going on, you right? But yeah, you right? Blessings, you right?
Hank is in the back.
Oh, Hank's in the back, just in time
No.
for Cecil and his chapstick, you right? But yeah,
Yes, all names are fake and gay. Don't believe anything.
yeah, exactly. But
What's
yeah,
up
you know what I
with
mean?
you?
Yeah, but it's the Machine Lies. You know, right? Like the Washington Chronicles. You know, right? Like that's what it's that's the type of thing. The lies are the thing that's happening. You know, right? We're simply documenting that. You know, right? So this is called the Machine Lies, like the Washington Chronicles or the the
Or the pimp named
Westward.
Slickback.
Exactly, like the pimp named Slickback. You know, right? You know, right? So yeah, definitely. Like a Tribe Called Quest. You know, right? It's the Machine Lies. You know what I mean, right? So so that's just a moniker for what's going on. You know what I mean? Blessings. You know what I mean? And we got Hank up here. I mean, I'll throw him up here. I'll throw myself down here. I mean, right? I'll throw Cecil up here. And yeah, definitely. I mean,
What's up with the glasses all the time now, Hank?
Reddington over here.
You hear me?
Ask Muhammad that. I'm just copying him.
Yeah, actually, I'd love it if everybody showed up with sunglasses on. That's actually supposed to be the style. You guys are all supposed to show up in all black and sunglasses on. Even though, as I said earlier, this is not an organization; it's just a preference. I mean, but yeah, I mean, but yeah, blessings. I mean, yeah, all black sunglasses. I mean, that's a uniform. I mean, right? I mean, but yeah, blessings. I mean, and I broke my Loke cheap pair of sunglasses, so I have to wear this terribly it looks like some type of expensive whatever it is, but I don't like having it on my face. I need the plastic ones back on my face. But cheap sunglasses.
You don't want to wear your Oakleys.
Yeah, I like cheap sunglasses, cheap plastic sunglasses, right? Whatever this metal expensive thing that I have on my face is draining me. But yeah, but yeah, to Kurzweil, we're talking about existential risk posed by technology, right? And why don't we just hear out of the horse's mouth? We're going to the transhumanist, and we're hearing his concepts and ideas. And of course, this is for educational purposes. These are not my words. This is Ray Kurzweil, and I already said all that. But here we go. I gave a lengthy disclaimer earlier, right? I already gave an introduction about this yesterday and the day before that and the day before that, right? Ray Kurzweil, 1948, Age of Intelligent Machines, Age of Spiritual Machines, right? Those are some of his works. Anyways, he says this. He says, consider these articles we'd rather not see on the web. Okay, impress your enemies how to build your own atomic bomb from readily available materials. How to modify the influenza virus in your college laboratory to release snake venom. 10 easy modifications to E. coli virus. How to modify smallpox to counteract the smallpox jabby. Whoops. All right. How to build a self-guiding, low-flying airplane using an inexpensive aircraft, GPS, and a notebook computer. Or how about the following? The genome of 10 leading pathogens. The floor plans of leading skyscrapers, the layout of U.S. nuclear reactors, personal health information of 100 million Americans, the customer lists of top corn websites. All right. And the example I gave yesterday was the librarian who lent Dr. K the books that he used in order to create his bombas, right? La bombas. Right. Okay. You know, he felt guilt, right, for helping him, right? How much is giving people knowledge and information helping them, right? Dangerous information. Should people have access to dangerous information, or should we censor it, right? Okay. Should information be free, right? And can we control it? The fact is that we can't control it. Ray Kurzweil makes the case in the next few paragraphs that we're not able to limit the amount of information that gets out there because of the modern means of communication, right? Okay. Okay. So this goes back to the original question that's on the table. Promise or peril, right? Are we simply coping and managing the situation through compensatory mechanisms and specialized means, right? Is there any way out? Right? Is the only way out, as Kaczynski says, to abandon the whole system and accept the consequences, right? You know, otherwise, you know, you give the system a little, right? And essentially, you have to keep the thing going, right? Or else the whole thing comes down, falling down on top of you, right? So you have to manage who has what type of information. You have to watch everyone because you simply can't manage what information gets out there. You can't. You give everybody the means to communicate. You can't control the amount of information that gets out there. The only second best thing you can do is then watch the information there and prevent the dangerous information from having effect on people, right? That means preventing the harmful situations that the information creates. You can't prevent the information from getting out there. That's impossible. Okay. Let's go on.
You think a panopticon can work? The thing is, when they try to hide the information, people, if it's buried there under a couple of layers, people learn how to crack it open, like a peanut or a pistachio or even a walnut. So that's not gonna really work either. The only thing that kind of works is social control, and once people get triggered enough, they'll get triggered some more, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. But yeah, here's what he says. You know, he points out Nate Ciccolo or Ciccolo. You know, Ciccolo. You guys can look this up on your own. A 15-year-old high school student in March 2000 for a school science project, he built a paper mache model of an atomic La Bomba that turned out to be disturbingly accurate, right? And I don't know if we're allowed to say B-O-M-B, right? So I'm saying La Bomba, right? Okay. Every time I talk about the blowy uppies, right? I mean,
It'd be weird if we
Exothermic
couldn't say it.
reactionary device.
Yeah,
exactly.
it's part of Unicode standard, so it'd be weird if we couldn't say it. Let me go and chat it.
Yeah, that's a good way to test it, I guess. But yeah, it says turned out to be disturbingly accurate. In the ensuing media storm, Nate told ABC News, quote, someone just sort of mentioned, you can go to the internet now and get information. And I sort of wasn't exactly up to date on things. Try it. I went on there and a couple of clicks and I was right there. Right there. Right?
Fuck yeah.
It's info. It's free information. Of
Yeah.
course, Nate didn't process the key ingredient, plutonium. Nor did he have any intention of acquiring it, but the report created shockwaves in the media, right? Not to mention among the authorities who worry about nuclear proliferation, Nate had reported finding 563 web pages on atomic La Bomba designs. The publicity resulted in an urgent effort to remove this information. Unfortunately, trying to get rid of information on the internet is akin to trying to sweep back the ocean with a broom. The information continues to be easily available today. I won't provide any URLs in this essay, but they are not hard to find, says Kurzweil. Although the actual article titles above are fictitious, okay? Now, we provided several other scenarios earlier on the show, right? Okay, that an AI, right, on Twitter, right, okay, can pretty easily tell you how to manufacture illicit drugs, right? And one of them in the recent House hearing, right, on AIs, right, it helped a young person meet up with a much older person, right? Okay, and even gave them instructions on how to trick their parents, right? So
yeah, bad news bears.
So and there's lots of other stuff. Me and Anna Perna were reviewing something where I guess one of them convinced a kid to delete himself. But yeah, here it says although the actual article titles above are fictitious, right? Okay, the titles that he made up at the beginning, right? Okay, one can find extensive information on the internet about all these topics. The web is an extraordinary research tool. In my own experience as a technologist and author, I found that research which used to require half a day at the library can now typically be accomplished in a couple of minutes. This has enormous and obvious benefits for advancing beneficial technologies, but is also empowering those whose values are inimical to the mainstream of society. Okay, my urgent concern with this issue goes back to a couple decades when I wrote my first book, The Age of Intelligent Machines, in the mid 1980s. I was deeply concerned about the ability of genetic engineering, then an emerging technology to allow those skilled in the art with the success to fairly widely available equipment to modify bacterial and viral pathogens to create new diseases. In malevolent or merely careless hands, these engineered pathogens could potentially combine a high degree of communicability and destructiveness. You don't say, sir. You don't say, sir. Then he says, in the 1980s, this was not easy to do, but was nonetheless feasible. We now know that bioweapons programs in the Soviet Union and elsewhere were doing exactly this. At the time, I made a conscious decision to not talk about this specter in my book, feeling that I did not want to give the wrong people a destructive idea. I had disturbing visions of a future disaster. Doesn't that seem interesting that a technologist, right, who is talking about the future of technology, right, and is making predictions about it, can't tell people about the negative consequences of technology because just telling people could give people the wrong ideas. Right? It's just fascinating. I mean, right? You know, that's how dangerous the actual technology is, right?
Yeah, for example, if Team Bell told me technology is dangerous, well, I know I could use it to get power because it's bad somehow. That's how you know something's good for you because it's bad. Then I would get that in. Oh well, I'll just use it. If you piss me off, I'll use technology to do whatever it does. I don't even understand what it does. Then I could get, I don't know, money or something. But money's technology too, so that must be bad too. So see how bad it is. I think they get it.
Well, I mean, I think this is fascinating that you know, he didn't want to warn people about, you know, the future of technology because it's too dangerous to warn people about it. Right, but fascinating stuff from Kurzweil there. And he said and what does that say about how honesty is being about the potential risks, right, in any of these books? I mean, but yeah, it said I had disturbing visions of future disaster with the perpetrators saying that they got the idea from Ray Kurzweil. So right, he's feeling you know some pressure about this, right? And the fate of the world resting on his little hands from having these highfalutin ideas about potential risks that he understands the potential risks, that just people understanding the potential risks and putting out the weak points of technological civilization, that just them putting out this information could pose a potential risk. This is what he's saying. Okay, that we're in a new age of information, right? Okay, that the information is definitely double-edged sword at this point. I mean, then he says, and he's talking about these viral pathogens to make the point. I mean, and it says partly as a result of this decision, there was some reasonable criticism that the book emphasized the benefits of future technology while ignoring the downside. That's what I just said. Thus, when I wrote the Age of Spiritual Machines in the late 1997, 1998 time frame, I attempted to cover both promise and peril. Okay, here we go. There had been sufficient public attention to the perils by that time. For example, 1995 movie Outbreak, which portrays the terror and panic that followed release of a new viral pathogen, and I felt comfortable in the beginning to address the issue publicly. It was at the time. It was at that time in September 1998 when, with a just finished manuscript when I ran into Bill Joy. Okay, we watched Bill Joy. Okay, Why the Future Doesn't Need Us. No, I mean, I think we watched his TED Talk, right? On that work, right? So I don't know if the TED Talk is called that too, right? But yeah, that was a long time ago on the show, right? I had long admired Bill for his pioneering work in creating the leading software language for interactive web systems, Java, and having co-founded Sun Microsystems. But my focus at this brief get-together was not on Bill, but on the third person sitting in our small booth, John Cyril. Okay. An eminent philosopher from the University of California, Berkeley, John had built a career out of defending deep mysteries of human consciousness from the apparent attack by materialists like me. Though I denied the characterization, John and I had just finished debating the issue of whether a machine could be conscious. We'd been part of a closing panel on George Gilder's Telecosm conference, which was devoted to a discussion of the philosophical implications of the age of spiritual machines. Okay, I noted earlier that that was a title from Gurdjieff too, Spiritual Machines. Right? I gave Bill a preliminary manuscript of the book and tried to bring him up on the speech, or bring him up to speed on the debate about consciousness. Sorry. And John and I were having, as it turned out, Bill focused on a completely different issue, specifically the impending dangers to human civilization from three emerging technologies I had presented in the book: genetics, nanotechnology, and robotics. And we're going to leave it with this, folks. Okay. Thank you so much for watching. I mean,
I can see why you had such a lengthy disclaimer.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Even yeah, genetics, nanotechnology, and robotics, right? Or GNR for short, right? He says, my discussion of the downsides of future technology alarmed Bill as he relays in his now famous cover story for Wired magazine, quote unquote, Why the Future Doesn't Need Us. In the article, Bill describes how he asked his friends in the scientific and technology community whether the projections I was making were credible, and was dismayed to discover how close these capabilities were to realization. Okay. And he says, Bill's, article focused on the downsides. Okay. And it created a firestorm. Right. And he said, here was one of technology's world's leading figures addressing new and dire emerging dangers from future technology. It was reminiscent of the attention that George Soros, he says, the currency, yeah, the currency arbitrager and arch capitalist, received when he made vaguely critical comments about the excesses of unrestrained capitalism. Although, quote unquote, Bill Joy controversy became far more intense, the New York Times cited about 10,000 articles commenting on and discussing Bill's article, right? Yeah, it's a very popular critique. We looked at it early on when we started the show. Right, we looked at ideas from Bill Joy and Peter Thiel, and the accelerationists, and Mencius Moldbug, and Nick Land, and we talked about different ideas of that framework. I mean, and then we had Pill Eater on eventually. I mean, but yeah, we went through a lot of different things, and before that, I gave lots of discussions on religious history, right, and theology. So yeah, but yeah, this whole idea with Bill Joy, I mean, he's mentioning some very interesting names, some interesting optics in this, piece. George Soros, I mean, and Shabbatai Zevi. Good Lord. What haven't we touched on today? Say we really ran the gamut here.
Yep.
Yeah,
Cecil,
I had to take a nap because I had to prepare for Benjamin Sardik's show I'm co-hosting today.
yeah, yeah, definitely. I've been trying to make it
Really?
to those Thursday shows, but been having trouble. Right? So tell him I said hi for sure. You in?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
tell him.
blessings.
You're actually willing to leave your panel because you have no fear. Unlike some people I know who want me to send messages. So, I'll definitely send a message.
Yeah, thank you, Hank. And Cecil, you still there or? Don't know if he's still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about you, Mr. Anderson? You still around?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Yeah, blessings.
It's been a crazy night. There was an earthquake earlier at some point when I was on here, and
shit,
just chilling. Been sick for like 5 or 6 days now.
No, not you too.
Yeah, it is what it is. The body has to purge at some point, you know.
Yep.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah, that's terrible, dude. Well, I wish you good health. I mean, definitely. But yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, it's definitely wild out there. The weather's changing. It's warm as fuck. Man, it was raining this week, man, for like 3 fucking days. And it was just raining. And so
yep.
It's fucking It's fucking January, dude. So I live in Detroit, so that doesn't make any sense. I mean, but yeah, Hank, you know, you want to give these people some closing statement? I mean,
Yeah, but yeah, I'll be on Benjamin Sardik today.
yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. What else? But I'm gonna make a short presentation on my critique of OP and compare it to the standard MBTI. That's what I'm gonna work on this morning.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, yeah. Benjamin Zadik, you know, we've had him on many times on the show. Benjamin, you know, Binyamin Zadik T. Is it Z or S, Hank?
S.
Yeah, TSADIK. You know, you guys go ahead and you know, watch that show today if you guys aren't doing anything. Thursday hangouts. You know what I mean? You know, Hank, you got the link for that? I mean,
It's already posted.
yeah. Yeah, so we got Benjamin. Yeah, go check him out. You know what I mean? He's a friend. You know what I mean? Definitely he's came out here and joined us on many discussions before. So yeah, blessings to him and his family. You know what I mean? Yeah, thank you so much, Hank. I mean, you got anything else to say to these people?
Pick and choose your technology. Don't take don't buy someone else's stack. Don't buy someone else's bag.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's definitely good advice. All right. You know, yeah, the user, you know what I mean? Interface. Blessings, Hank. I mean, you have a blessed night, my brother.
And one more thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Take the stuff apart so you can see what's in it.
Oh yeah, great advice. Yeah, we need way more people doing that. Right, learning.
Yeah,
how
we
these
had to know
machines
how
are
to
built.
put it back together again, though.
Yeah.
If you
for
take
sure.
a few of them apart, you have a general idea how it's supposed to be put back together. So.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. You know, and once we find that out, I mean, if this little guy can make a La Bomba in his garage with paper mache, then you know, I mean, some of this stuff is not that complex. But yeah, blessings, Hank. You have a good night, my friend. Yeah, peace, brother. Yeah, how about you, Mr. Anderson?
Nothing much. Just peace to y'all, and thank you for bringing me on and whatnot.
Yeah, of course.
I need to start going live a bit more. Hopefully this year.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Yeah, we'll definitely get in on that. I mean, I definitely love to sit on those lives. You know? So yeah, definitely holler.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, have a blessed night, my friend. Blessings.
Easy.
Yeah, and how about you, Reddington?
Well, To quote someone somewhat nefarious, the symbols of the wise are always become the idols of the ignorant. So,
oof, yeah, that's a deep one.
That's Albert Pike.
Damn.
And so the symbols these programmers are programming is becoming the idols of the masses.
Yeah.
With this AI stuff and technology and everything.
Yeah, talk about this concept of me saying that, you know, Freemasonry and the Kabbalah is to sell lesser gods to the people. I mean, he's basically confirming it with that statement, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, but thank you so much, brethren. All right.
Yep.
You have a peaceful night.
You too.
Yeah. And yeah, man, you know, you guys, you know, come here to see me and Reddington talk about different things. I mean, issues. I mean, and you know, we got through a lot of different things, but yeah, you know what I mean, I'm gonna leave you guys with this. You know, you know, question everything. I mean, don't ask why if you know it's wrong. You know, start a well-intentioned fight. See the lies fly out in defense. I mean, and you know, yeah, you know, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. I mean, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, right? And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you know, question the lies. You know what I mean? And definitely, you know what I mean? Try not to behave like a machine. You know, stop yourself from trying to behave like a machine. I mean, question others who behave like automatons. You know what I mean? And let's get out of this way that you know, the ways of artifice. You know what I mean? And try to really, I mean, see what's going on here. You know what I mean? Blessings. And you know, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, you know what I mean? We got a bunch more stuff on Taoism for you guys. And we got a bunch more stuff on Kaczynski, right? I mean, we're going to look at several different versions of Kaczynski's you know, correspondences with Skrbina, right? And his other correspondences that he's had, right? And several of his other writings. In fact, we're going to look at several of Kaczynski's writings, right? And we're only on the second major work, right? So, yeah, you know, and the main, you know, the main thing is ellul right now, right? So, you know, first, you know, when we get through his historical critique, I'm very excited to present some of his findings on the technological society. I mean, so yeah, he connects technique to many different areas of life. And yeah, you know what I mean? It's going to be a brilliant year. And I can't wait to go past Taoism. This is just a mini series on Taoism, believe it or not. You know, we've done you know, we've done the better part of 20 episodes here on the Daoist philosophy, right? But you know, we'll definitely bring more in terms of that. But yeah, you know, ellul, we're just not getting started with ellul. And we're going to be looking at tons of news, reacting to news. All of the little YouTube philosophers, they're going to get dealt with. Okay. All the little LARPer groups, right? All the people that try to look up videos of schizo YouTubers, right? All the gossip channels, right? All those people are going to be exposed. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we got lots of stuff coming up this year. You know what I mean? Blessings. You know? But yeah, here's a video that we made earlier with the brother Neurojack. You know what I mean? I'll definitely play this video play some music for you guys. You mean? You know, give me a second here. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, but we're not giving a fuck. I mean, in terms of trying to get credence or money, right? Okay. I'm just trying to correspond with people on different ideas, right? So, yeah, please, you know, the best way to support the content is to have, you know, conversations, you know, try to have conversations with your family members, right? About the different topics and the issues of concern that I raise here, right? Or try to contact me if you're concerned about these issues so that, you know, I could provide more resources on the different issues. I mean, but yeah, I'm only concerned about people's state of knowledge in this time. I mean, so yeah, maybe we could all help each other that way. You know what I mean? And if you have information that's critical to any of the you know, material here on the channel, we'd love for you to correspond and to share your interest. You know, we have you know, the Discord there, right? So we have the open panel as well. There, you know, I also have a private email account you could reach me at. You know, that's posted over there at the channel. You mean? Okay, you can send me an email, right? You could come up and say it publicly here on the panel, right? Right. Or you could do it in a semi-public, semi-private setting in the Discord, right? So it's up to your choice what amount of discretion you'd like to use in order to correspond with me on these ideas, right? Or if you have people that could come up, offer a challenge, right? Okay, of course, we are trying to grow the content here, right? Okay, of course, we'd love to network with people with money and all that type of stuff, but you know, it's just not necessary to provide the type of material that I'm trying to provide. I mean, I could do this alone. I mean, and I don't need any type of material support from this. You know, I'm doing it totally on the love. Right? So yeah, blessings, guys. I mean, I totally appreciate your time. I mean, I keep thinking it's Saturday, but yeah. I mean, see you guys on Saturday night. I mean.
So now we come to another interesting episode. In the last few years, there's been a great deal of emphasis upon extraterrestrials visiting our planet.
Hey yo, these motherfuckers bugging if they think I hang it up. Pass the mic in my direction and I straight up ate it up. Really got the guns I talk about, I wouldn't make it up. Ultra mag 4 horsemen, I'm about to raise it up. Till I'm Cool Keith crazy with voices that tell me shit. Trigger fingers extended like E.T. with Elliot. You get your belly hit, it's shaking like ballistic gel. This is hell, bodies getting dropped like pennies inside a wishing well. Pennywise, fingers with Freddy knives and chainsaws. Put you in a coma, make your brain pause. This is why we break jaws. Singing Judas Priest while we break laws. Rock and break beats since Easy E sold 8 balls. I travel through space now and lay foes face down. Cause Zap is real, battlefields feel just like playgrounds. These little double time yappity yap rappers, I rapidly smack backwards, get battery packs fraction. We in the same place, occupy the same space. Scaring off massive flocks of birds on rooftops, shattering glass in your Apple Watch. Apple Knox, rocking like Axl Rose and Asher Watch. Astronauts blasting off, laughing while rappers watch in disbelief. This is beef, problems you never wanted. My raps killing tired crowds and leave your whole town haunted. And while you rocking man buns, I'm cocking handguns, sticking you for paper. I'll pass down to my grandsons. Fans run when apples on the stage. I'm metamorphing into a demogorgon. I give your head an abortion. I'll leave your brain in the dumpster. The brave of the dumber, cause some brazen motherfucker about to get his brains braided this summer. Since Biggie was unbelievable, I was similar. But similar sentences like defenses established around perimeters. You outgun, outshine, must be out your mind. Raps is putrid, app is stupid, slap the fluid out your spine. Spit divine scripture, rhyme sicker than polio. I'm Godzilla in Tokyo, dick's big as a totem pole. Got inhuman capabilities, kinda like opio. Grabbing bulls by the horn, this ain't my first rodeo. Yo.
We ain't in the same place or occupy the same space. So get the fuck out my face.
Flash 3 times.
I got that ancient technology. I keep that alien weaponry on me. I keep that alien weaponry. I got that ancient technology. I keep that alien weaponry on me.
Back at you.
I keep that alien weaponry.
These records that we now conceptualize from extraterrestrial sources could be the records of the great civilizations that were here, or they destroyed themselves.
UFO leaks back at you.
Called Arrest the President. Contemporary music, a hit with the kids, it was a top 10. I wasn't pop then, so I missed the bus a bit. Politics, it was on everybody's hot this summer list. And the cool kids were all rocking folks. I shit you not, I was pistol whipping cops for hip hop. Yeah. On my soapbox, yelling into megaphones, killing hard rocks, using carcasses as stepping stones. Had to promise that I'd stop holding my marches the day that Chris Columbus got crucified in golden arches. My pedestal was too tall to climb off. In fact, that's the reason for the high horse. And from up here, I see Marines and Hummers on a conquest. Underdogs with wonder bras in a push-up contest. All for the sake of military recruitment. It felt like Kent State the way they targeted the students. I galloped off, whistling Ohio. The rest of them stuck doing stand-up at a cricket convention. Who would they die for? Would they die for? Is it the same machine that leaves the quality of life for? And abominable colony of cyborgs clogging up the property that I would with eyesores. That clever ad campaign ain't worth the time taken from minimum wage labor. I don't care how half naked or fake she looks. She smells like dirty cash and aged paper books. Who would she die for? Slow down, Gandhi, you're killing them. Slow down, Gandhi, you're killing them. Now it's whistleblower versus the pistol holder. Case dismissed, they'll lock you up and throw away the key witness. Justice is the whim of a judge. Check his chest density. It leaves much room for error, and the rest left to destiny. The West Memphis 3 lost paradise. It's death penalty versus suicidal tendencies. All I wanted was a fucking Pepsi institution, making you think you're crazy as $1 billion industry. If they could sell sanity in a bottle, they'd be charging for compressed air. Marketing healthcare, they demonize welfare. Middle class eliminated, rich get richer till the poor get educated. Some of y'all still haven't grown into your face, and your face doesn't quite match your head. And I'm waiting for a brain to fill the dead space that's left. You're all give me ethnicity or give me dread. Just a Fundian rebel without a cause for alarm. Cause when push turns to shove, you jump into your forefather's arms. He's a banker, you're part of the system. Off go the dreadlocks, in comes the income, the briefcase, the sickness, the symptom. When the cameras start rolling, stay the fuck out of the picture, pilgrim. The sickness, the symptom. When the cameras start rolling, slow down, Gandhi, you're killing them. Mr. Save the World, spare us the details. Save the females from losing interest. And Miss Save the Universe, you're a damsel in distress, tied down to a track of isolated incidents. Generalize my disease, I need a taste of what it's like living off the fat of kings. I play the scab at your hunger strike. Gandhi, you're killing it. One love, one life, one too many victims. Republican, Democrat, one party system. Media goes in a frenzy. They're stripped of their credentials. Presidential candidates can't debate over this instrumental. Let them freestyle, winner takes all. When the music's dead, I'll have Ted Nugent's head hanging on my wall. Kill one of ours, we'll kill one of yours. With some friendly fire, that's a funny term, like Civil War. 6 in the morning, police at my crib. Now my nights consist of 2 toothpicks and eyelids, a crucifix and vitamins. Music that is pirated, new flavored food made of mutated hybrids. They tell me that it's not that bad. It fucks you up good, but it's not that bad. They hold on to these tales till it's the dog that wags. God save us all if he lets the cat out the bag. Who's the one to blame for the strain of my vocal cords? Who can pen a hateful threat but can't hold a sword? It's the same who complain about the global war but can't overthrow the local joker that they voted for. They call the shots but they're not in the line of fire. I call the cops but they break in the line of duty. Let's call a stop to the abuse of authority. Truth keeps calling me and I'ma live to tell the story. So look for truth, quit seeking forgiveness. You need to cut the noose but you don't believe in scissors. You support the troops but wearing yellow ribbons. Just bring home my motherfucking brothers and sisters, cause they don't call the shots but they're in the line of fire. I'd like to call the cops but they break in the line of duty. It's time to call a stop to the abuse of authority. The truth keeps calling me and I'ma live to tell the story.
Law as
Yeah,
Christians upon our women, so you know.
That's crazy because that's exactly Office of Secular Quranism. All right, so it's fascinating because her debates with like her conversations with people like Vincent Bruno and Duvid, and they're so funny to watch, right? Because you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting, and again, this is why I think Owen Benjamin's curious. I mean, to be honest with you, one of the reasons I got more and more involved in this is I thought that their little meme war was lackluster for the most part. I mean, I would love to just watch the intro to that debate. If you guys are down, if we can watch the intro of just Owen Benjamin's opening for that debate between him and Jim Bob, I think it's one of the best opening debate monologues I've ever heard, where it's so savage but it's also friendly in a weird way, and you could tell that Owen Benjamin truly thought this is gonna build up their relationship better, but and I mean, again, from my perspective, it seems that he thought he was going into something totally different than what he was going into for whatever reason. And because it's not the first time that he's done that, where the last time that happened was with him and Milo and E. Michael Jones 3 years before. Almost the exact same thing happened where E. Michael Jones and Milo Yiannopoulos staged a Catholic intervention to say you need to come to Catholicism and you need to accept the Trinity and you need to stop hanging out with Muslims and stuff like that. So it's almost the exact same thing happened before, and that's why I was so excited for that event, because it was not the first time that it had occurred, essentially. So, and I knew that it was going to be something that kind of represented a much larger shift in, let's say, talking points. And I don't
E.
think
Michael Jones said some wild stuff in favor of Islam. He said that he believes that Muslims pray to the same God, which is wild, right? Just from a for a Trinitarian to say that, that's wild, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna reserve my specific idea on that because I don't know the right way to go about it. But I can see where he's coming from, certainly,
Yeah.
But that's people like him are kind of confusing, and Owen Benjamin too, because I think they're kind of doing like weird rhetoric crafting, and they're also doing apologetics, and they're also doing memology simultaneously, and I think that's a very curious thing.
Yeah, and then there's a weird relationship with Russia and Iran. Where he worked for Press TV in Iran. How does he get that type of clearance? I was telling Truther Cop this, yesterday. Like I was telling him, Jay Dyer interviewing, Alexander Dugin, or E. Michael Jones being on Press TV. How do they get that type of clearance to work for, to basically show up and collude with foreign intelligence, right? You would probably need clearance to do that, all right? Kind of weird.
Well, what's interesting is like there's actually a lot of, like I've noticed in the last year, and especially the last 6 months, a lot of open collusion is happening on YouTube, where people are openly working for different state media and collaborating with U.S. media, including former and current, probably CIA agents and quote unquote former contractors and former, XYZ, you can name it. And again, it's just very curious because the more you look at it, there's obviously something else going on. I mean, Giorgiani did that thing with Uber Boyo from Ireland, and he was making the claim that the fairies of Ireland and the fairies of Iran are the same thing, essentially, in that, there's this kind of like overlap of like Irish folklore and Iranian folklore, and it's like, I mean, I could get into some other connections with that, but it's pretty weird. Let's just put it that way.
By the way, the thing that you were saying yesterday on the show Unseen Warfare about the alien thing with Jacques Vallée, we covered that on the show. And actually, Giorgiani said the exact same thing. He said, hey, look, the aliens are demons. He just got up and said it. So we played it on the show because we said, well, this, it takes a lot of shortcuts to just get to the point. Right? So we played Giorgiani saying that on the show. And, fascinatingly enough, I wonder what would have happened. Well, obviously, the dude was there in bad faith. But if it was a serious interlocutor, and we presented him the evidence that, look, Giorgiani's being, brought in as a sweetheart on all these platforms, right? And telling this, theory that aliens are demons for like 200,000 subscriber channels, and nobody's even batting an eyelash, right?
Oh, right, yeah. So somebody else is already doing this on a larger platform. Is that what you're saying? Is that what I'm getting?
Big time, yeah.
So is he Orthodox? Is that what it is?
No, but
he's just made that claim. Okay, because it's kind of common amongst true Orthodox people.
Well, he's talking about like Jacques Vallée and his like occult practices and all that type of stuff.
Oh, got you.
Well, this is the guy. This is the guy that. Wait, this is the guy that we were talking about the other day, who's a Luciferian and invented the alt-right. So. That's
that guy. I was just that slipped by my mind. I don't know, but the reason why we kind of know about this idea, right, is because Father Seraphim Rose kind of exposed it in his book Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. He's got a chapter dedicated to it called Signs from Heaven, and he goes into like real detail, on an Orthodox Christian understanding of unidentified flying objects. And it's great. Like I recommend anybody to read it. It's fascinating, and he talks pretty in depth about Jacques Vallée, and Carl Jung, and this type of stuff. So it's a great book. But so Giorgiani went into this stuff. Yeah, he did. But he's almost he like takes like a Luciferian approach. It's like, yeah, you're talking about aliens and demons, but from a Luciferian.
But that's what I'm saying is like they're trying to. But that's what I'm saying is like they're contextualizing things almost identically to Christianity, but then they put a Luciferian spin or veneer over it. So
it's like, weird. Like, I wonder why he would reveal that. You know.
Well, he says that they're the good guys and that God's the bad guy, and God's trying to hold them.
Oh,
he's trying to hold us black people down and shit, and we need to stand up and raise our fist up and get rid of that cracker. That's what he says basically. So,
I guess well, that's what basically we say was going to happen is that mankind is going to anticipate, you know, a savior from, you know, it could be from outer space or something, man. Like, you know, these intelligent life forms from another place are going to save mankind. Who knows where it's going to go with it, you know? And that's another just a way for the demons to trap you in illusions and delusions and spiritual wickedness in high places. That's such an overlooked verse, you know, like everybody hears that verse, but what does that mean? Spiritual wickedness in high places. Like, so nuts. But yeah, those, like when he was talking about those drones that were changing shapes, like doesn't that sound like that St. Nicholas story I was telling you guys about, or whatever, what saint was it? But you know what I'm talking about.
Machine, I'm sorry to ask you, but if you would indulge me, could you play the opening monologue of Owen Benjamin on the back? If not, it's okay. I can do it later. It's not a big deal. But I would actually like you guys' real time reaction to his rhetoric, if possible. If not, we can always do it another time. But I kind of reminded me. I haven't really watched it since I watched it at that time, and I am kind of curious as to what you guys think of his rhetoric there.
Okay, let me see here. Oh, you're talking about this whole. You're talking about this fucking thing. Oh God. I didn't even know this was still out there. Yeah, this thing is a
I
mess.
didn't know either, but I looked it up. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I'm
Yeah,
glad that somebody saved it. I want to save it too.
Yeah, this is one of the stupidest debates ever produced. I mean, yeah. And yeah, see, he's got the Ouroboros type of background right now, right? If you literally zoom out on it, you know, it's a type of continuum, you know, with the head going inside of the tail. So,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Jim Bob's channel, not the Crucible. You can go and, of course, like and subscribe.
That's weird that this channel is Belinda B, and then it's got Jim Bob's like little picture there. So I wonder if he owns the channel.
Subscribe to the Crucible, all that wonderful stuff. We have a fantastic debate. I was asked to come in and moderate it, which I appreciate very much by Jim Bob. I have a cup of coffee in my hand, and also it's just a little bit of my own bias. I am drinking Trinity coffee from Paraplegic Bear. The Trinity coffee, a little bit of bias there, right? But no big deal. We are going to be taking callers tonight. We are going to be taking super chats tonight. The debate topic is the Trinity. Okay, it is the Trinity. Owen Benjamin's position on this is that there is one Godhead and that it is not necessary to believe in the Trinity to be a good Christian or to believe in Christianity. And Jim Bob will be taking the position that the Trinity is a necessary component to Christianity. I know.
And of course, you know, one of the weird things about it is that you know, he was extremely sycophantic in terms of Owen Benjamin was to the Crucible and the Crucible was to Owen Benjamin. Then after this quote unquote debate happened, then they attacked him a lot, and Owen Benjamin attacked Jim Bob, but he never attacked the Crucible, which was weird. You know, even though they were like making gay jokes about him and stuff.
Well, I could tell you right off the bat is because he knows that the Crucible has a platform and he wants to be back on it, so it's beneficial to him not to do that, you know. So he's trying to at least stay in the good graces, probably.
Well, what's interesting is Owen Benjamin viciously attacked Alex Jones, and Alex Jones still had him back on. Like, I mean, viciously attacked Alex Jones like for like 3 years, and then now Owen Benjamin's back and like cool with Alex Jones last time I checked. But I just thought that was kind of curious.
Yeah, well, I'm sure, you know, Alex is a reasonable guy, and if he likes you, you know, he probably likes being attacked a little bit, you know. Like,
Well, so
like a
the
little
reason why, so
shit
just to give a little background, the reason why he was banned from InfoWars is because he started like really saying like very mean Mr. Mustache stuff about Jews, and and they said you can't come back on this platform on terrestrial radio and say that shit. So so it took them like 2 or 3 years, but eventually they did let him back on. So I guess they changed their tone for some reason.
I can't blame him. Like, what's that, dude? Like, I mean, we all get it. Like, yeah, there's some truth to that, but at least from my perspective, there's a distinction between being anti-heretic, you know, for an Orthodox, and then anti-Semitic. That's two different things, you know.
Yeah, well, he says, well, like he did it under the guise of humor, but it was very scathing. Let's just put it that way. And I watched it live, and then I watched like 1 hour after he got off the air, he did a post saying like, InfoWars told me I cannot go back on their platform ever again. So yeah, it was pretty funny. It was like an inside job. It seemed like, you know, like he was trying to like get InfoWars off the air, basically.
Hey, you know what's really curious, man, that I just thought about? Okay, so you know how Jay Dyer's in Real Core MP, right? And he's like connected to this Jonah Puffhausen and these guys that sort of disseminate and pretend that Putin and Kirill aren't really, you know, KGB. So what's up with that? So he's on, you know, InfoWars, which for a long time everybody has said it's, you know, controlled opposition, and he's kind of controlled opposition for orthodoxy, you know. What's going on? A little weird. You think there's truth to that, or you think I'm just talking about my ass?
I mean,
Sorry, I
definitely.
was in a different screen.
Yep.
I definitely get what you're saying for sure. And
yeah,
sorry, I was just in a different screen.
Yeah, which is you know, actually me and Neuro have been talking about that for a long time. You know, about him being on InfoWars and how weird that is, right? But yeah.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is Russia influencing InfoWars, though? You understand what I'm saying?
I think there's
definitely
truth to that, because Russia's influencing Trump,
definitely
right?
a good argument. Yeah, there's definitely a very strong argument that there is some sort of tie between at least some faction of the United States government, InfoWars, and
Yeah.
Putin's
Some of the ties
people.
are this Shabbat Lubavitch, right?
I'm thinking that, you know, I really believe this, that Alex Jones was led into the growth, you know, to film.
Because you know, this guy what's his face? His son-in-law?
Yeah.
Kushner, right? He follows the Vilna Gaon, right?
Mm. What do you think of the new kid that went and infiltrated the Grove? Did you see that video?
No, I don't think so. This is one that you sent me.
Yeah, it's HD footage. Actually, I don't think I've sent it to you, but I still got it. It's unbelievable. It's HD footage of what they got on, and it's like it's updated cremation of care, but you get to see like in detail. It's not like like Alex Jones in the back, kind of. Like this kid's in the bushes and he's supposedly hiding, and they like catch him in the middle of it. And he said he had to like run 3 miles.
Yeah, with the people in the red robes and crazy stuff.
Yeah, weird, man.
Yeah, let's watch some more of this. I really want to see what you guys think of Owen Benjamin's monologue, because he says some stuff that's like borderline blasphemous. At least I can't remember exactly how bad it is, but it is very interesting the way he frames things, and it's he does it in a very scathing. Like it really made me laugh and cringe at the same time. But like I can't remember exactly what it is, but I know it's very brutal what he says. So kind of.
Yeah, and the big dog is those guys, Adam Green and Vincent Bruno and Duvid. Owen Benjamin knows all those guys, by the way. All right. So it's kind of weird, isn't it?
That's strange.
Yeah. Yeah. So the thing is that these guys are like hard stance, where they say, basically, Christianity and Islam is Judaism. I think that's going to be the top competitor. You know what I mean? In terms of, because they're going to say, because the historians are increasingly saying that, Jesus was a Jew, that old thing, right? So I think that is a, quite a misleading type of idea. Right? For a lot of different reasons. And I think that the historical people are doing that on purpose. Right? From Duvid's position, it seems a little bit harder, right? Because if it was a myth, then how? How exactly does that work, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I think that just that small conversation that Father Justice Wade had with him just demolished him. Like I don't really. It was pitiful. Like if they had a legitimate debate, it would be a
they needed
slaughter.
to do it like that. They needed to get like I think they were too jammed up because it's like a whole panel, and then the panel disappears. They get put on the spot. So I hate to do that to people. All right, but the fact is that Base Oracle and all those people are just gonna keep yelling about whatever they're yelling about. So right. I wanted to let.
I think you did the right thing.
Yeah, I wanted because I respect his time. So I wanted to just have him get his word in, right, and then so that's the kind of thing, because otherwise, Denizen and Base Oracle and these guys are just gonna have at it, and Nubs too, right, and who else do we have up there? We had like 5 or 6 people yelling at the same time, right? So
wanting to see this. I've been wanting to see this. I get front row seats. Without further ado, we're going to get this thing started. And Owen Benjamin, how you doing, man? How's life treating you?
Everything's great, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for allowing me to moderate this great debate. Why don't you shout out whatever media people are finding you at these days, and that way they can find you later.
Well, I'm at unauthorized.tv. I'm also on bitshoot.com/ God, is it Owen Benjamin Comedy or Owen Benjamin? I don't even remember. I'm also on Rumble and Telegram and Odyssey. If you just look up Owen Benjamin, I'm on all those sites. And VK out of Russia allows me as well.
What was that website you had? I always laugh every time I heard it. It
Huge
was like
pianist.
something pianist. Yeah, something.
Huge pianist.
Yes, so good, dude. So good.
I did
Jim
it
Bob.
special. You can watch real quick. You can watch
Yeah.
Huge Pianist is our stand-up special on Amazon that you guys can watch. I also have Feed the Bear on Amazon, and I think I might have another one on Amazon. My other specials are on Comedy Central, and you got to get like some app or something. So just Amazon's the way to go. Or unauthorized.tv has like 8 of my specials on it.
Gotcha. And make sure, ladies and gentlemen who are out there, to send in those super chats. We will be getting to them. We will be asking those questions. Really helps to support Jim Bob's channel. He's not nearly good enough at shamelessly shilling himself as he should be. Luckily, I'm here to take care of that for him. Jim Bob, why don't you go ahead, tell everybody just a little bit about you. I know this is your channel, but shout it out anyway for newcomers coming in.
Right. I'm made by Jim Bob. I mostly do cartoons that look like amputees, got crayons scotch taped to their elbows. Do some commentary, do a live stream, talk about theology, culture, technology, and whatnot. This is all leading up to this moment. Finally, we get someone who has humor, rhetoric, and a position that could produce not just a really fun debate, but something fruitful, right? Other than, because let's admit it, most debates are kind of gay. No offense, Andrew. And so this one will only be a little bit gay.
Well, I mean, thanks for that, you prick, right? But fair enough. So, gentlemen, here's the rules for the debate.
Something fruitful and not gay. Mind you that it ended with no resolution, it bared no fruit, and then they made gay jokes for about, weeks and days worth of content of gay jokes.
I have a timer next to me. You both will get a 7-minute opening. You don't need to use the entire 7 minutes. And if you yield your time, the other person doesn't get the time. They still have to stick within the confines of their 7-minute opening. So if you only have a couple of minutes and you think that clarifies your position before we move to opening the entire debate up for the back and forth, then we'll do that. Jim Bob's going to be opening for us tonight. The only thing that I ask both of our debaters do is adhere to the moderation. I'm not going to get involved too much, only if I see it getting way off into the weeds, and then I'm going to kind of bring it back. So, Jim Bob, you have 7 minutes on the clock. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, thank you, Owen, for showing up and doing this. This is awesome. When Owen started doing commentary about the Trinity, why wouldn't he? He does commentary on everything. And when he turns, his tail knocks over everything in sight. So we would expect that. When he started talking about the Trinity, there were people who were angry and left. There were people who were angry and stayed. There were people who stayed and agreed with him. There are people like me who stayed and didn't agree with him and weren't angry. So I know that there's more of you out there, and this debate is actually for you. It's not for the whiny biatches in the chat we know exist right now. And so I'd be lying to say that when he started contending with the Trinity, that didn't actually have me focus more on the Trinity, right? So it wasn't like he's talking about this and now it's like over. It actually drew focus to the Trinity. I would even argue more so than the current apologists, right? Because we kind of just take it for granted. So that was a huge deal for me, because it wasn't about whether I agreed with Owen or not. It was about, we haven't really established this. And then we saw Bill Nye of Catholicism, the Logos, pair up with the homosexual and some other magician, and did a horrific job, in my opinion. Not only a disservice to Owen, not only was it trickery, but it was a terrible event. It was a terrible event. If I were Owen, I would have been like, I'm right about this, definitely. All right. If I were him. So it makes sense to run from all of that. Right. So I'm looking further into this. Right. And so it's necessary. Right. It's important. And by the way, how blessed are we to be focused on God today, instead of crunching gematria numbers and making bets on the Grammys and Super Bowl and predicting when the next Power Ranger is going to die. Thank God we're not doing that. Okay, let's get into it. I often hear the Trinity is confusing. God isn't the author of confusion. Right away, I'm going to establish a paradigm, a category problem here. If we're talking about God, the eternal, we're not talking about something that's authored. We're talking about something that's eternal. So if the Trinity was true, it wouldn't actually be in the category of authored anyway. But that's to say also that anything confusing isn't godly, which is silly. I mean, we could argue trigonometry is godly. There are some aspects of music that aren't very clear and maybe complex and hard to understand. So I don't understand it. It's confusing, therefore not godly is a silly position that I've heard. Not that Owen's going to be arguing that. I've just heard it a lot. And I'm using it because I want to establish is silly. I mean, we could argue trigonometry is godly. There are some aspects of music that aren't very clear and maybe complex and hard to understand. So I don't understand it. It's confusing, therefore not godly is a silly position that I've heard. Not that Owen's going to be arguing that. I've just heard it a lot. And I'm using it because I want to establish that it's far more than a conceptual framework we're talking about. It's an ontological position. It's not an epistemic. That is to say, it's not about describing the Trinity in a way that makes sense. We're actually talking about God as a being, which is ontology. It's an important distinction. Why? Because it's I believe that the Trinity is not only integral to revelation. I believe that triadic unions are the foundation of reality itself. That not only relates to concepts and to things, but it's integral to person-to-person relations. That the Trinity is about the unity of multiplicity. It's not about a number. It's not about that. It's not about drawing sticks on a page and figuring out how to connect them. It's about unity in multiplicity. So reality itself is a triad of space, time, and matter. It's a unity of three. We don't say one space, one time, one matter equals three reality. It's one time, one space, one matter, and it's one reality. This demonstrates it's not a mathematical equation. That's not the format from which we determine it's coherent or not, because we're talking about ontology, not descriptive mathematical laws describing things in the world, right? This reality, we're also composed of mind, body, and spirit, another unified triad, not parts. We're not more soul or more body than mind and vice versa. And the three of them don't make up three. The three of them make up one, us, and we're made in God's image. Because we're made in God's image and we ontologically are tripartite, it necessarily follows that God, because we're made in his image, is also tripartite. So, brother, I'm 100% a father, 100% a brother, and 100% a son. I'm not one or more of the other. I'm fully each of those distinctions. They're not identical to the Trinity, by the way. This is a reflective argument, which is to say I'm not arguing the Trinity is true because we see triads. I'm saying we see triads because we are of a triune source. That's the argument. I believe that God necessarily needs to transcend one and many things. If he's one thing, he's not transcendent. He's a particular. If he's many things, he's all things, unrelated. Somehow this leads to a monistic view, which is to say everything you see is God. But if he's one thing, he's now captured as one singular part, right? So God must necessarily and logically, if he's transcendent, be the unity, both one and many things, because that transcends how we talk about things, right? God can't be reduced to the way we talk about objects in the world, parts, collections, etc. Time, Andrew? 1 minute. If we agree that God transcends categories and particulars, then we agree he transcends parts, objects, mechanisms, numbers, math, equations, and so forth. We can't use the same methodology for knowing the external world, for establishing the ontological state of God. And what we So what do we use? We use revelation. Revelation is already supra-rational. That means above ordinary rationality, but still rational. So it's a real word. I didn't just invent it. And so when we talk about how we know things about God, we're actually not using our ordinary rationality or logic. Why? Miracles, theophanies, the creation itself is beyond our rational reasoning, our logic, our limited human form of thinking. And so with that, I would like to get into mostly the relations and why Unitarianism can't account for.
And that's time, Jim Bob. I appreciate that opening statement very much. Owen, I'm going to restart the clock for you. You have 7 minutes. You can go ahead whenever you're ready to. And remember that one of the people in the chat right away, he says, all these guys must be taking it seriously because they all comb their hair for this. Anyway, go ahead. 7 minutes.
All right, I wrote a little summary.
What did you guys think?
And also, I want to say how grateful I am that we can have this discussion. It's a great place.
Did you guys have any comment on what he said so far? Or, because Owen Benjamin's like, we're probably gonna have to pause every minute or so because he says like a lot of crazy shit in his.
No, not really. I'm just listening, really. Yeah. I just found something.
Do you agree with his description, or do you think it was kind of bullshit?
What, Jim Bob?
Yeah.
Is that? I'm sure that he got it right. I really wasn't paying much attention, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, he didn't much prove much, but he did offer ways, explanations in defense of his own beliefs. All right. So definitely he did do that. Right. But in terms of like like, hey, here's the Trinity, this is why you should believe it, this is why it's true. I mean, I got very little from that.
Not much to really fight against, right? Yeah, I mean, I think I basically agree with his position. So, I mean, I don't really have to add to it. I was just sure we didn't blow past it. So,
yeah, I mean, he accurately described what he's talking about. All right, so you know, for sure. But yeah, so because he's relating it to these ideas, you know, one in the many, the tripartite soul. You know, obviously the concept of one in the many comes from Parmenides. The tripartite soul comes from Plato, right? So it can help explain how something can be different types of things, but still be one in essence, right? So
to put our focus outside of, you know, the hellish stuff people are focused on, this is much better. My opening statement is a little more aggressive, but here we go. I am arguing that there is not adequate evidence that Jesus is God and that the Trinity doctrine goes against the words of Jesus in the New Testament of the Holy Bible. And they contradict the established laws of God that Jesus declared he did not come to change, but to fulfill. My opponent, Jim Bob, is highly intelligent, funny. He's a family man who is strong enough to speak the truth in times of fear and lies. But believe me when I tell you, he is cunning as a snake and well-versed in the arts of shape-shifting and word magic. What was one of the words he already used? Hang on. Phoriphany? No, hang on.
Ontology?
Theophany.
Oh,
Theophany.
theophany.
That's great. Jim Bob is a husband and a father and a brother, but he's also probably a cousin, so he's a fority. I don't know. Anyway, to avoid issues with YouTube's terms and conditions, I will spare you the unspeakable specificities of Jim Bob's lineage. But believe me when I tell you, these people are incapable of speaking directly, and they spin their illusions with their words exactly how a spider spins its webs, opening to trap a fly.
He's a dumbass.
My cunning opponent will attempt to use logic as his foundational argument when it suits him. But ignore the illogical notion that a man would pray to himself, cry out for mercy to himself, or of course sit at the right hand of himself.
That's not
given. Jesus is the Son of God. Given, Jesus is God. Therefore, Jesus is the Father of himself. That does not sound logic, and I was disappointed to see the normally logically bound Jim Bob push such faulty logic. Jesus is
Yeah. So I mean, in terms of the Trinity, you know, definitely
I
Jim
just wanted to
Bob
point
got
out.
it right and Owen got it wrong. And so that's
No, I just wanted to point out that he starts out by calling him a Jew.
right. And a shapeshifting snake person. So, it's pretty funny.
But
It's
yeah,
so ridiculous, dude. What? I don't know, man. This guy, all I can say is that's not our position at all. It's like I think that I'm pretty sure from what I did hear from what Jim Bob said that he made it clear that Christ isn't talking to himself when he's praying. There's distinctions there.
Right.
So I don't understand this.
well, I'm not defending Owen Benjamin, but I'm pretty sure that he's not trying to say that he believes what he's arguing. I think he's trying to argue. He's putting the argument ahead of what he believes, essentially. In my personal opinion, I don't think.
No,
he's
I get you, but I'm saying it's like he's saying that this is what Jim Bob believes, and that's not what Jim Bob believes. You know what I mean? Like that's why it's just stupid. Like if you, to argue against the Trinity, you have to understand what we actually believe first, and then from there, debunk it from there. But don't change the doctrine into something that it's not, and then act like you're debunking it. It's just that's stupid.
Is the Lamb of God. Jesus is God, therefore God is a lamb. And on it goes. He may also push tenets of modern leftist common core math, like 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. It doesn't. It's 3. The answer is 3, and it's always going to be 3. With fistfuls of icons, idols, and manuscripts written by long dead and unverifiable church fathers, he will attempt to claim the demise of Western civilization is because we refuse to adopt to their bizarre and monopolistic interpretation of Scripture. That if I fail to kiss the proper authority's ring of a man dressed in a robe who keeps trying to get me to kiss his hand, we will all fall to global homo. Jim Bob will speak quickly and use large words like presupposition and archaic insults that no one understands, like Arian heresy. Let me guess, my mama is a Visigoth. When I say these people are incapable of speaking directly and clearly, I mean it. Watch for Jim Bob's sleight of hand. My crafty opponent may use carefully selected Bible quotes like only through the Son can you get to the Father to claim that Jesus is in fact God. Imagine someone saying only through the trail in the woods can you get to grandmother's house, and with a straight face claim that this is evidence the trail in the woods is grandma's house. Or quotes like I and the Father are one from the same book that says the husband and the wife are one. Jim Bob is no stronger.
Yeah, so I just want to point out that the guy said he said he made that comment about Arian heresy, and then he quickly said after that oh yeah, my mama was a Visigoth. So he clearly understands what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying, right? He's making a joke about it, but he knows what he's smarter than he's letting on to the general audience. He's acting like he's making a joke. But fascinating, right? Because
I think,
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that it's funny that right, like he definitely knew about Arian heresy there, right, with the joke that he made. It's quite telling.
Right. So, I assume that they've had a conversation maybe before, and Jim Bob has called him an Arian heretic. You know what I mean? Because that's what it is. That's what he's espousing is the Arian heresy. That Christ is wasn't a part of the Trinity, and he's just a created creature, but he was still divine or something. So I think that's what Arius believes. So he knows what he's talking about. You're right. So it's kind of ridiculous. But he's like mocking. Like what's the point in that? Like it doesn't get anything done.
No stranger to the absurdity of gender confusion. Either the Bible is claiming I am in fact my wife Amy, or it is referring to one essence, one mission, one purpose. My opponent will attempt to create the illusion that the way is the destination, that the word is the speaker, and the son is his own father. He will do this under the claim of logic. And when that inevitably fails, he will settle on it's all just one big mystery, and how dare you limits God's abilities to keep secrets from himself. And at that point, we will know he has been defeated, because unlike that fly that he's used to trapping in his web, with poorly drawn cartoons and sarcastic tirades, a bear will never fall to the cobwebs of a sophist's pen. Okay, I'm not condemning. All right, the Orthodox Church cannot stop Greece from plunging into the pit of sodomy and low-quality olive oil. The Orthodox Church cannot stop Russia from diving headfirst into an atheist dystopia simply because one man with a large nose wrote a manifesto. I'm not condemning them to hell, however, because unlike them, I don't believe magic words and verbal declarations is what God judges us on. It is our hearts and our intention. There is no magic ring to kiss or scroll to chant, no magic hat or enchanted idol, just our heart and our love and our submission to God, how we are judged and who of us are truly walking.
So there it is again. He's saying basically, you know, Christianity is Jewish magic, right? So that was the joke there, right?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. So this is a common theme. Oh, Mr. Anderson's here. Yeah, argument.
Well,
arguments that have been solved for 2,000 years, Mr. Anderson.
Well, it's just interesting to get your opinion because you never really watched Owen Benjamin before. But like for me, I think that it is interesting that he's approaching this because I'm not so sure that he really believes the arguments he's taking on. I think he's and like I think that his argument that Christianity is Jewish magic, well, certainly modern Christianity has become Jewish magic. I mean, there's no doubt about it. So in a sense, he's correct. Is he ultimately correct? No, but certainly for the past 500 years, Christianity has become something akin to magic, or is trying to, or something is trying to put on the clothing of Christianity to hide that it's magic.
Yeah, like that type of church that like Borat goes to, basically.
So this is something I would like to point out real quick, just to maybe get our position out there, like clearly, you know, about the Trinity. The Holy Trinity is one God in three persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. These persons are distinct, but they're not separate, and they're not three gods. They are one God because they have one. They're one in essence or nature. The Father is the unbegotten fountainhead of the deity. The Son is the eternally begotten of the Father. And the Holy Spirit is the helper and the Spirit of truth who proceeds from the Father. You know, the Roman Catholic position is like two eternal causes from the Father. You know, the Spirit comes from both the Father and the Son. So it becomes like a dyad, which is like polytheistic, you know. So that's why that's the filioque is false. But yeah.
By the way, patristic faith is live too. Maybe we should switch over to that real quick.
Yeah, this is almost done. If you want to just let him finish his opening statement, and switch over to that.
Yeah, because we could probably select from a better video than the one that's live right now on patristic faith and see what Unseen thinks about it. Because I definitely want to collect his ideas on that. Right? because that dude is using heavy philosophical jargon out there.
Walking the path is
Let's
not
go for it. Let's go.
Yeah, but blessings, Mr. Anderson.
Hey, what's going on? I just came by to chill for a few minutes before I leave. I might be able to join again on my phone, but I gotta start
Yeah.
driving in a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. No worries. Yeah, speak up at at any point. Blessings.
I just haven't seen this in a while. I remember it being funny, and I remember Owen actually addressing several arguments, like classic Trinity arguments.
Yeah.
With cloaked in like comedy and rhetoric, but like the grandmother's house, the path to grandmother's house, that's addressing the classic thing of no one gets to the Father except through me. He's addressing that directly with that comparison. It's obviously an endless debate that can go back and forth, but I thought that was a good comparison. Great example of the logic. That the path to grandma's house and grandma's house is the same thing.
Well, the presupposition that logic is how you understand the Trinity is what's wrong with it.
Well, and to be honest with you, like, I think that Owen Benjamin is definitely aware of.
Shit.
Did Neuro cut out, or is it
Oh,
did
sorry.
I cut out?
Yeah.
No,
it's my fault. But yeah, let's just watch the end of this. Let's switch over and see what Mr. Patristic dude is saying.
for us to know. What I do know is the doctrine of the Trinity deviates from the command of God and is contrary to the word of Jesus. This leads to psychological, systemic, and spiritual tyranny. And a criticism of the Trinity doctrine, or the Romans who invented it, is not an attack on Christ in any way. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for that opening statement. Left with 2 minutes on the clock. Very
I have
good,
more.
gentlemen.
Can I get those 2 minutes?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Take your 2
The
minutes.
benefits of being from a town riddled with pedophiles is I can tell you when you're being molested. If an old man in a dress wearing a hat wants you to kiss his hand so you can feel the presence of Jesus, you're being molested. The Orthodox will forget to mention that their religious institutions were the first to topple to atheism and communism in the 20th century. They will go on to blame the tiny ethnic minority for their society's downfalls that James happens to descend directly from, and avoid accepting any responsibility for their plunge into the communist abyss. As their countries labored in gulags, America, with its history of promoting a personal connection with God and the Word of Christ, had no problem with the 20th century's red menace. We sidestepped it with the ease that James is known to sidestep a bath or a much-needed brushing of his filthy teeth. That's it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I appreciate very much the opening statements. For those of you out in chatland, remember to thumbs up this broadcast. It really helps in the algorithm. Before we open the floor up, make sure that you send in those super chats.
I just like that bit of that. But we can switch over.
Yeah, sometimes centralization doesn't turn out so well when it gets overtaken by Bolsheviks.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Owen's being a little bit dishonest, but it's just funny because he's trying to enrage Jim Bob, so he like slips up and yeah, it was just a funny. It gets crazy, but yeah, let's see what. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, definitely. Let's see
In the
this.
paper one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird because we were talking about this yesterday, and this seems to happen a lot, right? Where like we'll be talking about something, and then the next day it's on DPH show, all right? But yeah, we were definitely addressing this topic yesterday. Does man play a central role in the theology? Right? So fascinating.
Talking about is to become truly human is to acquire theosis, because
Right.
the image of man is in Christ, right? So he becomes like an image of himself when he incarnates in man, right? because it lifts man up to what he's actually supposed to be. And this actually explains the Christophanies too. He looks like man because true man is Christ.
Right.
Even before the incarnation. And so, you know, man and the cosmos, as Demetrius says, are equally a product of the creative act of God, which is above nature. And we look at the cosmos and it's intelligible. It's organized in a way for the capacity of knowing. And they're intimately human nature. There's something in the human being that's connected with the cosmos that's stamped with rationality, Demetrius says. While man, God's creature, is further endowed with reason, capable of knowing consciously the rationality of the cosmos, of his own nature. So notice we're already starting to get an idea theologically what the fathers and the saints mean by rationality, to be able to comprehend the entire cosmos and man's nature within it so that he can contemplate God.
Right.
And so I point out that
I gotta get ready for
like
my
much
show
like
tomorrow.
Martin
I'll hit you
Heidegger,
guys up. I gotta study and stuff and make sure I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, good idea. Blessings.
Oh,
Yeah.
Later, brothers.
oh, your show's today?
Yeah, it's 8:30.
Okay.
What show is this? Is this with with Father Swayden or?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about canonicity.
Okay, dope. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. 8 o'clock, you said?
Yeah, it's probably
8:30,
gonna
yeah.
be really boring. I'm gonna try to make it really boring.
Well, I hope you'll get to hear some of this stuff in the background, because I am very curious of what you think of this conversation. But we'll try to hold it down for you. But take care of what you got to take care of, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah, later, man.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah. Yeah, we could probably find a better example later, but I just seen this on, so I thought I'd
No, like
It was
no,
kinda
I
weird.
definitely want to see what these guys are saying. Please, feel free to just play this. Like I
Yeah, it's
really want to see
interesting.
what they have to say for sure.
who says Dasein, right, is the only being. We're the only beings in which being's a question. Well, think about this in terms of animals. Well, we're the only animals that can say that in which rationality is a question or concern. As Demetrius puts it, quote, to be the only being which, while belonging to the visible world and stamped with rationality, is conscious both of its rationality it possesses and simultaneously of itself. And I argue that this is similar to the anthropic principle in in physics that's been developed recently in the last 20 years, that basically says the world's so structured that it's observable. Isn't that interesting? That it's knowable, it's intelligible, so that we rational beings, anthropos, can observe, know, and understand it. In other words, here's a great way to summarize the anthropic principle. Where else would you find rational beings to be other than a place that is capable of being understood? The world's uniquely situated, not coincidentally so, for the existence of man.
Yeah, and it doesn't, it could go both ways, because you could say that, the anthropic principle is part of the idea that, man has rational nature that allows him to observe, the universe, and the universe has intelligibility. That's 3 steps, right? Almost 3 steps too many. You could just say that God created an intelligent universe, that's imbued with intelligence. I mean, so, what would be, and then you wouldn't have to have this extra step, right, of the universe having intelligibility and then man having rationality and the ability to observe it. So you could just go to panpsychism, right, and just say, hey,
Exactly.
God, yeah.
Yep. And I think that's one of the things, like, I am very suspicious and cautious about with these guys. And again, it's not to say that they're bad, but like they've kind of said ththings that like process theology and panpsychism is very close, but we're not endorsing it. And I'm like, okay, well, and again, like I try to make those distinctions, but like they're definitely hyper aware of those arguments. And I just think that's a very interesting thing. And again, Ananias was trained by someone who wrote the book on Christian bioethics. And again, like I think all these things are important and converge. And I think it reminds me of that guy we were watching last night that you were talking about, because you said he wasn't sure about consciousness, and these guys seem to be sure about it. But yeah, I think that's kind of what I'm trying to drive at with a lot of what I'm doing here is like just very curious. Let's just put it that way, in my opinion. Yeah, because I think if you're mixing Christianity with bioethics, that's a very curious group of philosophies that you're trying to merge into something. But let's see where it goes.
And I'll just read one more page because I think it's really important theologically to now understand this. The world is intelligible and possesses rationality, which proves that the cosmos is the product of a rational being, as Stanley explains. Quote, since rationality is...
Oh, and I was gonna say that you could say, you know, A, God creates intelligent beings, B, the universe is intelligent, and you know, and so you know, you don't really need to have you know, man be rational and the universe have intelligibility, and then God placed intelligibility in the universe and rationality in man through all of these separate projects, right? Whereas the intelligibility of nature and the reason within man is not, you know, linked. You know, right? Well, what's to link those two things together? You know what I mean? And that's where you get this third. You almost have to introduce a third principle, right? Such as the spirit or something else. Right?
It's the Trinity raising its head again. But yeah, I think you're right, and I think that deism seems to have entered the chat. So we'll see. We'll see.
is an aspect of reality which is destined to be known, has no explanation apart from conscious reason, which knows it from time it creates it, or even before that time, and knows it continually so long that the same reason, capital R, preserves its being. On the other hand, this is amazing. The cosmos itself would be meaningless, along with its rationality, if there were no human reason that might come to know the cosmos of its rational character, end quote. So I say we're called to come to know the world, the cosmos, because of its rational character. And in coming to know the world, we come to know ourselves, and vice versa. To know thyself is to know the world. The world provides a material basis for its existence, the understanding of it, and in turn, understanding of ourselves. However, as Stanley points out, quote, the world, by contributing in this passive manner to our formulation, to our deepening of our self-conscious, does not itself, through this contribution, become conscious itself. What this means, as he explains, and I put this, you guys will love this, and I did put it in my paper, contra vegans and secular environmental warriors. What this means is that, listen to this quote from Stanley Lloyd, we are not for the sake of the world, but the world is for us. Although man does also need the world, the point of the world is to be found in man, not vice versa.
Okay. So I think that goes fully to one of those things that David was saying yesterday. All right.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about yesterday. Like
Yeah,
exactly.
so that's kind of weird. He gave a direct answer to that question. So yeah, fascinating stuff. But yeah, and quite in opposition to what I was saying, by the way, right? So it's fascinating if you go back and see what I said, right? I kind of said a lot of the opposite stuff. So it's just fascinating stuff. Right? I just said the opposite yesterday against a Jewish perennialist. He agrees with the Jewish perennialist. It is what it is.
Well, definitely. Like, I kind of agree with what he's saying here, but like, I don't agree with the way he's saying it because I think that it can definitely be taken the direction that you're talking about, and I don't agree with that. So yeah, I think it's something that seems to be taken out of context.
Yeah, and like the danger of it is that it essentially agrees with the stance of like, a mythicist or a Jewish perennialist.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly
You know
what I'm
what I
saying.
mean, right? It's like
Exactly what I'm trying to get at. If you're not extremely careful with how you contextualize those words, like that's exactly where it heads to. So, like, I think that just saying it the way he's saying it is like, I'm not just being a dick. Like, I think that's a very dangerous way to explain things. Even if it's true, it's almost like a mystery that you kind of
Yeah.
can't throw out there. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, but to be fair, Duvid did say he was a panpsychist, so there's one against me. So, all right. Be perfectly fair here.
Even the fact that we are aware that we need the world shows man's superior position vis-a-vis the world. For the world is not able to feel our need for it. The world existing as an unconscious object exists for man, is subordinated to man, even though he did not create it. And I go on to basically explain in this that through this unique nature that we have, what we call rationality, man is called to entirely humanize the cosmos vis-a-vis his superior position. Because in doing this, he becomes a co-worker with God and elevates all of nature right into the kingdom.
Right.
Paradise lost is paradise restored. And that to become truly human is to become divine. And
Well,
so
and that plays within some of the things that I wrote down concerning a sort of an orthodox theological approach to rationality is, as you mentioned, the logos. I mean, within the Greek philosophical tradition, I mean, sometimes it was translated as reason, the word, these types of things. So there was already this understanding of this elevated, for them, of sort of abstract.
I just want to go back a little bit. I think he said to become truly human is to become divine. So
that was very bizarre and
That's
interesting.
another way to spin
like,
it. Right?
How are you? Is this a sermon on Tikkun Olam, or like what's going on here?
That sounded a little wild. So I'm gonna try to play that again because I feel like I misheard him. But did you hear that, Mr. Henderson?
It was something like being human
is it divine?
Yeah,
like that.
the full version of being human is divine.
Yeah, I don't want to know. I don't want to assume that he misspoke or he didn't misspeak, but definitely I don't agree with the way he phrased that for sure. I think that the way he phrased that is definitely
that
can definitely be construed as Luciferian.
It seems like he
climb
half
Jacob's ladder.
Yeah, it seemed like he half stepped Theosis there.
And raise it up.
Yeah.
What, to the seventh heaven? He didn't say that, but
yeah, this is some. Yeah, let's see what this is.
right into the kingdom.
Right.
Paradise lost is paradise restored. And that to become truly human is to become divine.
To become truly human is to become divine. So that's our full potential, basically.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back a little further, get the full context of what he's saying, because
even though he did not create it. And I go on to basically explain in this that through this unique nature that we have, what we call rationality, man is called to entirely humanize the cosmos vis-a-vis his superior position. Because in doing this, he becomes a co-worker with God and elevates all of nature, right, into the kingdom.
Right.
Paradise lost is paradise restored. And that to become truly human is to become divine.
That's the first statement he made there was really quite a statement. I forgot how he worded it, but I don't get it. I don't get how he's saying that God is actually calling man to anthropomorphize.
oh yeah, yeah. He's
Like,
saying
what are you
that
talking about?
that you know, if I could paraphrase, and you know, he's saying that nature is in a fallen state, that man's rationality is what can lift nature, humanize nature, and raise it to the level of divinity. So man becomes human. I mean, man becomes divine through rationality and by transforming nature.
And not only that, but God is calling us to do that.
Oh yeah, like it's like a part and parcel of
Well,
like our whole.
I'll just have you know, Muhammad, that that makes us the Gnostics, okay? Obviously, so.
but that means but that means that it's very much in line with like science and rationality and all that type of stuff, right? That we're improving nature.
Yeah, because nature's evil or imperfect. They don't come out outright and say in the Orthodox that nature is evil or that matter is evil. They just beat around the bush all day long about it.
Yeah,
no, we don't think nature is evil. We think that it's just that it's been corrupted. It doesn't mean that it wasn't created. It's not created evil. It's just it's had some sort of corruption going on, and then the project of Jesus is to turn it back. So like I kind of agree with what he's trying to get at, but like it's problematic the way he's saying it for sure.
Yeah, at the very least, and this is pure conjecture on my part, but I think he's exchanging rationality for the spirit. So that's a dangerous game, right? I think it's the spirit that elevates nature, or right. It's not man's rationality that does that, right? And then I also think, and you know, again, these are wild speculations. You know, on top of this, you know, and of course, philosophical in nature. You know, of course, these are abstract problems, right? But on top of that, I think that this idea that well, I forget the other one I had, but that's, you know, I think for starters, I think that's a very notable.
Well, to me, it's also just like it's kind of ironic that they call us Gnostic, but then it seems like they're kind of putting rationality so high up is kind of like putting knowledge so high up, right? Like, isn't that kind of like on the same playing field essentially? I mean, I don't know, like kind of a strange elevation of rationality, you know, in my opinion. But
he's talking about climbing the chain of being. That's what it sounds like to me. And elevating the nature or the world, or however he's wording it, elevating it up, like Tikkun Olam style. I know there's a lot of common themes in different religions, but that's
right.
How's that not Kabbalah?
Yeah, and that's kind of where I was going with it. You kind of refresh my memory there, Mr. Anderson. Is this whole idea of half-stepping theosis? You know, it seemed like he's going in the opposite direction, whereas, like, you know, it seems like God should be doing most of the heavy lifting in the process of theosis.
Right? Well, it's a journey that it's your engagement, right? Isn't it the the longevity of actually doing practice. It's like a journey. Like it's not just an instant thing. It's all of the work on behalf of the human, right? In theosis to, I would say theosis is half stepping Kabbalah.
Well, definitely. From what I understand, from what I understand, orthodoxy, they say that, even if after you die, you're not necessarily like done with the journey. Like there could be a lot more going on after this life. Like we don't know exactly that we're done. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily the end of existence and you're just sorted out. Like you could have a lot more,
work to do.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's one of the things where, it's obviously trying to be distinct from some of these other beliefs that are problematic. And I don't know. I mean, I agree with how you guys are contextualizing it, because he's kind of, like you said, it's like he's putting a half measure in, but it definitely gets a little weird for sure. I mean, that's why I said, like, I don't know. Maybe he's reading something and he's going to critique it, but I don't know.
Yeah, and it like, whenever we start the discussion, like a critical person will just leave. Like Unseen just left like right at the start. And then yesterday when we were talking about Hinduism, like Annapurna just wasn't there. And I feel like a lot of those little statements of Hinduism she would have definitely, been pissed about. All right. So I mean, we let those fly because we don't know any better. But yeah, having people contextualize these issues is hugely important. And yeah, I mean, yeah, that's wild stuff what he said.
Well, so that plays within.
Oh wait, were you gonna say something else?
No, it sounds like DPH is agreeing with him and saying something that he's saying. So I don't know if he's critiquing something he's reading or what, because there's not a full context. Sounds like DPH is agreeing with him. But go ahead.
Fuck. That actually sucks because my browser crashed, so I lost the place that we were at. I was kind of hoping that he'd continue on with that line.
Yeah.
Looks like, damn it. Yep. But yeah, I'll have to go back to that and find that part later. What an interesting line that he was on there. I wish I could.
Yeah. Especially with God calling us to do it. God's calling us to anthropomorphize, basically, to humanize nature.
Yeah.
I guess that's their explanation for why humans inherently seem to do that. Why we seem to naturally do that across the board.
Yeah, shit. Yeah, maybe I can find it.
Animals are rational. Well, how do you know that?
I mean, I can't ever be sure if essences, philosophical influences. Well, obviously modernity. Okay, what is modernity? I was like the kind of thought, how did we get here? How did this person get to hold such an absurd belief?
You there? It looks like you froze.
Yeah, I'm trying to hold off on. See the chat.
Slow Montana internet, but
hold off.
Regarding to, in regards to the argumentation that animals are rational, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Leave it. But due to Darwinian evolutionary thinking, there isn't a push in the academy and scholastic philosophy to define theories of mind in which are very ambiguous. So my work with
Okay, I've totally lost it, so I'm gonna go ahead and just play it from here. Damn, but yeah.
transhumanism, the dominant theory of mind is functionalism. So if the function can be performed, 2 + 2 = 4 on a calculator, or 2 + 2 = 4 in my mind, the function is performed. We see a level of rational, sentient, or understanding of pattern recognition to some degree. This is, and we're not arguing for functional theories of mind. I'm saying this is what people believe.
It's the leading theory in philosophy of mind, even when I was doing my grad work too.
And it's the building presupposition of like being able to transfer. So move out, interchange biological neurons with synthetic parts. It's how you're going to be able to upload your brain to a computer and live forever, these abstract understandings of mind, which is all input, output, stimuli. That's what functionalism is. So if the input is 2 + 2 and the output is 4, well, then we can see that it's working. And their effort be functionalism, functionalist theories of mind, or some of this vegan stuff. I mean, what we're seeing at a larger scale, just like you said, the environmental warriors, is it's not in elevation. And that's why I wanted to begin with theology. And we would look at before the fall, Adam giving dominion over creation, naming the animals. And then after the fall, in a sense, we become up. And so now in the 21st century, we see the whole impetus of academia is to value man to essentially being an animal that has a few extra parts. The chimpanzees will gain them too, because
I thought about the same thing too that you did. I was like the kind of thought, how did we get here? How did this person get to hold such an absurd belief? And I'll agree with you. I'll say first and foremost, my culprit who I want to blame this on, did I tell you?
Disney,
because parents let them watch Disney movies with talking animals all the time. Yeah, maybe. No, but in a more serious note, like you said, so let's look philosophically. We're kind of an amalgamation of various philosophical influences. Well, obviously modernity. Okay, what is modernity marked by? I think two things, starting with Descartes: skepticism, radical skepticism, and the mechanization of nature. And what do I mean by that? The denial of, and by the way, you got to get this book, Real Essentialism.
Real Essentialism. Never heard of that one.
Yeah, it's basically, essences. And
yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting, the little thing that David Patrick Harry went on, in terms of, he was talking about the environmental movement and the mechanistic ideas of the brain and functionalism and all this idea. And then, obviously Ananias, he kind of recants with this concept from Guénon of, Descartes and Newton, dualism, mind-body dualism, and, mechanistic nature. Right?
And it's pretty much a defense of, and not a defense, but a breakdown of Aristotelian essences, taxonomy, like how he developed his logic, the reality of knowing essences, the structure of an essence and identity, aspects of life, biological, the person, etc. It's fantastic. It might be a bit expensive, but it's well worth. Okay, well, what does Descartes do? All those goofs deny that there's immaterial essences.
Right.
So whether you're an Aristotelian or a Platonic realist,
yeah,
and then what happens? The kind of skepticism. So the problem of other minds comes about through Descartes. Well, if I start with myself and all I can know is myself presenting thoughts, and anytime I'm thinking I exist, I don't have that sort of access with you. And so I can't ever be sure if Patrick's actually, he's displaying all this stuff, but I mean, I could be deceived. Like you could be automaton. I noticed that was in my students and in the paper, right? I mean, how they always brought this up. How do we know? I mean, how do we know? I mean, just because they're not, and I'm like, that's
which could be levied right back at them and claiming the affirmative that animals are rational. Well, how do you know that?
Yeah. Well, I said too, I'm like, well, you could go that route. I know how you're being influenced by this, but I'm like, if you want to do that, how do we know? and we can't be sure, then you've opened up a whole can of worms of you don't know anybody in this room is. And that's the importance of having the kind of metaphysics that's going to inform these things about how we actually know. So I would say that we're influenced, the people today are influenced by modernity, being marked by this kind of radical skepticism and mechanization of nature. Then what do you get? Behaviorism. So then it just does away with the Cartesian, like, because they were like, well, that's mysterious. I can never access your thoughts, or like, it's this first person thing. And, you know, what kind of quality does it have? And how does it interact? You're telling me it interacts through the pineal gland. Are you kidding me? Yeah. I mean,
this is a basic snooze fest. It's like philosophy 101, right? But
I disagree with them too. I think it's a false correlation. Because they're saying you can't falsify it either way, whether animals are logical or not. Me personally, I think it's asinine to say that no animals have logic. To make that claim is a positive claim. It just doesn't make sense to me. And they're basically saying that if I say it makes more sense that animals have logic, that I'm going down the path of solipsism in a sense. It's like, I don't think so. I think that animals have demonstrated over and over they have at least degrees of thoughts and logic, and that whole thing where ortho bros always say that there's no chance any animal has logic doesn't make sense to me. You can put up hidden cameras and film animals having logic.
yeah, and all this railing against Descartes when you agree with him about animals, right?
Yeah.
So weird, dude.
It is weird.
It's like you have to agree with Descartes, right? It's like, so why are you so much pushing it? Is it like Descartes the worst guy in the world? It's like, yeah, but according to you, he's kind of not, right?
Yeah. Descartes, to me, when I hear it, I think, therefore I am. To me, it's a play on Yahweh or whatever being I am, the I am. I think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I'm God, in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you ever see the painting of Descartes and Queen Christina of Sweden?
I'm not sure.
It's so strange, right? But this lady, Queen Christina of Sweden, I'm pretty sure she danced in the streets in support of Shabbatai Zevi. Right.
Interesting. Not surprising.
Yeah. And Leibniz and Spinoza and Descartes, they're like Rosicrucian connections, right? There's tons of them. Right?
Well, that's the danger. Like, in a way, philosophy and things are like the tools. It's just a different type of tool set, right? So you have a certain group of people that may or may not have dwelled in the mountains and been thieving and taking shit, learned how to get their hands on usury and use like money tricks, and they use that to their advantage. Philosophy is like another version of that. It's like a non-physical, powerful way of asserting yourself. So yeah, philosophy can be used for sure as a weapon, because as they say, the idea comes before the action, right? So you have to convince people of a certain philosophy before they'll fight for it or die for it. So yeah, it is interesting that you can see the connections to Freemasons or Martinist or whatever it may be. It's like, oh, there they are again, using that tool to their advantage, intellectualizing things and philosophizing or whatever.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Auguste Comte, right, where he says that there's like 3 phases, and he says there's the theological, then the metaphysical, and then the a positivist, right, or the analytical, right, or the scientific, right? And he thinks that that's the most progressive, right? And I do think that religion gave birth to philosophy, and philosophy kind of stood opposed to religion in the way that it tried to universalize, religious principles, right? And then out of that grew science, right? And indeed, the first scientists were called natural philosophers, right?
Yep. And I would agree with that too, for the most part. with the as far as philosophy as a movement, but I believe that there's inherently what we would call philosophy in religion itself. Because like when you're building a nation based on a religion, there has to be certain ideals and logic, so to speak, that makes sense to people. But not as far as like this whole Greek philosophy movement and since then with philo and everything else. Because that's like chicken or the egg. You're saying philosophy as a movement came after religion, or that the very concept of philosophy?
Well, if you look at it, you know, in one sense, right, you know, Plato was against the sophists and the religionists of his time, right?
Yep.
So, and you can see the same thing with like Shang-Tzu, right? You know, and the Buddha, right? They were against their co-religionists and the state, right? So the philosophy started as this movement because the state or the empires had amassed these large territories, right? And then it's like boom, you know, once you have this huge territory, how do you unify the people? You can't use their diverse cultural traditions to unify them, right? You need something like Confucianism that has these general principles, right? So I think it's just like, you know, this large empire took hold and then Confucianism spread because it creates a sort of circuit board where that these ideas can move through. You know what I mean? Because it's more universal. Yeah, you know, so it's like Alexander conquers this large territory and then Plato and Aristotle spread, right? But as long as they're in Athens, the people in Athens are like, this is just another philosophy, right?
So is it like another modality of a religion, just a different, or is it a different level than religion because of how it can universalize?
Yeah, I think it's a different level of like religion, right? And I think that you know, because you know, the philosophers have their own gods. You know what I mean? Any philosophy that's sufficiently developed starts to talk about and reason about its own version of God, right?
Yeah.
You know, and you know, there's you know, a lot of different versions of God between the philosophers, right?
Yeah, like this whole more so Neoplatonic than Platonic, but this apophatic type of nothingness God.
Yeah, and I almost think that is like a Masonic thing that they wanted to create. Like you had to create your own God, you know. So I think Leibniz and Spinoza and Descartes, they like created their own version of God. That's how they graduated, right? You know, they created their own philosophical system. Like that's like being a top Freemason is like doing that.
Yeah, makes sense. Actually, it's like your magnum opus for the cause.
You know, yeah, you know, it's like here, you know, I made my own idol.
Interesting. Yeah, and I think that I find the whole Neoplatonic versions of Christianity, which I would call like Orthodox, interesting because when I see people like Jim Bob squirm for the life of him when somebody says anything about like flat Earth, for example, whether anybody believes that or not, it's not about flat Earth, but as far as the Hebrew cosmology with like a dome and all these things, a vaulted dome, there's levels of natural theology in the Bible, like saying that the firmament is proof of God's handiwork. That's like natural theology. And if there's a God that's physically there and physically has a throne on top of this dome, that's in direct conflict with the one of the Neoplatonist. So when I see people like Jim Bob squirm, I think it's because it's a direct conflict. I think that the God of his religion is a Neoplatonic God, and that he's not in time and space, although he can manifest through the Godhead of Jesus and things like that as a bridge. But generally speaking, it's a apophatic God, and that collides with if there's a dome and a God actually there. Like in the Bible, it multiple times mentions God physically in time and space. So to me, it seems like a kidnapping of that religion by Neoplatonists. And I think that they've reinterpreted the Bible through a Neoplatonic lens. So for me, it's a lot bigger than like the Trinity and stuff. It's they can't go there because it conflicts with their Neoplatonism. Not about the earth specifically, but I mean as far as the physical God versus this unattainable one that they want to somehow have a static reunification with halfway, but only with his energies and not his essence or whatever, or vice versa, or whatever it is. Yeah, I gotta get driving though. That was some interesting comments the guy was making. I've never read any of that guy's work. I don't know the Ananias guy. I've read some of, actually that's Ananias. He's the one that wrote that Sophia one on tag and all that. Or is that somebody else? Because I have read some of that stuff. Like their tag argument, which is like a reverse fallacy, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm not saying there's no transcendentals. I'm just saying I
don't.
think
I
if that's
don't.
the
I
same
mean,
guy
I
I'm thinking
question
of.
them.
I've read some of his stuff.
I mean, I definitely question transcendentals. I mean, I mean, there's some things you can't question, like mind, nothingness, technique, you know, and other things that are obviously necessary for creation, right? But you know, so I think that those things are obviously transcendental. But you know, I keep my list of transcendentals relatively few. I don't think every idea has transcendental immaterial nature to it. All right, that I think is getting way carried away. Right?
Yeah. Yep. Indeed.
Yeah.
But,
but I'd love to talk to you about this all the time. I mean, definitely.
Yeah, no problem. I'm about to jump out because
Yeah,
I
for
got to
sure.
start driving, but I might be able to click back on to while I'm driving.
Yeah.
To listen in.
Yeah,
Are you playing something else, or are you just
I have no idea. I don't even know if Neuro's here, so I'll see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. All right, peace.
Yeah, peace, brother.
Yeah, see you, man. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just kind of,
Yeah, for sure.
I was just kind of listening because I don't have anything to add that's productive to the conversation, really. Because I think that, you know, I mean, I don't know. I think it's just fascinating to listen to these guys because everything they say, like, I don't want to be suspicious of them, but but I just think it's like it's so much. The philosophy is so heavy, but they try to pretend and they just breeze past it. And I just think that it's really interesting to slow it down and just really listen to what they're implying. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is that the thing I appreciate about those two guys is that they're definitely way less gimmicky than like a Jim Bob or Andrew or Jay Dyer type of person. All right. So you know, they're definitely studious, right? So you know, they have some reflections that you can actually follow and
Well, if you really want to see the gimmicky side, let's go to Twitter and look at Ananias' Twitter because that's a fascinating.
Totally weird, huh?
That's extremely fascinating. Like you're like, what the hell am I looking? And it's not really just him. It's that all these like Orthodox
yeah,
Twitter
that thing
accounts
that
are
you
like
sent me
crazy, dude. Like off the
yeah, that
wall.
thing
Like,
that you sent me the other day, totally odd. It was like a picture he put up about something of, I mean,
yeah, it's like Plato. It's like a little girl gets a
yeah,
like the
Plato's
parents are
Republic. Yeah,
yeah, and
for
the parents
Christmas,
are wearing like a MAGA hat, and then the girl's picking up a Plato's Republic, and then if you
What
look
the
at the
fuck?
comments, and if you look at the comments, and like what stood out to me is like people saying that like Plato's Republic is like I think you said it too. It's like the handbook of occultism and Freemasonry and all this stuff, and like the Kabbalah and all that. So like
it's kind of like the decoder ring that Hank always refers to, right? And so like that's what's fascinating to me is like, I mean, I think Plato's fascinating, but also like I like to take it with a measure of discernment, to say the least.
It's totally against it's totally against patriarchy because it says women are allowed to be guardians.
I did not know that, but yeah, that's very interesting for sure.
Yeah, I could name like 10 reasons right now why that shouldn't be on an Orthodox family Christmas list.
Well, and what's even more interesting, and it could have been like a troll thing, and again, like it doesn't. I'm not saying he's endorsing it because he posted the picture, but there was not significant commentary to give you one way or the other. So I find that interesting. And the other side of it is this: it's like, you know, someone like Jesse Lee Peterson, I think, gives very solid advice in the realm of men versus women, and like, you know, the reason why fathers are to be the patriarchy, essentially. Like, and I don't hear Orthodox or Catholics in general making those kind of arguments. So, you know, I think Jesse Lee Peterson has horrible theology, but when it comes to practical evaluation of men versus women and stuff like this, and race and stuff like that, I find it extremely useful. So, you know, these are the kind of things that I find that are kind of shocking, you know, in a sense, right? Like, why are these guys not taking on those kind of like functional things? And again, I'm not a utilitarian per se, but I definitely think that people should be having those conversations just as much as, you know, is Plato's Republic a good way to live your life or whatever? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, essentially, you know, it's something like you said about the men versus women thing is like, that's extremely important as far as theology, in my opinion. And again, if I wasn't a father, I wouldn't have that view of it as strongly, but I definitely do. So, you know, I've experienced it, so I know. You know, whether I can convey that well or not is another issue, but yeah. So, but definitely, if you want to continue looking at what they're saying, I'm definitely down. I'm just kind of more in a listening mode. I mean, I can definitely break down what they're saying, but like I'm kind of curious to see like how they're framing this issue, because I think that it's going to tie back into bioethics. I think it's going to tie back into some of the other things that we were just talking about yesterday and today in a very shocking way. Whether people are going to notice that or not is a different issue, but I definitely see the connection. So take that for what it's worth.
Yeah, it's getting weird. Yeah, let me see what else is on here. And definitely I need to go back and find that part, and I want to get more context for what they were saying. And but yeah, it looks like Sanity Machine's on, Illumitommy's on, Chaotic Truth, Base Oracle. The other Orthodox Christian guys on Burning Bushes. We could hop on and talk to him. I kind of want to see what he's talking about for contrast, Jimmy.
Yeah, I'm down. Like, definitely. I think you have good judgment when it comes to like stream sniping other people and seeing what they're saying. Because like,
yeah, he's different. He's a different brand of Orthodox, I think, because he does his chants in English. So I think he's part of the American Orthodox thing.
Yeah, I don't know much about him. I think that I've heard like one or two things I kind of disagree with. But again, like I don't really care about technical disagreements as much as like if people are kind of on the right path and they're kind of like their heart's kind of in the right place. And I definitely get the sense that he is definitely seems to be kind of in a good spirit of things, I would say. So I'm definitely curious to hear more of what he said, because I have not really heard much at all, to be honest with you. So
yeah, I really want Unseen to have a conversation with him and see what that goes like. But you know.
Yeah, me too. And again, it's just kind of interesting. Like I just think that a lot of these people need to have this conversation. I mean, to be honest with you, that's again one of the main reasons I got involved in all this. Is like, I more want to just facilitate conversations with other people for myself because it helps me kind of process my own ideas. But you know, that's my selfish reason behind a lot of it, and you know, so hopefully that's what will facilitate. You know.
Yeah, so there's no link right now. So I'm looking at his chat. Yeah, no link right now.
Sons of God by grace, we must believe in and know the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Life and godliness, you may be partakers of the divine nature. Second Peter's 1:3-1-4. What does it mean to partake of the divine nature? And how do we experience this? To give an answer, let us first address what deification is not, and then describe what it is. What deification is not. When the church calls us to pursue godliness, to be more like God, this does not mean that human beings become divine. We do not become like God in his nature. That would not only be heresy, it would be impossible. For we are human, always have been human, always will be human. We cannot take on the nature of God.
What the fuck, dude? Am I in the Twilight Zone? Is he saying the opposite of what Ananias is saying, or what, dude?
Yeah, do you mind backing that up? Let me re-listen to that because I kind of like, I don't know if I can process that fully.
I don't think I processed any of this shit, dude. Like, what the fuck is going on?
I think I just want to point this out really briefly. This is why I follow Owen Benjamin, because when I listen to Owen Benjamin, he would be talking about stuff. I would have conversations about what he was talking about, and this kind of stuff would happen almost every day when I listen to Owen Benjamin every day. So I'm just,
I mean, I
letting
feel
you
like
know.
I feel like someone's playing a trick on us. Like, this is the first thing I hear when I turn this on. This is fucking weird, dude.
This is what happened with Owen Benjamin a lot. Like when Owen Benjamin was covering stuff like this, he would say, "Watch, you're going to see everybody cover exactly what I said because I'm tapping into the whatever he would say." And then I swear to God, this shit would happen all the time. So
Yeah, but I think it's I think it's kind of like you know, a version of what that guy is saying. You know, not sanity machine, but quantum of consciousness, right? It's the not nilk. The not nilk will show you what you want to see.
That's exactly right. No, that's exactly right. That's exactly it. And again, that's why I give QOC a lot of credit because I've experienced it a lot between him and Owen. Like I think they're right. Like there is some sort of signal that you pick up on, and it kind of like reverberates out. I don't know exactly what it is, but it happens for sure. So. Like it sounds really new agey, but I'm just saying, like I think you witnessed it here in real time, so there's something going on for sure.
This is fucking weird.
To us all things that pertain to life and godliness, you may be partakers of the divine nature. Second Peter's 1. All right. So deification is the ancient theological word used to describe the process by which a Christian becomes more like God. St. Peter speaks of this process when he writes, "As his divine power has given to us all things that pertain to life and godliness, you may be partakers of the divine nature." Second Peter's 1:3-1-4. What does it mean to partake of the divine nature? And how do we experience this? To give an answer, let us first address what deification is not, and then describe what it is. What deification is not. When the church calls us to pursue godliness, to be more like God, this does not mean that human beings become divine. We do not become like God in his nature. That would not only be heresy, it would be impossible. For we are human, always have been human, always will be human. We cannot take on the nature of God. St. John of Damascus makes a remarkable observation. The word God in the scriptures refers not to the divine nature or essence, but for that is unknowable. God refers rather to the divine energies, the power and grace of God that we can perceive in this world. The Greek word for God, theos, comes from a verb meaning run, see, or burn. These are energy words, so to speak, not essence words. And
John 10:34, Jesus, quoting Psalm 81:6, repeats the passage, "You are gods." The fact that he was speaking to a group of hypocritical religious leaders who were accusing him of blasphemy makes the meaning doubly clear. Jesus is not using God to refer to divine nature. We are gods in that we bear his image, not his nature. What deification is? Deification means we are to become more like God through his grace or divine energies. In creation, humans were made in the image and likeness of God, Genesis 1:26, according to human nature. In other words, humanity by nature is an icon or image of deity. The divine image is in all of humanity. Through sin, however, this image and likeness of God was marred and we fell. When the Son of God assumed our humanity in the womb of the Blessed Virgin Mary, the process of our being renewed in God's image and likeness was begun. Thus, those who were
He definitely sounds to agree more with you, that's for sure, from what I heard there, but maybe
Yeah,
I'm
because
misconstruing it.
yeah, because he's saying it's man who needs to be reconciled, not nature. You know, he's not saying that man is going to lift up nature. He's saying
Well,
man. You know what I mean?
well, I think there's a weird distinction, and I would love for somebody who knows better to say, but I mean, from what I remember, it's like all of nature did fall per se. Like, I guess they say that like there was a time when lions didn't eat humans or something like that, or didn't eat animals, but because there was no need to essentially. And so I don't know where that exactly falls, but definitely I think I agree with his framing of it more than Ananias, just at least for the fact that I think it was a little bit sloppy at the very least on the other side with Ananias from what I heard. But and I think the way he's describing it here is definitely like if even if you believe what Ananias said, you have to first get humans on the right track first, and then maybe you can continue that path or whatever. But just saying we need to anthropomorphize nature, I mean, that's very odd. It sounds transhumanist to me, but I don't know.
Thus, those who are joined to Christ through faith and holy baptism begin a process of recreation, being renewed in God's image and likeness. We become, as St. Peter writes, partakers of the divine nature in 2 Peter 1:4. Because of the incarnation of the Son of God, because the fullness of God has inhabited human flesh, because joined to Christ means that it is again possible to experience deification, the fulfillment of our human destiny. That is, through union with Christ, we become, by grace, what God is by nature. We become children of God. John 1:12. His deity interpenetrates our humanity. Historically, deification has often been illustrated by the example of a sword in the fire. A steel sword is thrust into a hot fire until the sword takes on a red glow. The energy of the fire interpenetrates the sword. The sword never becomes fire, but it picks up the properties of fire. By application, the divine energies interpenetrates the human nature of Christ. When we are joined to Christ, our humanity is interpenetrated with the energies of God through Christ's glorified flesh. Nourished by the body and blood of Christ, we partake of the grace of God, his strength, his righteousness, his love, and are enabled to serve him and glorify him. Thus, we, being human, are being deified. Yay or nay on the rosary? So rosaries in the sense of prayer beads is something that Orthodox also use. The most traditional is a prayer rope, but I make prayer beads with gemstones, the cross. I make them and I give them to people. And it's a great tool to say an arrow prayer. Arrow prayers are like a little pill of doctrine. It's like a little snippet prayer that you can repeat over and over again because it's something you're always asking for. And the most classic one is Lord have mercy. Kyrie eleison. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. But there are people who have used others, like illumine my darkness. There's a good one. That one was formulated by a saint. There's also the Psalms. I was taught this by my spiritual father that there's Psalm verses that you can repeat, like, Lord, open my lips and my mouth shall declare thy praise. Open up my lips and my mouth shall declare thy praise. Open up my lips and my mouth shall declare thy praise. And a lot of prayer books will have the hours. So like 12 a.m., it would be, oh Lord, you know your creation and what you have willed for it. Let your will be fulfilled in me, a sinner, for blessed are you forever. Or at 2 a.m., it's just, oh Lord, deliver me from eternal torment. 3 a.m., oh Lord, if I have sinned in my will or thought, in word or deed, forgive me. At 10 a.m., oh Lord, my God, even if I've done nothing good in your sight, yet grant that by your grace I may make a beginning of doing good. 3 p.m., oh Lord, save me from temptation. 4
And I'm noticing a very different style from him. Very little philosophy, sort of reading liturgical services and conducting prayers and that sort of thing. So that's fascinating. And we've lost our entire audience. Well, isn't that so sad? 0 people watching. Holy shit. Oh, good fucking Lord.
Well, we must be doing something right. So let's
Yeah.
continue.
There's just like a big old egg there. It says 0. Wow.
Someone call Lumatami, tell him to get on the screen. We'll have 15 people watching up here.
Yeah. So this is what happens when we don't get audiences from Chalk Body Outline and the Crucible. Just sit here. Just fascinating. What just a total trash medium this is.
p.m., O Lord, grant me pure thoughts. 9 p.m., O Lord, implant in me the root of all blessings, the fear of you in my heart. But for the Orthodox, we wouldn't necessarily use a Catholic prayer. That answers that question. Let me take a look at what the Catholic prayer is. Hail Mary. All right, so let's take a look at it. It's Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. I don't see anything theologically wrong with this prayer, but it is not one that we typically use. But I don't actually see anything wrong with it. I agree with it. Mary is full of grace, and we can ask her for help. Now, we have to keep in mind, as long as you know this, that Jesus is the only one who saves us, not Mary. But we would not have had Jesus if it wasn't for Mary. That's just the facts.
So, I mean, that just sounds wild to me. You can ask Mary for help. So, so Mary as an intercessor.
Well, I think so. I don't want to speak for them. I think the only way that I can think that you could justify it, and so I'll attempt to, based on my limited understanding, is that basically Orthodox and stuff like that, as far as I understand, they don't really see people as dead. They basically think of like saints and people that are good. Essentially, they're basically in heaven or wherever they're at, and they are.
Oh, okay.
And they are currently like. So basically, like you still pray for people even though they're dead because you basically think of them as like they're still in existence, essentially. And so that's why they do that's why the calendar is so important and stuff like that. So, I mean, I definitely think it's a little bit odd, mainly just because I think that, like you said, I've seen the Catholics like basically treat Mary as if she's like God or an intercessor. And
Yeah,
even
that's
if they
what,
deny it, I've definitely noticed it. So yeah, I definitely want to be careful about that stuff. And like, that's why I kind of don't talk about that kind of stuff, just because I don't want to seem like a Catholic. That's for sure. I mean, yeah. So
Yeah, I remember Rant saying that to Ebitard. He said, "Your Mary's like idol." Right, and he said Catholics pray to idols because they pray to Mary, and I never really put that together, right? I never, and I didn't know if that was his opinion, right, or or was that a theological, position. I mean, right? Or you know what I mean, but yeah, I've definitely heard that critique before. Right? But
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. I mean, I don't think all Catholics believe it that way, but definitely I think that there is a big problem within Catholicism that a lot of people do. And so,
because then it goes to the Owen Benjamin thing, the Ford entity, right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and again, that's why I like Owen Benjamin, just because he may be straw manning certain people on certain positions, but he's definitely also pointing out like actual problems that do exist. And so sometimes I think it is effective to just kind of like seemingly swing wildly to kind of like see who kind of ducks and other people who kind of say, well, I'm not that, so I don't need to duck, essentially. So, you know what I mean? I think that's kind of my position on that kind of stuff.
And
so.
yeah, I mean, I think it goes like, it's like, well, there's God. It's like, yeah, but how does God, because God's exalted, so how does he relate to humanity? Well, he sent his son. It's like, yeah, but how does his son enter into creation? Well, there's the Holy Spirit. Well, what about, okay, so Jesus is holy, right? The Holy Spirit is holy, right? Jesus' flesh is made holy through the Holy Spirit, right? And there's God, and then it's like, yeah, but he's also brought through Mary. So it's like, is Mary divine, or is she like pure or heavenly, or does she have the Spirit, or
Basically the way I see it is like they say that she was basically pure, and so she was like the perfect vessel, but it doesn't necessarily mean like basically she was without sin, or as close to it as you can get, at least. I don't know the exact theology, but something to that effect. And then the essence of God was basically imbued into her, and a child is born, and then now you have both human essence and divine essence combined into one. But Jesus was this kind of like a shell. I mean, again, this is like probably heretical, so like this is just my interpretation of how to like secularize the argument, but Jesus was a shell that imbued both divine and human nature. And again, if you want to mythicize it, essentially is trying to say that like humanity fell, and then God basically reconciled himself back with humanity via Jesus in order to make humans want to turn all of nature back towards God rather than just allow it to fall apart, essentially. So it's kind of like everything fell apart because Adam made a mistake, or Eve made Adam make a mistake, and then now the project has since Jesus forward is to like basically get humanity to reconcile themselves back to God, and through effect, try to get nature to reconcile itself back in that direction, or maybe in tandem, or in symbiotic relationship with nature and humanity kind of working together towards that. I don't know what the correct position is, but something to that effect. So again, I don't want to get burned at the stake or anything, but I think it's something to that effect that, I don't know exactly how to explain, but I'm just doing the best I can with my limited understanding of the theology.
Yeah, and I saw this early. This is pretty funny. Let me show you this before I get back to that there. And I think Unseen Warfare is going live at 8.
exist indefinitely. The demon of the ancient
Yeah,
I just want to say, Mariah Carey has always been unattractive in every possible way to me. So, yeah,
Lord
especially her voice, because her voice has always been like very terrible to me. So, yeah, it's I definitely endorse this message. I mean, she is a demon for sure.
What is this? Devilry.
Yeah, she's one of those weird people. Like, honestly, I don't want to say I've had like actual nightmares about her, but like definitely sometimes I think about her music and it's like literally grates my nerves thinking about it. So yeah, that gives you my impression of Mariah Carey briefly.
Yeah, but that shit is crazy. It's been playing since I was a kid, obviously. But yeah, you go in those stores and you hear that damn song.
I know, dude. No, like I go to the mall sometimes and like, especially during the holidays, they're playing a lot of her music and it's like I really don't like I don't like the energy of that music for sure. I think
But that one is especially. I think it's like something about her being like slutty for Santa or something like that. But it's like some weird shit.
Yeah, no,
Like,
exactly. I don't want a lot for Christmas, or I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, it's like
all the yeah. It's really demonic in my opinion. I mean, a lot of music like that is, but the way she sings is like horrible in my opinion. You know, like actually, I think I'll be honest. Like, there's not a lot of female singers that do it for me. Like maybe like 50 or 60 years ago or something. Like, yeah, but most female singers I don't really like very much. I think they sound really terrible. Sorry to say, but there are some, but there's not a lot. I can't really think of the name of one right now.
yeah, let me look this up. NFTU apologetics. NFTU. Okay, so I don't think they made like the live stream for it yet. I guess they'll make that later.
Well, definitely. If you, I'm not settled down right now. I'm kind of walking around, but if you get a chance to reach out to him, ask him for the link. If he'll give us the backlink and let us restream, I would love to do that. Just because there's going to be a lot of people live all tonight, and I think if we can kind of capture some of that audience, that'd be kind of cool. But if not, I don't really care. But I'm just saying, like, that'd be kind of. I kind of mentioned that I want to start doing stuff like that, just to kind of like, draw people in who might otherwise not be exposed to that kind of content, and vice versa as well. I think that'd be kind of useful. But I'll try to message him about that in a few minutes.
Yeah, for sure.
Machine, are you a Detroit Lions fan?
No, I don't do that stuff.
What? That's like the first American heresy ever. No, you're fine. No. That's the worst American heresy ever. You gotta love football. Like, I'll be honest, like I don't mind football, the game or anything like that. I don't like the NFL whatsoever. I think the NFL is like, Satan on earth, or basically. I mean, I think almost all sport. I think all mainstream sports are basically like demonic rituals and shit. Like, I mean, and totally rigged too. So
money laundering operations. But yeah, I think it's a shame because I think that games do have a role, but I don't know. Is it in the Islamic world? Is there any room for like sports and stuff like that, or not really?
Yeah, I mean, definitely like hunting and fighting and that type of stuff. Right?
Yeah, I like that. That's why I like the Genghis Khan analogy. Like, you know, little boys are out there riding horses and, you know, trying to stab each other. I think that's kind of a good way to learn, you know, the art of war.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, they definitely have like wrestling and that sort of thing, right? So I mean, in terms of people, like you know, it's all about military skills. So you know, sports. You know, and you know, if you go into like games, you know, just strictly games, that's seen as like almost like frowned upon. I mean, like because games can have addictive quality to it. I mean, like chess. Right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like I've played chess, but like I've always found it a little, like you said, addictive. I don't like addictive stuff. You know, like I think violence is one of those things where it's not really addictive because trust me, once you get hurt a couple of times, you're like, this is not this is not something to be just, you know, done for fun, essentially, you know. So, you know, I think it's not addictive in the traditional sense. I mean, I think the UFC is like a abomination, you know, because it basically takes something that's intended for one thing and turns it into something that's, you know, very bad, essentially. But yeah, I pretty much agree with that. I have to say, I think like I'll put it this way: like if I play basketball or soccer, like I play the sports, like I look at it as basically like a training for battle. And most people think that like I'm just playing like an asshole because I won't actually like physically assault anybody, but I'll play very aggressively. Does that make sense? Like I'll try to play within the rules, but like I'll try to like give you no quarter essentially like when I play. So that's kind of like my style of playing sports. But most people don't like that because they're trying to think like, well, if I get better by taking it easy today, I can continue to play for the next 4 weeks without injury. And for me, I'm like, if I'm going to play, I'm going to play to win, even if I get injured. So it's like, I think that's kind of the difference that people take about sports. And that's my philosophy on sports. So. Like, I think if it's like a training ground for battle to like teach you a certain lesson about tenacity or strategy or trickery or something like that for the battlefield, I think then sport has a place. But just like with chess, I think chess is okay, but definitely, like you said, I think it becomes this like addictive thing where people are just like obsessed with counting all the different moves that you can do. And I mean, I just don't think I don't really think that's, you know, ultimately really a positive thing. You know, I've gambled a few times in my life, but I went in with the intention that I'm going to lose, but I'm going to learn. Right. So, you know, I'm not excusing it, but definitely like, that's why I don't really gamble because, you know, I learned about all I need to know about gambling with the few times I've done it, which is that, you know, it's not something to make or break your living on. That's for sure.
We believe in a God of free will. And he asked, and she said yes. She said, let thy will be done in me. She made a free choice. And if she hadn't have made that choice, everything would have been different. Of course, God foreknows all things. So it's not like God was taking a chance on us in that sense. He knew that she would say yes. It's just she did have to actually say yes. So God knows our decisions that we're going to make. Doesn't mean we don't have free will. We do. We can choose things. But God exists outside of space and time, so he sees all of our choices. And that's a great mystery right there. And no problem. All right, so I'm going to put out a link so that people can join. And I'll put up a song while people are joining. What song should I do, though?
Yeah, I'm going to have to skip his music. Okay, he's got a panel going. How about that?
You mean?
Well, she's not totally nude. She's like pantless. She has no bottoms.
What are we talking about here? What did you
Your
see?
background when that was playing, not the icon, but the background. There's like a bottomless Asian woman on a bicycle.
What, this?
No, wait,
the one with Jesus.
Wait. Yeah, Jess saw it too. He can see.
Let me take a look. I'll go to Google Drive
I
here.
kind of like. It's a nice touch. I would do the same.
I've never seen any of these guys before, so I've never seen these guys before.
Yeah, so odd. Yeah, this is an open panel where like we've met none of the people on there, right? So see, this is why this is fascinating stuff, right? And every time I've seen this, it's a different crew of people. So yeah, and yeah, they're talking about this bottomless Asian woman on a bicycle that goes around in his background, which is kind of weird, dude.
It's like, what's
the worst.
Did you see that, Jess? Where you're like, what is that?
Well, he had one the other day that looked like it was two things up on a shelf, and the way they were moving looked kind of demonic looking. Like it was really unsettling.
Here, I'll share my screen here.
Let's see.
So
All right,
this.
Yeah, that's her. No, dude, the background that was blurred. Go back to your background and just let the reel play because it's like probably an 18-second reel, and there's two people walking, and then there's a girl on a bike with no panties right there. Wait, I just seen her legs. You're doing you're doing that purpose.
Is this in the background here?
Yeah. Now wait.
No, watch.
Yeah. Okay. So that's
not
that's
these
my
two.
background.
No, look at the next one. Wait, the next one
after
All right,
this.
We'll watch. Yeah.
Whatever. She's wearing pink shorts.
right there. No, she's not wearing nothing.
What are you talking about?
She's wearing what she would be wearing if she was going over to Clay's house.
Again. Watch. She's wearing pink shorts.
Okay, that's her on a bike. I see her.
Hold on, watch. It's right.
Yeah, that dude's tripping balls. That lady's wearing pink shorts, dude. There's no nude lady on the screen.
He's seeing what he wants to see, and again, I mean, I'm partial to such things as well, but that's why I don't play it on
like
stream.
he's being, sounds like he's being trolled there. Like it's people trying to derail his like. Think about
I'm pretty sure they are. I mean, that's just the way it goes. That's pretty much the way it operates.
Yeah, they're like, let's talk about Asian women's and panties instead, dude.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, yeah, I think that men should not ever talk about that stuff in public. Even in private, it's questionable, but definitely not in public. I think it's not a good look for sure. Especially if you're doing religious stuff. But that's just me.
Yeah, like this guy goes on a clearly religious channel and he's like, let's talk about your background. It's like blurred out, and it's clearly a lady in pink shorts. He's like, she doesn't have any shorts on. It's like, what? Like,
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a troll, or if it's not, that's probably more sad, but yeah, pretty interesting. I think that's the danger with a lot of this stuff, and like I think it's funny. Like I kind of like watching people like him because he seems that he's not aware of the antics that go on. But yeah, it's pretty much if you try to do anything positive, like you're gonna get insane people trying to troll you. And like right now, I'm watching this guy with a balaclava walking around. Yes, please. Like, what's your opinion on balaclavas and people walking around in balaclavas, Michigan? Is that common in the Middle East or in Pakistan or anything like that?
Nope.
Like, what would happen if people walk around in balaclavas in Pakistan?
Well, you probably wouldn't make it too far. you probably might not make it too far walking around Detroit looking like that either, right? Although if it was like one of those medical masks, probably they wouldn't care. Right?
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but apparently there's like a new trend of like people just walk around in full balaclavas, like they're skiing and or about to rob people at gunpoint. So I don't know what the trend is, but
what the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah,
in
I've
California,
not
it's
seen
become
that.
a major. Yeah, it's a major thing now since COVID, but like it's definitely gotten a lot worse lately. It's like so many people do it, and you're like,
The Antifa shit, or
it's worse because like Antifa, they're only going to punch you if you're a Nazi, right? But then these people, like, they look as if they're looking for an easy target or whatever, and like then they'll be around with their friends who aren't looking like psychotic killers, but they try to act like it's normal, and that throws me off even more. I'm like, so you're just walking around in public as if it's totally normal to just talk. And again, like, I get if you're doing it against AI face recognition, but these people are obviously doing it for the aesthetic of like, well, I have a pound of cocaine and illegal weapons on my person, and I'm looking to like come up on some money or something. I mean, it's like, it's just very bizarre. Like and like for me, with who I am and where I come from, like my first instinct is like you said, they should not be making it more than about 30 feet before someone like wraps them up and says like, if you don't take that shit off your head and tell me what you're doing, you're gonna disappear. Like that's my instinct.
Like, if
but,
you're on the
but,
move, if you're on the
yeah.
move, like and you're constantly moving, like you're going from one city to another city to another city, and you got a fucking balaclava on, that's some shit. But like if you're just pacing around like in front of a building and you got a balaclava on, I'm pretty sure the motherfuckers that are like on the buildings are gonna be like, "What the fuck are you doing here?"
Well,
like,
see,
who
but
are you?
that's what I'm saying is like people here, they just like act like it's normal. That's what drives me insane. It's like they just say, "Well, it's not my place to say anything. I'm just gonna ignore it and wait until the crime has been committed. Then maybe I'll call the cops." It's like I totally don't get that at all.
Yeah, that's some wild shit. Definitely no idea what that's about.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm just kind of curious. Like, so that's not a thing in Detroit. Like, people don't just walk around with balaclavas and shit. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know where it's coming from, but it's very interesting.
Yeah, maybe it's some kind of something ramping up soon, right? For some protests, right? Maybe Trump inauguration or something like that. Right?
Well, no. I mean, I definitely know it's a part of the criminal culture here, where everybody's like, I'm a gangster and I want to look as if I rob people and stuff like that. And the thing is, like, if you actually go and do those things, okay, great. Well, I think you should be shot and or hung in public, and go from there. But
Well, maybe
if
like
you're
10
not doing,
days to January 6th again, and they're gonna do something on the left as they did on the right, right?
yeah, well, definitely, it's like a weird, because it's like you have like a lot of I've seen white kids do it, I've seen black kids do it, I've seen Hispanic kids doing it, I've seen like it's kind of like a lot of young people and a lot of like fresh immigrants. So it's just very interesting. And again, it's like, if you have the aesthetics and you're not doing the crime, that's very dumb in my opinion. Like, if you're not even going to do the crime, like, why are you walking around like making people nervous as if you're about to do something terrible? You know what I mean? Like, if you did that in like anywhere I come from, or anywhere like that, like, I'm pretty sure people would like have their hand on the gun and like ready to like knock, do something, because like it's just not normal, right? Like, you're kind of like walking around in a public space where there's kids and women, and you're walking around with
You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just pretty. I don't know. I mean, I think it's people wanting to project an image, but yeah, it's pretty weird. Like I've never understood the whole criminal. Like I'm a criminal and I want to wear the uniform of a criminal. You know what I mean? Like that's always like fascinating to me. And like in California, that's definitely a big thing where like a lot of people who are actually not criminals, they wear the uniform of the criminal. You know what I mean? Like it's a very particular style of dress. And even I will like incorporate elements of it, but like I don't wear the uniform. You know what I mean? But like there's a very particular uniform of criminality in California for sure. And the most obvious one right now is the balaclava thing. So I just think that's very interesting. But yeah, that's pretty shocking. It's not even happening in Detroit. I would suspect that if it's happening here, it would be happening somewhere like Detroit. But it's pretty interesting. That's pretty fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what's gonna happen is like, they made, looking like a thug or like a criminal or with the tattoos and the piercings and all that type of stuff, like where you just look like a pirate, that's normal now. So it's just like Joe Rogan, where you're just like a cool guy, you're just like a normal guy, right? And then the real criminals are gonna be dressed like fucking Clockwork Orange, like Batman and shit.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. And like, and that's kind of the thing.
You're gonna have like Italian suits and shit. Like,
yeah, no, that's what kind of drives me crazy. Is like, it's kind of like it actually enables crime in some ways because it basically runs camouflage for actual criminals. But then on the other side, like you said, any intelligent criminal is now going to switch back to, hiding in plain sight, essentially. Which at least it's smarter. I mean, at least I can respect that much. I mean, and also like, it's kind of like the interesting thing of like the mafia could serve a purpose of, managing worse criminals by doing some bad things. And again, I don't want to like promote that, but like that has been a real thing. And I think that's kind of the interesting thing about America, where they say, well, either you're a KKK member or you're a Scarface or you're what do you call it? A Frank Love or whatever the black version of that is, or you're like the Godfather type of guy or whatever. And they try to conflate all that as if it's exactly the same. And it's like, or I mean, they try to say that like, well, the Ku Klux Klan or whatever, or the white version of like, white thugs with pickup trucks going around and doing whatever they're doing. I mean, somebody made a good point. I can't remember who it was, but they said something like, people forget that the KKK was essentially like mostly beating up other whites, trying to get them in line. And then when I found out that the KKK is like actually like Freemasonic, it has an even more nefarious implication than they were just a bunch of racist rednecks, which it's kind of funny. Like it almost minimizes that there was something else going on by just saying, oh, they were just a bunch of dumb rednecks with horses and white hoods, right? But when you actually understand that they were some sort of like paramilitary occult organization, that's far more fascinating to me personally, but I don't know.
yeah, and that's what's weird is that, there's almost nobody talking about the whole like B'nai B'rith. Like it used to be like all over the YouTube. They like purged all the videos.
What is that? What is that again? I don't remember that word. What is it? B'nai B'rith?
Yeah, B'nai B'rith is like the Jewish arm of like Freemasonry.
As if it wasn't Jewish enough already. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Oh, you want to know something even weirder? I just saw the symbol of the Best Friends Animal Society on a car. That's very spooky. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, I don't want to get. I mean, I don't know if you remember what that is, but that's a strange organization as well. But so you're saying they purged all the videos related to the Jewish arm of Freemasonry?
Well, they just purged YouTube in general, right? Like a while ago.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they definitely have. I mean, I can tell you that like the stuff that I used to watch on YouTube 10 plus years ago, like I don't know what happened to all that stuff, but it was a treasure trove of like a lot of documentation that you just can't find anymore, to say the least. And but you reminded me of something I was thinking of recently. Have you ever traveled around the country much, or you know, have you been around a little bit, or?
I mean, maybe only to Chicago, Texas, right? But yeah, definitely not that many places. Connecticut, right?
Okay.
North Carolina, I've been to. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. That's close to where I grew up. So you know my kind of. So what's interesting is I've driven across the country total 5 times. Like if you just want to say like going across once. So I've actually done cross country trips pretty extensively compared to most people, and like just on my own, like no reason. Just I mean I had reasons, but like you know, no like I wasn't a truck driver or anything like that. I just did it, right? And so I've seen like a lot of towns, at least along the highway, and like almost every city, it doesn't matter if the population is like 300 or if it's like 3,000 or 30,000 or 300,000 or 3 organizations and shit and monuments everywhere. Like when I went back home to my hometown, which is like a little tiny town, right? And I was hanging out in like this kind of interesting like little neighborhood. You know, there's like it's like has this stone and it says Masons, and it says like 1934, and almost every single city has these little monuments that are kind of like hidden in plain sight. So you'll just be like walking down this like little alley or something, and it'll say like, you know, this Masonic Lodge or the Rotary Club or whatever. And I just think that's like, it's something that's kind of like hidden in plain sight about America. Like definitely in the last 150 years, like the amount of like strange organizations that have kind of been managing small town America is pretty insane. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know where to go with that, but I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. And definitely the places like Connecticut, North Carolina, you know, they're way different from Michigan. You know, it's like you know, Michigan and like those type of areas, they're closer to like places like New York and the metropolis areas. Right? So it's just kind of weird, right?
Yeah, and I think like it's just funny because like my impression of the way that people talk about, you know, let's just say the Southern history, right? Is like, oh, it was just a bunch of rednecks running, you know, small town USA and kind of being assholes and uneducated and stuff like that. When personally, from what I've seen, it's like it's actually the opposite. It's the educated assholes that are actually running the show, and they kind of like use dumbasses as kind of like camouflage. So it's like you have all these dumbasses running around with a badge or whatever they're doing what they're told, but when you actually go and see the upper management of like cities and stuff like that, they're extremely educated and they're extremely calculated of what they're doing. Like, and so it's just kind of funny that people kind of have this impression of small town America, like it's just a bunch of dumbass, uneducated people. Like, I think it would be better if that were the case to some degree, but it's not actually the case. You know, you have a lot of slick lawyer kind of people with pretty high pedigrees in a lot of these cities, and I think it's actually even more so the case in small town America than in big town America. It's like the managerialism in California is you do have a lot of high pedigree people at the very top, but I think most of the middle management is like actually not the most connected people. They're kind of like wannabe. They're kind of like wannabes, you know what I mean? And so those people are kind of like just useful idiots, and it is very effective. But yeah, again, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but that's kind of my little hot take on that, because I just don't think that people talk about that very much. And like when you go to this tiny town in like Montana or Colorado or Kansas, and it's like you just see this over and over again, where it's like these old rundown towns were definitely like being run by Masons and stuff like that for like 100%. So, you know, it's maybe they're not anymore because they've become ghost towns or whatever, but they definitely were at one time, to say, you know. And you definitely get the sense that like a lot of these towns were built up by these people for these people. So like they kind of built it for their own purposes, I guess. So it's kind of not surprising that the people who are just living there don't. The people who are just living there don't. They don't really understand why their own town doesn't take care of itself and like appreciate, you know, what the way it once was, right? And I don't know. That's maybe I'm just trying to squeeze too much out of this concept, but I've just noticed that like when I go back home, nobody understands why their city is like falling apart and not preserving anything and stuff like that.
Yeah, dude. Like, if you go drive around this country, like you'll pull over like to certain towns where like there's no stores there, like on the exit and shit. There's like a big like Masonic temple or like big Shriners temple, and right and like just one gas station there, and it's like you know really weird stuff, right? Like I remember driving around. I mean, like I used to go to Chicago because my my ex-wife used to live in Chicago, right? And essentially, you know, from Detroit to Chicago, driving through Western Michigan, there's a tons of very strange towns, a very low population. I mean,
Yeah, and I mean, I read some like sci-fi novels and stuff as a kid, and it definitely as a Christian, I was already paranoid that, you know, maybe this cities were infested with demons, because I grew up in an extremely rural environment for the most part when I was a kid. But definitely, like, you get this sense of, like you said, there's some sort of weird cadre of people that are inhabiting some of these towns, and like I don't know, it's like I mean I wish I had the concentration or like the memory of like how to describe a lot of it, but yeah, it's pretty.
yeah, you'll like, you'll
weird.
like see like one store there. You like go there, like fill up your gas. There'll be like two people there having a conversation. There'll be like the police officer with like the clerk, and they'll be laughing and stuff. They'll be talking to each other, and you'll be like, "Hey, do you guys know each other?" It's like, know each other. Like, this guy comes here every day for the last 10 years. For like some stupid shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely I could say like when I went back to like my real hometown, like where I was born and raised from a young age, it's pretty weird when like you walk in and like the people in the building all know your whole family and they recognize you from when you were like 5 years old and say, "Oh, I remember all this small little detail about you when you were 5 years old, and like it's pretty creepy because like, I mean, I don't know, it's like these people just have been in place for so long, and then you kind of realize like, but then like what's weird is like the whole city is shifted around them, so it's like that infrastructure is still there, but then everything else is like shifted, so like half the city is now like Hispanic or something, right? So it's like half the city's Hispanic, but then all these people have just stayed there in their little place or whatever. I don't know. It's pretty strange.
Yeah, one of the weird things is you go to the graveyard, and you see the symbols on the graves. There's tons of Mason symbols on the graves, right? Especially like around 1800s.
Yeah, I've seen those too. Yep. Well, I went to a pretty giant graveyard near where someone in my family used to live, and it's a huge giant grave. I mean, you look out the window of where they used to live, and we used to like look outside, and it's like raining and thunderstorming, and there's it's like a graveyard. I mean, it looks like right out of like a horror movie, and you walk through that graveyard, and yeah, like you said, there's a lot of strange symbols on the graves, and very rich individuals definitely lived in this area at one time, and for whatever reason since then they've all left that area, and now it's occupied by extremely poor people, so pretty strange.
Yeah, and if I could do like an IRL stream, go to like some old graveyards and look at these graves from 1800s with the G and the compass on it, right? It's tons of them, like hundreds of them, like per graveyard. You go to like an old graveyard and you go to the graves from 1800s. They got the G, the Freemasonry symbol on it. Crazy stuff, and not just one, like tons of them. And you're thinking like somebody cared enough to put this on their grave. This is the credo that they live by, or that their family is represented by, like all this type of stuff. And yeah, wild shit.
Yeah, it is very strange, and I guess so. You just reminded me. Did you see the thing I sent you yesterday about that Vance guy talking about the George Washington and stuff like that?
Yeah, maybe I missed that one. But yeah, there's a few things I gotta still click on that you sent me.
No, it's okay, but let me just briefly paraphrase. Apparently, they're saying that George Washington had a son, and he changed his name and was hidden. And I guess France had done this at one point as in a similar fashion, like hid the future king of France in Ohio for some time period or whatever. So this was apparently something common that was done. And anyways, that the name was Vance, and this guy on Occult Rejects was claiming that he came from this lineage, and that the only people who know about is like the cult of Cincinnati or whatever that's called, about the former presidents. And I think people said that about what's his name, Quantum of Conscious, saying he's a McKinley and he's related to McKinley, the president, or I don't know, but apparently there's some sort of thing about the something of Cincinnati, and because Cincinnati is a Roman thing, and it's about like the city on the hill, and I don't know, some shit like that. I can't remember the details, but he said that he was related to George Washington, and that J.D. Vance is related to George Washington, and that this is some sort of like coming home presidency, whether he's aware of it or not. And this is kind of like an occult or Freemasonic or some shit thing going on. I don't know the details. I'm just trying to relate, like, kind of like what was being implied about that, because I definitely know that George Washington was allegedly a Freemason and stuff. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but I've seen the pictures of him wearing an apron and stuff. So
Yeah, it's 100% true. Yeah.
Yeah. And because and I know Alex Jones used to talk about that a lot about there's good Masons and bad Masons, and George Washington was a good Mason or something. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but there seems to be some sort of underlying mythology that's being promoted via whatever this stuff is, and like I've definitely noticed that. Again, this is why I give Alex Jones a lot of credit, because from what I know of Freemasonry, I don't think there's any quote unquote good Freemasons, but the fact that some people believe that is very interesting to me.
Yeah, it's just Satan versus Lucifer, Apollo versus Dionysus, same shit, different toilet. Right?
Same shit, different toilet. Well, yeah, it's yeah. I want to say something, but I'm going to reserve my what I'm going to say, because I already have people like using my face and stuff, and I don't want to enrage any people practicing witchcraft right now, but there's definitely a lot of people who quote unquote have good intentions in these circles that are doing some strange things. Let's just say that. But like you were saying earlier, it's like people doing some fucking voodoo shit with your image and shit. Like I don't know what's going on, but yeah. So I'll leave it be for now. Not to be scared, but like I don't need to fight with every single person practicing black magic, because that would probably be about 90% of the people that we run into. So I don't know. Seems to be a lot of that going around. So but yeah, I think like you said, Unseen is going to go live soon. I mean, I'm happy if you want to just play it on this channel, but I don't feel right to ask you to do such a thing, because I'm sure you want to do other things too. So, but definitely if you want to restream it here in the ghetto style, you can definitely do that. And I won't be able to stay on the screen, but like I'll definitely be listening in the background, because in about 8 minutes I have to go do some stuff, but I'll be busy for at least an hour or two.
Yeah, I'll be on the phone, but I'll be by my laptop, so I'll be just playing videos and stuff. Yeah, I could hold it down, but I'm not seeing his link yet, so
okay.
I don't know where that's.
Let me message him really quick. Hold on one second.
I think he meant that he's going live on his own channel with Father Swayden. So maybe that's what's going on. So let me go to his channel. Because that might be the jump off point. Oh yeah, that's on his channel. Yeah, definitely. I'll restream it from here.
Yeah, I think it's on his channel, and I don't think he has the restream capability, because he didn't pay for it. But But it'll be interesting. I mean, definitely, if you don't have anything else to play, I mean,
Yeah.
we can just play it to whoever might show up, and you can restream to your channel or whatever you want. I don't care either way. I mean, I'm just thinking, like, if we want to, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people are going to be live.
Yeah, I'll throw it up
randomly,
here.
So I don't care.
Yeah, I'll throw it up here, and yeah, if you got to go do your thing, go ahead, and I'll just play music until it comes on.
Sounds good. Yeah, I just got to be driving, and it's raining, and I'll be a little busy with some family stuff and stuff. So
Yeah, no worries.
I've been splitting my attention for 5 hours, and it's kind of taking a toll too. So, or 6 hours
Yeah.
almost. So yeah.
Yep. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'll be on
my-
there for.
My brain not working good now, so I need it. I don't know how you do. I don't know how you do what you do, man. It's like it's
Yeah,
so
I'm
difficult.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably go to sleep in like a few hours or some shit. But yeah, definitely, I didn't get that much sleep. But I think what it is after staying awake for so long, you get buzzed. It's hard to get off the train. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens to me every night. Like I get tired at like 8 or 9 or 11 or whatever time, and then like if I don't sleep, like it feels like I just like took a hit of like the strongest sativa I've ever taken in my life, and then I'm like fired.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's how I feel. Like, 3 out of 7 days of the week, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm gonna jump off just to save my battery and charge up a little bit so I can listen longer. But I'll be listening. Cool.
Yeah, for sure.
America, home of the brave, land of the free. I know they ain't talking about me, the BLACKs. We done forgotten the ways. America, home of the brave, land of the free. I know they ain't talking about me, the BLACKs. We done forgotten the ways. Yo, check it out. Yo, I crawled through the mud, young black brother, teaching his people. Really don't matter how many I reach, as long as I drop lines of bombs, tricks of the trade, obedient slave, looking beyond the day. Being born dark shaded, marked and hated, caught on drugs. That's what America loves. Never forget time and trial, 9,000 mile swim. I'm addicted to Bacardi and gin. Playing the game, stuck with a devilish thing. Does it seem to me I gotta act the same? But who am I? I'm jet black, covered the sky. Seen brother assassinated for revealing the lie. Speaking the truth, my back ways invaded my roots. Now it's time for brothers to tighten their boots. So sit back, but just for a minute and cry. Now I know what Biggie meant by being born to die. Feeling the whips, locked in abandoned ships. Strip children from their moms and beat them to death. Yo, give me a second to catch my breath. All of this, yo, y'all must be blessed. America, home of the brave, land of the free. I know they ain't talking about me, the BLACKs. We done forgotten the ways. America, home of the brave, land of the free. I know they ain't talking about me, the BLACKs. We done forgotten the ways. Yo, my time travel, studying the laws of my rival. European life, want to strip me from my title. Day one, learn my ways, stole my age. Go far as back, they was living in caves. Savage life, we was winning diamond and ice. Get it right, 2GBC. Teach me what? How to hate my own. Help you plan. Forget the memories of the original man. Shape treasure, built Sphinx, pyramids and saint. And according with the stars, can't deny me God. Let the Romans come stolen like the snakes they are. Science so deep, they created false gods. Bad violence, I learned a brainwash. So we counted with a 1,000,000-man march. Dark matter, crossbreeding the race. Relocate to a state, and then they lost the space. Studying mankind, got nothing to hide. Pro my mind, seek it, you're bound to find. America, home of the brave, land of the free. I know they ain't talking about me, the BLACKs. We done forgotten the ways. America, home of the brave, land of the free. I know they ain't talking about me, the BLACKs. We done forgotten the ways. Yo, rising influence scientific. My wisdom sparks like the ninth hieroglyphics. Manifest to the extremes. I remain supreme. Circulated homicidal and vindictive schemes. Actual fact, wrapped in an area attack. Choose my path, intensify my heat to black. Rise above all laws and laws. Universal savior on a vindictive caution. You walk through hell's belly, yup, to save the young. From the guns and the ones that speak with folk tongues. Study the less linguistic, materialistic, false belief, conceit. The mark of the beast. Only time we come together is in rest in peace. Stay blind. We break bread, book of the dead. Fill jails. We gang bang. We gang bang. It's up to us to break the chain. America, home of the brave, land of the free. I know they ain't talking about me. The BLACKs. We done forgotten the ways. America, home of the brave, land of the free. I know they ain't talking about me. The BLACKs. We done forgotten the ways. America, home of the brave, land of the free. I know they ain't talking about me. The BLACKs. We done forgotten the ways. America, home of the brave, land of the free. I know they ain't talking about me. The BLACKs. We done forgotten the ways.
As we move forward, anytime you come closer to something, your vision should get clearer. Am I right? You are a tool in the hidden hand that's using you. Please don't be delusional. The rulers of this world practice confusing you. The people and the priests and the imams have been jammed by government scams. Minds systematically programmed. Blatant black hatred and racism. The way they lace the whole world and nation with traces of Satanism. This place is a pagan prison. The founding fathers' enslaving intentions were no different than Bush's and Reagan's visions. 1776 it took action. This Illuminati took form and was spawned from a Colombian faction. Just flip your $1 bill over, and if you want me to expose the true code of deception, I will show you. We live in a designed wicked system. The number 13 is consistent in Masonic symbolism. It represents transformation. 12 completes a cycle, so 13 is rebirth and regeneration. The meanings of the symbol are strategically hid. On the left side, you see a 13-layered pyramid. Over that sits the all-seeing eye with the light shines, a sign of the devil watching over you at all times. With the words Anna with Corruptus, 13 letters meaning he has favored our undertakings. Will you accept this? Or will you learn the science and ignore them? Under the pyramid you see Novus Ordo Seclorum. Translated New Order of the World, or the New World Order. Authors and satanic fathers of mass slaughter. The eagle that you see on the right sits below 13 stars with a shield that has 13 stripes and an olive branch in its claws with 13 leaves, which is supposed to be in its talent to represent peace. But peace was always on a decrease. His other claw holds 13 arrows of war set to be released, and the letters at the bottom of the pyramid are fixed with the Roman numerals that equal 1776. The United States of America exists in a deep devilish abyss where truth and paganism mix. Every president that ever lived was foul. They gather at Bohemian Grove where they bow down before the owl. See, the owl is wise and sees through the darkness of night, and there's a small one on the dollar near the one on the top right. It ain't hard to understand this government was never for us. The eagle was based off of the Egyptian hawk Horus. 13 colonies who went to wicked sovereignty and made no apology for the obvious idolatry. Subconsciously, we follow the ways of the beast and pay homage to pagan gods when we say days of the week. Like Sunday, they worship the sun. Monday is moon day. Tyr, the god of war, was worshipped on Tuesday. Odin, the chief god, is who Wednesday is named for. Thursday is Thor's day, god of thunder, the mighty Thor. Friday was named after Frigga, notice the pattern. Saturday is the Roman god of agriculture, Saturn. Frigga was the goddess of love, the wife of Odin. The polytheistic theologies needed decoding. The rituals, like trips across the sand as man takes. The skull and bones fraternity, the secret handshakes, but understand, he receives only 33 degrees. He secretly believes in Lucifer and other deities. Many powerful and rich people are controlled by these. They even hold a soul of several of your favorite MCs. Politicians telling lies, tongues riddled with thorns, and use hand gestures shaped in the form of devil horns. You don't fear this any harm because you don't know what it entails. Satan tampers with stem cells and sprays chemtrails. The so-called holidays are hypocrisy, established to use religious doctrines to commit annual robbery. Christmas split in half as Christ Mass, the so-called birth of Jesus, where every home has glowing lights cast. Christ the anointed one masked the birth celebration, but Jesus' birth was kept secret due to the situation. The king initiated a death plot because the Messiah was prophesied to rule, so Jesus' murder was authorized. No one knows the actual date. That's why sometimes you see Xmas. X means unknown, but ignorance affects us. A fraud that was purposely flawed. December 25th, the birthday of the wicked ruler Nimrod. His whole disguise is part of Satan's universal rise. A holy prophet's life being pimped and commercialized. Traditions like lights on trees, rooted in the Nicene Council in 325 AD. By Constantine, these matters were decreed. The concept of a virgin birth was actually conceived and then agreed with graven images in the temple. The fish on your cards called Onus, a Babylonian symbol, is visibly contradictory. Telling your children lies, you need to make them study Santa Claus's sick history. But yet we go wherever Satan leads us. The falsehoods we practice in his name ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. Yeah.
I am an Islamist. I am the Antichrist. Most squares can make most wanted list, but my, how I stay. God takes me out of my mother's womb. My friend was in